suddenly transported to another world. Sewer opened his eyes to behold a beam of emerald light rushing toward him. Initially believing his fate sealed, he soon realized he had been granted another chance at life. To his astonishment, Hermione was not only his neighbor, but also his childhood companion. Chapter 1. The start of a big revelation. The green light surrounded him, blinding in its intensity. Avada, a cloaked wizard, raised his wand high, his visage beneath the hood a fearsome sight, a scar slicing through his face from forehead to chin. The corners of his mouth twisted in a devilish grin reminiscent of a creature sprung from the depths of hell. Reflected in his crimson eyes was a diminutive figure, a fairy perhaps? Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be cradling something in its arms. Life for a life, a translucent veil shimmered gently in the air. What is happening? Have I been transported again? Sewer reached up to touch his head, recalling that just moments before, he had been struck by a reversing truck while on his way to work. Who would have thought that awakening would mean confronting a beam of green light? The incantation he heard seemed to be Avada Kedavra. So, have I met my end once more? Where am I? This is Godric's Hollow. Yet not entirely so. A gentle voice floated from behind Sewer. Who are you? He turned abruptly to see a girl with a ponytail, her pale complexion reminiscent of European descent. We call this place the enigmatic Mirage, she continued, her voice lightly dancing in the air. Sewer then noticed that the vibrant green trees were instead a lustrous white, as if everything in this realm was shrouded in a blanket of snow. How did you come to be here? Her eyes held a profound loneliness, suggesting she had wandered here for an eternity to... Sewer hesitated. It seems to be by some form of magic. Oh, she said, lightly leaping and leaning against a tree trunk, her feet dangling. I am Sewer. And you are? He inquired, gazing up at her to me. She tilted her head. I cannot recall. But people call me Ariana. People? Sewer's keen senses picked up on her choice of words. Are there others here? Yes, she replied. Many others, but most have departed. Where did they go? Sewer asked softly. I do not know. She shook her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. It seems time came for them, and they simply left. Just as Sewer was about to ask more, a series of gentle calls echoed through the luminescent space. You must go now. Ariana gracefully descended from the branch, approaching Sewer. I must go. Sewer queried, bewildered. Where to? Without a word, she offered a soft smile, raised her hand, and gently pushed on his shoulder. Wait, Ariana. Sewer awoke, his slender arms reaching forward at a symphony of unintelligible babble filled his ears, laced with delight. A pair of large hands tenderly lifted him. It was a gentle-faced woman with golden hair. How have I turned into a baby? Sewer was astounded, his limbs flailing in excitement. The woman laughed heartily, and amidst the embrace, Sewer glimpsed a man with brown hair, handsome features, and soft blue eyes gazing lovingly at the woman. Time hurried by, silently slipping through the fingers of a decade. Sewer blossomed from a frail infant into a rosy-cheeked, handsome youth. He embraced his new identity. Sewer Ellison, this was his name now. His adoptive mother, Sully, often recounted the day she found Sewer, describing him as a precious gift from the heavens, their family's lucky angel, for after adopting him, she successfully conceived a child. This delighted Mr. Ellison and Sully immensely. By the way, the name Sewer was what Sully saw inscribed on the swaddling cloth the day she discovered him. Brother, a golden-haired little girl, tumbled toward the boy scribbling at the table. Giggle. Sewer, with eyes full of tenderness, caught the little bundle that collided with him, lifting her high, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Mommy says, Angel, to tell brother it's time for dinner. Angel whispered earnestly into Sewer's ear. All right. Sewer nodded, smiling. Brother will take Angel to eat. With a gentle effort, he hoisted Angel onto his shoulder, and she erupted in joyful laughter. In the kitchen, Sully heard the laughter from the living room, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Eat more, dear. Sully piled Sewer's plate high with food. I learned a new recipe from Mrs. Granger next door today. Give it a try, will you? That's enough, Mom, Sewer said, glancing at the food with resignation. You should eat more. Look at you, so thin. Sully continued, fussing over Angel's plate, adding a piece of broccoli. I am not thin, Mom, Sewer retorted, setting down a spoon to flex his arms. I'm quite strong. Giggle. Brother is like a big monkey, Angel exclaimed, recalling the monkeys they saw at the zoo days prior, bursting into laughter. Sully paused, then laughed heartily. Sewer's face fell momentarily. Dinner time concluded amidst Angel's playful antics. Knock. The sound of the door sparked Angel's interest. She quickly climbed down from her high chair and dashed to the door, excitedly embracing her newfound task of opening it. Sister Granger. The little girl's sweet voice chimed. Hello, Angel. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, two girls, one big and one small, entered. It was the daughter of the Granger family, their neighbor. Coincidentally, this girl bore a striking resemblance to the heroine from film Sewer had seen long ago. Same name, same fluffy hair, large expressive eyes, delicate features, and a wide, bright smile. Sewer had often contemplated whether he had indeed entered the magical world of Harry Potter, from the blinding green light at the beginning to the girl named Ariana in the realm of pure white. But how could that be? He dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind, greeting her with a smile. Good afternoon, Hermione. The Granger family was renowned dentists operating a dental clinic in London. Angel, spoiled by her brother and father, had unfortunately developed a cavity. The so-called remedy was a small candy, which Sewer had tasted. It was delightful, with a hint of orange flavor. Thank you. Mrs. Ellison smiled as she accepted a clear bottle. Here to see Sewer, I presume? Not really. Hermione blushed, shaking her head, then quickly nodded. I'm here to collaborate with Sewer on our homework. The teacher assigned a project, and we were paired together. The little girl rambled on, but Mrs. Ellison merely nodded, her smile carrying a knowing significance. Chapter 2. Departure to the Zoo. After completing the stage play script assigned by the teacher, Sewer stretched languidly, gazing at the thick stack of papers written in English. One should not question the absurdity of such an assignment, yet it was of great significance to their class. For this year's elementary school graduation ceremony required them all to perform a children's version of Romeo and Juliet. Angel had not caused any mischief that afternoon, as Mrs. Ellison had subdued her with one hand. She proclaimed that one must not disturb the rendezvous of a gentleman and a lady, standing at the entrance of the living room with an audible voice that echoed throughout the space. As a result, Hermione spent the entire afternoon with a flushed face. If she were to marry in the future, this little girl before him would not be a bad choice. Sewer smiled at the fluffy Hermione, foreseeing that she would undoubtedly blossom into a beauty as she matured. Alas, those prominent front teeth. Hermione's small ears twitched, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. Oh dear, how have I let my inner thoughts slip? Sewer gazed at Hermione in panic, realizing that her blush was likely not due to shyness. Sewer Ellison. Hermione's throat constricted as she managed to squeeze his name through her tightly clenched teeth. You're dead meat. Even Mr. and Mrs. Granger dared not discuss Hermione's teeth in her presence. That was her forbidden territory. Angel witnessed a scene she would never forget at the door. The gentle and lovely Granger sister was gripping her doll's neck, shaking it violently, resembling a terrifying demon from a television cartoon. Wow, doll, Angel wailed. Hermione's movements froze. And now it was her turn to feel helpless as she looked at Sewer, who was nearly unconscious under her grip. Surprisingly, Hermione let out a wail louder than Angel's. Now it was Angel's turn to be stunned. Sewer, caught between laughter and exasperation, began to comfort the two girls. After a considerable commotion, he managed to calm both Angel and Hermione by promising to take them to the zoo the following weekend. Ha! Was that not hilarious? Mrs. Ellison exclaimed at dinner, playfully hitting Mr. Ellison with one hand while clutching her stomach with the other. She had been present throughout the entire scene that afternoon. Sewer's face was adorned with an expression of utter disbelief, while Angel laughed like a little fool at her mother's antics. Mr. Ellison looked at the three most important people in his life, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The next morning, Hermione stood by the roadside with her backpack, seemingly unfazed as she awaited Sewer. Angel sweetly waved to her doll and sister. Goodbye, doll and Granger sister. Angel will be waiting for you at home. With that, she blew a kiss to the two. The elementary school was not far from where they lived. It was merely a short stroll away. Due to Hermione's overly serious nature, she was not particularly well liked at school. Her acquaintance with Sewer had begun during first grade, stemming from a minor incident where Sewer, possessing an adult soul, could not bear to witness a little girl being teased by a group of peers. Since then, Hermione has become a devoted companion to Sewer. It must be said that having such an academically exceptional sidekick is quite beneficial. On occasions when Sewer is reluctant to complete his homework, he amicably consults Hermione for guidance. As for the mundane school life in the Muggle world, it is best left unmentioned. In any case, Sewer often passes his time in slumber, and the teachers hardly mind, primarily because he consistently excels in his examinations. Occasionally, he even manages to outshine Hermione, although she frequently imparts her wisdom to him. Sewer typically lets her advice slip in one ear and out the other, yet Hermione remains undeterred. Time swiftly progressed to Sunday, a day adorned with brilliant sunshine. Mr. Ellison rose early, diligently polishing his car on the lawn. Meanwhile, Sully busily prepared breakfast and packed a lunch for Angel and Sewer in the kitchen. The Ellison couple harbored reservations about allowing two older children to take a younger one to the zoo, despite Sewer's apparent maturity surpassing that of his peers. Thank you for taking care of them, Mr. Ellison, Mr. Granger greeted as he stood on the lawn with his daughter. My wife and I would have joined you. But we simply cannot break away. The dental clinic has been exceptionally busy lately. Not at all. It's just as well with us taking them, Mr. Ellison replied with a hearty laugh. Hello, Hermione. Good morning, Mr. Ellison. Hermione shyly greeted in return. Sewer, still groggy, was roused by the commotion downstairs. Glancing at the clock, he intended to steal a few more minutes of sleep, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden outburst. Bang! Bang! Angel shouted right beside Sewer's ear. Startled awake, Sewer scowled, grasping the back of Angel's collar and unceremoniously tossing her out the door. Angel, unfazed, laughed and playfully jumped, hanging onto the doorknob, unabashedly re-entering to continue her antics. Time to get up. We're going to the zoo today. With no choice but to comply with his sister's enthusiasm, Sewer hastily changed and washed up before heading downstairs, where he spotted Hermione Granger. Good morning, he greeted lazily. Hermione shot him a sharp glare. Good morning, Angel, she exclaimed cheerfully before turning to urge Sewer. Hurry up, Sewer. Eat quickly. We need to leave. The sun is already up. All right, I know, you little nag. What essay nag? Angel tilted her head adorably, puzzled. Perhaps due to the Sunday charm, the roads were bustling with vehicles. It wasn't until they reached the zoo that Hermione pinched Sewer's nose to wake him. Wow, there are so many people today, Mr. Ellison exclaimed, taken aback by the throngs of visitors as he exited the car. Let us go, Angel shouted excitedly. Despite the crowd, thanks to the orderly management of the zoo, the Ellison family missed not a single animal and soon discovered the reason behind the zoo's extraordinary popularity that day. It's a giant bear, Angel exclaimed, bouncing with joy while gazing through the glass. It's a giant panda. After Sewer corrected Angel's address, he gazed with profound emotion at the black and white creature on the other side of the glass. To encounter such a unique being of the East after an entire lifetime was astonishing. Does it not consume meat? Aren't bears carnivorous? How can it eat bamboo? Hermione inquired softly. The giant panda, a creature indigenous to the East, is known as the bear cat. Despite its name, it is indeed a genuine bear. And it primarily consumes meat, Sewer enthusiastically explained to Hermione. However, this creature is notoriously lazy. It is said that it originally fed on meat, but gradually transitioned to bamboo due to the difficulties of hunting. Oh, Hermione nodded, casting a glance at Sewer and quietly remarked, much like you, lazy. What? Sewer, unable to catch Hermione's last comment, asked. I know, Angel interjected, bouncing on her toes. Sister Granger says that Gwa is as lazy as this big kitty. Angel's exuberant and adorable voice elicited a wave of good-natured laughter from those around them, causing 3 dark lines to appear on Sewer's forehead. Under Sewer's inquisitive gaze, Hermione lowered her head, her ears gradually flushing with a hint of crimson. Chapter 3, The Terrifying Python. Feeling uneasy under Sewer's resentful glare, Hermione shifted in her seat and looked around. Where are Mr. and Mrs. Ellison? She asked. Sewer shot her a glare before turning to search the crowd. Over there, not far away, Mr. Ellison was chatting with a family, and judging by his reserved smile, it was evident he was the object of someone's flattery. However, that individual was quite imposing. At first glance, he resembled a well-dressed pig engaged in conversation. The weather was exceptionally warm, and the burly man frequently wiped his brow. The slightly chubby boy beside him seemed to be his son, impatiently tugging at the large man. After a brief exchange, Mr. Ellison smiled and shared a few words, after which the burly man shook his hand and squeezed through the crowd, disappearing from sight. Apologies, have you finished? Mr. Ellison inquired. All done. Angel tugged at Mr. Ellison's shirt hem, using both her hands and feet. I'm hungry, Daddy. Very well, Mr. Ellison responded with a smile, bending to lift Angel into his arms. Let us head over there. There's a restaurant where we can have a meal. Sewer had no objections, and Hermione naturally felt she had no say in the matter. Mrs. Ellison maintained a constant cheerful demeanor, embodying the role of the devoted wife and mother. After the meal, the ever-hungry Angel spotted an ice cream stand and insisted that Sewer buy her one. Reluctantly, Sewer rose to fetch a strawberry cantaloupe double scoop for Angel. He also purchased 2 inexpensive lemon popsicles, one of which was for Hermione. Thank you. Hermione accepted it gracefully, murmuring her thanks. Where shall we go next? Over there. Angel eagerly pointed the way. Sewer followed her finger to a reptile house. Hermione also caught sight of it, her face contorting in distaste. Reluctant to go, she was nonetheless tugged along by Saul, who wore a mischievous grin. Saul was well aware that Hermione, like the other girls, harbored a strong aversion to such slimy creatures. However, she had just playfully vexed him moments ago. Perhaps due to the restaurant's cool atmosphere and the mealtime lull, the zoo was not overly crowded, prompting the Ellisons to opt for a quiet wait in the restaurant rather than join the fray. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy some time alone together. Saul and Hermione each held one of Angel's hands, the little girl deliberately dangling her feet to swing herself, giggling joyfully. The reptile house was cool, yet not damp, with the only source of light emanating from concealed tubes within the glass. On a hot day, it was indeed the most comfortable place, which explained the moderate crowd within. Saul carefully shielded the two girls as they ventured along the path indicated by the signs. Just before reaching the largest exhibit area, a series of startled screams erupted ahead. It seemed a snake had made its appearance. Chaos ensued as countless people retreated in a panic toward the exit. Panic is infectious. Even those unaware of the situation found themselves swept along with the frantic crowd. Without hesitation, Saul pulled the two girls close to him and pushed toward the left front, realizing that in the event of stampede, the confined space could become perilous. He recalled a corner near the golden-ringed snake exhibit from his previous visit with Angel. It was a safe haven away from the throng. Hermione, her eyes wide with fear, nestled tightly against Saul, clutching Angel firmly. The three navigated through the jostling crowd, searching for a gap, and by the time they reached the corner, Saul had lost his right shoe, his exposed arm bruised and battered. But thankfully, they had found safety. Breathing heavily, sweat beading on his forehead, Saul looked down at Hermione, who had also exhaled in relief. "Are you all right?" she asked, glancing up at him. "I'm fine. Let's stay here until the staff arrives," Saul replied softly, and the two girls nodded in agreement. "Brother, wipe your sweat," Angel said thoughtfully, using her little hands to pat his clothing. The sudden turn of events prompted a swift response from the zoo's management, and the crowd began to exit the venue in an orderly manner. "Brother, look at the big snake." Angel suddenly pointed at an open space not far from them. Saul turned to see a large python slithering across the floor, its tongue flicking in and out, while staff members, visibly alarmed, brandished a forked pole alongside it. Soon, uniformed personnel entered through the entrance, directing the crowd to leave the exhibit. Phew! Saul did not relax until he had safely guided the two girls out of the building. In a fleeting glance, he had spotted a frail boy with a bowl haircut near the large snake, unsure if he had managed to escape unharmed. What happened in there? The Ellisons rushed forward anxiously. As Angel shed tears, the sound of her cries brought a sense of relief to the Ellison couple, indicating that their daughter had not suffered any serious harm. Sully held Angel close, offering her comfort, while Mr. Ellison turned his gaze towards Saul. As Saul gasped in pain, he felt a sharp sting from Mr. Ellison's large hand pressing against his bruised arm. "You are injured," exclaimed Hermione, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. "It's nothing, Dad. I just bumped into something inside," Saul replied with a cheerful smile. Mr. Ellison shot Saul a stern look before turning to Hermione, who was on the verge of tears. Hermione recounted the entire incident in detail, and Saul couldn't help but admire her memory. She even mentioned the specific display stands they were at. Upon learning that Saul had sheltered the two girls in a corner, Mr. Ellison gently patted Saul's shoulder. "Good lad," he said. Given the recent commotion, the Ellison family clearly lacked the spirit to continue their outing. Despite Saul's insistence that he was fine, the Ellisons decided to drive to a nearby clinic for precautionary measures. The child's skin is delicate, with a rich supply of capillaries, so bruising can occur easily under pressure. It may look alarming, but there is no serious issue. The doctor reassured the Ellisons, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Mrs. Ellison and Angel showered Saul with kisses. "Saul is our family's angel," Mrs. Ellison reiterated fondly. Noticing Hermione still appeared somewhat upset and shaken, Saul chuckled and patted the little girl's fluffy head. "See, I got hurt protecting you." However, upon seeing the large bruise, Hermione's eyes welled up with tears once more. "This hand will likely be out of commission for a while, so I believe a small reward is in order," Saul declared, with a mischievous grin. "What do you want?" Saul's playful smirk deepened as he gazed meaningfully at Hermione's delicate face. Hermione, sensing Saul's teasing expression, glanced nervously at Mrs. Ellison before lowering her gaze. "I want you to help me with my homework for the next few days." Hermione paused, her cheeks flushing crimson. "You dream on," she retorted, gritting her teeth, forcing each word out slowly. Turning away in frustration, she seemed a bit irked. A moment later, unable to contain her irritation, she spun around and slapped Saul playfully. A yelp echoed from within the car, accompanied by Hermione's even louder exclamations of, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Chapter 4. Birthdays and an owl's letter. Despite Hermione's repeated claims that she wouldn't assist Saul with his homework, she ultimately ended up completing all his assignments for the next few days. After all, it was the first time. Saul enjoyed a leisurely end to the days leading up to the summer holiday, grinning with delight. The elementary school graduation ceremony commenced. While Saul performed his long-sleeved lace dress, he noticed an elderly man with a long beard and a small cap seated in the family section to his left, accompanied by a woman sporting square glasses and an elegantly styled bun. Perhaps they were parents of other students. On the way back, Angel lingered in Sewer's embrace, giggling incessantly. Today, she had accompanied the Granger couple, as the Ellison couple seemed occupied and could not join them. "Are Mom and Dad not home today?" Sewer quietly inquired of Angel. However, Angel was unaware, having been taken to the Granger's clinic earlier that afternoon. It was peculiar. Mother should not be away at this hour. Sewer gazed at the darkened home, filled with uncertainty. He deftly retrieved the key from beneath the flower pot at the door. The moment he unlocked the door, the lights illuminated the space. Suddenly, fireworks cascaded from above, leaving Sewer in astonishment. Mr. Ellison appeared from behind, placing a hat upon Sewer's head. "Congratulations on your graduation, my son, and happy birthday." It dawned on Sewer that today was indeed his birthday, marking the anniversary of his arrival at the Ellison home a decade ago. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Suli carefully cradled a cake adorned with a single candle, singing as she emerged from the kitchen. "Happy birthday, Gwawa." Angel gleefully wrapped her arms around Sewer's leg. Overwhelmed, tears threatened to spill as Sewer lowered his head to shield his emotions, blinking rapidly as he squatted to embrace Angel. "You little rascal, you knew all along, didn't you?" He gently tapped Angel's nose with his, eliciting a delightful giggle from the little girl. "Happy birthday." Hermione clapped from behind, her smile radiant. Suli presented the cake to Sewer, softly saying, "Happy birthday to our lucky star, my son. Make a wish and blow out the candle." Sewer surveyed the faces around him. Mr. and Mrs. Ellison, the Granger couple. Hermione, and nodded firmly, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Mother." Eventually, tears streamed down his cheeks as he blew out the candle with determination. Sewer had long been aware that he was merely the adopted son of the Ellisons, yet he had embraced this kind couple as his true parents, and they had treated him as their own. Even with Angel's birth, that bond remained unbroken. In this lifetime, they and Angel would be the ones he cherished and vowed to protect. "I wish for the well-being, health, and happiness of those I hold dear." As summer vacation commenced, Sewer would attend the same school as Hermione after the break. Initially, Hermione had favored a girls' academy, but she ultimately changed her mind, deciding to join Sewer at Eton College, a decision facilitated by Mr. Ellison's means. However, everything changed one fateful morning. That day, Angel burst into Sewer's room, clutching a letter, expertly climbing onto the bed and jumping up with a loud "Gwawa." Just as Sewer was about to carry Angel out, he noticed the envelope in her hand, causing a jolt of alarm to surge through him, dispelling his drowsiness. "Did you see the messenger, Angel?" Sewer asked, taking the thick envelope from her grasp, his voice trembling slightly. "No, Gwawa." Angel shook her head innocently. It could not be mistaken. This letter was identical to one he had encountered in a previous life. "This is a letter from Hogwarts." One side of the envelope is inscribed in emerald green ink. 445, Lily Street, Stone District, Manchester, addressed to Mr. Solborns. On the second floor, atop the bedroom bed. Was my name truly Solborns? Upon realizing his actual name, a wave of bewilderment washed over Saul. The wax seal was quite amusing, adorned with several creatures. Angel lay languidly on the bed, perfectly positioned to glimpse the envelope's seal. Impatiently, she sprang up, snatched the envelope, and tore it open, causing a cascade of parchment to spill forth. "Wow," she exclaimed. Saul, caught in a mix of amusement and confusion, gathered the fallen parchment and found the main letter. It contained the expected contents, though an additional note stated that a professor would visit in the evening. Indeed, such coincidences were rare. Coincidence upon coincidence leads to inevitability. It seemed that this world was akin to the one he had once shared with his ex-girlfriend while watching Harry Potter. The blinding green light that had ushered him into this realm must have been none other than the infamous Avada Kedavra. "Saul, are you awake?" Sully knocked on the door and called out from outside. "Your little girlfriend Hermione is here." Her tone was laced with mischievousness. "Mom," Saul shouted back. He tossed aside the covers, lifted Angel off the bed, and after a brief wash, descended the stairs clad in his pajamas. Downstairs, Hermione sat on the living room sofa, her expression fraught with concern. "What is wrong, Hermione?" Saul asked, taking a bite of slice of bread, his words somewhat muffled. Hermione hesitated for a moment, her face clouded with sorrow, before she tentatively replied, This isn't like you, Hermione." Saul surmised what the young girl was about to express. Was it about not being able to accompany him to Eden? "Huh." Hermione looked up, surprised. "How did you know?" "Since you were aware." She lowered her gaze again, her voice tinged with sadness. "I don't want to go to that school, but someone from there came yesterday and told me that if I don't attend, I might We must attend different schools. I don't want that, truly. However, I asked, and we will have holidays, and I can visit you during each one. Her head hung low as she rambled on, her words imbued with guilt and reluctance. If she had looked up at that moment, she would have seen Saul suppressing laughter, his face flushed with mirth. Is it Hogwarts, Sister Granger? Angel dashed over to Hermione, resting her upper body on her lap, looking up with wide, innocent eyes. Huh? Hermione, her eyes reddened, lifted her head in shock, gazing at Angel, utterly perplexed. How did you know, Angel? Because Bobo received the acceptance letter this morning too. I saw it. What kind of place is Hogwarts? Angel inquired sweetly. Hermione, momentarily dazed, shifted her gaze from Angel's face to Saul's, who could finally let loose his laughter. Such a sight of Hermione was indeed a rarity. Hermione's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, then back to crimson once more, as though she were a canvas undergoing a transformation. A tear, lingering at the corner of her eye, finally cascaded down her cheek, akin to a fuse igniting a grand spectacle of a lion pursuing its prey within the Ellison household. Saul Ellison, you shall pay. The girl's piercing scream, accompanied by Angel's melodic laughter, resonated through the air above Lily Street that fateful morning. Chapter 5. Angel's Unicorn. Mr. Ellison's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers tapping rhythmically upon the table, producing a staccato sound. Before him lay an opened letter, a remnant of the recent phone call he had received from his wife, Sully. He had made a visit to Mr. Granger's clinic to glean the details of the situation, yet he remained somewhat skeptical. After all, this was magic, an ethereal concept that resided within the realms of tales. How could an ordinary individual dismantle and reconstruct a worldview painstakingly built over decades without first-hand experience? Saul, is that individual you mentioned truly coming tonight? He inquired. I do not know, Saul replied obediently, cradling Angel in her arms as she sat across from Mr. Ellison, shaking her head. It was, after all, a first-time experience for both in their lifetimes. Mr. Ellison's frown deepened. The inexplicable acceptance letter from a magical school had disrupted all his plans and notions. Yet Mr. Granger's experiences were undeniably tangible. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Angel seemed to spring to life, leaping from Saul's embrace. Is it someone from Hogwarts? Mr. Ellison and Saul both directed their gaze towards the entrance. Granger's sister. Angel's jubilant voice rang out. It was Hermione. What brought her here? Startled by the serious atmosphere of the living room, Hermione Granger entered, hand in hand with Angel. What brings you here? Saul raised an eyebrow. Little Hermione, last night, Mr. Ellison had yet to finish his sentence when another knock was heard at the door. Once again, the ever-enthusiastic Angel made her entrance. Grandpa, who are you looking for? Angel's adorable voice echoed from the doorway. A pang of anxiety surged through Saul. Here they came. The visitor seemed disinclined to enter immediately, engaging Angel in cheerful conversation at the threshold, leaving Saul in a state of disquiet in the living room. Professor Dumbledore, a somewhat stern female voice gently prompted. Two individuals have arrived? Dumbledore, but who is the other? Saul silently pondered, her mind wandering. Good day, Professor McGonagall. An elderly gentleman, sprightly with a white beard, entered, beaming as he held Angel's hand, followed closely by a witch clad in a dark green robe and adorned with a tall hat. Good evening, Miss Granger. Daddy, it's Grandpa. The old gentleman is here to see you. Angel released her grip and skipped joyfully into Saul's embrace. Dumbledore cast a warm glance at Saul before turning his attention to Mr. Ellison. Good evening, Mr. Ellison, he said softly. Evidently, Dumbledore's conversational skills were exceptional, as Mr. Ellison soon found himself engaged in jovial banter with him. Grandpa, have some candy. Angel suddenly thrust a white, round confection into Saul's mouth. Lemon-flavored. Is it not delightful? The old gentleman gave it to me. Angel smiled brightly and shared a piece with Hermione, who was sitting nearby. It was then that Sewer noticed a small bag had appeared in Angel's hand, from which she had taken the candy moments ago. Mrs. Ellison emerged from the kitchen, bearing a tray of biscuits, and served everyone present a cup of red tea, except for Angel, who could only drink milk. Although the little one did not particularly enjoy milk, she had her own clever method. She secretly tossed a piece of the earlier white candy into her cup. As long as it was sweet, she could manage with the milk. She took a delightful sip. Soon, the conversation turned to Sewer's school. In a short span, this erudite gentleman had earned Mr. Ellison's respect, yet he carefully considered his words before cautiously inquiring, Mr. Dumbledore, what exactly is Hogwarts as mentioned in the letter? Dumbledore took a piece of biscuit, savored it thoughtfully, and then replied, Hogwarts is a school steeped in 1,000 years of tradition, dedicated to teaching young wizards the art of magic. Dumbledore glanced at Professor McGonagall, who had engaged in a conversation with Hermione, and smiled faintly. It appeared that the task of showcasing magic to muggles would fall solely upon him. It was a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. Observing everything from the sidelines, Sewer felt a stir in his heart at the sight of Dumbledore's distinctly knotted wand. It was the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows. The Ellisons were rendered speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief as they watched their teacup sprout legs and dance over to the teapot, which then floated gracefully, pouring a bit of red tea. "Wow, the teacup is alive!" Angel exclaimed with glee. Dumbledore smiled gently, pointing his wand at a wooden chair beside Angel, which transformed into a silver-white pony adorned with a golden horn. It was a unicorn. Angel's eyes sparkled with excitement as she climbed atop it without a hint of fear. The unicorn galloped around the living room in joyful circles, and Angel's delighted laughter echoed throughout the space. After this whimsical display, Dumbledore lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. Mr. Ellison stammered, his worldviews shaken despite his prior preparation, leaving him agape. Mrs. Ellison was even more astonished, though she felt a pang of envy for her daughter, who was able to ride a living unicorn. What European girl does not dream of riding a unicorn? In truth, this was merely one aspect of magic, Dumbledore softly remarked. "Child," he continued, turning his gaze to Sewer, "as you can see, would you be willing to come to Hogwarts?" "Of course, sir," Sewer replied quietly. "Then, this should be entrusted to you." Dumbledore touched his ring, and a key appeared in his palm. "This is a relic from your parents." "My parents?" Sewer looked at the Ellisons. "Yes," Dumbledore nodded, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. "Regrettably, when we found them, it was too late. We searched for you for a long time, but it appears you have been quite happy." "Yes, sir." Sir glanced at the laughing children and the Ellison couple, who were intently observing him, and instinctively tightened his grip on the key in his palm. Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction, watching the joyful demeanor of Angel. After a moment of silence, he let out a barely perceptible sigh, waved his wand to lift the enchantment from the teapot and teacups, and winked at Sir, reminding him that the unicorn would keep her company for the night, advising him not to let it escape, lest he encounter trouble. "Minerva, it is time for us to depart," he said. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, scrutinizing Sir for a while before gently patting his shoulder. "Remember your surname. It is both noble and glorious. You bear a striking resemblance to your parents. Should you require assistance at school, do not hesitate to seek me out. Hogwarts welcomes you." Chapter 6. Welcome to Diagon Alley. After Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall left, the Ellison couple remained in a daze for quite some time. However, they ceased to oppose Sir's attendance at Hogwarts. Angel spent that day joyfully playing for hours. Naturally, she burst into tears, fiercely clinging to the chair that had reverted to its original state, refusing to let anyone touch it, even her beloved brother Sir. Aside from that, she incessantly asked Sir when the white-bearded old gentleman would visit again. "Brother, I want to ride the unicorn." Angel began anew. "Oh dear, my head hurts," Sir exclaimed, pressing his hand to his forehead, his face contorted in pain. Naively, Angel believed him and began to frantically call for their mother. When Mrs. Ellison arrived, she was startled to see Sir winking at her. Understanding the situation, she pretended to inquire about Sir's condition before squatting down to face Angel, feigning a sorrowful expression that appeared insincere. However, the innocent and naive Angel could not discern the pretense. "Your brother is ill," Mrs. Ellison said gravely. "What shall we do?" "We must take him to Grandpa Doctor immediately." Angel panicked. "But this illness is easily treatable," Mrs. Ellison swiftly reassured her. "As long as you refrain from mentioning riding the unicorn again, your brother will recover." Angel, now 5 years old, understood perfectly what had transpired. "Umph. Both brother and mother are wicked, ganging up on Angel," she huffed, turning away in a huff. In the following days, she indeed refrained from mentioning the unicorn. Yet she did not speak a word to Sir, even when he held her favorite snacks. She would eat them but remain silent. After learning the full story, Mr. Ellison smiled, wisely choosing not to voice any opinions. Matters between children should be resolved by the children themselves. Adult intervention would only complicate their affairs. That morning, Mr. Ellison did not go to the office. He set aside the day to accompany Sir to Diagon Alley, filled with curiosity about the magical world. The Grangers shared the same sentiment. Just before their departure, Sir quietly approached Angel. "Oh dear, I am off to the magical world to shop," he declared loudly, wondering if a certain little one would like to join him. Angel toyed with her plaything, casting a sidelong glance at Sewer before turning her back. "They sell unicorns there," she remarked. Upon hearing the mention of unicorns, Angel's ears perked up, yet she remained silent. If she did not express her desire to join, Gwibble would be uncertain whether to include her. Sewer sighed dramatically, feigning a few steps as if to depart. True to form, Angel anxiously turned around, only to find Sewer standing in place, grinning at her. "Humph, naughty Gwawa," she huffed, marching towards him and delivering a few playful slaps. "Ouch, ouch. Are you trying to knock Gwawa out?" Sewer crouched down, feigning distress, as if genuinely hurt. With a burst of laughter, Angel finally succumbed to mirth. Relieved, Sewer approached her to offer comforting words, then took her hand to lead her towards the exit, where the Ellisons had already started their car, waiting alongside the Grangers. "Next time, I mustn't provoke this little girl," he mused with a chuckle. Hermione, observing the entire scene from the doorway, noted Sewer's theatrical antics. "You had it coming," she remarked. Over the past few days, she had enjoyed delightful moments with Angel, while Sewer, appearing forlorn, longed to join but found Angel unwilling to grant him that opportunity. Much to her amusement, Sewer shot Hermione a sidelong glance, remaining silent. "You'll see," he thought, "just wait." The vehicle smoothly entered the city, navigating the main thoroughfare before finally halting on a particular street. "Are you certain this is the right place?" Mr. Ellison inquired, scanning the area without spotting any establishment named the Leaky Cauldron. He found it hard to believe that a portal to the magical realm could exist amidst such a bustling street. "It is here, Dad," Sewer affirmed, glancing at the address on the letter, which indicated they needed to proceed a bit further. As they passed by a bookstore, a record shop, a burger joint, and a cinema, they eventually stopped beside a larger bookstore with another record shop located adjacent to it. "Here it is," Sewer exclaimed, having spotted a dilapidated, narrow pub. Its door and sign, the only visible features. The sign read, "Leaky Cauldron." Where? Mr. and Mrs. Ellison looked around, still unable to locate it, and the Grangers found themselves in the same predicament. "I see it," Angel declared, one hand grasping Hermione's and the other pointing between the bookstore and the record shop. Yet, the four adults could only perceive a dark red wall. "I forgot," Sewer chuckled, reaching to grab Mr. Ellison's arm. Hermione followed suit. This time, everyone could see it. Mr. Ellison gazed at the shabby, grimy facade of the pub, hesitating to speak. "Well, it's certainly unremarkable," he finally remarked. Sewer raised an eyebrow and chuckled in response. Unperturbed by the establishment's unkempt appearance, Angel tugged Hermione forward. "Gwawa said they sell unicorns there." The group quickly surged inside, as the passers-by around them seemed oblivious to their presence, hurrying along their way. Little did anyone expect that the interior would be so spacious, albeit a bit dirty and dim. Sir, with a sense of curiosity, surveyed his surroundings. A dozen tables, aged and stained, were haphazardly arranged upon the wooden floor, while an elderly woman, frail and wizened, puffed on a long pipe. A few individuals, adorned with pointed hats and cloaked in robes, huddled together, whispering softly. "They must be newcomers, perhaps here to procure supplies for school," mused an elderly man, whose thinning hair resembled a shriveled walnut, as he suddenly appeared before Sir with a cheerful grin. A tattered piece of cloth, indiscernible in color, draped over his shoulder, and he held a tray in his hands. "Indeed, sir," Sir replied politely, nodding his head. "Ah, what a courteous child you are. I am the proprietor here. You may call me Tom, as everyone else does." He chuckled, a sound that was rather grating to the ears. Mr. Ellison frowned at the peculiar man. "Come along, young wizard, follow me. First-time visitors to Diagon Alley require my guidance." "Are you certain this is wise? This fellow seems rather odd," Hermione whispered, pressing her lips together and giving Sir a gentle nudge. "It's perfectly fine," Sir reassured her. "This must be standard procedure." Old Tom led the seven of them through the bar, arriving at a small courtyard enclosed by four walls. They crowded the tiny space, where a half-covered trash bin stood silently against the wall. "Remember, young wizards, you must come here on your own next time," he instructed. "Do you see the bin? Count 3 bricks up and then 2 bricks in." Old Tom gestured, continuing, "Here, we do not use Muggle currency." "Muggle? What is that?" Hermione inquired. Tom glanced at the four adults who were observing their surroundings. "Muggle is the term for those who cannot perform magic. Oh, of course, I mean no offense. It's an expression that has been passed down for ages." Hermione nodded silently in understanding. "Step back, gentlemen and ladies," he instructed as they shuffled a bit further away. "Here, we only use one type of wizard currency." Tom produced a stick and began tapping on a brick in the wall. "Continue straight to the end, and you will find a white building. That is Gringotts, which is the bank you muggles refer to. You must exchange for wizard currency there before shopping." The brick he tapped began to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that widened gradually. Before long, a broad archway sufficient for all seven to pass through appeared, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch endlessly. Old Tom flourished his wand, stowing it away out of sight, and with a beaming smile proclaimed, "Begin your delightful shopping, wizards. Diagon Alley welcomes you." "Thank you, Mr. Tom," they chorused. "Ah, May your magical endeavors be prosperous. He chuckled, giving Sir a friendly pat on the shoulder. I heard that from an Eastern guest. I think it's rather charming. Farewell. As they exited, the archway began to narrow, returning to its original solid wall behind them. Hermione hurriedly retrieved the freshman's shopping list from her satchel, reciting it under her breath. We need to purchase 3 black wizard robes, a hat, a pair of dragonhide gloves, and a winter cloak. Before that, however, we must exchange some money. Sir stopped Hermione with a gentle touch. She had memorized the list prior to their arrival, and now she intended to reinforce her recollection. The 4 adults gazed in awe at everything surrounding them as Sir led them deeper into the street. Look, I want that, exclaimed Angel, breaking free from Hermione's grasp and sprinting to tug at Sir's robe. She was pointing at the ice cream shop next to the Owl Emporium, where a young wizard emerged with a cone topped with 4 scoops. All right, Angel, we'll buy it for you once we exchange our money, shall we? Sir replied kindly. The little girl nodded obediently, but continued to clutch Sir's robe, trailing closely behind him as they ventured further in. At the end of the street stood a striking white building, just as Tom had described. Beside the gleaming brass doors stood a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. Mrs. Ellison dared not look twice. The creature's appearance was quite peculiar. It was not particularly tall, perhaps shorter than Sir, with a jet-black face and eyes gleaming with a cunning glint. Its pointed beard brushed its knees as its arms hung low. As the 7 of them passed, it bowed in greeting. In unfamiliar surroundings, it is often wise to follow the crowd. Upon entering the brass door, they were met by a grand silver entrance, guarded by 2 fairies in the same vivid crimson attire. Is this solid silver? Mr. Ellison murmured, reaching out to touch it as they approached, smacking his lips in surprise. Though he possessed considerable wealth, he had not yet indulged to the extent of crafting a door of pure silver. Indeed, sir, this door is entirely made of silver. One fairy suddenly spoke, casting a sidelong glance at the inscription upon the door. My father is merely curious, Sir interjected. Every muggle visiting Gringotts is the same. The fairy retorted, warning that greed would lead to dire consequences. Hermione tugged at Sir S.'s sleeve from behind. I apologize, sir. It has just arrived. Another fairy stepped forward, assuring them that there was no offense intended, for Gringotts welcomes all visitors, whether wizard or muggle. The fairy bowed apologetically as it spoke. Sir scoffed, continuing deeper into the establishment, while the fairy remained bent until they had entered the grand hall. Just a wizard of muggle descent, the fairy muttered under its breath, unable to restrain itself. Silence. Do not forget why you were assigned to guard the entrance, another fairy chastised. If you cannot amend your ways, your next duty will be to feed the dragons below. And are you truly certain he is of muggle lineage? One cannot deceive the essence of pure blood. The creatures below are known for their foul tempers. Passing through the rather uninviting silver door, Sewer and his companions entered the marble office hall of Gringotts. The lofty vaulted ceiling was adorned with a grand chandelier, crafted from crystal, casting a gentle glow that complemented the golden-hued columns surrounding them. Both Mr. and Mrs. Granger, along with Mr. and Mrs. Ellison, marveled in unison. A multitude of fairies, numbering over 100, were busily engaged behind a wooden-railed counter. Some were weighing coins on copper scales. Others scrutinized gemstones through long monocles, while a few scribbled energetically with quills on parchment. The wizards in high hats meandered about, rendering the modern-clad Sewer and his party a curious sight. Before long, a fairy approached them, adorned with a nameplate that read Dolly. Bowing politely, it inquired, May I assist you? We are new students from Hogwarts, here to exchange some money, Sewer replied. Do you possess your acceptance letters? Asked the fairy, Dolly. Sewer glanced at Hermione, who nodded reassuringly and patted her satchel to signal that she had them. Please follow me, Dolly gestured, leading the group to a counter. Exchange of muggle currency for wizarding coins, Dolly announced to those inside before bowing and departing. Acceptance letters? A different fairy, donning gold-rimmed glasses, lazily leaned forward to inquire. Hermione retrieved 2 acceptance letters from her bag and presented them. 2 young wizards? It peered over the counter to confirm, then stated nonchalantly, You may exchange 100 galleons. The exchange rate is £5 for 1 galleon. Mr. Granger and Mr. Ellison each produced an envelope for Sewer to hand over, while the fairy counted the coins. Sewer noticed a wizard next to him receiving a key, which a fairy then escorted him to a small door by the counter. Suddenly, he recalled the key Dumbledore had given him, and holding it up, he asked, Excuse me, what about this key? The fairy glanced at it with slight impatience, but its demeanor shifted. Ah, indeed, esteemed customer, that is the key to Gringotts' vault. Do you wish to enter and retrieve something? Not necessary, Sewer pondered before shaking his head. Considering the 4 adults and a little girl tugging at his sleeve, eagerly awaiting ice cream. It seemed rather inappropriate to delve into the vault to see what his biological parents had left behind. Upon seeing Sewer's key, the fairy's attitude transformed entirely. It respectfully placed 200 galleons into a bag and presented it on a tray. Should you wish to retrieve items, do not hesitate to find me. Thank you. Sewer accepted the bag and casually handed it to Hermione, stating, "Let's go shopping." Hermione carefully stowed the cloth bag into her satchel, aware of its worth of 1,000 pounds. "I want ice cream." Angel tugged at Sewer's sleeve, recalling the tempting treat with several scoops. "Very well. Let us first buy our little angel some ice cream," Sewer replied, offering her a warm smile. Chapter 8. Wands. After a brief moment, the four ladies present each held an ice cream cone as they appeared on the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley. "Shall we head to the bookstore first?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a nearby shop. Saul knew well that this girl had an insatiable appetite for books. If they ventured to the bookstore first, it would likely result in her lugging home dozens of weighty tomes. Thus, he shook his head. "No, what is most important right now is to procure a wand." "All right," Hermione replied with a hint of disappointment, but quickly regained her enthusiasm. "Professor McGonagall mentioned that a good wand would significantly enhance my magical prowess. When it comes to purchasing a wand, she recommended Ollivander. Mrs. Granger and I'd like to check that out," she added. Mrs. Ellison seemed to have other ideas, and Saul followed her gaze. "Oh, it appears to be a clothing store. That's fine then. Shall I join you and Hermione there later, Mother?" Saul suggested thoughtfully. "Very well," Mrs. Ellison nodded, and thus the group divided into two pairs and a 5-member team, parting ways at the intersection. The two wandered along the cobblestone path for quite some time before they came upon a small, dilapidated shop. Its golden sign had nearly peeled away, inscribed with Ollivander. 382B, C. Fine Wands. "This is the place," Saul declared, halting in his tracks, while Hermione regarded the little shop with a look of skepticism. "Are you certain?" "Ah, being a millennia-old wand maker, it's only natural for the shop to appear worn. After 1,000 years, everything deteriorates," he replied. As he spoke, Saul pushed the door open, with Hermione closely following. The tinkling of a bell echoed from the depths of the shop, seemingly announcing their arrival. Saul and Hermione stood by a bench near the entrance, surveying the shop's interior. Countless boxes were meticulously stacked, reaching up to the lofty ceiling, while a solitary folding chair sat forlornly beside a mountain of boxes. Those afflicted with a fear of clutter might well find themselves dizzy in such a space. The atmosphere was solemn and mysterious, and Saul and Hermione scarcely dared to breathe. "Good afternoon," a soft voice spoke, startling both of them. Turning towards the sound, they beheld an elderly gentleman who had appeared before them, dressed in simple yet immaculate attire. His eyes, a pale silver, shone like twin moons in the dimly lit shop. This must be Ollivander, akin to an equipment mentor in a game. "Good day, Mr. Ollivander," they replied in unison, a touch of formality in their tone. "Oh, I recall now," he said. "Mr. Bournes, I remember your father, 13 1/3 inches, made of you, with a unicorn hair core. And Mrs. Bournes, crafted from cherry wood, remarkably easy to wield, a fine wand indeed. Now, it is your turn, young Bournes." Hermione cast a quizzical glance at Saul. "No, I wouldn't mistake this. You bear a striking resemblance to your father and mother. Have they come with you?" Ollivander stepped closer to Saul, scrutinizing him to confirm his assessment, then rose slightly on his toes to peer outside. "They did not come. They have passed away." Ollivander appeared somewhat melancholic. "Mr. and Mrs. Bones are truly kind-hearted individuals. I apologize, dear child, I do not know." "It is quite all right, Mr. Ollivander," Saul replied. "At this moment, I yearn to possess my very own wand." Of course, Ollivander nodded in understanding. Young wizards invariably harbor great expectations for their first wand. "Now, Mr. Boellison, which hand do you favor?" Ollivander gestured for a measuring tape on a nearby table. "My right hand, sir." "Very well extended." The tape began to animate, measuring dimensions as Ollivander directed. It is commonly believed that a wizard's power governs the wand. Once the tape recorded the length and circumference of Saul's arm, it proceeded to measure from shoulder to floor and knee to armpit. "My ancestors established long ago that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, reliably reflecting the qualities of its master." Ollivander began to retreat, allowing the tape to dance around Saul. "From ancient times, we have employed the nerves of fire dragons, the feathers of phoenixes, and the tails of unicorns, all possessing extraordinary properties." Sounds emanated from the place where Ollivander had vanished, and soon he emerged, cradling several boxes. "Dragon nerve, 12 1/4 inches, cedar. Give a try." He extracted a wand from the box, presenting it to Saul with the handle facing outward. Saul took it, yet before he could even attempt a flourish, a burst of red light erupted from the wand's tip, striking a nearby stack of boxes and causing several to tumble to the ground with a series of resounding thuds. Ollivander, unfazed, withdrew the wand from Saul's grasp. This temperamental fellow evidently does not favor you, Mr. Boellison. Let's try this one, Willow Phoenix Feather. As Saul grasped the new wand, Ollivander swiftly reclaimed it. Not quite right, he mused. Now let us try Unicorn Feather, just like Mr. Bones says you would. The moment Saul held this wand, its tip began to emit a luminous glow. Ah, this appears promising, Ollivander remarked, and for a fleeting moment, Saul believed he had found his wand. However, Ollivander shook his head, yet it is not the best. The boxes continued to stack higher, wands exchanged one after another, and Ollivander exhibited no sign of impatience. Rather, he grew increasingly animated. A discerning customer, no matter. Let me think, I believe I have one. Ollivander gently clapped his hands. Ah yes, that one. He mumbled as he ventured deeper into the shop, and soon a cacophony of sounds erupted from the depths. Thuds, bangs, and even a faint, ouch. It sounded as though Ollivander had been struck by a box. Hermione, seated on a bench against the wall, began to nod off. Ah, this is it. Dust clung to Ollivander's shoulders, yet he wore a smile. Give it a try. Ollivander produced a remarkably beautiful wand, its shaft adorned with vibrant patterns. It exuded the essence of life, evoking an immediate association with the very notion of vitality upon first sight. An extraordinary combination, indeed, a creation of my father's early endeavors. Ollivander gently caressed the wand in his hand, tracing its intricate patterns repeatedly. The wood of the sycamore, combined with the tail feather of a nocturnal creature, formed a strikingly opposing, yet harmoniously compatible pair. Apart from this, I could conceive of no more fitting wand. As Saul grasped the wand, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. This was the one. The wand quivered lightly in Saul's hand, delicate motes of light cascading from its tip, soon filling the air with a shimmering aura, revitalizing the ambience of the quaint shop. Marvelous. Ollivander clapped softly, though a hint of inscrutability lingered in his expression. Life is the most exquisite phenomenon, and death, too, is a profound theme, he asserted. It has chosen you. May you not disappoint it. Now it is time for this young witch. Ah, Hermione gazed up in confusion. Has it ended? Wipe the drool, Hermione. Saul tightened his grip on the wand, smiling warmly. Chapter 9. The Return Journey. The wood of the vine, heartstring of a dragon. An admirable combination. Ollivander nodded with a smile, noting that it typically selects wizards of noble aspirations and foresight. A fair price, 2 wands for 14 galleons. Hermione's acquisition of her wand was swift, as Ollivander expertly identified the wand most suited to her. Oh no, in Ollivander's words, this wand exhibited a strong desire for a master. TSK, with a dragon heartstring core, a fiery little witch. Saul teased as he exited the shop. Holding the wand box, Hermione shot him an exasperated glance, forcefully stepping on the top of his foot. Ouch, Saul exclaimed in pain. The fiery little witch hastened along the street for a while before hesitating to stop. You, she began, her expression hesitant. Your parents, yes, they have passed away. Saul replied, although I am quite curious about what they were like. Hermione fell silent for a moment, cautiously looking up at Saul. I'm sorry, Saul beamed at her. It's all right. Look, Angel and Mom and Dad are waiting for us at the entrance. Goggles, you all are so slow. Angel pouted, her ice cream cone long finished. Apologies. Saul crouched down to gently touch Angel's little face. Madame O'Keen was a short, plump witch, her face adorned with a warm smile, dressed in a purple robe, who welcomed Saul and his companions with great enthusiasm. Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms, dear? She asked cheerfully. Oh, and there's a little angel too. We have a wide selection. After buying the uniforms, you can browse some more. It seemed this was the favored spot for most Hogwarts students to acquire their uniforms, as Madame O'Keen expertly measured Saul and Hermione, with Saul going first and Hermione following. After measuring Hermione for her robes, Madame Malkin whispered something in her ear, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush. She leaped down from the high stool and exchanged a few words with Mrs. Granger, who nodded repeatedly, a smile gracing her lips. Subsequently, the 3 of them entered a small room in the back of the clothing store. Meanwhile, Seward was not idle. He led Angel around Madame Malkin's robe shop, which, as she had claimed, was indeed quite spacious, filled with an array of exquisitely styled garments. Brother, look, a unicorn! Angel exclaimed in delight, pointing at a cloak displayed on a mannequin in the showcase, adorned with golden embroidered lace and a silver-threaded unicorn design. However, it was clearly intended for an adult. Glancing at Angel's petite stature, Seward mused that the cloak could serve as a blanket for her until she turned 15. He wondered if Madame Malkin offered custom sizes. The little girl, displaying remarkable composure, refrained from clamoring for the cloak, instead asking Sewer to hold her so she could touch the unicorn on the fabric. At that moment, Hermione emerged from the inner room, her cheeks still flushed, accompanied by Mrs. Granger, carrying a tightly wrapped small package. The completed robes would be sent by Owl. She was instructed to leave her home address, along with a deposit of 1 galleon, with the remaining balance due upon delivery. Madame Malkin waved goodbye with a beaming smile. Next door to the robe shop was a bookstore named Flourish and Blots, where a number of young wizards and adults could be seen perusing various items through the window. Hermione began to chatter again, mentioning titles such as Standard Spellbook, Beginner, and History of Magic. Due to the limited space in the bookstore and the extensive list of items they sought, Sewer and his companions were obliged to split up at the entrance, with the Grangers and the Ellisons, who were holding Angel, waiting outside. Madame Malkin's smile widened at the sight. The cloak was priced at 10 galleons, a substantial sum, and the custom pricing was similarly high, yet the smaller fabric would yield even greater profit margins. Mrs. Ellison noticed this scene, glancing between the unicorn cloak in Madame Malkin's window and her daughter, who was curiously scanning the surroundings. A look of contentment crept across her face. Hermione had already purchased her textbooks for school, including Sewer's. "So, why are you buying this book?" Sewer asked, pointing at a hefty tome titled Magical Law and Regulations by Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, its gold lettering gleaming. "And it costs 5 galleons." Sewer exclaimed, exasperated. Hermione's cheeks reddened again, but she defended her choice, stating, "What if we unintentionally break the law without this book? We'll be at Hogwarts for 7 years. And there are school rules. What do you think will commit crimes?" Sewer countered. Nevertheless, she ended up purchasing several additional books, including significant events in modern magical history, The Allure of Potions, Origins of Magic, and Walking with Giants, among others. In the end, aren't I the one who has to carry them? Sewer, with an expression of exasperation, dragged a hefty bag filled with meticulously wrapped books as he struggled toward the store's entrance. He acquiesced to the suggestion, stepping out of the bookstore with his load, while Mr. Granger and Mr. Ellison approached to assist in lifting the books, which weighed approximately several dozen pounds. To the Owl Post. 30 nuts. Quite expensive, Hermione remarked reluctantly as she paid, enough to purchase an ice cream. "It's not my fault you decided to buy so many books," Sewer retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. "For heaven's sake, we know nothing about the wizarding world. The best course of action is to familiarize ourselves through these books," he insisted. Hermione shot back. "Do you think everyone is as lazy as you?" The 4 adults ambled behind, observing the spirited exchange between the youngsters. Mrs. Granger and Mrs. Ellison exchanged knowing glances, sharing a bemused smile. After purchasing cauldrons, telescopes, dragon-hide gloves, and brass scales, Hermione rifled through her wallet, realizing that after accounting for the cost of the school robes, little remained. "Have I truly bought too many books?" She pondered. "We still need an owl," Sewer suggested, "so we can communicate with our families. But do we have enough money?" Hermione inquired anxiously, lowering her gaze. Embarrassed after spending a considerable sum on books, including the tome Walking with Trolls, which cost 1 galleon and 6 sickles. Sewer leaned in to peek at the wallet, perhaps too close, as a faint floral scent wafted past his nose. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. "It should be sufficient," he declared. However, they evidently underestimated the price of owls. The most expensive snow owl cost over 100 galleons, leading them to settle for the cheapest option, a gray owl, since it was merely intended for correspondence with their families. During their time at the pet store, Hermione became enamored with a ginger cat, which Sewer found rather unattractive, as its eyes, nose, and mouth were all aligned on the same plane. Nevertheless, Hermione was captivated, petting it affectionately several times. The pet store clerk relentlessly promoted this cat to their group, emphasizing that it was a rare opportunity, as the cat had been in their store for several months without any interest. Hermione wished to buy it, but the price of over 10 galleons deterred her. It seemed she would need to devise a plan to pilfer some pocket money from the wealthy children at the castle. The group then indulged in a plethora of snacks, spending every last bit of their remaining change, much to Angel's delight, who completely forgot about her brother's mention of unicorns available for purchase. As dusk approached, they set off on their return journey. Chapter 10. Visitors from the Ministry of Magic. The owls moved with remarkable swiftness upon their arrival home. Sewer and his companions discovered a substantial pile of books amassed at the Granger doorstep. "It seems perhaps a tad excessive," Hermione admitted sheepishly, sticking out her tongue. In the days that followed, Hermione immersed herself in her magical tomes. Daily, she would carry her wand to the Ellison residence to practice the spells mentioned in the introductory book on standard spells, such as the Restoration Charm, levitation charm. An unlocking charm. It is widely acknowledged that the practice of magic necessitates the presence of an object upon which to cast spells. For instance, the unlocking charm requires a lock, and thus the lock at the Granger household became the subject of experimentation. Young wizards often struggle to control the magical energy coursing through their bodies, leading to spells that may either slightly exceed or fall short of their intended potency. Hermione gazed innocently at the smoldering hole in her front door, with Mrs. Granger on the other side. Miss Granger, I must remind you, this is the fourth lock we have replaced. I'm sorry, Mum, Hermione admitted, lowering her gaze in contrition. Sewers stood on the lawn, happily tossing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. Oh, for heaven's sake, it's the taste of rotten eggs. You must teach me. I followed the instructions from the book precisely, yet I keep failing, Hermione lamented as she approached Sewer, her expression one of frustration. It's unfair. How can you learn so easily? Well, perhaps you can inquire of your wand, Sewer hesitantly suggested. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. You're just brushing me off. No. Demonstrate it for me again. I need to see. What you two up to? Angel, having just awakened, bounced down the stairs. Are you practicing magic again? When can you turn something into a unicorn for me? Once I learn, I'll transform one for you. Right now, I need to demonstrate magic to the foolish Granger. Angel, could you please assist me by locking the door inside? Sure. Angel cheerfully bounced back into the house, obediently locking the door. You're the foolish one, Humph. Big pighead. Hermione shot a fierce glare at Sewer, storming toward the door. Aren't you coming? Sewer shrugged, yet retrieved his wand and approached Hermione. That evening, Hermione dined at the Ellison residence, during which the mischievous Angel accidentally shattered a porcelain plate. Hermione, ever the volunteer, brandished her wand. Aspirations are lofty, yet reality can be unforgiving. Under the expectant gazes of Mr. and Mrs. Ellison, she managed only to further splinter the already broken plate. Hasser erupted in laughter, drawing the predatory gaze of the little lioness. Sewer? Mrs. Ellison shot him an irritated look. Restore it to its original state. At the tip of her wand, the shattered pieces of porcelain seemed to be drawn together by invisible threads, returning to their former glory. Angel clapped joyfully, exclaiming, Great job, Bobo. What is so impressive about that? Hermione muttered, pouting. Sewer cast a smug glance at Hermione before returning the wand to Angel. Outside, two cloaked figures emerged hastily from the shadows of the night. One of them glanced around furtively, seemingly murmuring to himself, before retrieving a silver object resembling a box from his cloak. He opened the box, revealing a small clasp. Raising it high, he pressed the clasp, producing a crisp clicking sound, and the nearest street lamp extinguished, followed swiftly by the others. It was not until the exterior of number 445 was enveloped in darkness that he tucked the box back into his cloak. Is this the right place, Nymphadora? A dull male voice turned to glance at the individual beside him. Do not call me Nymphadora, she complained petulantly, removing her hood to reveal a pale visage and fiery red hair. The people in the department claimed this, so it must be accurate. The magical aura here is astonishingly weak. It can be disregarded, she stated. Inside the room, Saul was teasingly maneuvering a chicken leg, bringing it closer and then pulling it away, preventing Angel from easily obtaining it, while the Ellisons observed the spectacle, laughter resonating through the dining hall. A knock echoed through the air. Angel, in a state of agitation, squirmed in her seat, eager to answer the door, but the chair she usually occupied was locked away, leaving her confined to a baby chair. Mrs. Ellison lifted her down, and Angel dashed to the entrance to open the door. Oh, what a delightful little girl. A feminine voice floated in from outside. What is your name? I am Angel. Sister, are you a witch? Angel inquired, engaging the newcomer in conversation. Shortly thereafter, the little girl ushered in two figures clad in wizard robes, a resolute-looking black male wizard and a witch with fiery red hair. Greetings, I am Kingsley Shacklebolt. The male wizard surveyed the room, exhaling a sigh of relief as he removed his cloak. We hail from the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic. Wizards? What brings you here? Mr. Ellison inquired with curiosity. It seems we may have been overly cautious, he replied. The ministry received reports of frequent magical disturbances in this community, and we were concerned about a potential wizard attacking muggles, which is against the laws of the magical realm. Are you new students from Hogwarts? Kingsley directed his gaze toward the two youths at the table. Upon noticing Saul's face, he paused momentarily. Yes, Hermione responded cautiously. We have recently been practicing magic. May I ask? Oh, it's nothing to worry about, the witch interjected. There have been frequent incidents of wizards attacking muggles lately, which has made the ministry a bit on edge. By the way, I am Nymphadora Tonks, but I prefer to be called Tonks. Just a friendly reminder. New students should refrain from using magic indiscriminately. It's a benevolent warning. Oh, I see, Hermione nodded. Is the magical world truly so perilous? Mrs. Ellison asked with concern, suddenly hesitant about Saul pursuing magical studies, even though they were undoubtedly extraordinary. Hogwarts is very safe, ma'am, Kingsley assured her. Dumbledore is one of the most powerful wizards in the magical community today. Under his protection, there will be no issues. Mrs. Ellison appeared unconvinced by his reassurances. Sister, Angel whispered, approaching the witch, can you transform into a unicorn? A unicorn? Tonks tilted her head in confusion. Magical creatures cannot be conjured through spells, dear. But, Angel insisted anxiously. The old man with the white beard turned one into a unicorn for me. Old man with the white beard? That must be Professor Dumbledore. He has visited here before, Saul remarked. He probably just transformed a horse to resemble a unicorn. In recent days, Sewer and Hermione have perused numerous textbooks prescribed by the school, one of which, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, begins with Gamp's Laws of Transfiguration. One of these laws states that objects or beings with magical properties cannot be conjured through transfiguration. It is quite straightforward. Tonks snapped her fingers and produced her wand. Tonks. The wizard frowned disapprovingly. Do not forget, the ministry prohibits us from using magic in front of muggles. However, Tonks waved her hand dismissively. Oh, do not worry. We are merely demonstrating the wonders of magic to the first-year students at Hogwarts. With that, she glanced around, seemingly in search of a suitable object to transfigure. If you don't mind, let us use this. Sewer patted the stool beneath him. Oh, thank you, dear. Tonks smiled charmingly, causing Hermione to wrinkle her nose in mild disapproval. Under Tonks' wand, the chair distorted and transformed into a silver steed, albeit missing a horn. Almost forgot, she remarked, waving her wand again. A unicorn horn sprouted from the creature's forehead. Angel had already begun to cheer, eager to climb aboard, but no matter how she twisted and turned, the horse remained unmoving. It won't budge, Angel said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Oh dear, I apologize, Tonks replied. Professor Dumbledore's transfiguration skills far surpass mine. I have yet to reach his level. The Bones family is quite renowned in the wizarding world, Kingsley interjected, glancing at Sewer. Hearing the name Bones from another wizard, Sewer pondered if it truly held significance in a magical community. He searched his memory, recalling only a girl named Susan Bones from his year at Hogwarts. Are you the Bones family? Tonks asked, regarding Sewer with curiosity. My current name is Sewer Ellison, he replied, shaking his head. Kingsley paused thoughtfully before stating, Bones is a name of great honor and valor. But the Bones family does not require my presence, does it, wizard? Sewer quietly retorted, recognizing that despite the Bones family's illustrious reputation or vast wealth in the wizarding world, he cherished the identity of Ellison, nurtured by the Ellison couple, hoping that at least here he still belonged to them. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Sewer, Mr. Ellison exclaimed loudly, which was unusual and seemed to convey his anger. Kingsley sighed, his expression turning somewhat dull. Let us go, Tonks, he said. The two wizards soon departed from the Ellison residence, the street lamps flickering to life one by one as they left. Later, Hermione also took her leave, casting a worried glance at Sewer before she departed. Come with me, Mr. Ellison said stiffly, then ascended the stairs. Sewer hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed him upstairs, reassured by Mrs. Ellison's silent encouragement. In the study on the second floor, Sewer and Mr. Ellison sat across from one another in silence. Sewer, Mr. Ellison began, I know you must have a place that belongs to you. Father Sewer trembled his lips and spoke. However, Mr. Ellison continued unabated. When Sully found you, your swaddling blanket bore your name, Sewerborns. Yes, we knew your surname from the very beginning. That blanket has been meticulously preserved by your mother. Over the years, I inquired about a family named Borns, yet I have never received any information. Mr. Ellison sighed. Though you are not our biological son, Sully has always regarded you as her own, and I, too, share that sentiment. In truth, your full name ought to be Sewerborns Ellison. My desire to help you find your birth family stems from the belief that, regardless of whether you wish to embrace that surname, your life was ultimately bestowed upon you by them. The debt of life cannot be erased. Even if they have passed on, the blood of Borns flows within you. I am unaware of what the Borns family signifies in the magical realm, or how illustrious they may be, but I hope you understand the importance of gratitude and acceptance. Some matters, some responsibilities, cannot simply be disregarded. You're a clever child. You should grasp my meaning. Mr. Ellison gazed at Sewer, his eyes filled with expectation. I understand, Father. After a moment of silence, Sewer nodded. Mr. Ellison smiled with relief. Very well, go downstairs and play with Angel. Sewer nodded, rose, and opened the study door. Mrs. Ellison stood outside with a worried expression. Sewer paused, embraced her tightly. and said, "Thank you, Mother." Mrs. Ellison smiled, gently hugging Sewer and ruffling his hair. "No need to thank me, my child." Chapter 11. The journey ahead that evening. The conversation between the men seemed as though it had never transpired. Everything returned to normalcy. Yet, Sewer occasionally found himself lost in thought, staring at the key that Dumbledore had given him, contemplating its significance anew. The custom-tailored school uniforms from Madame Mokin arrived 2 weeks prior to the start of term. Sewer secretly hid a box in his room, but a week before school commenced, the ever-curious Angel discovered it. The little girl peppered Sewer with kisses, dashing about in the cloak embroidered with silver unicorns, querying everyone around, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, the Ellisons, and the neighboring families. "Am I pretty? Am I pretty?" That morning, she leaped onto Sewer's bed wearing the cloak. "You are beautiful, Angel. You are the most enchanting little witch," Sewer praised repeatedly. "Really?" She giggled joyfully. "And you are the most handsome wizard." After playfully bantering with Angel for a while, Sewer got out of bed, fed the owl named Little Gray, as Angel had dubbed it, and filled its water before heading downstairs. At precisely 9 in the morning, Hermione knocked on the front door. Sewer pondered whether the term was fitting, for Hermione had meticulously documented the days leading up to school in a chart, down to the very second. Since the arrival of the Ministry of Magic representatives, she carefully placed her wand in a box, wrapped it in silk cloth, and turned her attention to her books, embarking on an academic endeavor to master her studies. She was determined to become a distinguished student excelling in all subjects at Hogwarts. Even Newt Scamander's fantastic beasts and where to find them was committed to memory by Hermione. Saul, on the other hand, found himself reluctantly caught up in this whirlwind of study, not so much as voluntarily engaging in the effort, but rather conscripted as a relentless academic robot, simultaneously absorbing a considerable amount of book knowledge. For instance, he learned how to concoct a potent potion of life and death from the beginner's potion course, and delved into the annals of magical history, uncovering the documented past and present of the wizarding world. If one were to encapsulate Saul's recent state of mind, it would be described as his brain being crammed with knowledge that did not belong to him. Eventually, the day before the school year commenced arrived. Angel was in a rather sour mood early in the morning, clad in her beloved unicorn cloak, and remained silent regardless of who attempted to converse with her. The little one had witnessed Saul packing his belongings the previous day, and since that night, her spirits had been somewhat dim. It wasn't until 9 in the morning, when Mr. Granger started the car, and Mr. Ellison placed Saul's luggage in their vehicle, that she could no longer contain her emotions. With a quiver of her lips, she burst into tears, struggling to extricate herself from Mrs. Ellison's embrace, and dashed straight towards Saul, seeing the little girl weep like a rain-soaked flower tugged at his heartstrings. Hermione turned away to discreetly wipe her tears, unwilling to part with her little sprite of a sister. Mrs. Ellison dabbed at her eyes as she approached, softly comforting the child alongside Saul. Yet, time was of the essence, and departure was inevitable. Farewell was merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion. As they journeyed along, Saul gazed vacantly out of the car window, enveloped in silence. The vehicle gradually entered the city, drawing further away from home, with King S. Cross Station looming ahead. Mr. Granger accompanied them all the way to the station. Observing Hermione's bewildered expression, Saul's mood lifted slightly. He grasped the hand of the little girl, eager to inquire with the attendant. "Do you know where platform 9 3/4 is?" Saul asked. "I believe someone will guide us on how to enter." Saul raised an eyebrow in the direction of their approaching figures. Hermione followed Saul's gaze, unable to believe her eyes as she spotted someone dressed inappropriately for summer. A long-sleeved cotton coat paired with knee-length shorts and leather shoes, accompanied by a child. "I would wager he's a wizard," Saul whispered, shrugging his shoulders as he leaned closer to Hermione's ear. Hermione shivered slightly, her cheeks flushing as she shot Saul a glance, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as the two individuals drew near. They walked past Saul and Hermione, pushing a cart directly towards the pillar nestled between platforms 9 and 10. Regardless of the time or place, eccentrically attired individuals in public spaces invariably attracted attention, and the station attendant stared in astonishment as the adult and child vanished into the wall. He rubbed his eyes, trembling as he reached out toward the wall. "My God," he murmured, "was that cursed Robert selling me counterfeit wine?" The young woman, having completed her task, let out a sigh of relief, patted her snow-white bosom, and lifted her gaze to see Saul and Hermione, who were pushing their luggage and observing the scene from a distance. "Ah, it's you." She approached them with a familiar demeanor. "May I ask who you are?" Saul assured her that he had never met this young woman, and Hermione wore a look of confusion. "Oh, I almost forgot." The girl winked at them, her features momentarily blurring. "Now you know who I am, right? You're the one who visited Saul's home that day, Tonks?" Hermione recognized her and spoke up. Bingo! Tonks grinned, tossing a candy into her mouth and blowing a bubble. The flavor quite delightful. Would you like one? Saul shook his head in refusal and inquired. But aren't you an or? What was that magic you just performed? Hermione was less intrigued by Tonks's presence and more curious about the transformative spell. That is my innate ability, Tonks replied, running her hand through her hair, which gradually changed to a vibrant red. An animagus? Saul interjected. Oh, you actually know about animagi. Tonks looked at him in surprise. Indeed, I am a natural metamorphagus. Although advanced transfiguration can achieve similar results. Professor McGonagall is a master of transfiguration, if you gain entry to her advanced class. Advanced class? Hermione asked, puzzled. Yes. Each professor has their own advanced class for gifted young witches and wizards. I am a proud member of Professor McGonagall's advanced class, Tonks said, lifting her chin with pride. She glanced at the time. You're headed to catch the Hogwarts Express, aren't you? Just pass through that pillar, and you'll arrive. With that, Tonks waved them goodbye with an air of nonchalance. Watching the stylish figure of Tonks depart, Hermione's eyes sparkled with admiration. She is so cool. Chapter 12, An Encounter at the Platform. Wow, Hermione exclaimed as she stepped out behind Saul. The entire platform bore a weathered appearance, starkly contrasting with the modern train station outside. Renaissance patterns were etched into the bricks, and wooden signs, tethered by delicate iron chains, swayed gently in the breeze. The distinct 9 was inscribed in an elegant script. Look, an old steam train, Saul. Hermione excitedly tapped his arm. In a Muggle world, even subways have been modernized. The railways have been upgraded, yet here lingers a nostalgic air from the last century. Saul meticulously examined the platform. It was not large, composed of unknown stones, and was crowded with people, some dressed ordinarily, while others sported bizarre attire, such as winter jackets paired with shorts, chattering animatedly. Occasionally, cats darted through the crowd in playful pursuit of one another. Owls hooted and hollered from their cages. The red steam engine puffed white smoke as it chugged along, its body neatly emblazoned with Hogwarts Express, a place where dreams embark, Saul murmured to himself. The wheels of the cart clattered over the gaps in the stone slabs, and soon the two companions located the designated carriage as indicated on their train tickets. A few young wizards were already aboard, peering out of the windows to bid farewell to their families. A dilemma arose as Sewer gazed at Hermione's suitcase, though there were only 3. 2 of them were brimming with books purchased from Flourish and Blots. Do you need assistance? A warm voice inquired from beside them. It belonged to a tall, handsome young man. That would indeed be splendid. We were just contemplating how to hoist these 2 pieces of luggage onto the train, Sewer remarked, surveying the considerable height difference between the platform and the train, as well as the wide gap between the carriage door and the platform. The young man, clearly taken aback by the weight of the suitcase, gripped the handle and attempted to lift it but found it quite cumbersome. Hermione glanced skyward, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Quite heavy, isn't it? Sewer noted, they're all Hermione's books. Not to worry, the young man chuckled, releasing the suitcase to retrieve his wand. Let's not forget, we are wizards. How could I have forgotten? This is the wizarding world. We can use magic, Hermione lamented, feeling a bit exasperated. Regardless, the suitcases were eventually loaded onto the train, and adhering to the principle of seeing things through to the end, the young man kindly escorted the luggage to the carriage. Thank you immensely for your assistance. You may call me Sewer, he expressed his gratitude. Not all. You must be first years, right? I'm Cedric Diggory, a 3rd year from Hufflepuff. I look forward to seeing you both sorted in a Hufflepuff, Cedric replied. I must be off. My friends are waiting for me in the carriage. That's the Cedric Diggory. He is far more handsome than in the movies, Sewer mused, waving at him as he turned away. Did you hear that? Hermione tapped Sewer, her expression betraying her anxiety. He mentioned sorting. Noticing Hermione's worried demeanor, Sewer couldn't help but smile slyly, reassuring her, no need for concern. It's undoubtedly a simple test. Perhaps something like successfully casting the unlocking charm? Ignoring him, Hermione succumbed to a wave of pre-exam panic, opening her suitcase to transfer a plethora of books onto the sole table in the carriage, piling them high. Sewer settled into the seat beside Hermione, who was too engrossed in her frantic flipping through the pages to notice. Sewer chuckled softly, picking up a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which detailed a significant portion of the author's adventures. He found it quite captivating, reading it as if it were a novel. As they immersed themselves in their respective texts, the carriage door swung open with a clatter. Of course, Sewer looked up and inclined his chin towards the empty seat across from him. Thank you so much, a boy declared as he placed his suitcase in the corner and took a seat. I'm Neville Longbottom. Sewer raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as the notable sword-wielding Gryffindor. Oh my, no need for thanks. I'm Sewer Ellison, he replied, closing his book with a smile and this is Hermione Granger. Hello, Sewer and Hermione. Neville spoke nervously, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Saul offered him a reassuring smile, yet Hermione remained oblivious, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. She was utterly engrossed in her book. Saul, seeking to break the tension, nudged Hermione with his elbow. This was the only method Saul had learned over the years to swiftly draw Hermione's attention away from her reading. Indeed, Hermione's waist was particularly sensitive. "What are you doing?" she snapped, her gaze sharply turning to Saul, and of course, she noticed Neville seated across from her. "Oh, my apologies," she said, realizing her oversight. "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger." Neville chuckled awkwardly and introduced himself again. Instantly, the mood in the compartment lightened. However, after a brief moment, Hermione launched into a barrage of questions. "Are you a first year at Hogwarts too? I was completely unaware that magic existed in this world. I was utterly astonished when I received my acceptance letter." Neville nodded. But this was merely the beginning. Hermione continued, "Your grandmother? Is she also a witch?" "Yes," Neville replied, a hint of fear crossing his features at the mention of his grandmother. "My grandmother is a witch. Our entire family are wizards." "That's marvelous. Neither Saul nor I come from magical families." "Oh, we live next door to each other. If your whole family are wizards, you must know a great deal of magic, right?" Hermione inquired eagerly. "We're all first years. There's no need to put pressure on one another," Saul interjected compassionately, halting Hermione's inquisitive onslaught. "We'll learn everything at school. Isn't it better to preserve some mystery?" "That makes sense," Hermione conceded, snapping her book shut and ceasing her interrogation, which seemed poised to unveil Neville's entire lineage. "Grateful." Neville shot Saul a look, visibly relieved. At that moment, the train erupted with a cacophony of clanging and the hissing of steam. As the train swayed slightly, the scenery outside began to shift. People on the platform waved, chasing after the moving train as it glided toward the end of the station. The train bound for Hogwarts had commenced its journey. Chapter 13. The Chill of Midsummer. The landscape outside transformed continuously. Neville yawned and glanced at his two fellow students engrossed in their books. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to search his person. His expression grew increasingly frantic and pale. "What is the matter, Neville?" Saul inquired, noticing his distress, while Hermione lifted her gaze. "I'm sorry," Neville stammered, sweat beading on his brow, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. "My Trevor," he asked on. "Who is Trevor?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "Trevor is my toad. It was a gift from my grandmother." Neville stood up, anxiety coursing through him. "I must go find him." Yet before Hermione could finish her sentence, Neville rushed out of the compartment. "ISNT your toad, right above your head?" Saul and Hermione exchanged glances, hoping that Neville would soon realize that his toad was indeed perched upon him. Hermione suddenly sprang to her feet. "I think we should go out and help him look." Sewer nodded and rose to follow Hermione outside. A voice shouted from within, "What did you say?" Hermione glanced at Sewer, seemingly inquiring whether they should investigate, as Neville might be inside. Sewer nodded, having already surmised the situation unfolding within. The scene inside revealed itself to the two. A golden-haired boy confronted a scruffy-looking boy, flanked by two rather hefty and somewhat foolish-looking companions. Oh, and there was also a red-haired boy with freckles, appearing quite irate, his face flushed, as if the freckles were dancing. However, the Neville they sought was not among them. "No," he exclaimed loudly towards the entrance, his gaze fixed firmly on the golden-haired boy. Hermione remained, her curiosity piqued by the wand held by the red-haired boy. Sewer noticed it too. That wand looked quite ancient. And could that silvery hair, protruding from its edge, be its core? The golden-haired boy sneered. "Do you wish to fight, Weasley? Coming from a family that can't even afford meat?" "Goodness, what a pretentious brat," Sewer thought, feeling the urge to intervene from behind Hermione. The bespectacled boy pursed his lips and retorted, "Unless you all leave right now." The scruffy boy had a thick mop of hair and a gaunt face, with a lightning-shaped scar barely visible beneath his bangs. "Is this the protagonist?" Sewer raised an eyebrow. Then, the golden-haired one must be Malfoy, he mused as events unfolded. Malfoy sneered again, "But we have no intention of leaving. We've devoured all our food, yet it seems you still have plenty." One of the burly boys behind him reached out for the snacks on the table, only to emit a bone-chilling scream as a rat bit his finger. The creature was finally flung away, crashing against the window before sliding down lifelessly, appearing quite dazed. "Get lost, mudblood," he spat angrily at Hermione. She was bewildered by the term, stepping aside, while Sewer understood its meaning. "Stop right there," he said, his expression darkening. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Malfoy halted his advance, glaring at Sewer, a look of disgust crossing his face as he scrutinized him, detecting the scent of a mudblood. "You must be a first year, right? With her? Then you too are a mudblood. Apologize." Sewer brandished his wand from behind. What? Do you wish to fight too? Malfoy mocked, spotting Sewer's wand. Boys, look. Another one, just like Weasley. He laughed derisively, and his two oafish companions followed suit with boisterous laughter. I want to repeat myself, Sewer warned, pulling Hermione behind him. She was somewhat frightened, having never witnessed him so enraged in all the time they had known each other. If your family has not properly instructed you on the essence of politeness, I would not mind stepping in to enlighten you on their behalf. In response to Sewer, Malfoy let out a derisive laugh and turned to converse with his friends, only to find terror reflected in their eyes. Instantly, he spun around, only to be met by a dazzling beam of icy blue light and the powerful incantation, Immobulus. Malfoy exclaimed, "One should not cast magic without so much as a greeting. This youth lacks chivalry. While a cool respite during the summer is indeed pleasant, the chill of magic is an entirely different sensation from that of an air conditioner." The hair exposed to the air on Malfoy's head was instantly coated in frost, rendering him rigid and causing him to topple backward. His two companions screamed and reached out to catch him, only to recoil in shock, exclaiming, "It's too cold." Malfoy lay on the floor, despair in his eyes, but fortunately, the Hogwarts Express was adorned with a thick layer of carpet, sparing him from any further injury. Inside the carriage, Ron had already taken note of the commotion at the door, and an uproarious laughter erupted in the otherwise quiet compartment. Sewer tilted his wand slightly, his expression growing increasingly grim. The immobilized Malfoy shed tears of humiliation. He had never even shouted at Hermione. How could he be bested by a mere boy? Oomph. Ron fell silent immediately. Sewer, Hermione, what are you doing here? Neville's voice rang out. Nothing much. Have you found your toad, Neville? Sewer's tone revealed no hint of anger. No, I've asked many people, and none have seen Trevor, Neville replied, lowering his head in disappointment. I might have lost him. Hermione shot Neville a peculiar glance. Let's hope so, Neville said sadly. My grandmother will surely send me a howling letter. With a heavy heart, Neville nodded, his mind conjuring countless tragic fates for Trevor. The more he pondered, the sadder he became, and upon entering the carriage, he could not help but lean on the table and weep softly. Hermione could scarcely bear to see someone cry. She was about to remind Neville that his toad was perched right above him, never having left. Just then, Trevor leaped from Neville's head to the tabletop as his center of gravity shifted. Trevor, Neville, with tear-filled eyes, beheld the intact, lively Trevor on the table, and joy radiated from his face as he lifted the toad with both hands. I am certain that others in the carriage had witnessed Trevor on Neville's head, yet not a single soul had informed him. Hermione whispered to Sewer, who nodded in agreement, remarking on the decline of societal values and the fading of human decency. Chapter 14, Arrival. As darkness descended, the mountains and woods beneath the deep purple sky were cloaked in a shroud of obscurity. Gentlemen, I must change clothes. Kindly step outside for a moment, Hermione declared, closing her book and rising to her feet with a gentle clap of her hands. Sewer and Neville obediently approached the door, and Sewer thoughtfully pulled it shut, checking for any gaps. To their surprise, despite the Hogwarts Express's aged appearance, the craftsmanship was remarkably robust, with the carriage door fitting snugly into its groove. Coincidentally, diagonally opposite from Sewer and his companions, separated by two compartments, were Draco Malfoy and his two associates, who also seemed to have been ousted from their carriage. The two groups locked eyes. Moments ago, I had approached their compartment to inquire if they had seen Lifuna, only to be met with their dismissal. Oh, Sewer squinted. Upon seeing Sewer, Malfoy instinctively recoiled slightly, but as the thought of arriving at Hogwarts loomed, he regained his composure, puffed out his chest, and fixed a defiant gaze upon Sewer. In such a scenario back home, it would likely unfold like this. Malfoy, what are you staring at? Sewer, what of it? Mr. Malfoy, it appears you are still somewhat unconvinced, Sewer preemptively remarked with a smile. Malfoy hesitated. This individual recognized him? If he did, that made things easier, for who was unaware of his father's position as a Hogwarts governor. The other unfortunate souls expelled from the carriage perked up, sensing the tension in the air. I believe that's unnecessary, Mr. Malfoy, Sewer said leisurely as he drew his wand. I have no time to indulge you in childish games once we arrive at school. Now draw your wand, Mr. Malfoy. Oh, it seems a confrontation is imminent. The onlookers wore expressions of eager anticipation. Malfoy stiffened momentarily, but with Sewer advancing towards him, was it not a tad cowardly to refrain from drawing his wand? As the sole heir of the illustrious Malfoy lineage, his father often proclaimed that the family's honor was his to uphold. With resolve, Malfoy brandished his wand. After all, he was a pure-blood destined to leave a significant mark on Slytherin's legacy at Hogwarts. Let us see what you've got, he declared. I admire your courage, Mr. Malfoy, Sewer retorted, flicking his wrist to create a flourish with his wand, softly muttering an incantation as a burst of red light shot forth from the tip. However, he deliberately aimed slightly askew, mindful that they were approaching Hogwarts, and did not wish to create a scene that might disrupt the sorting ceremony. "Oh," gasped the spectators. "We are nearly at Hogwarts. Let us not cause any disturbances," he admonished with a serious expression. The vivid red hair marked his identity unmistakably. "ISNT that right, Mr. Malfoy?" Suddenly, the compartment door behind Sewer swung open, revealing Hermione, clad in a tailored wizarding robe, her voluminous hair askew. "What is all this commotion about?" she inquired. "Nothing much," Sewer chuckled. "Neville, it's time for us to change." Simultaneously, Malfoy turned away, unnoticed by anyone as he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. The sound of Malfoy pulling the door open echoed. Boys change clothes far more swiftly than girls. Sewer and Neville merely shed their outer garments, donned their robes, and were ready. The train gradually came to a halt, and through the window, they caught a glimpse of a dimly lit platform and a flickering lamp in the distance. Students jostled one another as they eagerly descended the train. As Sewer, Neville, and their companions stepped off, they finally discerned that the lamp was being held by a tall man with a bushy beard. "First years, gather here," he bellowed. "Harry, how are you?" In the entirety of Hogwarts, there exists but one individual of such imposing stature, the half-giant gamekeeper Hagrid. It would be an opportunity worth seizing to make his acquaintance, for Hagrid undoubtedly ranks among the upper echelons of Hogwarts treasures. Saul noticed a portion of the crowd diverging from the newcomers after they disembarked, heading in an alternate direction, from which faint whinnies of horses could be discerned. "First-year students, come along, watch your step," Hagrid's booming voice resonated. The lantern began to sway as it led the way forward. The group followed Hagrid, sliding and gliding down a steep and narrow path, with Hermione and Neville clutching Saul's garments tightly on either side, fearful of stepping wrong and plunging into the darkness beside the trail. Then, those ahead who first turned the corner emitted a resounding "oh." The narrow path suddenly opened up to reveal a vast black lake, and, on the opposite shore, a towering castle loomed atop a steep cliff, its spires disappearing into the darkness, with charming yellow lights twinkling from its windows. "How beautiful," Hermione murmured, her eyes reflecting the starlight. Indeed, it was breathtaking. No matter how many years would pass, this scene would forever be etched in the recesses of memory. "For to a boat." "No more," Hagrid instructed, gesturing towards a rudimentary dock constructed from several wooden planks, where dozens of black boats were jostling for space. Saul, Hermione, and Neville naturally boarded one of the boats, accompanied by a plump, brown-haired girl they did not know. "Is your toad still with you?" Saul inquired kindly, glancing at Neville's head as he settled in. "Right here," Neville replied, patting his pocket with a smile, though his expression quickly shifted to confusion. "Wait, where's my Trevor?" Hermione nudged Neville's arm, pointing to the top of his head. Indeed, Neville's toad seemed particularly fond of perching there. Hagrid occupied a boat alone, leading the fleet as they glided across the tranquil waters of the Black Lake. Curiously, Hermione surveyed her surroundings, and her questions resurfaced. "How does it move if no one is rowing?" "Don't ask, just magic. Too many questions, miss." Saul gently patted Hermione's head, indicating the quietude of the group. Hermione puffed up her cheeks and swatted Saul's hand away, casting him a sideways glare. Everyone remained silently captivated by the towering castle, and as their boats sliced through the shimmering surface of the Black Lake, it appeared as though the castle floated just above their heads. "Lower your heads," Hagrid called out from the front. The boats, carrying the bowing young wizards, passed beneath a curtain of ivy that adorned the cliff face and came to a halt at a place resembling an underground dock. After dutifully counting them, Hagrid led the way up a rocky tunnel, finally arriving at a patch of damp grass beneath the shadow of the castle. They ultimately stood before a massive oak door, through which a faint light seeped through the cracks. "Hogwarts Castle, welcome." Chapter 15, The Sorting Ceremony. Welcome to Hogwarts. Draped in a deep green wizard's robe and sporting a meticulously styled hairdo, Professor McGonagall, after a smooth handover with Hagrid, led the young sorcerers into a modest yet lofty chamber. The commencement feast was imminent, prior to taking their seats in the grand hall. The students were to partake in the sorting ceremony, a profoundly significant rite, for during their tenure at Hogwarts, each of their houses would become their home. They would share classes, accommodations, and the next 7 years until graduation with their peers. Professor McGonagall surveyed the gathering, and the students remained as quiet as a flock of chicks. Sewer silently acknowledged her exceptional ability to command the room. She continued, "Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, each possessing its own illustrious history and having nurtured many remarkable wizards. During your studies, commendable conduct will earn points for your house, which will aid in the competition for the House Cup at the year's end, a prestigious honor. As she spoke, her demeanor turned serious. However, should you breach any school regulations, remember, any infraction will result in a deduction of points from your house. The students, including Sewer, nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grain, with several pledging vehemently to uphold the rules. Satisfied by their expressions, Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly. Before departing, Sewer noticed a fleeting glance from Professor McGonagall towards the location of the protagonist. Hermione, in the corner, tugged at Sewer, requesting his assistance with her attire. Suddenly, the young wizards gasped. Sewer, facing the wall and unable to see, was oblivious to the commotion. Neville approached as Hermione finished adjusting Sewer's outfit and proceeded to untie and reknot Neville's cloak, which had been awkwardly fastened beneath his left ear. Now, form a single file. McGonagall called sharply. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Follow me. The young sorcerers wore tense expressions, and Sewer could hear Hermione's breathing intensifying in front of him, while Neville grew increasingly anxious, mirroring her movements. Do not fret, Neville, Sewer whispered into the boy's ear, genuinely concerned that Neville might inadvertently trip over his own feet, which would surely be a source of great amusement. The Hogwarts Hall was far grander than depicted in films, adorned with 4 banners hanging beside long tables, each emblazoned with a serpent, a majestic lion, a badger, and an eagle poised for flight. Countless candles floated in midair, illuminating the hall and casting a radiant glow upon the golden platters and goblets atop the tables. Professor McGonagall instructed the young wizards to line up before the platform, facing hundreds of upperclassmen from Hogwarts. Between the older students and the first years stood a tall stool. At this moment, Hermione appeared to be the least anxious of them all. Professor McGonagall stepped forward from the platform, holding a rather shabby hat and a roll of parchment as she approached the high stool. All eyes were fixed upon the hat, and the hall fell into a profound silence. Then, with a few wriggles, the hat split open and began to sing. You may perceive me as lacking beauty, yet do not judge solely by appearances. Should you find a hat more exquisite than I would gladly consume myself. Perhaps you belong to Gryffindor, a house where courage lies deep within. You might be suited for Hufflepuff, where integrity and bravery abound. If your intellect shines brightly, you may find yourself in the wise Ravenclaw. Alternatively, you could join Slytherin, where sincere friendships are forged. Come now, adore me without fear. Do not panic. In my grasp, you are assuredly safe, for I am a thinking sorting hat. As the melody concluded, thunderous applause erupted. The hat, with the grace of a gentleman, straightened its form and bowed towards the 4 long tables. To be candid, the tune was not particularly melodious, and Sewer absent-mindedly cleaned his ears. It appeared that donning the hat was all that was required. Hermione sighed in relief, whispering that she had just overheard someone mention a confrontation with a troll. Sewer chuckled softly, remaining silent, urging Hermione to gaze ahead. Professor McGonagall had already taken up the parchment, declaring, now, when I call your name, step forward, don the hat, and take a seat to await your house assignment. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 ponytails, stumbled from the crowd, donned the hat, and sat upon the stool, its brim conveniently obscuring her eyes. Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed. Applause erupted from the table on the right as Hannah blushed and hurried over. Susan Bones. Sewer felt a stir within. This was the very Bones he had heard of. Hufflepuff, the hat announced again, and Susan swiftly took a seat beside Hannah. Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, seemingly puzzled, before announcing Sewer Bones. Reflecting on the conversation he had with Mr. Ellison that evening, Sewer sighed lightly and stepped out of the line, where Professor McGonagall smiled at him. Don the hat. I personally hope you will join Gryffindor, she whispered just before he placed the hat atop his head. Sewer inclined his head slightly, putting on the hat. Oh, another Bones, the hat's voice echoed in Sewer's mind. Oh, my apologies, it added politely. No offense taken. Dear hat, your song was quite lovely, Sewer retorted, though his words felt insincere. Ah, ikunkur. I have prepared for this moment for an entire year. The hat replied, shaking its brim joyfully. Ahem, Professor McGonagall coughed softly to regain attention. All right, young wizard, let me see. The hat resumed its task. Remarkable talent. You seem unlike any Bones I have known. Perhaps you would thrive in Ravenclaw, yet you possess extraordinary courage, evident and astute. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin suit you equally well. It is a difficult choice indeed. Do you have any inclinations? I am open to any, dear hat. Though I would prefer to recline on a comfortable couch in the common room with a book, ideally accompanied by delectable treats, Sewer mused. Ah, that is quite Hufflepuff. The hat responded. The hat proclaimed that Hufflepuff's common room was the finest among the 4 houses, conveniently located adjacent to the kitchen. Thus, the decision was made. Hufflepuff, the hat announced with vigor. A resounding applause erupted from the long table on the left, and Sewer removed the hat, smiling as he embraced the prospect of spending the next 7 years in this house. His curiosity piqued. Susan, seated beside the golden-haired Hannah, regarded Sewer with interest. "Sit here." Sewer, Cedric Diggory, whom he had met briefly, beckoned him over. Sewer settled beside Cedric when a pearly-white ghost emerged from the center of their long table. Smiling in welcome. "Hufflepuff welcomes you," it declared. "That is the Fat Friar," Cedric whispered to Sewer, introducing their house ghost. Sewer gazed curiously at the smiling apparition, the first ghost he had ever encountered in this life. "Thank you, Sir Friar." The sorting ceremony continued, and next was a young wizard named Terry Boot, who was assigned to Ravenclaw. The first Gryffindor to be called was Lavender Brown. Justin Finch-Fletchley was sorted into Hufflepuff, prompting Sewer to join the applause with the others. The sorting hat's decisions varied in speed. Sometimes it was swift, while at other times it seemed to engage in conversation with the young witches and wizards. Indulging in its whimsical nature, Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, and Sewer keenly sensed that the little girl appeared somewhat displeased. Several more names followed, until Professor McGonagall announced, "Harry Potter." A buzz of excitement erupted from the 4 long tables, as Sewer overheard nearby wizards speculating whether this was the Harry Potter they knew. The sorting hat took little time in determining Harry's placement. "Gryffindor," it declared, and the Gryffindor table erupted in applause and cheers, with 2 red-haired boys banging silver spoons against their golden plates, exclaiming, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Ron Weasley was naturally sorted into Gryffindor, followed by 1 student each to Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Finally, it was over. Sewer exhaled softly, glancing down at his empty plate. He had only consumed some biscuits and bread made by Arisen, along with a few sweets pilfered from Angel in Diagon Alley, and his stomach growled in hunger. "Welcome, welcome, to a new academic year," said Professor Dumbledore, rising from the resplendent central chair with a smile. "It seems everyone is somewhat famished, so before the feast officially begins, I have a few words to share." And then came the customary song, until it faded into dust. Then a sporadic round of applause echoed, and Sewer finally heard the words, "Thank goodness." In an instant, Sewer became alert. The first-year Hufflepuffs followed their head boy, navigating through the cacophony of voices to exit the hall. Amidst the chaos, Sewer stealthily approached the Gryffindor formation and gently tapped Hermione on the shoulder. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Just wanted to say goodnight," Sewer replied with a cheerful grin. "See you tomorrow." Hermione's face brightened with a smile, her earlier disappointment at Sewer's placement in Hufflepuff dissipating instantly. "Good night," she whispered softly. Neville, noticing Sewer's approach, seemed perplexed. "Hello, Neville. Congratulations on making it into Gryffindor," Sewer managed to say as he swiftly patted Neville's shoulder before hurrying after the Hufflepuff line. Neville remained bewildered. The Hufflepuff and Slytherin houses headed in the same direction, both situated in the castle's dungeons. The 2 groups diverged at a corner. "Welcome to Hufflepuff. I am Gabriel Truman, the head boy of this year," Gabriel announced. He was a robust-looking young man with a bright smile, leading the young witches and wizards past a painting of a bowl of fruit into a corner on the right side of the corridor. Here, a disordered pile of wooden barrels lay strewn about. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the second row of barrels, where 2 barrels of similar size stood. While they appeared alike, a keen eye could discern subtle differences. Gabriel tapped one of the barrels with his wand, indicating it was the second largest, noting that the 3rd slat from the bottom bore the image of a badger. The group nodded eagerly, drawing closer to memorize this minute distinction. "Now, this is how to open it, and I must emphasize," Gabriel proclaimed with pride, "only Hufflepuff's entrance is safeguarded by an anti-intruder charm. Should you mistakenly remember the opening method, a barrel of sour vinegar will be poured over you. Trust me, you do not wish to experience such a sensation." A hint of trepidation flickered across Gabriel's face. "Now, one by one, enter through the opening," he instructed. As Sewer crawled into the entrance, he discovered a hidden world within, a small passage spacious enough to walk upright. The ground beneath his feet felt as soft as earth, and after several observations, Sewer could find no source of light resembling candles. "It's bioluminescent moss. It absorbs light and glows at night," explained a girl following Sewer. "Thank you," he replied. "You're welcome," Hannah smiled. "Susan told me about it. Her entire family is Hufflepuff." "Oh, I remember you. You're also a Bones." Susan peeked out from behind Hannah, curiously observing Sewer. "I'm Sewer," he smiled back, continuing to advance through the passage. Exiting the tunnel led him into the Hufflepuff common room, where the temperature was notably warm despite the significant chill of the Scottish Highlands at night. even in late August. In this circular, subtly fragrant space with a low ceiling, although diminutive, one does not feel a sense of confinement. A large, multicolored carpet is scattered with plush sofas, while bright light reflects off the copper embellishments set into the walls beside the fireplace, causing them to glimmer. This is the portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, the last to arrive, Gabriel remarked. Some young wizards may not be aware that Lady Helga Hufflepuff is one of the founders of Hogwarts. But why is it blank up there? A young wizard inquired. Perhaps she has gone to visit another portrait, Gabriel shrugged. In truth, I have seldom seen Lady Hufflepuff here. Now, young wizards, he instructed. Girls to the right, boys to the left. The dormitories have been assigned, and your luggage has already been delivered. Do not be late for the first class tomorrow. If anyone gets lost, you may inquire with the portraits. They are venerable residents of Hogwarts who have lived here for centuries. Remember to be humble and polite. Or else, Gabriel did not finish his thought, but his meaning was abundantly clear. Oh, and if you are fortunate enough to encounter the ghost of Hufflepuff, the portly friar, politely ask for his assistance, and he will be more than willing to help you. Lastly, I sincerely congratulate you and welcome you to Hogwarts, to become a member of the friendliest, kindest, and strongest of the four houses. Gabriel's words were met with enthusiastic applause from the young wizards, many of whom sparkled with bright eyes, filled with anticipation for the future. The entrance to the Hufflepuff dormitory resembles a cylindrical door akin to a barrel lid. Saul quickly located his dormitory, which contained four four-poster beds, adorned with the iconic yellow and black curtains neatly tied to the copper posts on either side. The copper lamps, devoid of flames, emanated a warm, soft glow. With a long yawn, Saul introduced himself to his future roommates before collapsing onto the soft, sun-kissed bed without changing into his pajamas. He gazed at the lively badger depicted on the yellow and black patchwork curtains and closed his eyes. In his dreams, Saul found himself wandering through a pearly white valley, where white wooden houses appeared to flicker in and out of sight deeper within the valley. Despite the passage of 11 years, he recognized this place as the very one he had arrived at when he first crossed over. Long time no see. A delicate voice floated down from above. Saul looked up to see a girl perched on a branch overhead, her feet swinging back and forth. It was the girl named Ariana. Have you died again? Ariana inquired with curiosity. Saul himself harbored doubts about whether he had indeed passed away. I don't know. I arrived at Hogwarts and came here, so I shouldn't be dead, right? Upon hearing the name Hogwarts, Ariana's eyes suddenly brightened. Hogwarts? Is it that school in the Scottish Highlands? She gracefully leapt down from the tree and approached Saul, tilting her head with curiosity. You know? Saul asked. The girl nodded gently, and I knew that my brother was a student at Hogwarts, a place I had always longed to attend. A glimmer of yearning flickered in Ariana's eyes, followed by a wistful sigh. What a pity, Sewer consoled. Which house were you sorted into? Ariana quickly regained her composure and inquired. Hufflepuff. That's wonderful. My brother is in Gryffindor, Ariana said enviously. She invited Sewer to visit her home, a tall 3-story house with a patch of grass, though the once green blades here shimmered white. Sewer was uncertain how long he had been there, but he had yet to see a single soul. Another call echoed Sewer. It seems I'm still alive, Sewer remarked, observing the sudden melancholy that engulfed Ariana. Next time I come here, I shall surely share more about Hogwarts with you. Chapter 17. The Privileges of Hufflepuff and Herbology Class. All right, I will await your return. Ariana's gentle voice lingered in his ears when another voice overshadowed it. Wake up, Sewer. We're going to be late. Sewer groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a lively badger on the curtain, followed by his roommate, Justin Finch-Fletchley's curly hair. Justin was hurriedly donning his wizarding robe. I'm getting up now, Sewer replied, throwing off the soft covers and stepping out of bed. At that moment, magic proved to be remarkably useful, tidying him up in an instant. Quick, give me a shot of that. Justin leaned in, joined by 2 other roommates who had just struggled out of bed. Me too. By the time the 4 emerged through the round door, they realized they were not the only ones who might be late. The entire Hufflepuff common room was bustling with many students. Sewer, from the crowd, Diggory waved him over. Come on, your roommates are here, and their breakfast. A long table had been added to the Hufflepuff common room, laden with an array of sandwiches, bread, milk, pumpkin juice, and other food. Did I not mention? Diggory handed Sewer a bacon and egg sandwich. The Hogwarts kitchen is just down the same corridor as us. Thank you, Sewer accepted. So we can have breakfast here? Unless you fancy braving the winter chill to stave off sleep. Diggory poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice. Up to you. Clearly, no one wished to do so. Sewer chuckled. He took a few bites of the sandwich, suddenly feeling as if he had forgotten something. It surely wasn't anything of great importance, was it? At the Hogwarts dining hall, Hermione sat coldly, using her fork to fill her stomach oblivious to the two small wizards on either side of her, who kept a respectable distance, both wearing expressions of sheer terror. Neville cautiously approached. Hermione tilted her head in confusion. Your fried egg. Neville swallowed hard, pointing at the plate in front of Hermione. What about my fried egg? Hermione looked down, seeing nothing amiss. If crumbling into tiny bits was the norm, then there was no issue. No. Neville shook his head, expressing concern that if they did not proceed to the classroom soon, they would inevitably be late. With a clatter, Hermione released her grip and let the spoon fall onto her plate. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for the reminder, Neville. No need to thank me. Neville replied, shuddering slightly. It was not until they left the castle and approached the first greenhouse that Sewer recalled something he had forgotten. He had entirely overlooked his arrangement with Hermione. Oh no, Sewer grimaced. What's the matter, Sewer? Have you eaten something bad? Justin inquired with genuine concern. It's nothing, Justin. Thank you, Sewer replied, shaking his head. The professor is waiting for us. We must hurry. As for Hermione, he would explain everything at lunch. If he articulated his thoughts well, surely she would understand him, wouldn't she? The professor of herbology was Professor Sprout, a plump lady with a head of gray hair and a particularly kind smile. However, no one would question that a witch capable of serving as the head of Hufflepuff could be harmless. It is well known that badgers are adept at concealing themselves. Being low-key and humble does not equate to being innocuous. At the onset of the first class, Professor Sprout earnestly declared that students were strictly prohibited from moving or examining the plants without permission. Although most of the plants in the first greenhouse were benign, mishandling them could lead to unfortunate encounters, and Madame Pomfrey would certainly be more than willing to assist. The initial lesson primarily introduced the myriad of peculiar plants and fungi residing in the greenhouse, which left the young wizards in awe. For instance, the roots of mandrakes emit a lethal scream when disturbed, resulting in at least a state of unconsciousness. However, once matured, they could be utilized in potions to counteract effects such as petrification and mild curses. Attention! Professor Sprout demonstrated the first operation with them. The fireleaf was a plant highly susceptible to ignition. Like this, she gently rubbed two round, purple leaves together. Amidst the gasps of the students, smoke immediately began to rise where the leaves met, and soon, a spark ignited into a roaring flame that enveloped Professor Sprout's hands. Yet, the professor remained unfazed as she flicked her hands, causing the fire to vanish without a trace. Can anyone explain why the flames burned upon my hands without inflicting even the slightest harm? Professor Sprout inquired with a smile. It must be a form of fire-repelling magic. Sewer overheard a fellow student whisper. But Professor Sprout didn't take out her wand. Another voice retorted softly. It's the sap, she explained quietly. Just a small amount of sap from the stem of the fire leaf can insulate against the flames it produces. This sap is typically used to create fireproof gloves. The students fell silent as they took out their parchment to diligently record the information. Now, who can tell me what the ashes of burnt fireleaf leaves can be used for? I know, Professor. A Ravenclaw raised her hand, her voice tinged with uncertainty. It can be made into an ointment for treating burns. I accidentally burned myself once, and my mother used it to treat me. Exactly right, Ravenclaw. 5 points to your house. Professor Sprout replied with delight. It is difficult to fathom that the essence of the fire leaf does not reside in its sap, but rather in the ashes that remain after it is burned. Subsequently, Professor Sprout distributed a small vial of liquid for the young wizards to apply to their hands, guiding them on how to repot the fire leaves and pluck their leaves. Everyone was exceedingly cautious, striving to prevent their fire leaves from igniting into flames. Yet the novice wizards inevitably encountered minor mishaps. Occasionally, wisps of smoke would rise, followed by flickers of fire. Ah, splendid. Professor Sprout strolled over to Saul, affirming the correct approach and technique by applying a bit of sap between two leaves. I recall your name is Saul Borns, is it not, my child? Yes, Professor. 5 points to Hufflepuff. She joyfully awarded points to her house. The other young wizards promptly emulated Saul's actions, significantly reducing the frequency of ignitions. Hannah and Susan's group also successfully earned points for having the least loss of fire leaves while completing the repotting task. The herbology class quietly slipped by amidst a blend of tension and excitement. Chapter 18, Transfiguration Class. What is meant to happen will inevitably occur. Upon entering the hall, Saul immediately spotted Hermione's brown, fluffy silhouette. He hastily rubbed his face and feigned an expression of fatigue. As he passed the Gryffindor table, Saul discreetly took a seat beside Hermione, pilfering a ham sandwich from her plate. Hermione was startled, raising her fork defensively to confront the individual who had taken her bread. Good afternoon, Hermione. Saul feigned weakness. Ignoring him, Hermione relaxed her posture and turned back to her lunch. "What's the matter, Saul?" Neville timely inquired. Saul maintained a nonchalant demeanor, loudly proclaiming that he had overslept, had missed breakfast, and had been penalized points by the headmaster, followed by a minor mishap during her biology class that resulted in a small injury. "I apologize, Professor Sprout," he muttered, glancing at Hermione to gauge her reaction. "Do not worry, Neville. Professor Sprout is a wonderful and kind instructor, provided you do not disturb the other plants in her greenhouse. I must head over to our side for lunch. I need to catch up on some sleep before Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class this afternoon. See you at dinner, Neville." "See you at dinner, Hermione," Saul said, slowly rising from his seat. "Perfect. Who is that Gryffindor girl?" Saul's roommate leaned in, clearly intrigued. "What is your relationship with her?" "I know it. They must be in a romantic relationship. My brother wrote letters to his girlfriend all summer via owl." Another Hufflepuff wizard chimed in. "Is your brother also at Hogwarts?" Another wizard queried. A few young wizards abandoned their conversation with Saul to engage in lively chatter. "Ah, delightful." In the afternoon, within the Transfiguration classroom, the young witches and wizards of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw sat quietly in their seats, eagerly awaiting the commencement of their lesson. "Where is Professor McGonagall?" Justin inquired softly, lowering his gaze. Saul glanced at the tabby cat perched on the desk, still and sculpture-like. "Professor McGonagall has always been here," Saul replied in a hushed tone. A question mark appeared above Justin's head, his expression one of confusion, but it swiftly transformed into an exclamation point of surprise. Not only Justin, but also the other young wizards were taken aback as the tabby cat suddenly sprang to life, taking a few steps forward before leaping and, just before touching the ground, transforming into a witch clad in a deep green satin robe. The tabby cat, Professor McGonagall, seemed quite pleased with her impressive feat, a slight smile gracing her lips as she turned to face the class, her demeanor serious. Transfiguration is an exceedingly dangerous and complex form of magic. I hope you will remember every word I say during my lesson. Should anyone misbehave in my class, I shall expel them from the room and not permit their return." With her commanding presence, silence enveloped the room. Under the watchful eyes of the young witches and wizards, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, effortlessly transforming a desk into a large pink pig and turning textbooks into lively birds. One of the birds alighted upon Saul's desk, and just as he reached out to touch it, it soared away. This exquisite display of transformation sparked a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of the young wizards. "Professor, oh no, I wish to learn this," they seemed to convey. Professor McGonagall discerned this eagerness in their eyes. "I believe those who have previewed the textbook should be familiar with Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration. Does anyone know them?" A Ravenclaw girl raised her hand, and Professor McGonagall acknowledged her. "Miss Dupin." Lisa Dupin was one of the last students sorted during yesterday's ceremony. The hat had declared her a Ravenclaw the moment it touched her. Blushing, she stood confidently and recited, "Gamp's laws of transfiguration have 5 exceptions. First, we cannot conjure delicious meals from thin air. Second, we cannot permanently animate an inanimate object, although we can briefly bring them to life. Third, transfiguration cannot create objects with magical properties. That falls under the realm of alchemy. Fourth, we cannot transform one object into multiple others, such as turning a table into 2 deer. Fifth, transfiguration cannot create something from nothing." "Excellent." Ravenclaw gains 5 points. Professor McGonagall nodded in approval. "Why don't you all jot down what Miss Dupin has articulated?" The young wizards immediately brandished their quills. "Now, close your textbooks and take out your wands. We shall first begin practicing the incantations." The young wizards obediently extracted their wands and followed Professor McGonagall's instructions diligently. "It is imperative to wield your wand decisively and resolutely during transfiguration. Avoid unnecessary movements at all costs," she remarked as she surveyed the actions of the young wizards. "Mr. Finley has provided us with a demonstration. His wand movements were exceptionally graceful and elegant. Alas, transfiguration is not a dual performance. It does not require you to dance before an audience." The classroom resonated with subdued laughter as Justin Finley, his face flushed, lowered his wand. This was but a minor interlude, and Professor McGonagall continued to sternly correct the young wizards. When articulating spells, clarity and strength are paramount. Note that there must be a brief pause between GU and RA, though it need not be prolonged. The classroom filled with quiet incantations. "This is akin to a magical indoctrination session," Saul pondered, yet his body obediently practiced as per Professor McGonagall's instructions. "Magic is not merely theoretical. It is a discipline grounded in practice. What you must do is transform the matchstick before you into a needle," Professor McGonagall instructed, emphasizing that while waving the wand, one must possess a clear and detailed understanding of the object being transfigured. "Professor, I wish to learn the spell you just used to transform the book into a bird. A small badger raised his hand and said, Mr. Morn, Professor McGonagall replied sternly, this is a step that all beginners must undergo, as I mentioned earlier, if you were attentive. Transfiguration is a profound and perilous field of study, and I expect you to build a solid foundation. Now let us begin. Chapter 19. The Badgers Excelled. The textbook on introductory transfiguration is far from simplistic. Compared to the brightly illuminated spellbooks detailing incantations and methods, it appears rather esoteric. In essence, this book can be summarized in 4 words: believe in yourself. Transfiguration is, in truth, a genuine distortion of reality. By the end of the class, Saul had barely managed to transform the matchstick into silver, yet he was surprisingly the top student among the 2 houses, while the others merely achieved slight alterations. Professor McGonagall bestowed upon Saul a rare smile and awarded Hufflepuff an additional 15 points. After class, on the way to the Great Hall for dinner, Justin, with a furrowed brow, pressed, How did you do it, Saul? In the recent transfiguration lesson, this Hufflepuff badger had successfully unlocked the achievement of consecutively mishandling 7 matchsticks. Saul wished to share his method, yet he himself was unaware. The skill of transfiguration relies on a fundamental incantation and the supportive effects that help young wizards comprehend and successfully cast spells. Advanced wizards do not even need to utter incantations. Believe in yourself? Justin's head indeed sprouted a question mark. Professor McGonagall had assigned them the task of mastering this basic transfiguration within a month. According to her, no student had yet accomplished the feat of transforming wood into a needle within that time frame. Meanwhile, the chatter at the Hufflepuff table was far more captivating. Prefect Gabriel was animatedly speaking, surrounded by a group of first-year wizards. Some ask me if Hufflepuff is the least intelligent house, because we accept any student. But I must address this rumor. It is erroneous. You should all have noticed that our emblem is a badger. What kind of creature is a badger? It is an often underestimated creature, exhibiting a calm demeanor until provoked, at which point it dares to confront beings significantly larger than itself. Moreover, the remarkable wizards emerging from our ranks are no less impressive than those from other houses. Has anyone heard of Glogenstamp? Gabriel inquired with a smile. Indeed, he is one of the most beloved ministers of the Ministry of Magic and hails from Hufflepuff. Some young witches and wizards from Muggle backgrounds express their admiration. Additionally, there are the likes of Minister Etimigia and Donald MacPhail, who also share Hufflepuff's legacy. Among your first-year reading list is a book that pertains to a subject only offered in the 3rd year, Fantastic Beasts. Its author, Newt Scamander, is likewise a Hufflepuff. But wasn't he expelled from Hogwarts? A young wizard questioned in confusion. That is indeed true, Gabriel responded. It does not negate the fact that the Sorting Hat placed him in Hufflepuff. I have heard that Mr. Scamander assisted Professor Dumbledore during the Wizarding War. Another young wizard interjected. Indeed, Gabriel affirmed with a nod. For those who have collected Professor Dumbledore's chocolate frog cards, it is noted that he defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald. At that time, Mr. Scamander was Professor Dumbledore's aide. Why would the headmaster choose a Hufflepuff? It is precisely because we are capable and trustworthy. Countless distinguished wizards hail from our house. For instance, Hagrid, one of the founders of Hogsmeade. You see, so many esteemed, courageous, and powerful witches and wizards come from Hufflepuff. What reason do we have not to take pride in being part of Hufflepuff? Gabriel concluded. The young witches and wizards erupted in applause, drawing the attention of the other 3 long tables. Observing the flush of excitement and the gleam in the eyes of the Hufflepuff students, others could not help but wonder if these badgers had ingested some sort of stimulant. Saul silently applauded. It would indeed be a significant loss for the recruitment field if a head boy did not pursue promotional work for Hogwarts, given the global competition for admissions. After the excitement subsided, the young witches and wizards eagerly engaged in conversation, while Saul found himself lost in thought at the dining table. He wondered if Angel, far away in London, had received his letter. Suddenly, Justin discreetly nudged Saul's elbow, winking and signaling him. Turning around, Saul met a pair of large eyes, framed by fluffy hair cascading down her shoulders. It was Hermione. Clearly, the young girl was still upset about Saul's earlier absence. Oh, but it is not a significant issue. A little reassurance will suffice, Saul thought, shrugging, knowing Hermione's temperament well. He would simply need to apologize when the owl delivered the letters from home the next morning. That evening, Saul sank into the soft embrace of the common room sofa, letting out a contented sigh, experiencing for the first time why certain small creatures take delight in burrowing. The Hufflepuff common room is indeed situated on the lower level. Yet through the windows, one can behold the grass swaying on the castle's lawns. When the sun rises above the horizon, the little badgers can bask in its warmth, relishing the sunlight in the common room. It is safe to say that there is no place more delightful than the Hufflepuff common room. Justin reclined on the sofa in a manner akin to that of Saul, blissfully squinting his eyes. Justin, shall we venture to the kitchen? Morn inquired, holding a book detailing Quidditch matches, leaning forward with curiosity. The kitchen? Saul's interest was piqued. But at this hour, wouldn't it be considered a nocturnal escapade if we were caught? Justin clearly harbored some reservations. Morn gestured toward the nearby table, where a few dishes of delectable snacks, absent from the dining table that evening, were displayed. Evidently, these were creations from the Hogwarts kitchen. Do you know how to reach the kitchen? Justin pondered, recalling the delightful pudding served in individual dishes that evening, licking his lips, feeling tempted. So what do you think? Saul raised an eyebrow, his intent unmistakable. The three young wizards stealthily peeked out from behind a barrel. The corridor was silent save for the faint crackling sound of the firewood hanging on the walls. The kitchen was indeed quite close to the Hufflepuff common room. After passing 4 portraits and landscapes, they encountered a painting of a fruit bowl. Next, Morn raised his hand and scratched at a pear in the fruit bowl. The bright yellow pear twisted away from his finger as if evading his touch, then hopped aside. A doorway revealed itself. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed behind them. Surely, we can't be that unfortunate to be caught on our very first nocturnal adventure. Chapter 20. Nocturnal Adventures and the Mischief of the Weasley Twins. Fred and George Weasley stealthily emerged from the Gryffindor common room, located at the pinnacle of the castle. They navigated the corridors, evading the watchful eyes of the castle's caretaker, and after a series of twists and turns, they surfaced beside a statue on the first floor. Look, Fred, George whispered. Oh, it appears we have companions on this nocturnal escapade, Fred remarked, observing what seemed to be first-year wizards. Indeed, I have a splendid idea. George raised his eyebrows. I have a brilliant idea, too. Fred chuckled mischievously, and the two silently high-fived. Just as Saul was about to delve into the kitchen, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, accompanied by an authoritative voice. I trust you are aware that wandering the halls at night is against school rules? Forgive us, Professor. Justin swiftly turned to bow his head in apology, with Saul and Morn following suit. They had yet to see who was approaching. As the footsteps drew nearer, a corner of a black robe came into view, and as the figure moved, a flash of red became apparent. Wait, that's not right. This is not merely a casual encounter. Sewer lifted his gaze, and in his eyes reflected a pair of identical twins, their crimson hair vibrant and adorned with a sprinkling of freckles on either side of their noses. The mischievous twins regarded them with playful grins. Good evening. One of the red-haired boys said, I am Fred, and this is George. Justin and Morn looked up, exhaling in relief. They had almost convinced themselves that they were truly caught and would lose points. I am Sewer, he replied, and these are my roommates, Justin and Morn. Greetings to you both. In fact, I am Fred, and he is George, the other red-haired boy interjected. Fred nodded in agreement, while George chuckled. Are you also venturing to the kitchen? Indeed. We heard there is an abundance of food to be found, Justin replied, while Morn inquired about the method of accessing the kitchen. Precisely. Just be polite to the house elves, Fred explained, pressing his palm against the door and giving it a firm push inward. They will be more than willing to provide you with delightful treats. Come in quickly. We spotted Filch just before we arrived. George squeezed through the partially open door, beckoning the three to follow. Morn and Justin followed suit, with Sewer trailing behind. Just before the door closed, he could have sworn he heard the faint meow of a cat. Curiously, Sewer surveyed the kitchen, which was vast, far exceeding the dimensions of a typical room. A long table dominated the center, and a grand portrait adorned the wall behind the head of the table. Numerous house elves busily attended to one side, surrounded by an array of pots, spoons, and jars. Fred had already struck up a conversation with one of the house elves, whose tattered yet tidy attire resembled that of a goblin, with elongated limbs and pointed ears. Who is Filch? Morn inquired, his curiosity piqued. The castle caretaker of Hogwarts. He stands at the entrance of the Great Hall during the feast, and he has a cat, George explained. We have been caught by that wretched feline on several occasions. George gritted his teeth as he continued. We had intended to give that infernal cat a taste of our mischief, but the opportunity never presented itself. Fortunately, you were spared, for otherwise, old Mrs. Cat would have surely sentenced you to a 7-year confinement. Sewer mused silently, as Fred approached with a beaming smile. At the moment, we only have some pudding left. I trust you do not mind? The three shook their heads in response. Soon, the group leaned against the long table, engaging in conversation, primarily led by Fred and George, who had begun their nocturnal escapades around the castle since their first year. They recounted tales of a particular portrait that hosted late-night concerts, with melodies so dissonant that even the ghosts avoided them. They spoke of a secret passage that led directly to the Great Hall, allowing them to sleep until just before class and then sneak off for breakfast. They also mentioned the upcoming history of magic class with Professor Binns, who had grown so old that he could no longer recognize his students, oblivious to whether they paid attention during lectures, a perfect opportunity for a nap. Professor Binns disliked questions during class. Aside from that, as long as one refrained from practicing magic in his presence, he would not intervene. The castle, which has stood for millennia in the river of time, is immense, akin to a beautiful maiden shrouded in a veil. Fred and George, over the span of 3 years, have yet to lift even a corner of that veil. George and I have resolved to explore Hogwarts thoroughly during these 7 years, Fred declared. Excuse me, gentlemen. A house elf suddenly appeared. Your meal is ready. Thank you, Fred replied politely, and the others followed suit, offering smiles to the elf. It is our honor to serve wizards. The house elf responded, taken aback, bowing deeply with tears glistening in its eyes, nearly touching the ground with its head. The three parted ways with the Weasley brothers at the kitchen door. After sharing a sumptuous pudding, Saul glanced at the badger on the curtain and closed his eyes. That night, he did not enter that luminous realm. The first day at Hogwarts concluded, and it seemed rather pleasant, he thought. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had gently arrived, and the soft sunlight awakened the entirety of Hogwarts. The sound of sweeping outside the castle roused Saul from his slumber, although the dormitory lacked windows. Sunlight and a gentle breeze mysteriously filled the room. Saul lazily stretched his arms, turned over, and got out of bed to wash and dress. As he ascended the staircase from the lower level, a chilly breeze made him shiver. Peering through the castle corridor's window, he saw the slate path outside carpeted with leaves, glistening in the sunlight, while a tall man with a massive broom swept the ground vigorously, while adding sugar to his porridge. A flurry of owls swooped in through the vent above the great hall doors. Among them, he instantly recognized his own owl. Angel had not only named this owl Little Gray, but also adorned its leg with a prominent pink bow, her favorite hair accessory. Thud! The package landed on Saul's lap. Thank you for your hard work, Little Gray. He fed his owl some bread before beginning to unwrap the package. The first items to catch his eye were 2 sweaters, one black and the other white. Sandwiched between them were 2 letters. Ellison had written extensively about the happenings at home since Saul's departure. Angel, aside from sleeping and eating, spent the most time in Saul's bedroom, greatly missing her brother. Additionally, there were reminders about the cold weather and the need for warmth to avoid catching a cold. The letter concluded with a crookedly scrawled brother, unmistakably her handiwork. After reading, Saul tucked the letter close to him, a smile gracing his lips. The black wool sweater was delightfully soft, imbued with the scent of sunlight. As for the white one, it undoubtedly belonged to Hermione. Speaking of Hermione, she arrived just then. Do I have a letter? A fuzzy head edged closer. Yes, and there is also a white sweater, presumably from Mrs. Granger, Saul nodded, handing her the letter and the sweater. Instead of taking the letter and sweater and leaving, Hermione settled beside Saul and began reading the letter. Sir handed Hermione a blank plate, upon which rested a perfectly golden slice of toasted bread and a softly poached egg. I did not intentionally forget about your waiting for me in the hall, he said. Sir watched as Hermione tucked the envelope away and began to gesture with her sweater. Am I truly that petty? Hermione replied nonchalantly. Sir sighed in relief and quickly showered her with compliments, soon eliciting a joyful smile from her. What classes do you have this morning? She inquired. After engaging in conversation for a while, Hermione also finished her breakfast. I must return to the dormitory to put away my clothes. Shall we meet at the library this weekend? She proposed. Certainly, Sir nodded in agreement. Chapter 21. Matters of Class. Professor Binns' history of magic was indeed sufficiently soporific. His announcement of the end of class served as the countercharm to the spell of slumber that had enveloped the room, causing everyone to awaken simultaneously. In the afternoon's charms class, the first-year wizards were to learn a fundamental spell, the levitation charm. Professor Flitwick animatedly illustrated the consequences of mispronouncing the incantation. Deliberately mispronouncing a word. He replaced ends with an F, and suddenly, a frenzied buffalo materialized in the classroom, its hooves thundering against the ground as it let out a heavy bellow, charging toward Professor Flitwick with red eyes. Amidst the gasps of the young wizards, Professor Flitwick casually waved his wand, and the buffalo vanished into thin air. Unless you can survive under the hooves of a buffalo, it is best to exercise caution while casting spells, he advised. His vivid example etched into the minds of the young wizards the tale of a hapless fellow named Barufio, who had inadvertently sent himself to meet Merlin with a simple levitation charm. The first half of the lesson was dedicated to practicing the incantation and wand movements. In the latter half, Professor Flitwick distributed a white feather to each student, urging them to attempt to levitate it using the levitation charm. Remember the subtle wrist movements I just demonstrated. Pronouncing the incantation correctly is equally crucial, Flitwick called out as he descended from the podium. Oh, excellent. He approached Sir, observing the feather gently hovering above the desk. Mr. Bournes, did you prepare before the term began? Yes, Professor, Sir replied softly. Did you have an adult wizard supervising you during your practice? Flitwick's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Well, Flitwick hesitated, a fleeting look of uncertainty crossing his bright eyes. In truth, I do not recommend young wizards practicing magic alone without adult supervision. It is far too perilous. However, it is evident, Mr. Bournes, that your performance has exceeded my expectations. A smile spread across Flitwick's face. Hufflepuff gains 15 points. He declared loudly. All eyes in the classroom turned toward Sir, and Justin could not help but drool with envy, wishing to earn points as well. After class, Sir became the object of admiration among the Hufflepuff wizards, their eyes shining with eagerness as they tirelessly inquired about the techniques for successful spellcasting. Surely, Sir is one who speaks without reservation. Yet he merely practiced a few spells under Hermione's insistence and perused a smattering of textbooks. He could hardly claim superiority by stating, I am more intelligent than you. For those who utter such words deserve to be ensnared in a sack whilst attending to nature's call. If you are considering divination in your third year, it would be prudent to take heed of my words, remarked Professor Aurora Sinistra of Astronomy. Thursday's defense against the dark arts lesson devolved into farce. I feel as if I could fry myself in the kitchen, which would undoubtedly yield a delightful aroma, jested Justin, only to discover that aside from a handful of wizards of Muggle descent, none grasped his humor. Do you not know that garlic is a staple seasoning in the kitchen? Justin exclaimed with exaggerated expression. It was only then that the others reacted with hearty laughter, though a lingering air of awkwardness remained. As for the curious scarf of the young wizards, Professor Quirrell informed them that it was a gift from an African prince, bestowed in gratitude for assistance in escaping the clutches of a revenant. However, most regarded such tales as mere stories, and the question of their veracity was a matter of subjective interpretation. At the very least, Sir remained skeptical, fully aware of what lay beneath Professor Quirrell's scarf. Professor Dumbledore had adeptly set the stage for a captivating game, choosing to observe from the sidelines, only intervening to keep Hermione from becoming overly involved. As for the dynamics of the inseparable trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, what concern was it of his? Dumbledore would undoubtedly guide the unfolding events from the shadows. After completing the third herbology class of the week, Friday arrived, and in the afternoon followed the much-discussed nightmare class of potions for the young wizards. I cannot expect you to truly appreciate the delicate simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant wisps of steam, nor will you comprehend the enchanting liquid that courses through one's veins, instilling a sense of euphoria and dreamy disorientation. With a resounding thud, Professor Snape thrust open the door to the basement, his ominous presence causing the young wizards to hold their breath in trepidation. Here stood another with a commanding presence rivaling that of Professor McGonagall. Snape strode purposefully to the lectern, his pure black wizard's cloak rustling ominously, his countenance stern as he surveyed the assembly with a brooding gaze. I can teach you how to elevate your prestige, concoct glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the imbecilic fools I often encounter. Now discard your antiquated potions textbooks. In my class, you will heed my commands. Sir was uncertain if Professor Snape's potion skills were fully honed, but there was no doubt that his acerbic tongue was thoroughly refined. Moreover, he relished lurking behind the young wizards, casting a sinister glance at their every maneuver. Mr. Butter, I believe I have made myself exceedingly clear. Severus Snape bent down to grasp a handful of dried nettle, previously ground and set aside, and twisted it in his fingers, ensuring it reached a texture akin to flour. If you are unfamiliar with the essence of flour, I would recommend seeking the guidance of the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen. Almost everyone has faced criticism at one point or another. Although the preparation steps and handling of materials for the scabious potion, as instructed by Professor Snape, diverged significantly from those outlined in the standard potion textbooks. As Saul prepared to add the hedgehog quills into the cauldron off the heat, he sensed a chilling presence behind him, accompanied by an almost imperceptible breath. Justin's face had turned a pallid shade, his body trembling slightly. Saul hesitated for a fleeting moment before decisively dropping the quills into the cauldron, from which rose a vibrant pink smoke. He intently monitored the potion's color transformation, watching it swiftly shift to a pale blue. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, he caught sight of a hand reaching directly for the bubbling cauldron. Goodness, the merciless iron grip. Snape, with an impassive expression, held the scalding cauldron, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Then he glanced at Saul, his face revealing a cryptic emotion. Prior to adding the horned slug, the temperature of the cauldron had not met the required standard, significantly diminishing the potion's efficacy. It was barely usable. Snape let out a slight grunt, placing the cauldron on the table, leaving behind a curt remark. 1 point for Hufflepuff. Chapter 22. A few days before flying class. The news of Saul earning points for Hufflepuff in Snape's potions class swiftly spread throughout the entire school. Despite the meager single point awarded, "You are a hero," exclaimed the Weasley twins from Gryffindor, each jovially draping an arm over Saul's shoulders. No student outside of Slytherin had ever received points from Snape before. "You are the first," the twins harmonized, winning the approval of Hufflepuff's second-year students and above. "Perhaps we may have a chance at the House Cup this year," Diggory mused, glancing at the hourglass. The emblematic hourglass of Hufflepuff now stood proudly in second place, with Slytherin reigning supreme. Although the Hufflepuffs appeared indifferent regarding their chances of winning the House Cup, it did not imply that they were not yearning for such an honor to grace their house. "Excuse me, how long has it been since Hufflepuff last won the House Cup?" Hannah inquired curiously. "It has indeed been quite a while. However, this year, it seems unlikely we will secure the House Cup unless—" Saul turned his gaze toward the figure at the head table adorned with a scarf, shivering at the thought of what lay behind that head, shaking his head to dispel the dreadful notion. What a jest! A body as slight as mine confronting Voldemort would be akin to searching for something in a restroom illuminated by a lantern. A night passed without incident, or rather, not entirely uneventful. Unfortunate Justin encountered an elderly professor while seeking a midnight snack in the kitchen. Professor Kettleburn, who taught care of magical creatures, was a kind-hearted soul. Morn tossed a jammed biscuit into his mouth. The limping, disheveled old man could only be associated with their third-year elective professor. In just a few short days, Morn had thoroughly acquainted himself with the various professors of Hogwarts Castle and gathered a wealth of intriguing tidbits. He had ascended to the role of the new informant for Hufflepuff. "Have you heard?" he whispered conspiratorially. "Next week, we shall commence our flying lessons. If one performs exceptionally well, there is a possibility of being granted a special exception to join the Hufflepuff Quidditch team." "Quidditch? What is that?" Justin inquired with curiosity. "You mean to say you are unaware of Quidditch?" Morn exclaimed. "Oh, I forget you hail from a Muggle background." Thus, Morn began to enthusiastically enlighten Justin about the sport. "From a young age, I discovered my remarkable talent for flying. Have you ever heard of gliders? The first time I mounted a broomstick, I nearly collided with a glider pilot, and he was quite startled." Saul, sitting nearby, absorbed the information, learning that Quidditch consists of 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 seeker, and 1 keeper. On a vast pitch, 2 teams of 14 players strive to score by ascending the quaffle through the opponent's goal hoops. The beaters are tasked with protecting players from the rogue bludgers, while the seeker does not engage in offense. Their sole objective is to capture the elusive golden snitch. Once the snitch is caught by either team seeker, the Quidditch match concludes. Inspired by Morn's enthusiasm, Justin began to envision himself soaring on a broomstick amidst the skies. Meanwhile, Saul quietly perused his book. Despite Snape's disdain for Arsenius Jigger's magical drafts and potions, the potion handling methods within were crucial for budding wizards. Reading was certainly preferable to remaining entirely ignorant. At the very least, Saul could ascertain the modifications made to the potion recipes by their potions professor, as he harbored a modest ambition he wished to achieve. The following day was spent in the library, and Saul contemplated inviting Hermione for a stroll around the castle to seek a small adventure. He was aware of a magical room on the 8th floor that granted wishes. However, Hermione was far too studious. "You really ought to have been sorted into Ravenclaw," Saul remarked, exasperated. Without lifting her gaze from how to accurately cast spells, Hermione replied, "I too would prefer to be in Ravenclaw. But the sorting hat deemed me more suited for Gryffindor. What can I do? Why don't we take a walk? The weather outside is splendid." Saul urged in an attempt to persuade Hermione to set aside her book, but she remained unmoved. Reluctantly, Saul grabbed a random book on potion making and began to leaf through it. On Sunday evening, news spread throughout the castle. Flying lessons would commence on Thursday, in conjunction with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Simultaneously, a new round of Quidditch player tryouts was on the horizon. As a result, from Monday to Wednesday, the chatter of Quidditch discussions echoed wherever young wizards gathered. Just days prior, Justin had been only vaguely familiar with Quidditch. Now, he began to recount his own Quidditch adventures at the Hufflepuff table. Indeed, he appropriated Morn's idea, making slight alterations to transform it into his own version. Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 lackeys, swaggered into an encounter with Saul, who was preparing to enter the hall for dinner. "Oh, isn't that Saul Bourns?" Malfoy recalled the humiliation he had faced on the train. Saul narrowed his eyes, observing Malfoy's pompous demeanor, wondering how this boy could be so insufferable. "Is there something you need?" Saul inquired in a calm tone. As Malfoy met Saul's gaze, an unsettling chill coursed through him. He had intended to mock Saul for presumably never having touched a broomstick, let alone experienced flight. Malfoy faltered, replying, "No, nothing at all. I merely wish to greet you." "Oh, delightful to meet you. Goodbye, Mr. Malfoy." Malfoy and his two companions stood there, momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Saul's retreating figure, their expressions shifting from green to red with evident intensity. Harry, look!" Ron pointed at the obnoxious Malfoy, who was still oblivious to the crowd blocking the doorway at the Gryffindor table. "Malfoy doesn't seem to be doing very well." "I concur." Harry, with his bowl-cut hair, nodded in agreement. "That Hufflepuff, I believe his name is Saul. If he were in Gryffindor, Malfoy wouldn't dare to trouble us." As Ron spoke, he recalled Saul's glare from the train compartment and shook his head, deciding it was best to leave it be. "That boy doesn't seem easy to provoke. Neville appears to know him. Perhaps we could invite him to Hagrid's hut for tea." Harry pondered, finding Malfoy utterly detestable. The two quickly shifted the topic to their upcoming flying lesson. Chapter 23. The Flying Lesson. On Thursday morning, the Hogwarts Great Hall was abuzz with chatter, a cacophony of voices resonating throughout. The Gryffindor and Slytherin tables were the loudest, with Malfoy vociferously complaining that first-year students were unqualified to participate in the Quidditch tryouts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly secure the Golden Snitch for Slytherin, eliminating the other three houses and hoisting the mighty trophy. No, the Quidditch Cup. The Hufflepuff table was noticeably quieter, primarily because their flying lesson was scheduled for the afternoon. However, Justin seemed to have struck some secret accord with Morn, who fervently proclaimed that Justin's tales were 100% authentic, as if he had witnessed them firsthand. Hermione once again appeared at the Hufflepuff table, followed closely by Neville. Saul, smiling, listened as Hermione incessantly recounted the flying techniques she had gleaned from her books, itching to scratch his ears but refraining. Neville, on the other hand, listened intently, eager to apply this knowledge shortly. "My grandmother never allowed me to handle flying broomsticks. I shall surely make a fool of myself." Neville lamented with a downcast expression. The arrival of the post owls, swooping in through the small openings above the hall, interrupted the lively atmosphere. Saul observed as Neville produced a gleaming, pearlescent sphere from his bag, watching it transform into a vibrant red. "That is a memory ball. I once encountered it in the book Modern Alchemical Products. Its transformation into a crimson hue signifies that the holder has forgotten something," Hermione remarked. "I believe I know what Neville has forgotten," Saul said, gazing at the foolish toad perched on Neville's recently vacated seat. As Draco Malfoy strolled past the Gryffindor long table, he seized the opportunity to snatch the memory ball from Neville's grasp. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall made her entrance. One must ensure Neville's caution during broom riding. Saul cautioned Hermione with a serious expression. "Huh?" Hermione tilted her head, a look of confusion adorning her face. At midday, after the herbology class, Saul did not find Neville in the Great Hall. Neither were Hermione nor Harry present. In their usual spots sat only a solitary figure, Ron, vigorously devouring his meal. "Where has Neville gone?" Saul approached and lightly tapped Ron on the shoulder. Startled, Ron turned around, vacantly chewing on a piece of meat. "What did you say?" Saul inquired again, asking about Neville and Hermione's absence. Ron recounted the events of the morning in brief. Just then, Hermione and Harry entered through the Great Hall doors. "Are you all right?" Saul asked Hermione with concern. "Don't even mention it. It was absolutely dreadful," Hermione replied, her complexion indicating the fright she had experienced earlier. Harry furrowed his brow tightly, while Ron leaned in, equally concerned. Saul offered a light laugh to deflect the moment, feeling somewhat at a loss. He couldn't very well disclose that his premonition foretold Neville would break his arm in flying class. Could he? That would be a convenient excuse, as Harry and Ron were not well acquainted, but Hermione would still need to care, due to the morning's events. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw's flying class did not commence until 4 in the afternoon, with Madame Hooch's eagle-like gaze fixed upon them throughout the lesson. Riding the broom was not a challenge for Saul. However, the brooms provided by Hogwarts were rather uncomfortable, lacking any semblance of comfort. Justin's boastful claims were ruthlessly deflated in the face of reality, as evidenced by his frantic and trembling demeanor while riding the broom, revealing that he was far from the flying prodigy he had claimed to be. By the time flying class concluded, the surface of the Black Lake was adorned with a tapestry of crimson twilight, the sun struggling to emit its final rays. Dinner time had arrived. With delectable offerings of beef, meat sauce, and fried eggs in limited supply, available in abundance only during feasts. Ordinarily, such quantities were not permitted. Should one arrive late, they would have to contend with dry bread accompanied by pumpkin juice, although the bread could be spread with some jam. Yet, who would choose to dine on vegetables when meat was an option? In this vast world, the pursuit of sustenance reigns supreme. Upon returning to the great hall, Saul piled his plate with 2 steaks, 2 potatoes, some meat sauce, and sausages. Catching a glimpse of Malfoy swaggering towards the Gryffindor long table with his 2 henchmen in tow, eager to assert his presence. TSK. Making friends is rather simple. Why is this child so oblivious? Must love be expressed by incessant provocation? Sewer could not help but shiver slightly. It was no wonder so many were enamored with the HAD-CP pairing. As he savored the succulent, juicy beef, his eyes narrowed in bliss. Despite being in a land renowned as a culinary wasteland, the kitchen's artistry was truly extraordinary. Today's post-meal sweet indulgence consisted of jam cookies and an assortment of fruits. Of course, the ever-present sweet pumpkin juice accompanied every meal. The Hogwarts kitchen had certainly exerted considerable effort to ensure that the young wizards received ample nutrition. And in merely half a month, Sewer had gained a bit of weight. As Sewer enthusiastically bit into a thoroughly washed apple, Hermione, looking quite troubled, took a seat beside him. "What's wrong?" Sewer inquired with concern, noticing her distressed expression. "Harry, Ron, and the others are planning a nighttime excursion. Malfoy just approached them to set a duel at midnight in the trophy room on the 4th floor. I overheard them by accident," Hermione replied, worry etched across her face. "I advised them against it, but they wouldn't listen. What is the big deal? I've snuck into the kitchen for late-night snacks several times," Sewer remarked nonchalantly. "Are you serious?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening. "The rules are quite clear. Wandering the halls at night is against school regulations, and if caught, it's a deduction of 50 points. Well, as long as they aren't discovered, it should be fine," Sewer retorted, raising a finger. "There is a principle regarding rule-breaking. As long as one is not caught, it does not count as a transgression. Besides, the Hufflepuff common room and the kitchen are on the same corridor, so the likelihood of being discovered is virtually non-existent. They're dueling at midnight on the 4th floor. Have you forgotten what Professor Dumbledore said at the beginning of the term? The corridor to the right on the 4th floor is off-limits." Hermione's face was a mask of concern. This was not merely a violation of the nighttime wandering rule. If they were caught, Gryffindor's chances for the House Cup this year would be dashed. Slytherin had already claimed the cup for several consecutive years. Hermione glanced at the hourglass belonging to Gryffindor at the front of the Great Hall. "No, I must find a way to stop them." With that, she hurriedly rose and vanished from the hall. Knowing Hermione's nature from their time in the Muggle community, Sewer could easily surmise her intentions. Back then, if anyone broke a rule, Hermione was always the first to inform a teacher, which was perhaps why she had never made many friends. Surely she's not going to seek out Professor McGonagall? I hope she doesn't. Sewer thought anxiously. That would implicate her as well, and that simply cannot happen. "Midnight, you say? It seems I must also venture outside tonight," Sewer sighed. "I'll surely be drowsy in class tomorrow, particularly in Snape's potions lesson." Chapter 24. The Peculiar Professor. As the clock neared midnight, a small wizard in a nightgown stealthily emerged from a wooden barrel tucked away in a corner of the castle's basement corridor. He exhaled softly, scanning his surroundings before scampering up the stairs. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor portrait, a heated dispute erupted. The outcome of the argument saw 2 young wizards storming out of the common room, with 2 others trailing behind at a distance. "Oh, if only I had dressed more warmly." Sewer rubbed his hands together, concealing himself in the shadow of a shield-bearing statue at the entrance of the display room. Peering through a crevice towards the corridor, "They have arrived." The entire 4th floor corridor was illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the tall windows, casting a bright glow that rendered the approaching figures distinctly visible. The excitement and tension etched on Harry and Ron's faces were palpable even from distance. The 2 of them tiptoed past the statue where Sewer hid, making their way straight into the trophy room, followed closely by Hermione and Neville. The 4 of them remained blissfully unaware of Sewer's presence at the door. In the empty display room, even the faintest whispers could be heard clearly from outside. Upon overhearing their hushed argument, Sewer realized it was time for him to make his entrance. "Malfoy wouldn't be coming." Sewer's sudden voice startled everyone in the room. Harry quickly drew his wand, aiming it at Sewer, clearly mistaking him for Malfoy. "Sewer, what are you doing here?" Hermione exclaimed, one hand pressed against her chest, her face a mask of shock. "I came to find you," Sewer retorted, casting a wary glance at the 4. "After dinner, I saw Malfoy sneak a note into Filch's office." "So we've been duped?" Harry asked, lowering his wand, bewildered. "I knew it all along," Hermione interjected. "I knew Malfoy had ulterior motives. But you and T listen to me. I nearly informed Professor McGonagall. Not only that, Sewer continued, Filch is certainly nearby. No sooner had he spoken than Filch's voice echoed from the adjacent room. Professor, I heard something. There's movement inside. Professor. The four stared at Sewer in horror. What are you looking at? Hurry up and hide. The five of them scattered in a frenzy. Sewer glanced around and, seizing Hermione's arm, dashed to the largest trophy display case. He stepped onto the pedestal, peering into the vast hollow trophy, large enough to conceal a person. Quick, get inside. Sewer urged in a hushed tone. What about you? Hermione shook her head. I have my own methods, Sewer replied, giving her a gentle push to encourage her to climb inside and remain silent. Cramped within the trophy, Hermione stiffened, holding her breath as she listened to Sewer's footsteps receding into the distance. Moments later, footsteps and voices resonated through the empty display room. My potion is at a critical juncture, and you've summoned me here over a dubious note. It was Professor Snape's voice. Hermione's eyes widened, not daring to blink. Professor, I'm certain I heard something. There was definitely movement just a moment ago, Filch's aged voice chimed in. But the reality is, there is no one here, Snape replied coldly. I have no time to search the entire fourth floor with you. With that, Snape turned to leave, and Hermione recognized the distinct sound of his footsteps. Only Snape's stride produced that unique rustling of his robes against the air in the entire castle. Clever little cat. There must be someone here. Let us find them. Fletcher, seemingly undeterred, instructed his feline companion to sniff around. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the display room for a considerable time before fading away. After a while, Saul's voice emerged, urging, Come out, Hermione. It is safe now. As Hermione crawled out, Ron, Harry, and Neville had already gathered around Saul, their previous hiding place a mystery. You two nearly got us killed. Hermione glared fiercely at Harry and Ron, clutching her clothing in exasperation. Ron opened his mouth, seemingly about to retort, but Harry tugged at him, causing both to lower their heads in embarrassment. This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement, and thus, the five of them stealthily made their way toward the door. The corridor was eerily quiet, with only the moonlight gently streaming through the windows onto the hallway floor. The group parted ways at the staircase, Saul descending while the other four ascended. Thank goodness you came to warn us, Harry remarked. Otherwise we would have been doomed. Neville also cast a grateful glance at Saul. No need for thanks, Saul waved his hand dismissively. See you tomorrow, Hermione, Neville, Harry. What? I don't deserve a name. Ron interjected, although late at night. The wall sconces on the first floor of the castle still crackled with light, albeit dimmer than when darkness first enveloped the sky. Surely, we won't encounter any professors heading to the Great Hall for a midnight snack? He had often heard tales from the Hufflepuff upperclassmen about their numerous encounters with professors in the kitchens, which contributed to Hufflepuff's consistently low house points. The sound of approaching footsteps signaled the imminent presence of a figure in wizarding robes around the corner of the stairs. With no other option, Saul slipped into the shadows of the staircase, hoping the professor would overlook this particular corner. He held his breath, striving to conceal himself entirely within the darkness. By the flickering firelight, he discerned the incoming figure, a limping old professor, one of whose arms glowed with a wooden sheen, ending in a hook from which dangled a tin bucket. With each labored step, the tin bucket swayed precariously. Is that Professor Kettleburn? A chunk of bloody meat was flung out, landing perilously close to Saul. His heart raced as Professor Kettleburn halted, gazing at the discarded meat before setting down the tin bucket. At that moment, if the professor were to look up while bending down, he would surely spot Saul. Yet, miraculously, Professor Kettleburn hooked the meat with his hooked arm, tossed it into the bucket, and turned to leave. It was not until the professor's stooped figure wobbled out of sight at the castle's entrance that Saul emerged from the shadows, a peculiar expression on his face. Should he consider himself fortunate, or should he question the oddity of Professor Kettleburn's behavior? The professor's actions were peculiar, his demeanor strangely serene. Saul found himself at a loss for words to describe this unsettling feeling. However, he soon cast aside his doubts, as Hogwarts was home to a plethora of peculiar individuals, and some odd behaviors were, indeed, quite normal. Saul couldn't help but rub his arms. The temperature on the English moors in the dead of night was chillingly low. At that moment, what he craved most was the soft, warm embrace of the large bed in the Hufflepuff dormitory. Just before he was about to crawl into the large opening of the spinning wooden barrel, Saul distinctly heard a series of clattering and crashing noises from above. Something seemed to have fallen. What was that commotion? Perhaps it was Peeves at play. During his time in the castle, he had encountered the most mischievous ghost on multiple occasions, and many upperclassmen had their own tales of his pranks. Saul shook his head and skillfully climbed into the barrel, hurrying along the path to his dormitory. At this hour, the most pressing matter was sleep. No young wizard dared to doze off during Snape's class. Chapter 25. The Incident of the Gryffindor Hourglass Reset. What transpired? When Saul arrived at the Great Hall for dinner, he noticed a palpable sense of gloom enveloping every little lion at the Gryffindor table, their spirits dim and shrouded in mist. A glance at the 4 hourglasses on the podium revealed that the one belonging to Gryffindor contained but a few stubborn grains of dust. Just yesterday, there had been a score of 100 or 200 points. How had it dwindled to nothing today? After a brief moment of contemplation, piecing together the loud proclamations of certain Slytherin and the inquiries made by Hufflepuff regarding Morn's account, Saul began to grasp the situation. The illustrious savior had led the charge in violating school rules, remaining awake past midnight to play a game of Doloreshi with suits of armor in the corridors, even trespassing into the forbidden zone on the 4th floor. Peeves, in collusion with the caretaker Filch, successfully apprehended the band of miscreants, including the savior, and delivered them to the Gryffindor Head's lounge. Professor McGonagall was incensed, her wrath merciless. She levied a total deduction of Gryffindor's points. Rumor had it that Professor Severus Snape intended to expel the two as a cautionary measure. He decided to give them a chance, as they were still but children. Professor Dumbledore intervened to halt the proceedings. At this juncture, Gryffindor's chances in the annual Hogwarts House Cup competition seemed all but extinguished, unless some Olby intervened to alter the course of events. As a member of Hufflepuff, Saul should have felt a sense of joy at Gryffindor's premature exit. At least Hufflepuff would not find itself at the bottom of the ranks this year, securing at least a 3rd place. Yet, he maintained a facade of indifference, though he harbored concerns for Hermione. This young girl had always been obsessively devoted to her scores, nearly to the point of madness. Although the entire debacle stemmed from Malfoy's provocation and the impulsiveness of Harry and Ron, Neville and Hermione were, in fact, the most innocent parties involved. Knowing Hermione as he did, Saul was certain she would be consumed by guilt. Strangely, though, on Friday and throughout the entire weekend, he had not caught sight of her. During that day's potions class, Snape appeared to be in an unusually good mood, even when his partner, Justin, accidentally knocked over a vial containing powdered moonstone. Snape refrained from unleashing his fury. The young wizards, filled with both awe and trepidation, successfully completed their task of learning to brew a calming potion. This elixir, capable of soothing the tumultuous emotions of individuals, is particularly suited for those burdened by the pressures of writing and the daily grind of office work. Saul designated it with another name, the Saintly Potion. However, one must exercise caution. The precise measurement of its ingredients is crucial, down to the decimal point. An excess could transform it into a sleeping draught, akin to consuming an entire bottle of sleeping pills, leading one into an irreversible state of slumber. The intricacies of potion making are indeed fascinating. Any formula that finds its way into the Muggle world could yield immense value. He made a note of this potion on his agenda, marked as pending. Compared to this foundational potion, his interest lay more with the elixir of life, whose pure sedative effects would cater to a broader audience. Saul's adoptive father, Ellison, often found himself ensnared by insomnia due to work-related stress. While perusing a volume titled Elementary Potion Refinement in the library, Saul had not encountered the young girl in need of solace for 2 consecutive days. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of Hermione. He began to question whether the 4 had already boarded the train home. Finally, on Monday morning, he spotted Hermione. "Good morning, Hermione," Saul greeted, patting her fluffy back as she sat at the Gryffindor long table, her back to the entrance. "Good morning," she replied. Strangely, her spirits seemed quite buoyant. This was peculiar. Had Hermione been replaced by an imposter? Curiosity piqued, Saul took a seat at the Gryffindor table, drawing sidelong glances from the other lions. With his subtle probing and Neville's subsequent explanations, he couldn't help but sigh at the protagonist's unfortunate luck, while also marveling at the narrative's momentum. After parting ways with Saul, Harry and his companions encountered Peeves the poltergeist on the 4th floor, who was busy defacing the classroom walls. Naturally, Peeves, ever the instigator, began to shriek at the sight of the young wizards out after hours. A simple transaction with Peeves could have allowed for a swift escape. However, Ron, in an ill-fated moment, playfully slapped Peeves. This provoked Peeves' wrath and soon attracted the attention of the castle's patrolling caretaker, Filch. To evade capture, the 4 were compelled to dash into the right corridor of the 4th floor. "How terrifying!" Neville exclaimed, his face pale with lingering fear. "There's a dog down there, larger than a troll, with 3 heads." Terrified by the beast's growls, the 4 fled into a corridor lined with suits of armor. Unfortunately, Neville stumbled over a piece of armor, resulting in a cacophony of clanking sounds that Saul had heard from the dormitory door. They were forced to bolt once more. Ultimately, Harry and Ron were apprehended by Filch and taken to his office, while Hermione and Neville miraculously evaded the same fate. I discovered that three-headed dog is guarding something. It stands over a trapdoor, chained in place, Hermione remarked. What do you suppose it could be? Saul had an inkling of what it might entail. Yet he refrained from revealing the answer without cause. It is either exceedingly perilous or extraordinarily precious, he responded. I share your sentiments, though my curiosity in this matter is quite limited. However, I have successfully unleashed the unlocking charm, Hermione declared with evident delight. Congratulations, Saul remarked, albeit without genuine enthusiasm. As he caught a glimpse of the despondent savior, Harry, along with his loyal companion, Ron, entering through the main door. It appeared that these two had been severely punished. According to Neville's account, the corridor housed at least 100 suits of armor, and assembling and polishing them without the aid of magic was indeed a monumental task. It was clear that Hermione was rather indifferent to what the three-headed dog was guarding. She had been engrossed in studying the transformation charm with Saul throughout the week. This particular subject was typically introduced in the 4th year of the Young Wizard's Transfiguration course. One could only say that a top student is truly deserving of the title. However, the magical energy inherent in first-year wizards was insufficient to wield such an advanced spell. It is pertinent to mention the definition of the transformation charm, which is a branch of transfiguration, representing an upgrade operation on the fundamental object. This spell can transform a person into an animal or convert an object into another entirely unrelated item. Saul felt as though he had discovered a method to transmute a chair into something akin to a unicorn. He still remembered his promise to his sister, Angel. Thus, he was particularly intrigued by this charm. Professor McGonagall appreciated their eagerness to learn and validated Saul's ideas, patiently addressing their inquiries regarding the transformation charm. If you wish to turn a chair into a horse, that is quite straightforward. However, to manifest a horn upon the horse's head and set it in motion involves a deeper level of transfiguration. For that, I recommend you borrow the 1981 edition of Modern Transfiguration from the library, where Professor Dumbledore has published a paper elucidating the more profound theoretical aspects of this magic. Professor McGonagall provided a list for them to consult at the library, inviting them to visit her office with any questions. Well, at least first-year Saul was not yet capable of that, but he could certainly attempt to transmute a chair into a horse. Professor McGonagall advised him to choose an object of similar size to the intended transformation target, as converting objects of comparable dimensions would significantly reduce the magical energy required and the complexity of the transformation. This past week, Gryffindor had attended classes alongside Hufflepuff. Aside from potions, Hermione spent her days with Saul, accompanied by Neville and Hannah. While Saul and Hermione delved into transfiguration, Neville and Hannah were engrossed in a book titled How to Cultivate Herbs More Effectively. Neville seemed to enjoy the favor of Professor Sprout, as he often found himself tending to the herbaceous plants in the greenhouse alongside Hannah. Chapter 26, Filch Predicament. The wise have said that practice is the sole criterion for assessing magic. No magic is permitted in the corridors. Filch's aged visage was exceedingly stern. A scruffy cat perched at his feet. But, caretaker, we are in the classroom, the girl whispered. We have not violated any school rules. That is of no consequence, Filch retorted loudly. In an empty classroom on the 2nd floor of the castle, training dummies lay in disarray to one side. Filch stood with hands on his hips, his expression dark as he regarded the two young wizards before him. He took the note, skepticism etched across his face. Yet the flamboyant signature of Professor McGonagall could not be forged. As the lifelong caretaker of Hogwarts, having seen generations of students come and go, he was well acquainted with the signatures of the professors, save for the ever-changing defense against the dark arts instructor. Filch scrutinized the note repeatedly, scratching at the signature with his slightly soiled fingers. A similar incident had occurred 2 years prior. He regarded this as a lifelong disgrace, a blemish on his career. The wretched Weasley twins from Gryffindor had been caught wandering the halls during their first year, yet they produced a note bearing the professor's signature, claiming their nocturnal escapades were to assist her with magical research. He had thought it unlikely that first-year students would lie. The two young wizards trapped in the classroom were, of course, Sir and Hermione. The note was indeed authentic. I shall verify this matter with Professor McGonagall, he mused. Filch scratched at the lettering but could not erase it. Therefore, he coldly uttered a dismissive remark before departing the classroom with his cat. After a while, Sir and Hermione exited the classroom as well. If only there were a place free from interruptions to practice magic, Hermione remarked as she parted ways with Sir at the staircase. Sir was struck by her words, and dormant memories surged forth. Was it on the 8th floor of the castle? Perhaps he could explore it tomorrow when there were no classes. The next day, after herbology, Sir meandered to the 8th floor. He recalled that the room was located near a portrait of a troll wielding a large club, but the method of entry remained elusive. The corridors on the 8th floor were vast, and, after wandering for some time, he could not locate the portrait that marked the entrance to the room of requirement. As time passed and dusk began to settle, he reluctantly concluded his search and made his way to the great hall for dinner. Missing the meal meant he would have to subsist on bread, which was unacceptable. The quest for the room of requirement was not urgent. He could continue his search tomorrow in the remaining half of the corridor. Lost in thought, Sir failed to notice the figure approaching him on the staircase. "Oh, are you all right?" came a voice. "I'm fine, Professor Quirrell," Sir replied, brushing dust off his robes as he swiftly rose to his feet. Quirinus Quirrell. Oh no. He had taken on the form of Tom. More precisely, he should be referred to as Lord Voldemort Quirinus Quirrell. Quirrell's demeanor was amiable as he inquired about Sir's presence there, his eyes glinting with curiosity and confusion, for typically, young wizards did not venture to the upper levels of the castle. "I have no class this afternoon, so I thought I would explore the castle," Sir said, keeping his gaze downcast, avoiding Quirrell's eyes. If memory served him correctly, Voldemort was one of the few wizards skilled in the art of the soul-sucking spell, and the best defense against such magic was to avoid direct eye contact. "Oh," Chilo gazed at Saul, who was bowing his head and clad in Hufflepuff robes. His initial confusion had somewhat abated. Indeed, Hogwarts Castle was a magnificent place, where I too had engaged in similar pursuits during my youth. Chilo stammered a few words to Saul, inquiring about his studies, before allowing him to depart. The interaction between the two vividly illustrated the harmonious rapport shared between teacher and student. Was Voldemort headed for the Room of Requirement? What would he possibly seek there? If that were the case, the quest for the Room of Requirement would necessitate greater caution. Encountering Chilo once or twice might be manageable, but frequent occurrences could arouse Voldemort's suspicions, which would be detrimental. Given that Voldemort could possess an adult wizard, it would be even easier for him to manipulate a young one. For the sake of his own safety and future happiness, prudence was paramount. Having resolved to return the following day, Saul cheerfully grasped the silver dinner knife. Tonight's dinner featured charcoal grilled steak, and if he ate swiftly, he might even indulge in a second serving. As night fell, the notorious chess enthusiasts, Morn and Justin, initiated yet another fervent duel of wizard's chess. While Saul engrossed himself in a tome titled Introduction to Transfiguration, there was a discernible hierarchy among the chess aficionados. Morn, hailing from a wizarding lineage, clearly possessed superior skills compared to Justin. Yet, as with all things, surprises were inevitable. "You lost," Justin exclaimed, leaping from his seat, brimming with triumphant glee. Saul glanced over to see several pieces sprawled on the board. A black knight brandishing its sword and unceremoniously displacing the white king from its throne. The prematurely eliminated white pieces expressed their disdain towards Morn. Defeated, Morn begrudgingly conceded, and according to their agreement, the loser was tasked with fetching a late-night snack from the Hogwarts kitchen. "Make sure to bring me a portion too." "Thanks," Saul called out cheerfully to Morn's dejected figure. "What are you reading?" Justin, still basking in the afterglow of victory, approached Saul. Introduction to Transfiguration? Every word on the page was familiar to Justin, yet when combined, they morphed into an incomprehensible script. From Justin's perspective, it was evident that he had not grasped the material at all. The sorting hat must have made an error. "You should have been placed in Ravenclaw instead of Hufflepuff," he remarked, regarding Saul with a look reserved for the peculiar. After a hearty meal, Saul reclined on his bed, as soft as a cloud, rubbing his stomach contentedly as slumber enveloped him. Chapter 27, Dumbledore's Guidance. "Ah, so this is where I am." Saul cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He was alone in the corridor of the 8th floor. What he sought was not merely a painting, but rather a tapestry depicting a giant and a wizard clad in robes. The giant was wielding a thick club, striking at the wizard. This tapestry hung opposite a white wall. Perhaps a gentle poke with a wand could rouse that giant? With the thought in mind, he sprang into action. Continuing, Sewer attempted several methods he deemed potentially viable, such as scratching the giant's itch or poking its eye. Unsurprisingly, these attempts all ended in failure. The wizard depicted on the tapestry cast a pleading glance towards Sewer, who, due to his incessant meddling, had provoked the wrath of the enraged giant, which subsequently unleashed its excess fury upon him. "What are you doing here?" A gentle voice inquired beside Sewer, startling him out of his reverie. Startled, he quickly glanced up at the newcomer, then lowered his gaze. "Mr. Dumbledore. Actually, I prefer to be addressed as Professor," Dumbledore replied with a smile, positioning himself next to Sewer to observe the tapestry. "You seem quite fascinated by this painting," he remarked. "Yes, Professor," Sewer nodded. "I stumbled upon it and found it intriguing." "Oh," Dumbledore observed Sewer with a knowing smile. Indeed, it is quite fascinating. This character is called Barnabas the Barmy, he explained. He undertook many endeavors, but his most renowned attempt was to teach the giants ballet. Seward dutifully nodded, feigning interest in the tale depicted on the tapestry. The outcome was rather unfortunate. He failed miserably and was soundly thrashed by the giants wielding wooden clubs. The story was straightforward, and the atmosphere decidedly awkward. Seward chuckled, pretending to find the tale amusing. Yet the twinkle in Dumbledore's eye suggested he had seen through Seward's facade. My office is just down this corridor. Would you care to join me for a brief visit? Dumbledore broke the silence after a moment of shared observation of the tapestry. Though Seward was inclined to decline, how could he refuse an invitation from a most esteemed figure in the school? Certainly, he had to acquiesce. He was not one to feel coerced. For instance, Dumbledore elaborated on a fire-breathing dragon, tracing its lineage back to the era of the Goblin and Wizarding Wars, enlightening Seward about how Hogsmeade had once served as a command post during the war against the Dark Wizards. When the dragon attacked Hogwarts, it was subdued by the then headmaster. Ah, here we are, Dumbledore announced, halting before a peculiar stone beast statue. Password? The statue intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Honeydukes, Seward replied. Password accepted, it affirmed, as the stone creature turned, revealing its rotund backside. Passing through the statue, a spiral staircase led them to a door that opened into the headmaster's office. The room was spacious and bright, a circular chamber adorned with an array of peculiar silver artifacts atop a long-legged table, with several circular containers emitting clouds of white smoke. The walls were lined with portraits of notable figures, many of whom were dozing peacefully with their eyes closed, while others in a particular frame were animatedly engaged in discussion. As Seward stepped inside, they all turned their gazes towards him in unison. In the corner of the room stood a tall, imposing bookshelf, crammed with tomes such as Advanced Transfiguration, Human Metamorphosis, and the Secrets of Alchemy. Nestled within its confines was a rather filthy hat, which Seward recognized as the Sorting Hat. Beside the bookshelf was a lofty perch, upon which a red and gold bird, adorned with 3 curled feathers atop its head, sat with its eyes closed, nodding rhythmically. Please, take a seat, Dumbledore gestured, conjuring 2 sofas with a wave of his hand. Would you care for something to drink? I recommend a cup of our kitchen's special candy beverage. Seward shook his head, cautiously settling onto the sofa, leaving half of his bottom perched on the edge. Despite his refusal, Dumbledore snapped his fingers and summoned 2 glasses of a drink. An awkward silence ensued, although it was occasionally broken by the faint murmurs of portraits on the walls. Dumbledore savored the candy drink with evident delight, producing a small bag from seemingly nowhere and tossing a dark morsel into his mouth, which crunched audibly. Is it a cockroach? Seward's expression was one of bewilderment. Would you care for a sample of my cockroach clusters? Dumbledore inquired, retrieving several chocolate-flavored cockroaches from his pocket and popping one into his mouth as well. Observing the candy-like cockroaches scuttling across the table, Seward grimaced. Perhaps you should keep those for yourself, Professor. No, thank you. He offered an awkward yet polite smile. Do not be anxious. Should I address you as Mr. Bournes or Mr. Ellison? After all, anyone who has faced a cockroach of that size would understand. Well, Mr. Bournes, Dumbledore continued, Professor McGonagall mentioned she discovered a promising talent. I thought it prudent to speak with you. This revelation was not surprising, considering the Bournes family's notable aptitude for transfiguration. I hear you've been practicing the switching spell. Might you share your reasons? Typically, such topics are reserved for 4th-year students. Seward paused for a moment, then softly murmured, because of you. Because of me? Dumbledore's expression briefly flickered with surprise. Yes, Professor, Seward affirmed, nodding with certainty. You and Professor McGonagall transformed a unicorn for my sister, Angel, before the term began. She was quite heartbroken when the magic faded the next day. That is why I wish to prepare a Christmas gift for her. Dumbledore's face illuminated with understanding. You should be aware that magical creatures cannot be conjured through transfiguration. I understand, Professor. It is merely a horse you transformed, albeit one with a horn. This pertains to the theory of layered transfiguration. Dumbledore nodded. So, Mr. Bournes, to what extent have you progressed? In truth, with Professor McGonagall's assistance, Seward had successfully employed the switching spell, enabling him to transform a smaller stool into a horse of similar proportions. However, the challenge lies in how to further transform the object after its initial metamorphosis. Suddenly, Seward recalled that the author of the paper on superimposed transformations was none other than the amiable Professor Dumbledore before him. After listening to Seward's progress report, Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and seeing the gleam in Seward's eyes, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, your idea is sound, yet it lacks certain elements. You should proceed as follows. Seward nodded vigorously, eager to record everything Dumbledore articulated with his quill, but despite searching through all his pockets, he found nothing. Thus, he exerted all his effort to memorize the profound theories conveyed by Dumbledore. As the saying goes, a single conversation with a wise person is worth a decade of study. The obstacle in front of Sewer crumbled like clay under the assistance of external support, and everything became crystal clear. Chapter 28. Insights from the Flying Class. Thank you for your presence. Sewer emerged from the headmaster's office enriched, holding a book and a scroll of parchment. The parchment was hastily filled with notes he had requested from Dumbledore during their later class, while the book was lent to him by Dumbledore, extracted from behind the bookshelf. Return it to me once you've finished. Its author has long since departed to meet Merlin, and it's a rare edition. Understood, Headmaster. Sewer cradled the nearly disintegrating book with care. Within the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sighed softly as he watched Sewer's joyful figure disappear. His talent surpasses that of his parents. Don't you think, Fawkes? Fawkes looked up and chirped gently, as if in agreement. In truth, what I admire most is not his talent, Dumbledore said, placing his large hand over the warm feathers of the phoenix, but rather his warm heart. Family. Ariana Dumbledore wiped the corner of her eye, her sigh gradually fading into silence. The portraits of several sympathetic former headmasters cast knowing glances in his direction. On the fourth floor of the castle, within the library. What did you say? Hermione abruptly stood up from her seat, her round eyes widening even more. Ahem. Madame Pants directed a cold, stern gaze towards her, gently clearing her throat as a reminder. Are you saying that Professor Dumbledore just taught you a class on transfiguration? Observing Hermione's excited, sparkling eyes, Sewer cautiously spread the book and parchment across the table, raising his eyebrows. Not only that, but he also encouraged me to approach him with any questions regarding transfiguration. I was merely wandering on the 8th floor. I had no idea the headmaster's office was located there, Sewer shrugged, but I have acquired a new perspective on superimposed transformations. This is a little trick Dumbledore shared with me. Do you remember that red-haired aura? That is how she accomplished it. When time permits. We need not achieve everything in one go. Shall we give it a try? Hermione nodded in understanding, lifting her chin towards Sewer. Dinner was served at the long table of Hufflepuff, where Hermione sat beside Sewer, her small mouth busy with food as she continuously articulated various ideas. Engaged in a brainstorming session, Hermione's face flushed with enthusiasm as she swiftly finished her plate. After gulping down a mouthful of pumpkin juice, she urged the leisurely Sewer to hasten his pace. Faster. Even a donkey wouldn't dawdle like this. Time is of the essence, and the task is formidable. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated through the empty classroom on the 2nd floor. Sewer, quick-witted, pulled Hermione aside just in time to shield her from a flying piece of wood. How could this fail? Hermione gazed vacantly at the vanished horse and the pile of splintered chairs, murmuring, it should have worked. Let's try again, no rush. Sewer reassured her. Dumbledore said my idea was sound. We need a bit of patience. Nearby, a greater heap of wreckage lay testament to Sewer's numerous failed attempts. Both he and Hermione had mastered the transformation of a chair into a horse, but creating a horn atop the horse's head escalated the complexity significantly, resulting in a series of failures. Back again, are you? Filch stood at the doorway, his expression dark as he interrupted the engrossed duo. Surveying the chaotic classroom, he suppressed his urge to lock the 2 young wizards in the castle dungeon and reluctantly accepted their apologies. Unfortunately for him, Sewer and Hermione possessed a special note from Professor McGonagall, and they had not violated any school rules. In the end, Filch stormed out of the classroom, his cat in tow, seething with indignation. Sewer sighed as he gathered the debris aside, contemplating a visit to the Room of Requirement in the coming days. Now that he could legitimately appear on the 8th floor of the castle, Dumbledore's endorsement served as an excellent shield. Days passed, and Hermione and Sewer seemed to hit a plateau in their practice. They had successfully conjured a horn atop the horse's head, but it dissipated shortly thereafter, culminating in yet another explosion of wood. Several classrooms fell victim to their chaotic experiments, and Filch's patience appeared to be wearing thin. Professor McGonagall subtly suggested to him that they might consider reducing the frequency of their practice, at least to afford Mr. Filch some time to tidy up. A group of young wizards awkwardly perched on their broomsticks, striving to float without tumbling down. Flying required skill, and Sewer had to temporarily cast aside his swirling thoughts. Remember Mr. Longbottom's lesson. Don't exert too much force when taking off. Madame Hooch's words elicited a wave of subdued laughter, only to be met with a reprimand. The young wizards clumsily maneuvered their brooms, advancing and retreating in small clusters, with occasional cries from those who inadvertently fell off. Balance. I've said it countless times. Create a stable triangle with your bodies, brooms, and arms. Madame Hooch's voice rang out once more. The sharpness of her tone buzzed in Sewer's ears, yet it struck him like a bolt of lightning. That it. Balance. Bang. A soft sound resonated as the distracted Saul encountered the grass, his wizarding robe now soiled with dirt and grass clippings, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, a smile illuminated his face. Chapter 29. Hufflepuff scores 10 points. Saul Borns. Madame Hooch's shrill voice echoed across the lawn, demanding, "Get down from there." Although Saul was not soaring very high, only about 45 meters off the ground, the anxious Madame Hooch was oblivious to such details, meticulously observing the young wizard's every move, ready to erupt at the slightest misstep. As it happened, Saul obediently descended from his broom, tucking his chin and lowering his gaze, enduring Madame Hooch's furious tirade. He was overwhelmed with excitement. The dilemma that had plagued him for an entire week was on the verge of resolution. He had previously sought guidance from Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore, yet both had responded with their characteristic riddles. "It is a most peculiar sensation, Mr. Borns," they had said, their meanings divergent, yet ultimately converging. 10 points to Hufflepuff. Madame Hooch quivered as she spoke, but, recognizing Saul's sincere apology, she refrained from delivering a harsher reprimand regarding his future attendance in flying lessons. "I'm sorry, Professor. I promise to do better next time." Madame Hooch nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As she turned to address the other students, she paused mid-stride, sensing something amiss. After class, Saul was eager to share his newfound discovery with Hermione, yet he waited the entire afternoon without catching a glimpse of her. A twinge of concern flickered within him, but he dismissed it until he encountered Neville on the way to the Great Hall Post-Charms class, only to learn that Hermione had not attended her afternoon lessons. Hermione was still absent from the Great Hall, while Harry and Ron, the protagonists of the original tale, gaped vacantly, glancing around in confusion. A sense of foreboding began to stir within Saul. "Excuse me?" he called, stopping a girl he recognized as a dormitory mate of Hermione's. "Is there something you need?" Parvati Patil seemed taken aback by the interruption from a handsome stranger. "Do you know where Hermione is?" Saul inquired politely. "You mean Granger?" Parvati tilted her head. "I saw her in the girls' restroom." His premonition had been realized. "Thank you." Saul hastily expressed his gratitude before swiftly turning away and racing toward the hall's exit. "Hey!" Parvati exclaimed, her mouth agape, watching Saul's retreating figure, mumbling to herself, "I ain't finished speaking. I just saw Granger on my way here." What danger could possibly lurk within the walls of Hogwarts? Saul hurriedly moved against the throng, navigating the corridors with purpose, his destination clear: the restroom near the basement classrooms. According to the script of the prophecy, Hermione was bound to be there. However, he failed to notice a pair of curious, questioning eyes among the crowd. "Hermione, are you there?" Saul approached the restroom with urgency, softly calling out at the door, but the silence within was palpable, devoid of any response. "Hermione is not here?" he murmured to himself, growing increasingly uneasy. "Perhaps I should go in and check. However, this is the ladies' restroom." Sir glanced at the sign indicating the women's facility, gritted his teeth, and stepped inside without realizing a look of astonishment was fixed upon him from behind. Emerging from the shadows was a young witch, none other than Hermione, the very person Sir had been searching for. She had spotted Sir's anxious expression amidst the crowd near the Great Hall and, driven by curiosity, decided to follow him instead of calling out. Was Sir in such a hurry merely to come here? But this is the ladies' restroom. Hermione was utterly bewildered. As Hermione hesitated at the entrance, contemplating whether to leave or enter, Sir exited and collided with her. "Hermione?" Sir queried in confusion, then sighed in relief. "So, you are here." Hermione bore an expression of hesitation, her gaze awkwardly drifting towards the female sign in the upper right corner of the restroom. "I came to find you." Sir suppressed his sense of embarrassment and, not pausing to ponder why Hermione was not in the restroom as depicted in the movies he had seen in his past life, said earnestly, "Find me? For what?" Hermione questioned. "There's nothing happening now." Sir stepped forward and grasped Hermione's wrist. "The banquet is about to begin. We should hurry." Hermione, bewildered as she was pulled along by Sir, exclaimed, "Wait." Sir pressed onward, running briskly until he rounded a corner on the staircase and encountered a flustered Quirinus Quirrell, who quickly shrank back into the shadows. "What's wrong?" Hermione, unable to halt in time, collided into Sir's embrace, her voice laced with concern. "Shoo, someone's here," Sir whispered, placing a finger to his lips. Hermione peeked out, but could only see a hurried figure retreating, yet that silhouette was unmistakable within Hogwarts Castle. Was it Professor Quirrell? Only he wore a large turban in the castle. What is he doing here? Hermione looked up at Sir, only to find a serious expression etched upon his face. A faint yet unpleasant odor hung in the air. "Do you smell something?" Sir inquired. Hermione, puzzled, sniffed the air vigorously, and her face turned pale. "Ugh, it seems a bit foul." Immediately after, they heard a low grumbling and the sound of something heavy dragging across the floor. "What is that?" Hermione's complexion drained of color. "A troll," Sir replied in a hushed tone. "Look over there." The moonlight illuminated their location, casting a solid shadow of the colossal creature in the corridor. The shadow grew larger, and the footsteps became increasingly thunderous, indicating the troll was approaching their direction. Sir quickly covered Hermione's gaping mouth. "Shoo! Don't speak. Let us not attract its attention." Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes wide with terror, her small hand resting atop Sir's. They both retreated into the shadows, holding their breath, fixated on the reflection cast by the moonlight. Chapter 30. Rescue Harry. The shadows swiftly enveloped the moonlight, concealing it entirely. Suddenly, a large foot, encrusted with black mud, cracked and coarse, appeared before Sewer and Hermione, accompanied by grunting noises and low murmurs. While a nauseating odor lingered in the air, Hermione nestled in Sewer's embrace, and he pressed tightly against the wall, as if they had merged with it. In any other circumstance, this scene might have seemed rather intimate. However, the absurdity of the situation was underscored by the presence of a thick wooden club, larger than both of them combined. A blow from that could surely render them two-dimensional. The two young wizards huddled in the corner, holding their breath as the silhouette of the giant gradually came into view, short and stout legs, a body as gray as granite, and a disproportionately small head atop its massive frame. It appeared entirely oblivious to the fact that two delectable little wizards were huddled nearby, capable of satiating its ravenous hunger, and clumsily lumbered away down the corridor, the enormous club dragging behind it, scraping against the marble tiles with a grating sound. After a considerable time, Sewer finally withdrew his hand from Hermione's mouth. The air still reeked of a pungent odor reminiscent of a man's foot, having worn the same socks for several days, left to mingle in a neglected restroom for days on end. The moonlight continued to cast a serene glow along the corridor, tranquil as water. Hermione, bending over, gasped for air, the lingering stench overwhelming her senses. Why was there a giant here? Hermione swallowed hard. Sewer drew his wand and murmured a spell. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing much of the suffocating odor before he spoke. "I don't know, but I believe we should find the professor." "You are right." Hermione straightened, her breathing rapid, her face pale. Just as they prepared to leave their corner, a piercing scream echoed from afar, growing nearer. "Oh no, how could there be someone else?" Hermione exclaimed, the voice sounding somewhat familiar. Sewer fell silent, suddenly realizing that the savior Harry and his little sidekick might also be present. "It's that Ron Weasley," Sewer remarked. "What should we do?" Hermione hesitated, her face a mask of uncertainty. Having narrowly escaped the giant, she was loath to confront the massive creature again, yet danger loomed for her classmate, despite his tendency to speak in a rather annoying manner. He was still a fellow student. Sewer glanced at Hermione, sighed, and tightened his grip on his wand. "Let us go see if we can help." Sewer made the decision for her. Direct confrontation with the thick-skinned giant would undoubtedly end in defeat, but the creature was notoriously dim-witted, and a slight delay in its actions might pose no significant challenge. The two hurried towards the source of the sound, with Sewer's mind racing as he contemplated their strategy for dealing with the giant. The situation was dire, and it was likely that Mr. Filch would be furious in the aftermath. The dust raised by the shattering stones floated through the air, while the ground was riddled with craters. An enraged giant was furiously pursuing two young wizards, wielding a wooden club, with a wand stuffed in its nostrils. Harry and Ron were a disheveled sight, their faces smeared with dirt and their robes stained with brown clumps of earth. With a thunderous crash, the frenzied giant brought its club down upon the ground. Harry and Ron dove forward, tumbling to evade the blow, yet the unfortunate ground bore yet another dent. Could these two fools not think to run separately? Do you recall the swamp spell we read about? Hermione had already devised a plan. The giant relied on its thick defenses to survive in the forest, and it was impossible for first-year wizards to inflict any harm upon it with their meager magical abilities. A change in strategy was necessary. They did not need to confront the giant directly, but merely to restrict its movements. "I remember," Hermione nodded. "Are you suggesting we use that spell to turn the ground into a swamp?" The astute Hermione immediately discerned Sewer's intention, though she hesitated. "But we have never attempted this magic. What if we fail?" "We won't fail," Sewer calmly articulated his thoughts. "We don't need that spell. We merely need to alter the ground to make a trip. If we prepare adequately, we will surely succeed." Hermione swallowed hard. observing Harry and Ron once again in a clumsy roll. She tightened her grip on her wand and nodded. Let us give it a try. Sewer faced the giant that was circling the room in pursuit of the young wizards, and Harry and Ron were likely unaware of his and Hermione's arrival. He needed to find a way to alert them, yet raising his voice would inevitably draw the giant's attention. There was no other option. Sewer took a deep breath and dashed forward, prompting a startled gasp from Hermione. The giant faltered, its beady eyes glimmering with confusion. How had another appeared? But it quickly dismissed the thought. After all, an extra morsel was a welcome addition. Seizing the moment of the giant's hesitation, Sewer laid out his plan succinctly to the astonished Ron and Harry. When it comes time to flee, heed my command. When I shout jump, you must leap forward with all your might. Understood? After leading Harry and Ron forward for a short distance, Sewer felt the tremors behind them intensify, and he shouted now. Jump! Ron and Harry sprang forward with all their strength. Sewer swiftly turned, pointing his wand at the giant's raised club, Wingardium Leviosa. The club responded to Sewer's incantation, breaking free from the giant's grasp and floating into the air. As the giant stood momentarily stunned, Sewer maintained the levitation of the club and shouted, Now Hermione! The sudden disappearance of the club only momentarily baffled the giant, but upon spotting the delectable prize, it quickly adapted its approach. It opened its enormous palm, bending down its clumsy frame, and extended its arm. At that moment, Hermione's spell took effect. Sensing the ground beneath her begin to shift, Sewer leaped vigorously towards Ron and Harry, wand in hand. Alas, Ron fortuitously became Sewer's makeshift cushion. The troll attempted to lift its foot, but its ponderous, unwieldy body and the now treacherous ground conspired against it. 3 succulent morsels lay before it, eliciting a begrudging growl from the creature. Sewer promptly dispelled the levitation charm, and the wooden stick fell from the air with a resounding whistle. A dull thud reverberated through the chamber as the unwilling troll closed its eyes. Following this, a tremendous crash echoed as the troll, eyes tightly shut, swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The sound of labored breathing and crisp footsteps penetrated the haze as they approached Sewer, while Hermione cast a nervous glance at the troll. Are you all right, Sewer? She inquired. Sewer grasped Hermione's hand and rose to his feet. I'm fine, though Weasley might be in a bit of pain. I heard a sharp crack when I landed on him. Ron Weasley lay on the ground, pale and gasping. I think I may have broken a rib, he winced. Poor Ron had narrowly escaped being flattened under the troll's club, only to be struck by Sewer's formidable descent. Madame Pomfrey is quite skilled. You'll be right as rain by morning. Hermione shot him a glance, letting out a soft hum. Harry, are you all right? I'm fine, Harry replied as he climbed to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and approached the unconscious troll. Thank you for saving us, he said, raising his wand with 2 fingers, suppressing the acrid odor to express his gratitude to Sewer. It's nothing, Sewer shook his head. But why are you all here? Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. We heard Hermione was here, so... Sewer nodded in understanding. I was also looking for Hermione. Hermione gazed at the two in confusion. Why is everyone looking for me? Chapter 31. How could first years possibly confront Troll? My goodness. Professor McGonagall trembled as she surveyed the prostrate troll, oblivious to its fate, then turned her gaze to Sewer, Hermione, and Harry. Oh, and let us not forget Ron, who remains on the floor, presumably with broken ribs. What in the world are you playing at? Professor McGonagall's voice was icy, brimming with anger. It is fortunate you were not crushed by the Trolls Club. Harry remained silent, his lips moving without sound, as Snape floated past him, casting a cold glance in his direction before bending down to examine the troll. Sewer and Hermione dutifully kept their heads bowed. The small room was eerily quiet and cold, the lingering stench assaulting their nostrils. It's not dead, Snape remarked, then glanced at Ron with a scoff. Mr. Weasley is quite lucky, having only sustained a few broken bones. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, striving for composure. Can someone explain why you are not in your dormitory, but here instead? Miss Granger? Mr. Burns? Or perhaps Mr. Potter? Ron interjected. Am I not worthy of an explanation? It is evident that the 4 young wizards, having heard rumors of a troll lurking in the underground classroom, sought to descend and confront it in hopes of amplifying their renown. Am I correct? Severus Snape's cold gaze fixated solely on Harry, and his frigid words escaped his lips with a chilling precision. Under that penetrating stare, Harry found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Is that so, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall's eyes bore into Harry, intensifying his discomfort as if he were standing upon a bed of nails. Yet, summoned by an unknown courage, he raised his gaze to meet hers. No, it is not as such, he replied, striving to quell the tumult of his heartbeat. Hermione and Sewer came to our rescue. Had it not been for them, Ron and I would undoubtedly have met our demise at the hands of the Trolls Club. Sewer, standing beside him, wore an expression of peculiar bemusement. According to the narrative, it was Hermione who ought to have delivered this statement, and now the unfolding events seemed to veer awry. Moreover, Sewer swiftly scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision. Where was Voldemort Quirrell? Is that so, Mr. Borns? McGonagall scrutinized Sewer and Hermione before posing the question, Mr. Borns? Sewer quickly regained his composure and nodded affirmatively. Sewer came seeking me. We encountered the troll in the underground classroom, and we evaded its grasp. Hermione steadied herself before continuing. We intended to leave, but Harry and Ron were being pursued by the troll as they too descended to find me. Hermione swallowed hard, casting a swift glance at Harry and Ron before closing her eyes. I had heard of the troll's presence, which led me to believe I could confront it. The plot has returned to its rightful course. Sewer mused in silence. A fabrication, Snape interjected at this moment, evidently implying that it was Mr. Potter's misguided belief in his ability to face a troll that drove him to sneak down here. Severus. McGonagall shot him an exasperated glance, prompting Snape to fall silent. She then turned her attention back to Harry, addressing him directly. Furthermore, Gryffindor loses 20 points due to your actions. Pale-faced, Harry helped Ron, who was equally ashen, to his feet, stealing a glance at Sewer before the two of them trudged away, their spirits dampened, once the sound of their footsteps faded into the distance. McGonagall turned to Sewer and Hermione. Well, your reckless decision to confront a fully grown troll alone was indeed foolish, she began sternly. But I am pleased that you had the courage to face danger for the sake of your friends. Few first-year students could engage a fully grown troll. A commendable display of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall said with a faint, though subtle, smile. You have earned 20 points for your respective houses. I shall report this incident to Headmaster Dumbledore. You may leave now. Sewer and Hermione obediently exited the chamber, encountering a pale and flustered Professor Quirrell at the staircase's bend. However, Professor Quirrell did not halt, purposefully brushing past them. The two said nothing, ascending the staircase until they reached the entrance of the Great Hall, where they began to breathe heavily. I must learn the levitation charm, was Hermione's first utterance upon their exit. Sir deeply agreed, nodding in affirmation. I share the same sentiment. The two exchanged smiles and agreed to reconvene the following day before dispersing to their respective chambers. Once one has shared an experience with another, the relationship inevitably ascends to a new level. This holds true not only for those already enjoying a close bond, but also for those who are merely acquaintances. At least by the next day, when Sir arrived at the hall, she found herself seated with Harry and Ron, enthusiastically engaged in conversation. Hello, sir, Harry called out as soon as he spotted her, waving his hand. Good morning, Sir replied with a nod. How are you, Ron? Ron patted his sturdy frame, indicating his full recovery. I'm all right. It's a blessing to be alive after all. Madame Pomfrey's potion worked wonders, though it was rather unpleasant to drink, Ron grumbled. Just call me Ron. All right, Ron, Sir smiled. At that moment, Justin from the Hufflepuff table waved at him. Then I shall excuse myself. See you in the afternoon, Hermione. Sir winked at Hermione, who had been subtly glancing his way. Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she chose not to respond. Where were you during the dinner yesterday? Justin inquired curiously. We were quite startled when Professor Quirrell burst in, announcing a troll in the dungeon, and then fainted right here. Moan quietly asked, Did you go deal with the troll? We're all quite curious. Hufflepuff received an additional 20 points, but no one seems able to explain why. The Badgers gazed at Sir with wide eyes. Though Sir had no intention of boasting, the Badgers erupted into a cacophony of questions, eager to know if the troll was indeed as described in Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class. Ah, yes, indeed. The troll was just as Professor Quirrell described, dim-witted and foul-smelling. As for the extra points, I merely lent the professors a tiny bit of assistance. Sir gestured modestly with her fingers. Fight a troll? How could a first-year wizard possibly contend with a troll? That was a fully grown troll. Chapter 32. The Switching Spell and Homework Theft. Life seemed to revert to its usual rhythm. As November dawned, the Scottish Highlands proclaimed the arrival of winter. The mountains surrounding the school shrouded in mist all day long. We did it. Hermione's triumphant cheer rang out. Due to Mr. Filch's vehement protests and the increasing difficulty of cleaning classrooms in winter, Sir and Hermione found themselves braving the cold winds to practice magic on the castle lawn. Such open practice initially attracted the attention of several young wizards who gathered to watch, but they were soon deterred by the biting wind and the incomprehensible spells. Practicing magic in the frigid temperatures nearing freezing was akin to tormenting oneself. Wasn't the fireplace warm? Didn't hot cocoa smell delightful? A lively horse with a single horn stood on the lawn, its golden mane swaying gently in the wind. Hermione believed they had succeeded, sufficient to meet their requirements. However, Cusser was not satisfied. "No, Hermione, we are too quick to rejoice. I believe Angel will be quite pleased." Hermione, donned in a hat and wrapped in a scarf, rubbed her hands together, exhaling clouds of white vapor. "Do you recall the one Professor Dumbledore transformed into?" Cusser frowned. It could carry Angel around the room. Moreover, this creature could only maintain its form for a maximum of 1 hour before reverting, as Professor McGonagall had warned us that we must not perform magic in a house, lest the Ministry of Magic send orders to invite us for tea. "Very well." Cusser glanced at Hermione, who was shivering slightly from the cold. Continuing to practice seemed futile. "Hi, Cusser." Harry greeted the two before hurriedly departing. "Why is he so mysterious?" Hermione tilted her head in confusion. Cusser chuckled softly, moving a chair into the room where they had previously been, easily deducing that Harry must have joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "But aren't he first years prohibited from participating in Quidditch?" Hermione expressed her disbelief. "Who knows?" Cusser replied with a smile. "Where shall we go next?" "Of course, to the library," Hermione declared decisively. "I still have homework for potions and charms to complete." "Oh, I forgot." Cusser patted his head, then grinned at Hermione. "Miss Granger, might I borrow your homework for reference? Professor Flitwick has subtly reminded me that he has noticed quite a few similarities, even identical assignments, among certain students. They all share a common trait." "Hey," Cusser blinked innocently. "You hear my defense, no explanation. I promise, I am merely seeking inspiration. Truly, you must trust me." Yet Hermione rolled her eyes and turned away. The temperature dropped day by day, the surface of the Black Lake solidifying like tempered steel. The young witches and wizards, aside from attending classes, primarily remained in their respective common rooms, huddled around roaring fireplaces. For them, traversing the drafty corridors to attend class in the frigid weather was nothing short of a torment. In these days, much like the first flying lesson, the entire Hogwarts community was captivated by the upcoming Quidditch matches, securing the top spot in trending topics. The second spot was claimed by the newly released warming bottle, which, upon its debut, swiftly swept through Hogwarts. Setting aside the impending Quidditch matches, the story of the warming bottle begins with a day in the library while completing assignments. On that day, Hermione, having finished her homework, discovered a book on the flame charm among the heaps of books in the library. It was rather disheveled, the author unknown, with several pages containing spell descriptions missing, seemingly deliberately destroyed. However, one remaining page contained a particularly intriguing charm, entirely inscribed in an ancient script, greatly piquing Hermione's interest. "Perhaps this is a spell of remarkable power," she mused. "And don't you find its design most fascinating?" "Cusser, don't take my homework," she admonished. "Firstly, it could be ruled out as dark magic or a highly potent spell." Sir glanced disdainfully, lifting his chin towards a direction where Mrs. Plym stood guard with a feather duster, everything in its place. However, Sir raised his hand to touch his chin, pondering the possibility of translating it. Perhaps it had been overlooked by someone? This was certainly preferable to the arduous task of sifting through data to write a thesis. With ready references at hand, why bother with assignments? This should be in rune. I shall write my assignment first, and once completed, I can assist you with the translation. In that case, I will search for a rune translation dictionary. I believe the library has one. Hermione nodded, rising from her seat. "Oh, has an opportunity presented itself?" Sir felt a rush of excitement. "What do you take me for?" Sir declared earnestly. "Even if I were to starve here, or leap from this spot, I would not touch your assignment." Only then did Hermione put away her stern expression, satisfied as she departed. "Not a chance," Sir muttered softly, and as Hermione's figure vanished among the shelves, he swiftly reached for the neatly stacked parchment she had left behind, retrieving his wand. "Duplicate." Gazing at the additional stack of parchment, Sir nodded in satisfaction. Magic revealed its wonders at that moment, indeed. He transformed the duplicated parchment into the shape of a book, carefully restoring Hermione's assignment to its original position, checking it thoroughly. Task accomplished. Then, he casually took out a blank piece of parchment, feigning an intense writing frenzy. "Quite honest." Hermione let out a pleased hum. "Ha, so easy to deceive," Sir noted with amusement, observing her change in demeanor while maintaining a neutral expression, internally laughing heartily like a black figure with a trident and 2 ears. Chapter 33. The Blue Bellflower Flame. On the 3rd floor of the castle, Sir and Hermione crept into an empty classroom. "Here, is this really suitable? What if someone discovers us?" "No worries, it will be over soon." "All right, then I shall proceed." In the classroom, Sir and Hermione stood opposite each other on either side of the table, which held a transparent glass vial and a piece of parchment filled with text. Hermione, with a serious expression, aimed her wand at the mouth of the vial. Sir quickly grabbed the cork, sealing the bottle tightly. Indeed, it resembles a bellflower. He lifted the vial containing the blue flames, gently shaking it before handing it to Hermione. She cradled the vial in her hands, observing closely, her pupils reflecting the flickering flames. It was truly beautiful, she remarked. Sir replicated the process, conjuring a blue bellflower flame that danced gracefully in midair, resembling a fiery sprite, dispelling the chill in the air. Just as the book described, it was gentle, so gentle it hardly felt like a flame. There was no sensation of burning at his fingertips, only a constant warmth. The moment Sir's finger touched the flame, it quickly dissolved and vanished. Furthermore, it posed no harm to the caster. What purpose might this spell serve? Perhaps it was merely for aesthetic enjoyment and warmth? Hermione raised the bottle in her hand and remarked that it was quite warm, suggesting it could serve as a means to warm her hands during classes. Warming up. Sewer raised an eyebrow, gazing at Hermione with a playful smile. Hermione, would you like to earn some money? Earn money? Hermione tilted her head in confusion. How? Sewer pointed to the bottle she held. I've heard many people complaining about the cold weather lately, and I believe they might be in need of something to warm their bodies. This? Hermione involuntarily raised her eyebrows. But we don't need money at school. Well, okay. Hermione, lacking a clear concept of earning money, nodded absent-mindedly. So what should we do? As for business, that should be entrusted to the most capable person, Sewer chuckled. He had a suitable partner in mind, the Weasley twins, who would later become successful entrepreneurs with their joke shop in Diagon Alley. In a short span, Sewer had devised a comprehensive plan. Just as he was about to elaborate to Hermione, a grim stare shot towards them from the side. It was Filch. How did he always manage to find people among hundreds of empty rooms? There was no choice but to temporarily halt their discussion. The two braved Filch's gaze and exited the classroom. Hermione went to the library to find the book containing the Bluebell Flame spell and to apply for a library card, while Sewer had other tasks. However, after wandering around, he could not locate George and Fred. Instead, he spotted Harry soaring through the air at the Quidditch pitch. Hey, you Hufflepuff? A tall, robust boy blocked Sewer's path as he was about to enter the Quidditch pitch, his expression unfriendly, as though facing a formidable adversary. Sewer glanced at the boy, puzzled, and nodded. What are you doing here? The boy interrogated him, his piercing gaze resembling that of an enforcer questioning a criminal. Just as the boy was about to say something, Harry, darting through the air, noticed Sewer. Hey, Sewer. He swooped down, executing a perfect stop right in front of him. Would, yes, my friend. Yet the boy named would continue to regard Sewer with the eyes of a class enemy. Harry quickly added he won't disclose what I'm doing here. All right. Would remain skeptical, but nodded nonetheless. Since your friend has come to see you, let us leave it at that for today. Okay. Harry appeared somewhat pleased and promptly grabbed his broom, pulling Sewer away from the Quidditch pitch. This blasted weather is unbearably cold, but Wood insists I come here practice. You know, the match is just around the corner, Harry said as they walked. Have you joined the Quidditch team? Sewer inquired knowingly. What position? Harry hesitated, glancing around nervously before whispering, Seeker. Don't let this slip, but what is a plan to make me Gryffindor's secret weapon? Sewer nodded, and the two walked in silence along the path connecting the pitch to the castle, a bit awkwardly. Sewer was not particularly acquainted with Harry. Rather, it was Sewer who was familiar with Harry on a one-sided basis, while Harry had hardly interacted with him at all. Don't let this slip out, or what will surely have my head, Harry reiterated. By the way, do you need something? I won't say a word, Sewer replied, pausing before continuing. Actually, running into you on the field was quite unexpected. I was looking for George and Fred. However, Harry seemed oblivious to any peculiar undertones in Sewer's words, appearing somewhat pleased. Perhaps they had spent the entire day in the common room. You know, other houses cannot access that place without the password. I mean, if I happen to see George or Fred in the common room, I could relay your message to them, he said. Well, I haven't spotted them anywhere, Sewer remarked, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. I would appreciate your help, Harry. It's merely a small task. Harry, with an endearing grin, obliged. As they approached the castle, Harry felt a twinge of anxiety, for every Gryffindor he encountered greeted him with cheerful pats on the shoulder and words of encouragement. I'm confident you will perform splendidly. We'll hold a mattress beneath you as you descend from your broom, ensuring you remain unscathed. Harry cast a pleading glance towards Sewer, but Sewer merely shrugged. It seemed the news had indeed leaked. It wasn't teamy. I only just learned that you had become Gryffindor Seeker. Chapter 34. I thought I might indulge in some sweets on site. Fortune favored him, for a sofa stood vacant before the crackling fireplace. He sank into the plush embrace of the couch, releasing a contented sigh, enveloped in the warmth radiating from the blazing hearth. Sewer dozed off until Justin roused him as twilight descended. The chill of the air below dispelled his lingering drowsiness and tightening his cloak. Sewer and his roommate hastened up the staircase toward the great hall. Within the hall, the myriad candles not only illuminated the space, but also provided considerable warmth, enveloping the entire room in a cozy ambience. Fred and George arrived fashionably late, only after Sewer had finished his meal. Harry waved at him, gesturing towards Fred and George, indicating that he had successfully conveyed the message. However, the expressions on George and Fred's faces suggested they were less than pleased. "Don't even get me started. Wood is furious about the leak," they lamented. "We have a train on the pitch all night in this frigid weather. He has simply lost his mind. I heard from amoxicillin that Wood has a habit of sleep-talking. He must have let the secret slip in his dreams." As Sewer approached the Gryffindor table, he noticed Fred and George complaining to a spirited young man of African descent. It was only upon the young man's prompting that they acknowledged Sewer's presence, and Fred and George looked at him with curiosity. "Hey, I remember you. Harry mentioned a Hufflepuff was looking for us. Is it you? What is the matter?" Sewer glanced between George, or was it Fred? And Fred, or perhaps George. He felt somewhat disoriented, unable to distinguish one from the other. After a brief attempt, he abandoned the notion of separating them. The twins were so alike that even their own mother might struggle to tell them apart. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. On a more pressing note, "I heard that you're selling some intriguing trinkets," Saul asked. The brothers exchanged a glance and nodded in unison, affirmatively. On the left, George began to elaborate. "We offer a plethora of fascinating products at affordable prices, rich in functionality, such as the dung egg. I assure you, if someone comes into contact with it, they will undoubtedly carry that scent with them all day long. You understand." On the right, Fred smirked. "The dung egg is our pride and joy. For just 1 silver sickle, you can acquire an entire box. And you will also become a valued member of our little shop, receiving timely notifications about new products." However, Saul was not there to hear their sales pitch. "I find it quite interesting," he said, "but I am here to provide you with financial support." "Oh," George raised an eyebrow. "Are you looking to invest in us?" Fred's eyes sparkled. "I knew it. Our little shop always attracts discerning individuals. How much do you wish to invest?" "I'm not here to invest." Saul shook his head. "I wish to collaborate with you, but not for your products. I firmly believe that my offerings can help you amass funds swiftly to develop new products. What do you think? Are you interested?" George and Fred exchanged another glance, then turned their attention back to Saul. "This seems intriguing. Would it be possible for us to see what your product is?" "Certainly," Saul nodded, "though it may not be quite appropriate here. Let us meet tonight at the place where we first encountered each other, and I will present it to you. Shall we say at 11 o'clock? We will likely be training until curfew. A late-night snack would certainly aid our slumber, don't you think, George?" "A splendid idea, Fred." After a brief murmuring between them, they turned to Saul. "That sounds perfectly agreeable." Saul nodded enthusiastically, as the Hogwarts kitchen was merely a few steps away from the Hufflepuff common room. Despite their complaints about Wood's demanding nature, George and Fred hastened their dinner, then hurriedly departed. Harry and Ron, having exchanged a few words with Saul, followed closely in their footsteps. Ron could genuinely be termed a die-hard Quidditch fan, even if he had to endure the chill from the stands or withstand the cold wind while tossing a ball in the field. Hermione handed Saul the book inscribed in runes, stating that Madame Pants could only lend it to her for a month. "That is perfectly fine. A month will suffice," Saul replied, returning the book to Hermione. "You should keep it." "Very well." Hermione nodded nonchalantly, spooning a piece of pudding in her mouth, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. A voice from the side interrupted. It was Neville. "Could I ask you for a favor?" "Of course, Neville. How may I assist you?" Saul turned his head to face Neville. The young boy, under the watchful gaze of Sewer, appeared somewhat at a loss. His round face flushed with anxiety, and his hands, concealed beneath the table, were intertwined, as evident from the creases of his wizard robe sleeves. "I would like to request your assistance in delivering something," he stammered. "Why me?" Sewer queried, bewildered by the request. As Neville seemed increasingly anxious, he took a deep breath before continuing. "Hannah is a Hufflepuff, and so are you thus. But aren't you acquainted with Hannah? Why not deliver it yourself?" Sewer pressed, his confusion deepening, recalling how he had seen Neville and Hannah together in the library just days prior, at a time when Neville had not exhibited such nervousness. Neville opened his mouth, his face growing redder, and steam appeared to emanate from his head. "Well, what is it?" After a moment of hesitation, Neville finally withdrew his hand from beneath the table, revealing a pink note. Sewer raised an eyebrow. "Is this a love letter?" Hermione's gaze shifted dramatically, becoming somewhat inquisitive. No. Neville fervently shook his head. "It's not a love letter, it's..." A pale hand reached out. Neville stared blankly at Hermione, instinctively passing her the crumpled note. "Let me help you deliver it." Hermione chirped. "I believe I'm more suited for this than Sewer, don't you think?" Neville glanced at Sewer, who was perplexed. "Why are you looking at me?" Sewer questioned. Neville nodded absent-mindedly, then watched as Hermione stood up, clutching the note and cheerfully heading towards the Hufflepuff long table. "Is it truly not a love letter?" Sewer teased, nudging Neville with his elbow. "Absolutely not," Neville exclaimed, flustered. "Indeed, it is not," Hermione's voice chimed in from behind them. Upon opening the note, Hannah expressed her gratitude. "It's a note from Professor Sprout." Hermione shot a curious glance at Neville. "This is quite normal. Why didn't you deliver it yourself?" "I was concerned about being misunderstood," Neville replied, "and it is pink." "Oh, well," Sewer shrugged. "I thought I might witness a sweet moment." Chapter 35, A Pleasant Collaboration. Late at night, the Hufflepuff Badgers had settled into their beds, for there was no place more comfortable than the warmth of their blankets on a frigid winter night. However, one little wizard had to extricate himself from the thick down comforter. Ah, indeed, it was our protagonist. What on earth possessed me to arrange a meeting in the kitchen in sub-zero temperatures? Sewer shivered violently as he emerged from the dormitory. The fireplace in the Hufflepuff common room had long extinguished. Suddenly, a blue light flickered to life, illuminating a corner of the room. Sewer, feeling the warmth emanating from the bottle-less wall, gritted his teeth and ventured forth. Pat, pat, he heard footsteps. Is someone there? Could it be George and Fred? No, their voices were not so aged. Curiosity compelled Sewer to slightly lift the edge of a wooden barrel, peering through a crack to gaze outside. Professor Kedavra ambled past the wooden barrels, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he made his way to the staircase leading to the lower level. A prosthetic limb clinging to an iron bucket, the weight of which was evident from his slouch posture. A flicker of curiosity arose in Saul's mind. Why did he not employ a levitation charm? He had inquired with the upperclassmen from Hufflepuff who were taking care of magical creatures, and they had described Professor Kedavra as a warm and knowledgeable elder whose teaching methods, albeit traditional, always managed to broaden students' perspectives in novel ways, earning him great respect at Hogwarts. Yet now, Saul observed a rather unsettlingly jovial old wizard, seemingly unaccustomed to the use of magic. It was only when Professor Kedabra's figure vanished around the corner of the corridor that Saul emerged from the barrel. With a sense of intrigue, he stealthily made his way to the Hogwarts kitchen. "Sir, what food do you require?" inquired a house elf with marked deference. "We still have some pudding and chicken pie left." "Is there any pumpkin juice?" Saul replied, his appetite for even a morsel of pudding having vanished after the earlier game of wizard chess, in which Justin had, as expected, suffered defeat, the punishment being a trip to the kitchen for a late-night snack, which had left him quite full. "Yes, sir, I shall fetch it for you immediately." The house elf bowed. Before long, a steaming cup of pumpkin juice was presented. "Oh, thank you," Saul said, setting aside the Bluebell Flames glass bottle that served as a makeshift warm bottle and accepting the pumpkin juice. "May I inquire if any professors have passed through recently?" "Indeed, sir," the house elf replied, casting a curious glance at the blue flames contained within the glass bottle. "Professor Sinistra, Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore, and Professor Kedavra have all visited." "Was Professor McGonagall here for cat food?" Saul could not help but ask. "Cat food?" the house elf echoed, perplexed. I misspoke. I meant, did Professor Kedavra take anything from the kitchen? I saw him just a moment ago." "Meat?" Saul nodded. "Yes." Just as Saul was preparing to delve deeper into his inquiries, the kitchen door swung open, ushering in a gust of cold air. "Bring us a cup of hot pumpkin juice," came the call, followed closely by another voice. "I want one too." The voices belonged to Fred and George Weasley, clutching broomsticks, their garments dusted with flecks of white frost, their faces flushed from the chill. Was truly gone mad. He's definitely a bit unwell. The brothers grumbled as they spotted Saul. "Hello, little Hufflepuff wizard." "Good evening," Saul greeted. The house elf was quick on its feet, and as Fred and George received their pumpkin juice, they promptly took a sip, simultaneously exhaling a contented sigh. "Could you fetch us some chicken pie as well? We are utterly exhausted." "Certainly, sirs," the house elf nodded obediently. Moments later, Fred and George, feeling revitalized, patted their bellies contentedly and collapsed onto the chairs prepared by the house elf. "Oh, I'd almost forgot." Fred turned to Saul. Saul handed the bottle containing the blue flames to Fred, saying, "It's this. Can this thing make us money?" George leaned in, gazing at the flickering flame within the bottle. "What is this?" Fred inquired, taking the bottle into his hands, yet he could not discern what made this object particularly special. "It is a magical artifact," said Sewer, possessing the qualities of prolonged duration, safety, and convenience for illumination. However, the most significant feature is that it instills a sense of warmth. "Warmth?" George questioned, grasping the bottle, nodding in agreement that it was indeed quite warm. "But what of it?" Fred added, also taking a moment to feel it. "Many spells can achieve that. Yet, no flame exists that does not harm a young wizard. Does it? Sewer chuckled as he took the bottle back, uncorking it under the watchful eyes of Fred and George, releasing the flame into the air. The blue flames danced gracefully, and they were capable of burning for an extended period. Moreover, who would want to brave the cold wind traversing the corridors to attend classes? Especially you Gryffindors and Ravenclaws. I recall your common rooms are situated at the tower's summit. As he spoke, Sewer plunged his finger into the flames. Instantly, the blue fire dissipated. Fred and George gasped, their gazes fixed on Sewer's finger. With a few deft movements, Sewer demonstrated that he remained entirely unharmed. Truly remarkable. Fred and George mused, having never encountered such a harmless spell. Even benign magic, when wielded improperly, could cause harm. Take, for instance, a flickering lumos with enough magical input. It could effectively serve as a flashbang. To allow George and Fred to experience it, Sewer retrieved his wand and conjured another flame. The result was the same. Fred, mustering his courage, extended his hand into the fire, which swiftly dissipated. What spell is this? George inquired. It is called Blue Bellflower. Hermione and I discovered it in the library, and the book was nearly falling apart. Sewer replied as he produced another flame and capped the bottle once more. Blue Bellflower? Fred echoed, puzzled. That is the direct translation from Runic, Sewer explained, and I have borrowed that book, so no one else can find it in the library now. Of course, it was possible that someone had encountered the spell before Hermione and him, but that book had remained untouched for at least a decade. Is it feasible? Fred queried, expressing doubt. What do you intend to do? George asked. Sewer promptly articulated his carefully devised plan. He and Hermione would be responsible for creating the bottles, while George and Fred would provide the containers, promote, and sell them, splitting the profits 60-40, with Hermione and Sewer taking the larger share. I have devised several slogans aimed at different demographics. For instance, still worried about cold hands and feet? With this, you shall fear no chill. Or, love her? Gift her the warmth of our bottle. With approximately 500 to 600 students in the entire academy, if just 100 of them purchased our warm-hearted bottles, Sewer asserted confidently, we could easily earn several hundred galleons. George and Fred exchanged glances. Their earlier hesitations melted away upon hearing the prospect of hundreds of galleons. Let us do it, they exclaimed, sealing their partnership amicably. Chapter 36, Harvest Season. Potter. Snape leaned in abruptly, his expression as impassive as ever. Do you lack hands? And retrieved the item from beneath the table. Under Snape's piercing gaze, Harry reluctantly produced the warming charm he had just acquired from the Weasley twins. The twins, finding a single design too monotonous, had devised various sizes of bottles for sale, including a flat one that could be affixed to clothing. The one in Harry's hand was a round bottle, perfectly sized for a single grip. Such a mundane object, Snape remarked, casting a glance at the flickering blue flame within. In my class, no items unrelated to potions are permitted. A soft rustling sound immediately erupted from the potions classroom below. Snape surveyed the scene, snorted softly, and declared, 5 point for Gryffindor. Professor Snape was indeed unreasonable. Ron chattered in indignation on Harry's behalf. Why is he singling you out? Others have brought that thing too. Besides, what is so special about it? It costs an arm and a leg. It's merely a spell. I could do it as well. Realizing that he could not perform the spell, Ron added sourly, if you're cold, just wear an extra wizarding robe. Sitting beside Hermione, Saul twitched his ears, aware of Ron's motivations. Ron had learned that the warming charm was being sold by his brother, and he had eagerly sought to obtain one for free. However, Fred and George had played a prank on him, leaving him firmly denied. The young man's pride had suffered a significant blow, even when Harry offered to buy him one. He refused, declaring that unless Fred and George respectfully presented the warming charm to him, he had no interest in it. In a magical world, there were myriad ways to keep warm, such as Madame Malkin's custom winter robes, which boasted built-in warming effects, essentially resembling a heated blanket fashioned into clothing. I have no need for such inferior items, Malfoy chimed in from the long table. My father had this robe custom-made at Madame Malkin's, even if the castle freezes. I have nothing to fear. Yet, the custom fee of 100 galleons was evidently beyond the means of most families. Malfoy's comment was merely a display of arrogance. In the afternoon, Saul received a note summoning him to meet before dinner at the third portrait in the left corridor on the second floor. The signature read Fred Weasley. This made Saul realize that the moment of distribution had arrived. Ah, the moment of reckoning. With an hour until dinner, Saul took Hermione, who had just finished her class, and they made their way to the castle's second floor left corridor. Upon tiptoeing around the sharp corner of the third portrait, a door silently appeared before them. As Saul and Hermione entered, Fred and George were already inside. It was a small secret chamber, once filled with glass bottles, now replaced by a heap of silver sickles. a few bronze nuts, and a smattering of gold galleons. The brothers beamed with delight, reveling in their newfound wealth. "You've arrived." George, engrossed in counting the coins, looked up and waved, a broad smile stretching across his face. "We've just finished counting the money." He lamented that the sales had plummeted drastically in recent days. Sir had anticipated this decline, for Hogwarts Castle was truly not lacking in prodigious talents. The erudite professors could readily identify this spell. The fact that it had sold for half a month was already quite astonishing. The upper-year students of Hufflepuff had already mastered the art of crafting their own warming charms. Fred sighed, his voice laden with regret. "Allow me to elaborate," George interjected, pulling out a sheet of parchment from his wizarding robes, densely packed with hasty scrawls. "As of today, we have sold a total of 326 warming charms, yielding an income of 238 silver sickles and 22 bronze nuts. The cost incurred was 3 silver sickles. How many galleons is that?" The currency conversion in the magical world was undeniably cumbersome, and Sir was indeed too lazy to calculate it himself. He posed the question directly. George and Fred exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with uncontainable delight. 238 silver sickles is equivalent to 249 gold galleons. We have struck it rich. Thus, as per our agreement, we shall evenly split the cost of the glass bottles. Sir mentally calculated and waved his hand grandly. "You may take 100 galleons. "Thank you for your generosity," Fred replied with a beaming smile. According to their profit-sharing arrangement, they would only receive 99 galleons, so this extra galleon would allow for quite a few purchases. "However, I do have a request. Could you assist me in exchanging these sickles for galleons?" Sir inquired. "Of course. Leave it to us." On their way back, Hermione was exuberant, bouncing along. "I already know which books I want to buy," she declared. Professor Flitwick had fully decrypted the Incendio spell in class and taught it as supplementary material to the young witches and wizards. After mastering this charm, the students quickly lost interest, but each one possessed a warming charm. It was also Sir's first time witnessing that this spell had some destructive capability. A Gryffindor student named Simon Finnegan had audaciously turned this charm into an explosive spell. The result? Perhaps it was simply very loud? If mental anguish could be considered a form of harm, then it certainly qualified. Moreover, this charm was developed for new applications. Professor Snape had modified it so that it could alter temperature based on a magnitude of magical input, making it exceptionally suitable for potions that required precise heat control. In summary, after dominating the trending charts for half a month, it was ultimately overshadowed by the commencement of the first Quidditch match. On the morning of the match, Hermione discreetly confided in Sir about an incident. "Harry saw the injury on Professor Snape's leg in the staff lounge yesterday. They say Professor Snape attempted to traverse the forbidden corridor where the three-headed dog resides," Hermione remarked. "But I do not believe the professor intended to steal the treasures guarded by the three-headed dog. Professor Snape would never tamper with items that Headmaster Dumbledore rigorously safeguards. I also do not think Professor Snape is a villain." Sir nodded, knowingly affirming that, while Professor Snape could be rather harsh and biased, overall, he was a decent individual. Sir did not counter Ron's assertion, merely offering a knowing smile. Everyone present was engaged in lively conversation, yet Harry appeared exceedingly anxious. The faint shadows beneath his eyes indicating a restless night. Today marked his inaugural match since beginning training, a face-off between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Many offered him words of comfort. "You ought to maintain your stamina," said Saul. "Have a few hot dogs. The sausages are quite excellent today. You should eat something." As the Seeker is always the primary target for the opposing team, which means the Seeker will be quite fatigued, added Simon. "Thank you, Saul, Simon." Harry managed a strained smile. Chapter 37. The Shadow in the Black Robe on the 8th floor. Everyone made their way to the pitch, seating themselves according to their respective house stands. Saul was no exception, following Justin, who sported binoculars around his neck, in search of the best viewing spot. "Ouch," Saul grimaced, clutching his stomach in apparent agony. "What's wrong?" Justin immediately inquired with concern. "I might need to visit the restroom. I think I overindulged in sausages," Saul replied, his expression pained. "I might miss the match. You and Morn go ahead and find a spot without me." With that, Saul hurriedly turned and pushed against the crowd, looking quite anxious. Behind him, Justin's faint voice called out, "I'll save a spot for you." But in the midst of the clamor, the shout was almost inaudible. What was Justin just saying? Upon leaving the pitch and re-entering the castle, Saul lowered his hand, unable to resist the urge to dig at his ears. His face now devoid of any trace of discomfort. Never mind, it was inconsequential. This was a splendid opportunity to discover the entrance to the room of requirement. He had specifically ventured to the pitch to ascertain whether their esteemed defense against the dark arts professor was present. One could tell by the ease with which Saul bounded up the stairs that Voldemort's Quirrell was indeed at the Quidditch pitch. After leaping over the last 2 seemingly vanished steps, he arrived at the 8th floor of the castle. Saul had previously pinpointed the location of the room of requirement. Nestled on the left side of the corridor, while Dumbledore's office was situated on the opposite side, perfectly distanced, alleviating any concerns of an accidental encounter with the headmaster. However, even if such an encounter were to occur, it would not be a matter of great concern. Dumbledore encouraged students to explore the castle, provided they did not violate school rules, or rather, if they did transgress, that they were not caught. With buoyant steps, Saul swiftly approached the desired corridor. As he neared, his expression suddenly shifted, and he quickly slipped into the shadows behind a pillar, cautiously peering out. Someone was there. A figure cloaked in black stood with their back to him, positioned before the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. The mysterious person's robe was bulging, seemingly filled with numerous items. Quite suspicious. Should he seek out Dumbledore? No, an outsider could not so easily infiltrate Hogwarts, while others might be unaware. Saul was acutely conscious that the castle was enveloped by an invisible barrier. Any intruder would be detected upon entry. This indicated that the mysterious figure must indeed belong to the castle itself. Or rather, it was a certain professor. The question arises, which professor could it be? Today marks the inaugural Quidditch match of the academic year, and most professors have gone to spectate. Who, then, would clandestinely venture to the 8th floor of the castle? As thoughts raced through his mind, it seemed several minutes had passed, yet in reality, only mere seconds had elapsed. The mysterious figure stirred, prompting Sewer to quickly shrink back. Was this not the elusive room of requirement he had been seeking? After noting the method of access, he cautiously retreated behind a pillar before the enigmatic figure turned. And when he emerged, he witnessed the corner of the portal vanish from sight. There is a saying, one may tread the iron shoes in vain, yet find what one seeks effortlessly. This was indeed a fruitful expedition. As for the cloaked figure, Sewer had already dismissed him from his thoughts. This year at Hogwarts was nothing short of magical. Even the main antagonist had made an early appearance. With such oddities, one could hardly be surprised. Although Sewer felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the identity of the dark-robed individual and their reason for entering the room of requirement, curiosity, as they say, can be a perilous trait. For a first-year student, self-preservation took precedence. Should calamity strike, Dumbledore would undoubtedly be there to support them. As Sewer entered the Quidditch pitch, he could distinctly hear the enthusiastic commentary and Professor McGonagall's cough as a reminder. Slytherin had possession, with Flint maneuvering the quaffle past Spinnet and Bell. He was struck directly by a bludger. One could only hope his nose would remain intact. Ahem, Professor McGonagall coughed discreetly. Oh, Professor, I was merely jesting. Slytherin scores, how dreadful. Sewer surmised that the commentator must be a Gryffindor. Quickly, he found his housemates in the Hufflepuff section. Justin clutched a telescope with one hand, his face flushed with excitement. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin section, yet apart from Sewer, it seemed no one noticed Harry's peculiar predicament. On his broom, Harry spun and soared skyward like a rocket, veering away from the pitch. Sewer promptly snatched Justin's telescope, raising it to his eyes. The match continued, and, at that moment, the crowd's attention shifted to Harry's perilous situation, with a significant number of spectators pointing skyward. What is happening? Justin inquired anxiously, leaning closer. Sewer, slightly annoyed, nudged his large face and returned the telescope. It appeared that the Gryffindor Seeker's broom was malfunctioning. Hadn't the Slytherin captain just collided with Potter's broom? Surrounding voices of young wizards buzzed with speculation, all captivated by Harry, who was precariously grasping his broom with one hand, swaying in the air. Sewer stood up, scanning the crowd. He noticed Hermione quietly rising, and also glimpsed Quirinus Quirrell, lips moving as he muttered a counter-curse, not to mention the proud, yet hapless Professor Quirrell, who had been knocked forward into the stands by Hermione. A flicker of flame danced before Sewer's eyes as Professor Snape sprang to his feet, frantically patting out the flames on his robes. Little did he anticipate that his modified Bluebell Flame spell would be turned upon himself. Where was Hermione? Sewer scanned the crowd and soon spotted her familiar, bushy brown hair beside Neville and Hagrid. When had Neville sought refuge in Hagrid's jacket? The minor commotion in the teacher's stand did not impede the ongoing match, and Harry swiftly remounted his broom. A frown creased Sewer's brow. Surely, even Hermione would begin to suspect Snape's ill intentions now. According to the unfolding narrative, Hermione was about to become embroiled in the trials set by Professor Dumbledore. What could he possibly do to avert her involvement? As Sewer's thoughts raced, a gasp erupted from the stands of the four houses. Harry shot down toward the pitch like an arrow released from a taut bowstring. When Harry skidded to a halt, tumbling on the grass, he extended his arm triumphantly, declaring that he had caught the golden snitch. Madame Hooch puffed her cheeks and blew the final whistle, disregarding the protests of the Slytherin captain, and announced, "The match is over. Gryffindor has triumphed." Chapter 38. Hagrid's hut in a small wooden cabin not far from the castle. 3 young wizards sat at a wooden table, animatedly conversing with a giant who towered over them at more than 3 meters. Sewer was the 4th wizard, observing the shabby exterior of the hut, which mirrored the disarray within. However, these details were inconsequential. From Sewer's experience over the past 2 months at school, he recognized the true worth of Hagrid's humble abode. The pile of silvery objects heaped in a corner, bound together with coarse twine, was likely unicorn hair. The carpet beneath his feet bore a striking resemblance to the color of the hair, prompting Sewer to lean down and touch it. A slight smile tugged at his lips. Indeed, it was pure unicorn hair, devoid of any unrelated fibers. Additionally, the cage against the wall held a variety of colorful feathers, including those from Snidget and a Niffler, based on Sewer's limited knowledge. Beyond these, several horns of varying shapes hung on the wall, alongside a large mound of hay, though he questioned whether the hay was actually some herb unknown to him. Roughly estimating, if all these items were sold, Sewer's eyes would gleam like galleons at the prospect. He regarded them not merely as feathers and horns, but as a veritable fortune in galleons. Not to mention, unicorn hair was sold by the strand, and here, Hagrid possessed an entire bundle. Would Hagrid be willing to part with some? Let not be misconstrued. This was not for profit, but rather to craft a scarf for Angel in London. If supplies permitted, perhaps he could even fashion a matching hat. Of course, he could not forget Hermione, nor Mrs. Ellison, his future mother-in-law. Sewer has been contemplating the quantity of unicorn hair he requires for his numerous endeavors. That is classified information. Classified? What classification? Sewer gazed at the crowd with bewilderment. Oh, right, it pertains to the Philosopher's Stone. But why does Snape wish to harm Harry? Hermione exclaimed loudly. Another round of quarrels ensued. Sue, already aware of the eventual outcome, found little interest in their disputes, as they would ultimately realize their errors. Harry's final remark concluded the conversation. It turns out there's also someone named Nicholas Flamel involved. Hagrid, incensed, expelled the 3 young wizards from the room. Why 3? Because Sue had stealthily slipped to the corner, eyeing that bundle of gold galleons. No, unicorn hair. In a fit of rage, Hagrid slammed the door shut after ushering Harry and the others out, then poured himself a generous amount of tea. What are you still doing here? Hagrid set down the teapot, noticing Sugar in the corner. Caught in the act, like a thief discovered by his master, Sug stood up, faced with Hagrid's imposing physique. He awkwardly smiled. Hello, Mr. Hagrid. Oh, I know you. Harry has mentioned you. From a Bones family, right? Yes, indeed. Sugar nodded obediently. Old Bones was quite the fellow. The entire Bones family is practically Hufflepuff, and you're no exception, I suppose. I still remember him well, Hagrid mused. He helped me a great deal during my time at Hogwarts. So, knowing little about his biological parents, continued to nod dutifully. Harry must think quite highly of you to bring you here. Could you persuade him to cease his inquiries regarding what the 3-headed dog is guarding? Hagrid expressed his frustration. I shall do my best, Mr. Hagrid. Sugar's compliance seemed to lighten Hagrid's mood somewhat. Care for a piece of my rock cakes? They are rather tasty. Last time, Harry and his friends took quite a few. Hagrid picked up a thick, ginger-colored round biscuit from beside the fireplace. No, thank you, Mr. Hagrid. Sugar smiled stiffly. Although Hagrid munched away effortlessly, he was a half-giant. What ordinary person would dare eat a biscuit so hard it could crack walnuts? I have a request, Mr. Hagrid. Sugar cautiously looked up at the towering figure who was nibbling on the biscuit. Hagrid regarded Sugar with curiosity, his expression shifting. You two wish to inquire about the 3-headed dog? Sugar shook his head vigorously. No, Mr. Hagrid, I am not interested in that. Instead, I was wondering if you could spare me a bit of that, he said, pointing to the bundle of silvery hair in the corner. Unicorn hair? Hagrid followed Sugar's finger and replied, Oh, certainly, but I am rather curious as to what you intend to do with it. Hagrid's expression became somewhat peculiar. Was it related to the argument with that young girl? Sugar quickly clarified. Hermione lives next door to me. Mrs. Granger took good care of me during my childhood. Oh, I had forgotten that old Hagrid's eyes suddenly glistened with emotion. So, you were raised by your muggle guardians? Yes, Mr. Hagrid, Saul nodded. It seems your guardians have treated you quite well, Hagrid remarked, rising to the corner of the room to lift a bundle of silver unicorn hair, which he placed before Saul. Your circumstances are entirely the opposite of Harry's, he chuckled, for his aunt and uncle are truly unbearable. Hagrid trailed off, realizing he should not utter such words in front of the young wizard. Changing the subject, he added, Take as much as you like. I gather plenty of this every time I venture into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid gestured grandly, embodying a certain heroic spirit, a sentiment Saul held solely in his mind. You are truly a wonderful person, Mr. Hagrid. In response, Hagrid let out a hearty laugh. Saul cautiously extracted some of the silver hair from a bundle. Hagrid was generous. Yet Saul knew better than to take advantage. Feel free to take more. This stuff isn't worth much, Hagrid kindly advised, growing increasingly fond of the young wizard. Well, let me help you with that. Hagrid was exceedingly generous, directly scooping a large handful for Saul and kindly binding a portion of the unicorn hair for him. Thank you, Mr. Hagrid. Saul expressed his gratitude as he clutched a small bundle of unicorn hair, bidding farewell. Now, not only hats and scarves, but perhaps there would be enough left over for some gloves as well. Hagrid merely waved his hand dismissively, stating, if that is not enough, come back and take more. Just don't ask me about the corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. All right, Saul replied with enthusiasm, saying goodbye to Hagrid. Chapter 39. The Proud Professor Snape. Saul placed a thick tome titled How to Better Handle Rare Materials on the long table in the library, then sat down to browse the index, hoping to discover how to process unicorn hair. Unprocessed unicorn hair was far too rigid and inflexible, utterly unsuitable for crafting soft scarves or gloves. Saul had inquired with Hagrid, but he had only looked on in confusion. Unicorn category, page 279. Goodness, it's simply a matter of copying and pasting. Isn't it? The author made no mention of processing methods. Am I truly to follow Professor McGonagall's suggestion and consult Professor Snape? The thought of Professor Snape as perpetually impassive visage made Saul unconsciously scratch his scalp. Yet, it seemed that apart from the headmaster, only Professor Snape possessed the skill to alter the properties of magical creature materials. Saul had considered employing charms, but Professor Flitwick had kindly reminded him that unless the goal was to utterly destroy the material itself, such as with a cutting charm, most spells were time-limited, and materials derived from magical creatures bore a degree of magical resistance, even after being severed from their source. What are you looking for? Hermione leaned over to glance at the book in Saul's hands. Nothing much, Saul replied, closing the book, merely browsing. Oh, I see. Hermione nodded, recalling how just a few days prior, she had seen him engrossed in a tome on domestic enchantments. Did you find anything intriguing? She inquired. Not at all, Saul replied, casting a glance at Ron and Harry, who were fervently leafing through their hefty volumes across the table. Turning back to Hermione, he shook his head slightly. It's all just spells aimed at fostering a more harmonious household. How peculiar! Hermione pouted, her curiosity piqued. Recently, Saul had been acting rather oddly, seemingly plotting something while withholding information from her. With a shake of her head, she steeled herself and resumed her perusal of a century of wizarding history, determined to uncover the identity of Nicholas Flamel. After a moment's hesitation, Saul made his decision. A few young wizards, clutching handmade warming bottles, cast inquisitive glances his way. When Saul entered through the door, their curiosity morphed into astonishment, tinged with a hint of sympathy. He appeared to be yet another student sentenced to detention by Snape. No doubt, Snape's office emanated an ominous chill, with shelves lined with glass vials containing unidentifiable liquids, within which floated various animal specimens. It was a scene straight out of a villain's lair, and Saul shivered involuntarily. As he scribbled on a piece of parchment, the oily-haired Snape looked up and met Saul's gaze, who was surveying the office. Feeling the weight of Snape's icy stare, Saul's breath hitched, and he managed a nervous smile. Good day, Professor Snape. I have a question I would like to discuss with you. Saul spoke cautiously. I would like to inquire about how to soften a particular material. The two exchanged glances, with Snape seemingly attempting to intimidate Saul with his glare. Yet, Saul remained unfazed, and an unspoken battle of wills ensued, during which Snape's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, a moment captured by Saul. Finally, the professor relented. What material? Unicorn hair. Saul hesitated briefly before revealing the truth. Though unicorn hair was indeed quite valuable, Snape, as a master potioneer, was a wealthy man. Moreover, different materials required different treatment methods. Upon hearing the material's origin, Snape's brow furrowed. What is it for? He inquired. A scarf, Professor, Saul replied. What? Snape questioned, his skepticism palpable. I intend to use it to create scarves, and perhaps even some hats, Professor, Saul stated with conviction. A light, mocking laugh escaped Snape, yet it was laced with irritation. He perceived this Hufflepuff as deliberately toying with him. Get out, he commanded. Saul conceded defeat, sighing inwardly. It seemed he would have to purchase the material in Diagon Alley, wondering if any merchants might indulge in the extravagance of crafting scarves from unicorn hair. My apologies for the disturbance, Professor, Saul said politely, despite his disappointment. As he turned to leave, a faint, almost inaudible voice reached his ears. Purple-leaved sorrel. Thank you, Professor, Saul exclaimed excitedly, bowing deeply in gratitude, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. With a dismissive whisper, he resumed his delicate calligraphy with a quill upon the parchment, and the office was once again enveloped in tranquility. Sewer, with a hint of arrogance, gazed at the closed door and couldn't he help but murmur, a smile gracing his features. He recalled the abundant clusters of purple-leaved sorrel in Sprout's greenhouse number 1. The kind Professor Sprout would surely not mind if he were to gather a few. Let me ponder 3 pots of sorrel juice, 6 pots of water, soaked for 3 days, followed by another 3 days in clean water. That should suffice. Furthermore, I require a completely secure chamber to house the unicorn hair. The room of requirement. There is no more suitable place than that. As Sewer made his way to the greenhouse, he meticulously devised his plan. Dean Sprout, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would surely be tending to her herbs within. As anticipated, Sewer found her amidst the greenery, and with 3 pots of purple sorrel in hand. He cheerfully strolled back to the castle. Although Professor Sprout was curious about his intentions, she graciously bestowed upon the young wizard 3 pots of her well-tended herbs. The slanting rays of the setting sun bathed the castle in a golden hue, utterly enchanting, much like Sewer's spirits. Chapter 40. The Weaving Charm. Gifts crafted by one's own hands hold greater significance. Justin, do you know where Sewer has gone? Hermione inquired, grasping the arm of Justin Finch-Fletchley, who was about to pass by the Gryffindor table. Justin shook his head. He seemed rather preoccupied lately and had no knowledge of Sewer's whereabouts. Well, thank you, Hermione replied, releasing her grip, her cheeks puffing slightly. Due to the recent arrangement of shared classes with Ravenclaw, she had not spoken to Sewer for several days. What charm did you wish to learn? Professor Flitwick's incredulous voice rang out from his office. Under normal circumstances, hand-weaving a scarf would take at least a week. Sewer intended to craft no fewer than 4, which implied a month's commitment. Not to mention, if the unicorn hair were plentiful, he also aspired to create a pair of gloves. I have not found any literature on household charms in the library. The only one I can think of to teach me is you, Master of Charms, Sewer flattered Professor Flitwick. Delighted, Professor Flitwick raised his chin slightly. Indeed, I do possess knowledge of charms that can accomplish this. Technically speaking, such domestic magic evolved from the household spells of house elves. By the time Sewer emerged from Professor Flitwick's office, twilight had settled, and dinner in the castle was likely nearing its conclusion. He patted his stomach. The wealth of knowledge had filled him, leaving no room for hunger. The adage rings true. Knowledge is sustenance. Just as he descended the unpredictable staircase, Sewer encountered Hagrid at the castle entrance, struggling with a massive fir tree. Need a hand, Hagrid? A few days ago, I discovered some fluffy hair in the Forbidden Forest. I thought, if you require it, you could accompany me to collect some. Otherwise, I shall dispose of it in the hearth. He recalled that the pet shop in Diagon Alley sold such items, and he and Hermione had once amused themselves with them. Very well, thank you, Hagrid. You may call me Hagrid, just like Harry and the others, he replied, lifting his large hand to scratch his head, a smile gracing his face. Now let us depart. As Hermione Granger emerged from the great hall, she noticed a small wizard, seemingly floating as he entered the castle with a wooden basket in hand. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than the elusive Mr. Sewer, whom she had not seen or spoken to in a week. Oblivious to the small figure observing him with a gaze full of resentment at the entrance of the hall, Sewer proceeded inside and turned towards the staircase. So mysterious. I'm quite curious about what you are up to behind my back. Unbeknownst to Sewer, he had a little shadow following him. It was not unusual to encounter fellow students taking a stroll after meals, and many were out and about. The common rooms of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor are situated at the pinnacle of the castle's 2 towers, requiring students to ascend the stairs to reach their dormitories. However, upon entering the 8th floor of the castle, one would encounter no other young witches or wizards, who would idly wander the corridor where the headmaster's office is located. Hermione grew more cautious as she traversed the corridor on the 8th floor, her curiosity intensifying. Just as she peeked around the corner, the entrance to the room of requirement vanished from sight. Where did it go? She wondered, blinking in confusion. The existence of the room of requirement is shrouded in mystery, possibly dating back to the eras of the 4 founders, showcasing artifacts from various times. A piece of trivia: Hogwarts Castle was established by Salazar Slytherin, having stood on the cliffs of the Scottish Highlands long before Slytherin's birth, bearing witness to millennia of history. The room arranged for Sewer within the room of requirement featured a central arrangement of sofa, a coffee table, and an assortment of yarn and tools of varying thicknesses for knitting scarves. Notably, The long sticks were made of ivory. Though the room was not expansive, it radiated warmth, illuminated by a soft orange glow that felt vibrant rather than dim. Sewer retrieved his wand and, with a flick, cast a spell over a wooden basin beside the sofa. After cleaning the unicorn hair that Hagrid had generously provided, he used the levitation charm to immerse it in another basin filled with a purple liquid. As for the fluffy hair, it was already exceptionally soft, requiring no further treatment beyond a thorough wash and drying. Hagrid's understanding of certain concepts might differ from the norm. Some of his possessions could already be deemed as treasures to Sewer. As Sewer hung the freshly washed, fluffy woolen ball on the shelf before the fireplace, his stomach appropriately rumbled with hunger. "I need some food," Sewer called out toward the ceiling. Instantly, a steaming chicken pie appeared on the solitary coffee table in the room, accompanied by a thoughtfully prepared cup of hot milk from the response room. This was not the first occasion Sewer had resolved his dining dilemmas within the response room. After indulging in a hearty meal, the remnants on the coffee table vanished without a trace. Now it was time to attempt the weaving spell. Sewer retrieved his wand and closed his eyes. The essence of this spell lay in the clarity of intention upon its release. For instance, if one wished to weave a scarf, a vivid image of a scarf must reside in one's mind during the incantation. The energy expended by this spell correlates directly with the complexity of the scarf. The more intricate the design and patterns, the greater the magical power required. With Sewer's current magical reservoir at the tender age of 11, he was capable of crafting a relatively simple scarf, which sufficed. Interestingly, this spell bore a striking resemblance to Transfiguration, albeit with slightly higher demands. Regarded by Professor McGonagall as a student of potential, Sewer effortlessly executed the weaving spell. He watched with satisfaction as the needles and yarn floated gracefully, instinctively beginning their work in unison. A smile graced his face as he envisioned the delighted expression of the little angel at home receiving this gift. Magic truly was a boon for the lazy and the inept. Little Peter would face his comeuppance, and Sirius would be rescued. Remember Hermione's cat? It would serve as a conduit to reveal Peter's hidden machinations, likely making its grand appearance at the start of the second academic year. Well then, amidst the recent onslaught of XGBD, I hope everyone takes care of their health, drinks plenty of water, rests adequately, and remains vigilant. Take care. Chapter 41. Hermione's Embarrassment before Professor McGonagall. Sewer marked an X on the holiday stay intention form brought by Prefect Gabriel Truman and handed it to Justin. "By the way, Sewer, a little girl from Gryffindor has been inquiring about you," Justin remarked, also marking Ince with his quill. "She has asked us several times where you are." At this, Morn cast a resentful glance at the two, softly revealing the reason. "My dear parents took my younger brother to Hawaii for the winter." Resentment came swiftly, but faded just as quickly. After a brief lament, Morn produced a brand new wizard's chess set. "My parents sent my Christmas gift early, a new wizard's chess set. Care to give it a try?" "I will," Justin exclaimed, raising his hand eagerly. Sewer couldn't help but admire his tenacity in the face of repeated failures. The two soon engaged in a lively match, the chessboard echoing with their spirited banter. This new game of wizard's chess has introduced a plethora of new terminology. After providing some strategic advice to the beleaguered Justin, Sewer stretched languidly and exchanged a brief greeting with the engrossed Morn and Justin, saying, "I shall make a trip to the library." Go on, Morn replied, not bothering to look up, eager for Sewer to leave. As his recent counsel had caught him off guard, he had been on the verge of delivering a decisive blow to his opponent's king. A true gentleman remains silent while observing the game. What a rascal. The library was merely a pretext. Sewer's true destination was, of course, the 8th floor of the castle. This signified that someone was currently utilizing it. Caught you." A delicate, pale hand suddenly clasped Sewer's shoulder. Startled, Sewer's face paled, momentarily believing he had fallen into the grasp of Voldemort, his mind conjuring countless grim fates. No, the voice was somewhat familiar. Trembling, Sewer turned to face the source. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, Hermione. But how did you know I was here?" Taking several deep breaths to calm his racing heart, he gazed at the sprightly young girl before him. "Humph." Hermione puffed her cheeks indignantly. "And you still have the audacity to ask?" "My apologies, Hermione," Sewer replied, choosing to apologize sincerely. "I have indeed been quite busy these past few days." "Humph." Hermione tilted her head, refusing to meet Sewer's gaze, her chin raised defiantly, a soft huff escaping her lips. Her proud demeanor elicited a chuckle from Sewer. Having grown up alongside Hermione, he understood her personality. It bore a resemblance to that of a cat, only needing a little outlet for her inner emotions. Feigning indifference, Sewer pretended to admire the tapestry on the wall while subtly observing the young girl's movements. As expected, It was Hermione who first succumbed to impatience. Glancing at Sewer with her lips pursed in an exaggerated pout, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Hey, Hermione could no longer contain herself. What are you looking at? Ah, Sewer feigned confusion. Is there something special about this tapestry? Did you discover something? I read in the school history that there are many secret rooms within the castle. The last time I saw you, you suddenly vanished here. Yet this is already the end of the corridor. Hermione bombarded him with questions in rapid succession. He gotcha. Sewer's mischievous side emerged. He glanced around before beckoning to Hermione. Puzzled, she approached him nonetheless. Hermione caught a whiff of the faint scent of sunlight emanating from Sewer, and her sensitive little ears picked up on his breath, causing her cheeks to flush. Want to know? But this is a secret. Sewer whispered conspiratorially in Hermione's ear before darting away at remarkable speed, taking off in a sprint. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. Sewer. The girl froze momentarily, her face shifting from red to pale, then bright crimson. Shortly thereafter, many witnessed a figure leaping and bounding down the stairs, closely pursued by a furious little girl with disheveled hair and tear-filled eyes. In the quiet corridor of the 8th floor, a blank wall revealed a portal, from which emerged a figure clad in a scarf. Gazing at the spot where Saul and Hermione had vanished, a hint of a smile graced his pale visage, silver flecks lingering at the corners of his mouth. On the 4th floor of the castle, a breathless Hermione lunged forward, clinging to the insufferable Saul like a koala. Run! Hermione, why aren't you running anymore? She gasped, her breath coming in short bursts. Upon lifting her gaze, she encountered the peculiar expression of Professor McGonagall and the barely suppressed laughter of Saul. Unable to contain herself, she emitted a sharp cry and hurriedly extricated herself from Saul's embrace, standing before Professor McGonagall with her head bowed, her 2 earlobes barely visible amidst her tousled hair. Flushed a rosy hue, Professor McGonagall's expression was one of incredulity. In her many years of teaching, she had never witnessed such audacity from a first-year girl, openly clinging to a boy in her presence. Yet, the slight upward curl of her lips belied her stern demeanor. Ahem, she coughed lightly, fist to her mouth. Miss Granger, I trust you are aware that school regulations prohibit students from engaging in such horseplay in the corridors. I'm sorry, Professor, Hermione murmured, her voice scarcely above a whisper. And you, Mr. Saul, Professor McGonagall cast a glance at him. My apologies, Professor. Given that this is your first offense, I shall refrain from deducting points this time. You may go, she declared with gravity. Saul and Hermione hurriedly departed. Watching the retreating figures of the 2 young wizards, a faint smile crept upon Professor McGonagall's lips. Ah, youth, she mused wistfully, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. Chapter 42, Hermione's Cat. As a new week commenced, the updated class schedule was posted on the notice board that Sunday afternoon. Most of Hufflepuff's classes were shared with Gryffindor, with the exception of potions and defense against the dark arts. The young girl was genuinely upset, though perhaps it was more accurate to say she was more embarrassed than angry, her mortifying encounter with Professor McGonagall weighing heavily on her mind. Thus, even when Saul approached her, she rose with irritation to join Susan and the others. What did you do to upset your little girlfriend? Saul's roommate, Justin, asked, having witnessed the entire exchange with a gleeful expression. Mind your own business, you single dog. Saul shot back, glaring at him. And technically, Hermione isn't even my girlfriend. Justin, puzzled, did not comprehend the term single dog, but did not hinder him from continuing to mock Saul. If you keep this up, I want to help you when you play chess with more next time. Saul retorted with a deadly strike. Oh, you can't do that, Justin lamented dramatically. Ahem. Professor Flitwick shot a disapproving glance from the podium, causing Justin to retract his neck like an ostrich. During lunch, Saul's owl delivered a note. The items you asked me to purchase have arrived. You can come to my place this afternoon to collect them. Hagrid. With this, all Christmas gifts were finally prepared. In the realm of wizard chess, this piece is intended for Ron. If Saul remembers correctly, the narrative indicates that Ron's chess set was passed down from his grandfather. Under Hagrid's watchful gaze, Saul meticulously sorted through the gifts. His attention was drawn to a square box wrapped in silk. I fail to comprehend why you insist on my assistance to procure this cat. You see, when a shopkeeper learned of my intent to purchase the feline, he was exceedingly enthusiastic, bestowing upon me an abundance of cat food and a brand new cat carrier, Hagrid remarked. It has already reached adulthood, should you wish for a cat. I know someone who would be delighted to offer you a recently born kitten. Oh, that's quite all right, Hagrid. Saul began to unwrap the package, explaining, This cat is a gift I have prepared for someone. The ginger cat, lazily sprawled within the carrier, lifted its head to regard the large face before it. Hello, little one. Saul opened the cage and cradled the cat, Do you remember me? The cat's blue eyes fixed on Saul, and with a soft meow. It nestled comfortably in his embrace, relishing the gentle caresses. Purr, can I understand your words? Hagrid inquired, visibly astonished by the feline in Saul's arms. However, none of the catkins I have encountered resembled it. Perhaps, Saul responded, stroking the cat tenderly. Now, all that remains is to prepare the scarf. Oh, right, Hagrid exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he rose to retrieve a moleskin coat hanging on the wall, rummaging through its pockets. This is what you requested. He handed Saul a small cloth pouch. I searched extensively before finding it in a shop. How much did it cost? Saul accepted the pouch, which Hagrid had procured for him as a means of carrying items. Though it appeared small, its capacity was ample. No need for payment. Consider it a Christmas gift from me. Hagrid chuckled heartily. Thanks to you, I can hardly fathom the fortune amassed for the trinkets I collect in the Forbidden Forest. It's been ages since I bought new clothing. However, I am curious. How did you come to know the undetectable expansion charm? Hagrid nodded, acknowledging. The Hogwarts library indeed encompasses a vast array of knowledge. He continued seriously. The undetectable expansion charm is an advanced spell, not typically accessible to first-year wizards. Moreover, casting it without permission contravenes Ministry of Magic regulations. If you wish to avoid a few days in Azkaban, it is advisable to refrain from such actions. Saul feigned a serious nod in agreement. Yet in his mind, he believed the Ministry's laws bore a striking similarity to Hogwarts rules. As long as one was not detected, it could hardly be deemed a violation. Hagrid regarded Saul as a commendable young man and felt pleased that Saul heeded his counsel. After politely declining Hagrid's dinner invitation, Saul departed the cottage, the bag brimming with gifts in hand, while leaving the cat in Hagrid's care for a few days. He would return to retrieve it before leaving Hogwarts. On the 8th floor of the castle, in the room of requirement, Saul pondered. It seems I must devise a means to earn some money. Sewer retrieved the money he owed Hagrid from his pocket, counting only a few gold galleons and some silver sickles. Although he was unaware of the cost of the bag that had been enchanted with the stretching charm, he knew it could not be purchased for a mere handful of galleons. He owed Hagrid a favor, given the abundance of fine wine in his father's cellar. He thought it would be reasonable to gift Hagrid a couple of bottles. With this decision made, Sewer made his way towards a drying rack by the fireplace. The once stiff unicorn hair, after soaking and washing, had become remarkably soft, shimmering with an enchanting glow under the flickering flames. Outside the castle, the night deepened, yet the room of requirement remained brilliantly illuminated. Exhausted, Sewer collapsed onto the sofa, his wand slipping feebly to the side. After casting a series of spells, he gazed contentedly at the several scarves lying quietly on the coffee table. The interwoven colors of yellow and silver radiated a mysterious aura. He had experienced the first scarf up close, finding it wonderfully fluffy and soft. If perfection were rated on a 100-point scale, this magical scarf would surely score a remarkable 99. 1 point less, lest he succumb to pride. Just then, his stomach grumbled. However, Sewer found himself too weary to even lift a fork. As he closed his eyes, he drifted into a deep slumber. While he slept, the sofa quietly transformed, stretching and expanding into a plush bed. Unconsciously, Sewer turned over, sinking deeper into a peaceful sleep. In a headmaster's office across the corridor on the 8th floor, Dumbledore, clad in a starry robe, retrieved a piece of candy from a small drawer and popped it into his mouth. Dumbledore, just moments ago, received word from a portrait that Professor Quirrell had been seen in the corridor on the 4th floor. An elderly voice emanated from the portrait. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Squinting his eyes, I understand. Thank you, Felias. What do you intend to do now? Tom, Chapter 43. Professor Quirrell is bald. In the following days, Sewer did not return to the room of requirement. Hermione continued to disregard him, though her demeanor had improved considerably. Her visits to the library became increasingly frequent, nearly exhausting all the tomes on the history of the wizarding world. Harry and Ron were swept into the chaos as well, lamenting daily over the hefty volumes before them. Each day brought a new trending topic regarding Hogwarts Castle. The reason their defense against the dark arts professor consistently wore a scarf was unveiled. He was bald. Not only were the students shocked, but Professor McGonagall and others could not resist whispering amongst themselves about the reasons behind Quirrell's baldness. Sewer was equally astonished. He was acutely aware of why Quirrell had kept that scarf tightly wrapped around him since the beginning of term. The bald socket creature resided on the back of Quirrell's head. Yet now, to be told that it had vanished without a trace, it was utterly preposterous. No one in his previous life had ever mentioned it could detach from its host. Unfounded, a wave of panic surged within Sewer's heart. The plot remained unchanged. The characters were the same, yet some unknown transformation seemed to have occurred, and the advantage of the seer was gradually dissipating. How then was Quirrell exposed? This tale begins with the snowball fight at the castle gates that morning. Since the commencement of the school year at Hogwarts, a perplexing enigma had persisted. Why did Professor Quirrell never remove his scarf, even while sleeping? This conundrum had spawned countless speculations. Yet no one dared to wager their Hogwarts career by attempting to remove Quirrell's scarf, just as no one had ever boldly suggested that Professor Snape wash his greasy hair. Then, the valiant Gryffindors stepped forward. Indeed, it was our very own Fred and George Weasley. While engaged in their snowball skirmish on the castle lawn, they spotted Professor Quirrell pass by. The brothers discreetly enchanted a snowball, sending it to chase after the back of Quirrell's head. Whether it was the snowball's overwhelming power or Quirrell's scarf being loosely tied that day, the outcome was the same. Quirrell's scarf fell, revealing a gleaming bald head that sparkled in the sunlight. All the young witches and wizards present were momentarily breathless, as if the drifting snowflakes had also paused in that instant. When their excited murmurs erupted, Professor Quirrell had already snatched up his scarf, covering his head with one hand, and hurried away. Naturally, George and Fred were punished. Although the nature of their punishment remained unclear, the triumphant smile on Filch's face suggested otherwise. Yet, it appeared that they were not entirely displeased. At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley brothers animatedly boasted about their daring exploits. It was indeed absurd that Professor Quirrell, as a defense against the dark arts instructor, had succumbed to the magical snowballs of 2 third-year students unless, of course, he had intentionally allowed it to happen. By the time the holiday arrived, the students' performance in defense against the dark arts class and the subsequent public opinion mirrored Sewer's expectations. Everyone regarded Professor Quirrell with a certain mildness. No one dared to further investigate what lay beneath the scarf. Among the myriad rumors regarding Quirrell's baldness, the most convincing explanation cited the curse associated with the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Young witches and wizards who believed that Quirrell's days were numbered expressed their goodwill and sympathy towards him in various ways. Notably, one version of the countless rumors explained why Professor Snape always sported an oily mane. It was due to his fear of baldness. However, no one dared to confirm this with Professor Snape, not even his most favored students in Slytherin. Sewer, after a day of contemplation, ultimately set aside the matter of Voldemort's whereabouts. As the saying goes, even if the sky were to fall, Professor Dumbledore would be there to support it. Moreover, the holiday had begun. Seizing the opportunity, Sewer made a trip to Hagrid's hut to retrieve the cat he had prepared as a gift for Hermione. During the brief sojourn at Hagrid's abode, the cat had unmistakably assumed the role of the master of the cottage. Upon Saul's arrival, it was perched regally atop Yaya's head, surveying its domain. "My, how it has plumped up," Saul noted as he lifted the feline, weighing it in his hands. "Meow, you stay put in there. I shall let you out once I return home," he admonished before placing the cat, along with its cage, into a small cloth bag. The cat lazily yawned in response, indicating its comprehension. The bag was not tightly secured, for a living creature requires air to breathe. A moment later, Miss Granger found herself reluctantly rapping on the long table in the library, rousing a young girl who was engrossed in her reading. "Have you forgotten that we are to board the train today?" The library erupted into a flurry of activity, as Madame Pants shot a murderous glance in their direction. Hermione, under the weight of that stare, hastily fled the library, not forgetting to issue a few reminders to Harry and Ron before her departure. "While I'm away, you must continue your search, all right? If you discover anything, send me an owl." By the time Saul and Hermione reached the lawn, their classmates had already begun boarding the carriages. "Hurry, Saul. The departure time is nearing." Hagrid beckoned to them from the lawn. It was quite remarkable. A carriage without horses could still move. Hermione muttered as she bent to enter the carriage. She could not see the creatures pulling it, but Saul had a clear view. Nightmares. Saul had seen them in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, jet black, towering with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, adorned with a pair of enormous bat-like wings. This creature was once deemed an ill omen, visible only to those who had witnessed death firsthand. "What are you looking at?" Hermione inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she noticed Saul gazing intently ahead. "Saul, finally willing to speak to me?" "Not at all." Hermione blushed at Saul's smile, raising her chin and turning her head away, haughtily letting out a small huff, shifting her bottom away from him. Chapter 44. The Revealed Gift and Reunion. Why do I keep softening? How pitiful. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, delivering a light slap to her thigh. "Meow." Hermione's ears perked up as she glanced towards Saul, seated at the table across from her. After a moment's hesitation, she could not restrain herself. "Hey, did you hear that cat meowing?" "Cat meowing?" Saul tilted his head. "Not at all." Just then, to corroborate Saul's words, another meow echoed. "The radar is activated." Hermione, with a serious expression, stood up and began scanning the modest carriage. The timely meows provided her with a means of locating the source. She quickly focused on Saul's chest area, specifically the pocket within his wizarding robe. I'm watching the cat. I'm still watching the cat. All right. Saul sighed. There is indeed a cat's meow. Hermione remained silent, her gaze fixed intently. Under her watchful eyes, Sewer reluctantly retrieved a small cloth pouch he had been holding against his chest. He opened the pouch and pulled out a cage, within which resided a ginger cat. Here, a Christmas gift for you. Sewer gently placed the cage on the table and nudged it towards Hermione. The surprise overwhelmed her, catching her off guard. A wave of emotion washed over her as she eagerly opened the cage, cradling the cat in her arms, showering it with affectionate kisses. I have no idea, Sewer chuckled, his eyes glimmering, but I know you will adore it. Oh, thank you, Hermione murmured, her gaze dropping shyly. I truly didn't mean to tease you that day. Sewer reassured her. Such things, I have long forgotten, Hermione replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gently stroked the cat. Am I really that petty? She pondered aloud. Sewer rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking to himself that she was indeed the pettiest of them all. All right then, I plan to name it, Hermione said. Do you have any suggestions? It already belongs to you. You may name it as you wish, Sewer smiled warmly. Hermione lowered her head in contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she lifted the cat to her face. I shall name you Crookshanks. Hello, Crookshanks. Meow. Sewer stood momentarily dumbfounded, captivated by the sight of Hermione and Crookshanks exchanging glances, lost in thought. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that the name would so aptly suit this cat. As if it were destined, time slipped by like the scenery outside a train window, quietly passing amidst the rhythmic clatter of wheels. Dad! Hermione joyfully exclaimed, clutching the cat as she raced towards Mr. Granger outside the train station. After all, she was still an 11-year-old child, and her longing for family would only deepen with the passage of time. As Hermione embraced the cat, Sewer found himself struggling to drag 2 heavy suitcases. While inside the wall, he could use a levitation spell to have the suitcases follow him, but outside, he had to rely on his own strength to haul 2 suitcases weighing at least 20 pounds each. He hardly missed a moment to rest. With great effort, Sewer finally managed to pull the suitcases to Mr. Granger's car. Thank you, Mr. Granger. Sue Lee and Angel have been waiting for you at home. Shall we depart? Sewer secured his seatbelt, glancing at Mr. Granger, who was starting the car. How are Angel and my mother? As the car drove onto Lily Street, the familiar houses came into view, yet Sewer fell into a contemplative silence. The car's brakes squeaked gently. Young man, we're home, Mr. Granger said, affectionately ruffling Sewer's hair. Sewer stared blankly at the sight of his home, where a little girl stood at the door, holding hands with a grown man. Angel had certainly grown since he last left. Mechanically, he unfastened his seatbelt, opened the car door, and stepped out. Bro! Angel's voice echoed from a distance, a familiar sound, a familiar rush, as she launched herself into his embrace. I missed you so much. Angel buried her head in Sewer's arms. Sewer gently pulled Angel from his embrace, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. With their foreheads touching, he whispered, Your brother misses you dearly, little Angel. I have brought you a gift. But if you continue to cry like a little kitten, there may be no gift for you. Under Sewer's soothing words, Angel quickly ceased her tears. He held her hand with one hand while grasping their luggage with the other, leading her to the door. Mr. Granger observed the heartwarming scene before him with a smile, glancing at his daughter, who was on the verge of tears. Unbeknownst to either family, a woman stood silently at the window of a house across the street, watching this tender moment unfold. He has such a wonderful family, she murmured. Chapter 45, A Return to Diagon Alley. Sewer took the opportunity to express his desire to visit the wine cellar to Ellison. Mr. Ellison, who possessed a fondness for collecting wine but not for consuming it, waved his hand in agreement. Gazing upon the shelves brimming with an array of exquisite bottles, Sewer could not suppress a gasp of awe. Although he knew little about wine and was unsure which would be Hagrid's favorite, he understood that choosing the one with the highest alcohol content would be a safe bet, as it was well known that giants had a penchant for drinking. Ah, this one will do, Sewer decided, spotting a flat bottle adorned with the emblem of a centaur. As he emerged from his cellar with 2 bottles in hand, Mr. Ellison was already flushed and slightly inebriated. Father, I have chosen these 2, Sewer announced. Raising his hands in a gesture of report, Mr. Ellison merely mumbled a few words, waved his hand dismissively, and staggered upstairs, accompanied by Mrs. Ellison, who anxiously worried that her husband might tumble down the stairs. Little Angel, with her 2 playful braids, came bounding over, exclaiming, I'm all full now. Where's my gift? Gift. Her face was alight with anticipation. "Shall I fetch it for you, my little angel?" Saul set down the wine bottles and affectionately tugged at her 2 sprightly braids. When Mrs. Ellison descended the stairs, she was greeted by a delightful sight. Angel was sprawled on the sofa, her ears pointed and her face adorned with white fluff, while opposite her sat Saul, whose ears had transformed into large, fan-like appendages, and whose nose stretched out like that of an elephant. "You have bought your sister these peculiar trinkets again," Mr. Granger remarked. "If she wishes to maintain her good teeth in the future, Angel must refrain from indulging in too many sweets." "Oh, don't be like that, mother." Saul playfully stuffed a piece of candy into Mrs. Ellison's mouth. Quite sweet, she instinctively chewed, only to feel a tickling sensation on her face. "Hee hee hee." Angel's laughter became even more high-pitched. Saul joined in, stifling his laughter with his hand. "Oh, have I turned into a kitten?" Mrs. Ellison glimpsed her reflection in the television. At that moment, Saul tossed another piece of candy into his mouth, this time shaped like a bird, prompting Mrs. Ellison to laugh as well. Laughter resonated through the floorboards, reaching Mr. Ellison's ears, and a smile danced at the corners of his mouth. The large and the small had completely devoured an entire bag of Honey Duke's new versatile sweets, marking the end of tonight's revelry. Angel, exhausted from laughing, with a flushed face and glistening with sweat, had closed her eyes in a deep slumber, her tiny hand clutching tightly to Saul's clothing. This little girl had asked daily, throughout your 3-month absence, why her brother had yet to send her a letter. A glimmer of affection sparkled in Mrs. Ellison's eyes. Saul gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair from the little girl's forehead, expressing that he too missed the little angel, and of course, both you and father. Mrs. Ellison's smile deepened further. The following morning, Hermione, accompanied by the Grangers, set off in their car to visit her grandparents in the countryside. Saul found himself relishing several days devoid of books and magic. Is there anything more delightful during a holiday than waking up naturally? However, Christmas Eve was destined to be devoid of such leisurely sleep. Before Hermione departed for her grandparents, she and Saul had arranged to visit Diagon Alley that very day. Hermione intended to procure Christmas gifts all in one go. Yet, plans often falter in the face of unexpected events. Mr. Granger had an urgent dental emergency early that morning, leaving Saul to ponder what kind of emergency might arise in a dental office. Mr. Ellison also left home at dawn for the office, resulting in a predicament. There was no vehicle available to take the two to Diagon Alley. "Fear not, I have a solution," Saul reassured Hermione, leading her along Lily Street, turning at several intersections before pausing at a crossroads. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a wand, raising it high above his head. "You forgotten? We cannot perform magic outside of school," Hermione exclaimed, rushing forward. "No worries, I am merely summoning transportation," Saul replied, holding back Hermione's explosive curls with one hand while steadfastly raising the wand with the other. "Just wait a moment." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous bang echoed, and a bright purple triple-decker bus leapt into view before the young wizards. Hermione was startled. The sound was far louder than the gunfire at her grandfather's farm. "The night bus?" she murmured, reading the words inscribed in purple ink on the front windshield. It was said that the magical community had cast a forgetting spell on everyone at the bus station to ensure this vehicle's full integration into wizard society. Incidentally, the tracks and body of the express train were similarly appropriated from the Muggle world. With a creaking sound, the only door of the bus swung open. "Welcome aboard the night bus, an emergency transport service for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand when in need, and we shall arrive promptly." A man, wearing his uniform cap askew, leaned against the doorframe. "I am Stan Shunpike, your conductor." He then flashed a grin he believed to be charming, though his prominent ears and a few blemishes on his face hardly conveyed handsomeness. "How could anyone compare to your radiant selves on screen?" "Hello, Mr. Shunpike," Saul stepped forward. "Oh, little wizards, greetings to you." Stan Shunpike lowered his gaze to see Saul and Hermione, and he promptly leapt down from the bus, for the steps were rather high. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. "Certainly, please board, young wizard, and this lovely little witch as well." Stan made way for them, adding, "We can take passengers to any location on land for just 11 sickles." Saul immediately counted out 5 sickles and 1 galleon, handing them to the ticket collector. "This is for 2. All right, please get on board. We shall depart immediately." Stan accepted the coins, tossing them lightly in the air, blowing gently on the galleon, then placing it to his ear before stowing them away in a small bag at his chest. It seemed this was the manner in which wizards discerned the authenticity of their currency. Suddenly, Stan recalled something and continued, "Oh, I almost forgot. If you add 3 more sickles, you can obtain a chocolate, pay for, and you'll receive a cup and a toothbrush. However, I presume you do not require those. Do you? Never mind, it's merely a routine. As Stan spoke, he grinned widely, revealing his uneven yet remarkably white teeth. Hermione instinctively glanced at them. Yes, we do not need them. Thank you, Sewer replied politely, taking Hermione's small hand as they stepped onto the bus. The space within the night bus was far more expansive than what one might perceive from the outside. It was quite roomy, with several benches haphazardly arranged throughout the cabin. You may sit here, Stan said, as he finally boarded and the doors closed automatically behind him. He paused for a moment and added, drive slowly. There are 2 children aboard. Upon sitting down, Hermione curiously surveyed her surroundings. Is this your first ride on the night bus? A wizard behind them kindly whispered. You'd best hold onto the seat's armrest. The first ride can be rather uncomfortable. A plump boy witnessed the scene, his wooden stick clattering to the ground as he turned and ran away, exclaiming, Mummy, Mummy! A purple bus just flew away and vanished. Chapter 46. Please begin your performance. Riding the night bus was undeniably a remarkable experience, though the journey itself was far from delightful. We welcome your patronage next time, Stan Shunpike said, standing at the open door, smiling and waving, as the night bus twisted like a spring before vanishing with a loud pop. With pale faces and trembling limbs, Sewer and the equally shaken Hermione struggled to settle onto a bench by the roadside. Gulping down the remnants of their nearly expelled breakfast, Sewer gritted his teeth and declared, I shall never believe a single word Hagrid says again. He told me that riding the night bus is more comfortable than a muggle bus. A wave of nausea surged in his throat. The 2 took a moment to recover on the bench not far from the leaky cauldron. Let's take a taxi. Sewer insisted with unwavering determination. I absolutely refuse to ride the night bus a second time. Hermione found the idea rather appealing and gave it a nod of approval. After a brief pause to breathe in the fog-laden air of the city, they rose and made their way toward the nearby leaky cauldron. Hannah? Hermione suddenly called out, tapping a girl with her hair cascading down her back who was standing ahead of them. What are you doing here? Good morning, Hermione, Sewer, Hannah replied, her hair matted with sweat, clinging to her smooth forehead, revealing she had been busy for quite some time. Did I not mention? The owner of Leaky Cauldron is my uncle. Before they could exchange more pleasantries, Tom's voice rang out. Hannah, take this drink to table 21. Sorry, you're heading to Diagon Alley, right? There's a family just gone to the back. You can join them now. I must get back to work. See you at school. With that, Hannah hurriedly dashed toward the counter. Sewer and Hermione exchanged glances, both shrugging in unison. As they passed the bar, Old Tom was still perspiring profusely as he mixed drinks behind the counter, unchanged from their first encounter. Save for the towel draped over his shoulder, now faded to a grayish hue. Above the street, colorful ribbons defied gravity, with shimmering ornaments affixed to them, while every shopfront displayed a Christmas tree crafted from fir branches. The melodic jingling of bells mingled with the scent of gingerbread wafting through the air. Shall we indulge in some hot mulled wine? Sewer suggested as they passed a vibrant candy shop, where several wizards gathered around a stall. A smiling which adorned with antlers cheerfully handed out small porcelain cups and donuts to customers. The medley of fruit flavors tantalized Sewer's taste buds, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Children shouldn't drink alcohol, Hermione declared with righteous fervor, though her throat betrayed her with a subtle gulp. Sewer noticed and gently urged, It's perfectly fine. Look, that wizard is even serving his child. The alcohol evaporates during cooking, as we learned back in primary school. Well, perhaps. Hermione finally relented. Let us give it a try. After spending a silver sickle, amidst the witch's melodious Merry Christmas, Sewer received 2 servings of hot mulled wine and a donut. It proved true that while the mulled wine lacked a potent flavor, it was still, after all, wine. With her cheeks flushed, Hermione clung to Sewer's arm like a little bird one moment, then leapt about the street like a joyous child, laughing heartily. Sewer covered his face with a hand, glancing at the untouched mulled wine in his grasp. Fortunately, he noted that Hermione's exuberance was not unique. He had witnessed several young ladies prancing about the street, waving unknown objects, and even couples passionately kissing in front of everyone. Is the wizarding world truly this liberated? After some time, it was evident that Hermione's energy was waning, and Sewer could clearly see the telltale signs of fatigue in her eyes. Just before them stood Ollivander's wand shop, a predetermined destination for Saul and his companions. Due to the essence of magic, while Saul possessed the ability to conjure a horse resembling a unicorn through transfiguration, he could not maintain it for an extended duration. During his studies at Hogwarts, he had conducted experiments revealing that the duration of a unicorn's existence was directly correlated to its size. A unicorn of a stature akin to that of Angel could only persist for about 2 days before dissipating due to insufficient magical energy. Why did Saul refrain from demonstrating transfiguration in front of Angel? The charm known as disillusionment had a significant flaw. It would fail in the presence of numerous adult wizards, rendering it an unreliable safeguard. However, the likelihood of being detected while casting spells in Ollivander's shop will be considerably diminished. Good day, Mr. Ollivander. Saul greeted as he stepped inside, where Ollivander was seated in an armchair, meticulously polishing a wand with a silk cloth. Oh, I recall you, the discerning patron. Ollivander replied with a smile. Holly, with a phoenix feather core. Is there an issue with the wand? He inquired, puzzled. Not at all, Saul reassured him, as he settled on a bench beside a slightly dazed Hermione. The wand you sold me is magnificent. Is this your companion? Ollivander remarked, blinking his moon-like eyes. She seems somewhat unwell. She took a small sip of hot mulled wine on the way here, Saul explained with a wry smile, gazing earnestly at Ollivander. I would like to make a modest request. Oh, I wish to perform a transfiguration in your shop. You see, Hogwarts students are not permitted to cast spells off campus, and I can think of no better place than your esteemed establishment. Saul sincerely articulated his request. I have a sister, and before the term commenced, I promised to prepare a gift for her. Ollivander scrutinized Saul with his bright eyes for a moment, and just as Saul began to doubt the old gentleman's acquiescence, Ollivander unexpectedly nodded. Very well, Mr. Bourne. I am quite curious to observe how this wand performs in your hands. However, I must advise that disillusionment rarely falters, and casting spells here may not be the optimal choice. Ollivander suddenly winked mischievously. If anyone inquires, I shall claim it was I who permitted you to experiment with magic in a shop, citing a minor issue with the wand as the reason. Do not mention it. Mr. Bourne, Ollivander added with a smile. Please commence your performance. Chapter 47. Holly and the Ones at Home. Ollivander circled around the unicorn conjured by Saul several times, marveling at the layered transfiguration, a technique unique to Dumbledore. Mr. Bourne, please hand me your wand. Upon receiving Saul's wand, Ollivander examined it meticulously, inch by inch, shaking it gently by the handle, which emitted a faint crackling sound. Oh, I can sense it. It is repelling me, he remarked. Mr. Bones, I wonder if you truly comprehend the unique essence of the sycamore wood, Ollivander remarked, his bright eyes twinkling. You are indeed correct, Mr. Bones, he continued, nodding thoughtfully. Generally speaking, wands crafted from sycamore possess an adventurous spirit, yearning for new experiences. The ideal owner for such a wand is a curious and vibrant explorer, one of whom you might have heard, Newt Scamander. Saul nodded attentively, while Hermione sat languidly against the wall of the bench, still somewhat dazed. You mentioned that there are approximately 7 types of trees classified as sycamore, but be aware, Mr. Bones, this classification has only emerged in recent years. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The wand you hold is an early creation of my father's. During that era, many extraordinary trees had yet to fade from public consciousness. It bore another name, the Tree of Life. In ancient myth, it flourished at the boundary of life and death, symbolizing the inception of creation. Suddenly, Saul's heart raced as memories flooded back to his first day in this world, particularly the enchanting realm known as the enigmatic Mirage. My father endeavored tirelessly to create a wand from it, Ollivander sighed. Regrettably, it seemed too unique to harmonize with the prevailing cores of the time, until my father fortuitously acquired a feather from an alchemy tale and conducted one last experiment. The outcome was unexpectedly successful. Life and death are 2 opposing facets, yet intricately intertwined. My decision to offer you this wand was also an experiment, primarily because I had never encountered a more discerning customer than yourself. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Saul promptly expressed his gratitude. Ollivander waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Bones, I've always told every wizard who comes to purchase a wand that here is the wand that chooses its master. It has chosen you, and thus I sold it to you. Finding the rightful owner for each wand embodies the very essence of our family's craft. Explore it thoroughly, feel its essence. The ancients did not bestow the name tree of life lightly. I will, sir, Saul affirmed earnestly. Now it's getting late. Please put away your gift, Ollivander replied with a smile. As Saul re-emerged onto the bustling street, leading the slightly dazed Hermione, the lively atmosphere enveloped them. Aren't you supposed to be buying a gift, Hermione? Hermione? The bewildered Hermione rummaged through her pocket, producing a note that she handed to Saul in a daze. A question mark appeared above Saul's head as he looked at Hermione's silly grin. All right, seeing her so adorably daft, I cannot help but sigh. Absolutely. I shall never allow Hermione to touch even a drop of alcohol again, though this version of Hermione was undeniably charming. Perhaps, oh no. Saul shook his head, casting aside the thoughts that ought not to arise. He took the note and unfolded it. It mainly contained a list of candies, chocolates, and a few books. Additionally, there are gifts prepared for the little owl, Gray, and Crookshanks. I must say, girls are indeed meticulous. After purchasing the grand Christmas gift package of mouse jerky for the two small pets at home, Sewer took Hermione's hand and exited the Ira shop. As they passed by the spot where mulled wine was being sold, the witch adorned with reindeer antlers had already vanished. Have you heard? Aura's just apprehended a witch. My brother's sister-in-law's brother is an Auror, and he mentioned that this witch was illegally adding homemade hallucinogens and love potions to her wares. It's been several days now. Goodness. Doesn't he that warn a trip to Azkaban? Sure. Are you mad? Why mention Azkaban here? As Sewer led Hermione past the counter of the leaky cauldron, he caught snippets of conversation from two wizards standing nearby. What's wrong with Hermione? Oh, nothing. She just couldn't resist a bit of mulled wine. And now she yes like this. I'm afraid she might get lost, so I'm holding her hand. Hey, Hannah. Hermione cheerfully waved her hand and greeted loudly. Sewer, taken aback, helplessly shrugged his empty hands. Well, that's how it is. Hee. Hannah found it utterly amusing, bending over in laughter for quite a while. We should be going. Merry Christmas, Hannah, Sewer said. All right, you two, Merry Christmas. See you at school, Hannah replied with a cheerful nod. On the way back, Sewer opted for a taxi instead of summoning the night bus with his wand. As soon as Hermione got in the car, she yawned and nestled against Sewer's shoulder, drifting off to sleep. The driver navigated smoothly, and Sewer, gazing out at the swiftly passing buildings, unknowingly succumbed to slumber as well. When he awoke, it was Mrs. Granger who roused him. He was startled to find himself entwined with Hermione. He chuckled awkwardly and gently released his hold on her, waking Hermione in the process. She rubbed her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. Then, she nestled back into Sewer's embrace, prompting a deeper look from Mrs. Granger. Oh, Sewer stiffened and cautiously patted Hermione. We're home, Hermione. Your mother's waiting for us outside. Moments later, Sewer carefully placed Hermione's purchases in the Granger living room and made a hasty exit. Only upon stepping through his own front door did Sewer finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hello, Sewer. An elegant lady clad in a coat, her hair neatly swept atop her head, sat in the living room with a gentle smile. Pleased to meet you. I am Amelia Bones. Your father is my brother, so you may call me Aunt. Chapter 48, Amelia. I apologize for arriving so late, dear, Amelia said, her gaze soft as she looked at Sewer. We had to do this. There are still many malicious individuals around. Amelia moved here after you began school, just across the street. Mrs. Ellison remarked. From the very first day, your father and I discerned that she, like you, is also a witch. Saul lowered his head in silence. I have come here merely to see you, Amelia said. Rest assured, my intention is not to remove you from this place. Sully has taken excellent care of you. Of course, Amelia continued, unfazed by Saul's demeanor. I have a small request to make of you. If it is but a trifling request, why then does Mrs. Bourne seek me? Saul replied with a tone of indifference. Saul, you must not speak in such a manner, Mrs. Ellison admonished, a hint of frustration evident in her voice. Would you like to hear a tale? Amelia said with a light laugh, embarking on her narrative. In July 10 years ago, a couple residing in Godric's Hollow was overjoyed. They had finally welcomed their offspring. The couple devised numerous plans centered around that child, aspiring to retire and accompany him as he grew. And they bestowed upon him a melodious name. At this juncture, a flicker of sorrow passed through Amelia's eyes. However, the Dark Lord arrived. At the end of July, he descended upon the valley with all his minions, unleashing a brutal assault. In haste, the couple entrusted their child to their most trusted kin and, brandishing their wands, charged fearlessly into battle. The Dark Lord was resolute in his intent to annihilate everyone in the valley. The couple fought valiantly and met their demise there. I believe they harbored no regrets, for it was their duty, yet their greatest sorrow must have been their newborn, who was scarcely a month old. Fortunately, that child survived. Their most trusted family members did not betray their hopes and managed to escort the child out of the valley. Upon hearing this, Saul realized who that child was. A sudden dryness overtook his throat. He understood all too well that the child had perished in that fateful green light, or perhaps had departed this world even before that. What was the child's name? Saul inquired. Saul Bournes, or perhaps Saul Ellison. Saul closed his eyes and remained silent for a considerable time. Very well. What is it you wish for me to do? Of course, dear child, it is my pleasure, Amelia responded, her face lighting up with joy. I will come to see you tomorrow morning. Bang! Saul glanced up towards the sound, spotting Angel, clad in a thin nightgown and standing barefoot at the staircase, rubbing her eyes with her small hands. Where have you been? Hermione is not home either, not wishing to linger in the living room any longer. Saul rose and ascended the stairs, scooping up the barefoot Angel in his arms. Brother has gone to prepare Christmas gifts for the little angel. What gifts? Angel asked eagerly. Ah, that I cannot reveal. You shall find out tomorrow. Bang. You must tell Angel. I promise to act as if I do not know. Angel playfully pouted. Well then, I suppose I shall share the answer. Hee hee hee. Bad brother, do not tickle Angel. Hee hee. Angel will not ask any more. In the living room, Amelia exchanged a knowing smile with Mrs. Ellison. That night, Saul did not enjoy a restful slumber. At the stroke of midnight, he was roused by a series of persistent tapping sounds. Picture this. The inky darkness enveloping the night, the streets shrouded in silence, and a dozen pairs of glowing green eyes peering in from outside. Startled, Saul leapt back a few steps, flicked on the lamp, and discerned that a group of owls stood outside his window. Was the wizarding world so steeped in ritual? Did the elderly owls have to deliver their gifts precisely at midnight? Saul scoffed internally before approaching the window to open it. The owls swooped in, scattering gifts across the floor. After enjoying Saul's offering of nuts, they expressed their gratitude one by one before taking flight. Little Gray was also absent, presumably dispatched by Hermione to deliver gifts. As for the presents Saul had prepared for his friends who remained at school, he had entrusted them to the kitchen house elves before the holiday, hoping they would be well received. Saul gathered the scattered gifts and neatly arranged them on his desk. A faint sound emanated from the direction of the door, and he turned to see, with a mix of disbelief and amusement, a Santa Claus figure wearing a red hat and sporting a crooked white beard stealthily entering. Dad! Saul exclaimed, exasperated. Mr. Ellison, undeterred by his discovery, entered with a jovial demeanor, followed by the chuckling Mrs. Ellison. Merry Christmas, Mr. Ellison said, cheerfully producing a well-wrapped gift from his red sack. You can only unwrap it once you wake up, he added. Goodness, you are well equipped, Saul replied, accepting the gift and placing it alongside the offerings from the owls. Merry Christmas, Dad, Mom. He then produced 2 boxes wrapped in red paper, presenting them to the Ellisons. You must wait until you wake up to open these. Oh, of course. The Ellisons replied with delight, each embracing Saul warmly. Thank you, son. We have seen the gift you prepared for Angel. She will be overjoyed when she wakes. A glimmer of envy flickered in Mrs. Ellison's eyes. Surely, this was the most eagerly anticipated gift for little girls across all of England, without exception. Ha! I believe so too, Mr. Ellison said, patting Saul's shoulder with pride. Good night, son. Good night, Dad. Good night, Mom. Chapter 49, Christmas Gifts. A familiar sense of pressure enveloped Saul, accompanied by a hint of milky sweetness. Struggling to awaken in the darkness, he found himself reflecting in Angel's drool-streaked face. Glancing at the clock, he noted the hour was precariously poised between 7 and 8. With a sigh, he expertly lifted Angel by the scruff of her neck and carried her outside. Saul, Angel loves you so much, cooed the little one, accustomed to being lifted by her collar while gazing up at Saul with a heart gesture. Now fully awake, Saul had lost all remnants of sleep. By the time he emerged from the washroom, Angel was already patiently perched on a stool beside his desk. First, the top gift was unwrapped, a lavish check from the Ellisons, inscribed with the sum of £5,000. This was quintessentially Ellison, prompting Saul to give a thumbs up. After casually tossing the check into a drawer, he continued to unwrap. Saul surmised that it must have been Amelia's suggestion. For how else would a muggle know that Hufflepuff's emblem is a badger? Angel had one too, a unicorn. She lifted her red hoodie to show Saul. Indeed, it was quite exquisite. Saul returned the gesture with a thumbs up and donned the sweater, feeling its warmth and thoughtfulness. Morn and Justin appeared to have conspired, each presenting Saul with a box of gummies, their flavors entirely distinct. Candy, after all, is a rather commonplace gift. To Saul's surprise, Hagrid also sent a gift, wrapped in thick brown paper, adorned with a flourish to Saul bones in a grand script. Inside lay a magnificent unicorn horn, golden and stunning. Accompanying it was a note. I hear you have a keen interest in unicorns. This is a horn I acquired unexpectedly, given to you with warm wishes. Merry Christmas. This gift was indeed of considerable value, if Saul recalled correctly. He had seen unicorn horn powder priced at 21 galleons per vial at the apothecary in Diagon Alley just yesterday. He was uncertain how much powder could be ground from the entire horn, but it would surely yield at least 1 vial. After carefully placing this precious item aside, Saul encountered his second significant gift from Professor McGonagall. It was a somewhat worn, thin notebook. These are my notes from my student days while studying transformation spells. I hope they prove helpful to you, it read. Hermione would likely be envious to the point of fainting upon seeing this, for knowledge cannot be measured by wealth. This notebook encapsulated the wisdom of one of the few masters of transfiguration in the magical realm, and its value was undoubtedly immeasurable. What astonished Saul the most was that Professor Dumbledore had sent him a gift as well. Oh no, it was actually a moving miniature unicorn figurine intended for Angel. Please pass this along to the lovely little angel, Albus Dumbledore. I will, Professor. How thoughtful of you to remember I have a sister. Angel's eyes sparkled as she took the little unicorn, which pranced delightfully and bestowed several joyous kisses upon Saul's cheek. Now I have 2 unicorns, she exclaimed, utterly delighted. Unbeknownst to her, it was a gift from the venerable old wizard, but Saul unreservedly claimed the credit. Ron also presented a gift. Judging by the familiar aroma of the biscuits, it was likely a creation of the house elves, which Ron had graciously offered. Harry gifted a bag of sweets emblazoned with the Duke of Candy logo. Its source remained a mystery. The Weasley brothers sent Saul a box of cookies, with a note affixed, "But please be cautious. Do not fly too high during transformation." George took quite a tumble. There were also some ordinary candies among the gifts, which Saul inspected before gathering them into an empty box to gift to Angel. It is noteworthy that Hermione's gift is not among them. Sir felt a twinge of anticipation. Yet the most pressing matter at hand was to descend for breakfast, as his stomach had already voiced its demands to his brain. Just as Sir set down his fork, a knock resonated at the door of the Ellison residence. Angel, ever eager to open the door, nimbly dismounted from her unicorn, clutching the unicorn figurine that Sir had lent her as she dashed eagerly. "Amelia!" Angel called out joyfully, and before long, Amelia entered the living room. Her eyes immediately drawn to the gift Sir had prepared for Angel, a glimmer of astonishment flashing across her face. "This is a Christmas gift from Gogo to Angel." Angel proudly introduced. "Oh, sweetheart, your brother is remarkable," Amelia responded enthusiastically, then turned to Sir with a look of approval. "You have splendidly inherited your brother's talent for transfiguration. It is rare for a first-year student to execute a complete transformation. Your overlay and switching charms are impressive, though they lack a certain element. It cannot move." Sir wiped his mouth and remarked. "Yes, indeed." Amelia nodded. "It lacks a bit of vitality," she stated. Sir's eyes brightened. "What should he do?" "I inquired with Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore, and they mentioned it is a subtle sensation. I have studied with Hermione for quite a while, but have yet to animate it. It truly is a subtle sensation. It wasn't until I was nearing graduation that I learned how to achieve it," Amelia said with a smile. "This is not something easily mastered." "Well," Sir pouted, "another riddle to solve. Before we set off, we need to visit the Ministry of Magic. I have some matters to attend to." Amelia spoke gently. "All right," Sir nodded. "Go. Where are you headed?" Angel asked, her curiosity piqued as she clutched the hem of Sir's clothing, abandoning her unicorn in her haste. "Can Angel come along?" Sir looked to Amelia, but she gently shook her head. It seems the destination isn't suitable for Angel's presence. In fact, Sir had already surmised where they were bound, the valley. Sir crouched down to face Angel. "Moreover, the unicorn your brother gifted you will vanish by tomorrow, just like the previous 2. Angel tilted her head, contemplating, and concluded that riding the unicorn once more was of greater importance. Thus she obediently nodded. "All right." Chapter 50, Flue Powder and the Ministry of Magic. Sir followed Amelia across the driveway into the house diagonally opposite the Ellison residence. Sir shook his head. He knew what flue powder was and how to use it, but having never tried it, he hesitated to agree, fearing he might be transported to some desolate location. "It's quite simple." Amelia casually ignited a roaring fire in the fireplace. Sir's eyes widened. Was this silent, wandless magic? Amelia discreetly glanced at Sir, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Sprinkle the powder into the flames, and they will transform into a vibrant green due to the flue powder. Then, simply stand within and articulate the words Ministry of Magic clearly and confidently. This fireplace connects to a single location, so there's no need to worry about mispronouncing the incantation and ending up elsewhere. Of course, there is still an element of danger. At worst, one might find themselves stuck in between. Remember to keep your elbows tucked in and remain calm. If fear grips you, simply close your eyes. I shall demonstrate first. Observe my actions closely, and I will await you on the other side. Do not fret. It is quite simple." Saul nodded, his gaze unwavering as he watched Amelia toss a handful of silver powder into the hearth, then step inside and loudly utter Ministry of Magic. The green flames roared, enveloping her form, and in an instant, she vanished. Saul followed suit, mimicking Amelia's method, pouring some silver powder into his palm before casting it into the fireplace. The flames erupted into a brilliant green upon contact with the flue powder. Tentatively, Saul reached out, reassured by the fact that the flames posed no danger, before stepping boldly into the hearth. Ministry of Magic. As the green flames licked at his entire being, Saul widened his eyes and pronounced his destination aloud. The sensation of using flue powder was extraordinary, as if his body were being stretched like a noodle, drawn straight into a passageway. With the sound of wind or flames howling in his ears, the green flames swirled frantically around him, and looking directly at them threatened to induce dizziness. Saul shut his eyes, forcing himself to look beyond the flames, catching glimpses of a series of hearths rushing past. Through one of these, he noticed a family gathered around their fireplace, unwrapping gifts. Minutes slipped by, or perhaps only seconds. Saul felt himself gently pushed out by the fireplace, staggering forward until he was steadied by a pair of hands. He looked up to find Amelia, smiling down at him. "Are you all right?" The first time using flu powder could be a bit disorienting, but you'll acclimate. "I'm fine, thank you," Saul replied, shaking his head and straightening his posture. They found themselves in a spacious corridor, the floor gleaming with polished, dark marble tiles. No, perhaps it was wood? Or boards that resembled stone. The ceiling was a peacock blue, adorned with twinkling golden stars that formed intricate golden symbols, dancing and shifting above them. On either side of the corridor stood a series of opulently gilded fireplaces. Saul had just emerged from one. Occasionally, green flames would flicker to life within them, and a wizard would step out. In some hearths, only a hand and a parcel would appear, which would be promptly collected by a waiting wizard. It seemed that flu powder served not merely as a means of transportation. "Shall we?" Amelia inquired softly. Saul nodded, following closely behind her as they made their way towards the far end of the corridor, where a resplendent hall awaited. Along the way, numerous wizards greeted Amelia, casting curious glances at Saul. "It appears that my rather frugal aunt holds a significant position within the Ministry of Magic." Upon exiting the corridor, the first sight that greeted me was a splendid fountain. At the center of a circular pool stood a collection of golden statues. A noble-looking wizard, wand raised high, was surrounded by a witch, a fairy, a centaur, and a house elf, all adorned with expressions of exaggerated adoration. In front of the fountain lay an open space where numerous wizards materialized and vanished in a flurry. I noticed several witches passing by the fountain, casually tossing coins into the pool. Is there a wishing well in the wizarding world? This was the initial thought that crossed my mind, immediately followed by the sight of a tarnished little sign inscribed with, "All proceeds from the Fountain of Magical Brotherhood are donated to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." I see. It is a charitable fund. Following Amelia, I passed through a grand golden door into a small foyer, where several wizards stood. Since her arrival at the ministry, Amelia had transformed entirely. Her demeanor had grown exceedingly serious, and throughout our journey, I had not witnessed a single smile grace her face. This similar expression reminded me of Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts. A nearby elevator chimed, and a man stepped forward to press the button. "Allow me to assist you. Is it the second floor?" Amelia cast a brief glance at the man, responding coolly. "There is no need for your assistance, Mr. Scarn." "As you wish, Ms. Bournes," he replied, pressing the button for the second floor before stepping back. I followed Amelia into the elevator, and, as it rumbled into motion, I caught a glimpse of the man casting a look of surprise in my direction through the iron bars. I must act this way. Otherwise, some might perceive me as too accommodating, allowing them to lessen their family members' transgressions. Amelia whispered softly to me as the elevator continued its ascent. I nodded in silence. The elevator traveled at a swift pace, and with another chime, we arrived at the second floor, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which included the Office for the Regulation of Magical Creatures, the Auror Headquarters, and the Wisengamot Administration Services. As the voice announced our arrival, the gears pulled the iron gates open. I followed Amelia through a long corridor lined with doors on either side. As we passed a window, a beam of bright sunlight flooded in. These windows were enchanted to reflect the weather outside, whatever it may be. Amelia noticed the curiosity in my eyes and offered an explanation. "It operates much like the enchanted ceiling in the Hogwarts Great Hall," I silently concluded. Shortly thereafter, we turned a corner and passed through two heavy oak doors into an open area divided into numerous small compartments. One such compartment bore a sign, hastily inscribed, "Auror Headquarters." I discreetly peered inside and saw a witch languidly perched on a stool, her feet resting atop a table cluttered with crumpled sweet wrappers, swaying back and forth. I recognized this witch. They continued forward, passing the last row of cubicles, and paused before the door of a secluded office. "We have arrived," Amelia declared. "Will you wait outside, or shall you step into my office for a glance?" Sir glanced at the plaque on the door, which read Office of the Director of Law Enforcement, and shook his head. Chapter 51. Sirs Prank and Godric's Valley Nymphadora Tonks felt exceedingly unfortunate. Was it truly such a grave offense to be a bit rough when apprehending that scoundrel? Must I be relegated to clerical duties in the office? The Auror's manual had long since been misplaced, and the thought of revisiting that tome thicker than the history of Hogwarts was utterly unappealing. Ideally, I would encounter a dark wizard along the way. She mumbled to herself while perched on a chair, with 3 legs dangling in the air, supported only by one leg that bore her weight. As she swayed back and forth, it creaked ominously. Suddenly, a fit of coughing erupted from outside the cubicle. In a flurry, Nymphadora hastily withdrew her legs from the desk, only to forget the consequences of disrupting a prolonged balance. Crash! Bang! Ouch! A satisfied smile crept across Sir's face as he stifled a chuckle and hastened to catch up with Amelia. The two made their way back to the open space in front of the fountain. Sir silently nodded, no matter how uncomfortable he felt. It surely could not rival the dread of a roller coaster ride. It became evident that Sir's optimism was misplaced. "Are you all right, dear?" Amelia inquired with concern. Sir waved his hand dismissively as the wave of nausea returned, and he bent over once more. It is quite common for wizards to feel queasy during their first apparition. It will pass with practice, Amelia reassured him, conjuring a cup and summoning some water from thin air. "Drink this, it should help." With trembling hands, Sir accepted the cup and drank deeply, feeling the coolness flow down his throat and spread throughout his body, clearing his mind in the process. "Thank you." The refreshing water indeed improved Sir's condition. He straightened up and surveyed his surroundings, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had been here before. Amelia had transported him directly to the heart of the small village. Thick white snow blanketed the statue at the center, obscuring its features. However, he discerned the figures of a wizard and a witch, the latter holding a child in her arms. It was James Potter, and the other was his wife, Lily Potter. Sir gazed intently at the witch's statue, her wavy hair obscuring her face. Ah, this must be Professor Snape's first love. And the child cradled in her arms? Harry Potter. The child foretold to be born at the end of July. Amelia and Sir stood side by side, gazing at the statue, and she sighed. "Follow me. Our destination lies not here." The snow crunched beneath their feet as Amelia led Saul along the village path, passing a quaint tavern adorned with Christmas decorations, until they arrived at a house encircled by a stone fence. The yard, evidently well-tended, presented a neat appearance, with the pristine white snow blanketing the lawn. "I repaired this place after they left," Amelia remarked, guiding Saul along a narrow path beside the house. A prominent, snow-covered stone monument half buried in the yard caught their attention. According to tradition, the villagers were to be interred in the churchyard upon their passing. Amelia extended her finger and traced a circle in the air, summoning a gust of wind that swept away the snow, revealing dark earth beneath. After meticulously stacking a massive snowball in the corner of the yard, Amelia gazed at the unveiled monument with profound sorrow in her eyes, yet I imagined they would have wished to remain at home. Saul stood there, entranced by the scene before him. "This is the place I wanted to bring you to, dear child," I thought, wishing for them to see that their child had grown well and healthy. For Saul, whose soul hailed from another realm, this place held no emotional resonance. He had never laid eyes on his biological parents, having been raised under the care of the Ellisons. Nevertheless, a deep-seated grief welled up within him, causing tears to stream down his face without his awareness. Was that him? The little one who had not yet had the chance to grow? Saul did not know, but the sorrow felt exceptionally real. Though it was not snowing today, the wind howled fiercely through the valley, and the two stood in silence before the monument for what felt like an eternity. "Let us go, I will show you inside the house." Amelia gently patted Saul's head, though he was no longer the same as before. The wind rattled the windows outside, yet the interior of the house felt warm and inviting as Amelia deftly busied herself in the kitchen. Saul sat on an old-fashioned fabric sofa, still engulfed in his sorrow. He silently cradled a teacup, watching the white steam dance before him, only to dissipate into the air. Who was it that killed them? After a long pause, Saul finally uttered his first words since their arrival. "A group of Death Eaters," Amelia replied. "But they have all been sent to Azkaban." A decade had passed in the blink of an eye. Few would likely have survived in that dreadful place where living was no easy feat. Having committed such a grave sin, how could I allow them to die easily? The guards there will treat them well. After a prolonged silence, Saul softly acknowledged with a hum. "Here, a Christmas gift." Amelia handed him a small vial and a brass ring, key containing a brilliant golden liquid, Felix Felicis, a potion that could bring success in certain endeavors. "And here is the key to this place. It is time to return it to its rightful owner. Merry Christmas." Chapter 52, Amelia's Guidance. With the experience of his first apparition behind him, Saul was better prepared for the second, finding it less distressing than before. Amelia directly transported him to Lily Street, the very place where he and Hermione had summoned the night roller coaster. Continuing along this path, They would turn 3 corners to reach home. Suddenly, a window on the second floor of the Ellison residence swung open, and a small figure leaned out, excitedly waving in Saul's direction from a distance. By the time Saul and Amelia arrived home, Angel was already waiting for them at the door. Amelia intended to politely decline, but the enthusiastic Mrs. Ellison had already taken hold of her arm. Since Amelia's employment at the Ministry of Magic, such warm gestures had become quite rare. No, almost non-existent. Mrs. Ellison's culinary skills were commendable, and Amelia found herself thoroughly satisfied with the meal. The lively and spirited Angel was always trying to snatch food from Saul's plate, filling the dining table with laughter and joy. Listening to Angel's sweet, endearing voice certainly lifted Saul's spirits. After the meal, Angel began to show signs of drowsiness, and Mrs. Ellison led her upstairs for a nap. In the living room, only Saul and Amelia remained. Saul's gaze was fixed on the unicorn beside the sofa, his fingers idly tracing the Christmas gift he had reluctantly accepted. In the house at Godric's Hollow, Saul and Amelia had shared many conversations, and today he had come to accept his true surname. This acceptance was not merely due to the expensive Felix Felicis that Amelia had gifted him. It is worth mentioning that Susan Bones, from the same house as Saul, was also his sister according to the family tree, and they shared a close blood relation. They had a common uncle, Edgar Bones, who was cruelly murdered by Death Eaters during Voldemort's reign. Saul's father was Edgar Bones' younger brother, 1 year older than Susan's father. Amelia noticed Saul's unwavering gaze on the unicorn in the living room and pondered for a moment before speaking. "What is the key to layered transformation?" she inquired. Indeed, Amelia nodded with satisfaction. She drew her wand and tapped the teacup on the table. "Observe, this is a standard transformation. Under the influence of her magic, the teacup transformed into a beautifully feathered little bird, yet the bird appeared quite listless, standing frozen on the table." Saul nodded, his eyes transfixed. "I can offer you a hint, but I cannot articulate this feeling in detail. I will demonstrate it for you." Amelia gently tapped the transformed bird with her wand. Taking a sip of tea, Amelia turned her gaze towards Saul. "To animate a transformed object, you must understand the distinction between a lifeless object and a living one. Life signifies vitality, while the absence of life indicates stillness." Saul furrowed his brow, contemplating the distinction. "Is it the soul?" he cautiously proposed, suggesting that the difference between living and non-living entities lies in one possessing a soul while the other does not. "Precisely," Amelia replied, her lips curving into a smile. She was pleasantly surprised by Saul's insight, as most young wizards would not consider the aspect of the soul. They are only aware that magic can transform an inanimate object into a living creature, yet they have not delved into the underlying principles of this phenomenon. The concept of the soul is profoundly intricate. Throughout the millennia, no one has claimed to have fully comprehended its essence. One of the tenets of the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration states that while we can temporarily animate a lifeless object, we cannot sustain its vitality indefinitely. This is because our magical energy momentarily assumes the role of a soul for the non-living entity, granting it life, but once the magic dissipates, so too does its existence. Saul, suddenly enlightened, furrowed his brow once again. How could one bring to life an object subjected to a compound transfiguration? Transforming an object into a living being is relatively straightforward. It merely requires the infusion of a soul. However, when it involves 2 simultaneous transfigurations, the complexity escalates significantly. No, he shook his head. Glancing at the unicorn, he murmured to himself, "My approach is entirely misguided. I merely altered the shape of the chair, which is simply transfiguration, not transformation. If I wish to animate it, then my subject of transfiguration must also be a living entity, followed by a secondary transformation. But why did Professor Dumbledore turn a chair into a moving unicorn? This is becoming increasingly convoluted." The more he pondered, the more bewildered he felt. Casting a confused glance at Amelia, Amelia chuckled softly, having listened to Saul's entire monologue. The idea of transforming one living entity into another and subsequently transfiguring it is indeed correct, she affirmed. "But Dumbledore," Saul interjected urgently. "There is nothing amiss with Dumbledore's approach." "My dear boy, you are simply too hasty," Amelia replied with a gentle shake of her head. "Do you know the difference between you and Dumbledore?" "Where?" Saul asked, puzzled. "He is over 100 years old, and you are merely 11. The disparity in magical prowess between the two of you is vast, my child. The magical energy contained within Dumbledore is beyond your imagination." "I understand. I finally grasp it. I was completely misled by that old bee. This is nothing less than extraordinary effort yielding miraculous results. No wonder Nymphadora, who visited our home that day, claimed to be inferior to Dumbledore. After all, she is just a recent graduate." Saul's realization dawned upon him. However, Amelia's expression turned serious. Soulborn, I must caution you. It is illegal to transfigure sentient beings, according to the statutes of the Ministry of Magic, and this is a serious offense pursued by the Aurors. Promise me, under no circumstances should you engage in transfiguring sentient beings. I would rather not visit you in Azkaban someday. I promise, Saul replied, startled by Amelia's stern demeanor, nodding vigorously in agreement. Of course, if it were an enemy, I believe the Aurors would not mind, Amelia added, her seriousness briefly lifting as she playfully winked at Saul. Hee hee, Sewer chuckled a few times. Well, it's about time. I still have to visit the department this afternoon. Amelia straightened herself, preparing to leave. Wait, Sewer called out. Under Amelia's puzzled gaze, Sewer dashed upstairs to the bedroom. Moments later, he descended with a neatly wrapped box. This is for you. Merry Christmas. Sewer hesitated for a moment. And thank you for your gift, Aunt. Amelia was momentarily taken aback by the last two words, but soon, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Thank you, Sewer. And Merry Christmas to you too. Chapter 53. Delivering a gift to the Granger household. At the Granger residence, separated by a wall, Hermione had already regained consciousness. She had confined herself for an entire day, and the thought of her behavior in Diagon Alley caused her cheeks to flush as she buried herself in her blankets. Before long, she emerged from her cocoon, perked up her ears, and listened to the sounds from downstairs. Downstairs, Sewer stood in the living room, holding two gift boxes. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger's half-amused expression, unsure of where to place his feet. Regardless of age, one always feels a bit flustered in the presence of one's in-laws. Where's Hermione? Little Hermione? Mrs. Granger deliberately amplified her voice. She's upstairs. Do you need something from her? Also for you, ma'am. Oh, what is it? I have a share as well. Mrs. Granger continued to speak loudly. This one I made myself. Sewer felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into thin air. He quickly handed over both gift boxes. Could you please pass these to Hermione? However, Mrs. Granger only took the portion meant for her. Oh, thank you, Sewer. She joyfully cradled the box in her arms. I believe Christmas gifts are more meaningful when delivered personally. Don't you think? You know where her room is. I assume you don't need me to guide you? Sewer paused, chuckling nervously. You're right. But his steps felt as heavy as lead, as if the Granger couple's gazes were piercing through him. Sewer gently knocked on the door, rousing the sleeping Hermione. After a moment, a muffled voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me. Sewer smiled, given how loud Mrs. Granger had been. He didn't believe Hermione had heard. He suspected she was too shy to come out after yesterday's events. I brought you a gift. Would you like to come out and collect it? After a prolonged silence, the sound of footsteps could be heard, followed by the door creaking open slightly. A fluffy Hermione peeked out, having tidied her hair before emerging. A ginger cat squeezed through the crack in the door, raising its paw to pat Sewer's leg. Good afternoon. Crookshanks, Sewer said, bending down to pet the large orange cat, then glanced back at Hermione in the doorway. Haven't you already given me a Christmas gift? Hermione, feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze of Sewer, shifted her eyes. You mean Crookshanks? That was my apology gift. At that time, it was indeed intended as a Christmas present. But I never expected you to find out. All right, Hermione said, just leave the gift at the door, and I will come to collect it myself. That's not possible. Sewer replied with a smile, shaking his head. Aunt Granger said gifts must be handed over in person. Through the crack of the door, Hermione pursed her lips. Wait. You bang. The door was slammed shut. Then, the sound of quick footsteps and soft rustling came from within. When the door opened once more, Hermione revealed more than just a sliver of the door, yet she still dared not meet Sewer's eyes. Here, this is for you, Hermione said, extending a beautifully wrapped box. Merry Christmas. Wait. Sewer swiftly grasped Hermione's delicate wrist. You don't want a gift? Like a startled little lion. She instinctively shook off his hand and snatched back her own box. Bang. Sewer gazed at the closed door, chuckling softly to himself. Merry Christmas, Hermione. As Sewer departed, Mr. Granger, who had yet to receive his gift, cast an envious glance at his wife, who was already wrapping the scarf around her neck, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Boy, you're walking a tightrope, you know? Huh, who is calling me? Never mind. Opening gifts is more important. Oblivious to the potential displeasure of his father-in-law, Sewer eagerly unwrapped the gift from Hermione. Inside was a scarf, nothing else. It wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing. It was primarily yellow yarn with black borders. Yet, this very simplicity demonstrated the care put into it, clearly hand-knitted, and one could only wonder how long Hermione spent crafting it. The quality of the gift mattered little. What truly counted was that it was made by Hermione's own hands. Time to eat. Angel raced upstairs, her little legs propelling her forward, and she leapt on his Sewer's back, momentarily throwing him off balance. Ouch, my back! Fortunately, Sewer was young, and with Angel's weight being relatively light, he simply hoisted her up and descended the stairs after retrieving the three-piece set he had prepared for her. The weaving charm was indeed a marvelous spell, and with the ample supply provided by Hage, Sewer was able to craft not only scarves but also some gloves and a hat, though there was only enough material left for a single hat. Dinner was extraordinarily lavish, as Mrs. Ellison showcased her culinary skills, having toiled for an entire afternoon. The table was adorned with gravy, Christmas frosted cookies, gingerbread houses, and meatless meat pies. Each of the Ellisons had a glass of wine, and even Sewer received a small cup of the renowned eggnog, as Mr. Ellison remarked that Sewer was now man. Angel, of course, was served only freshly squeezed juice. To Sue Lee, who prepared this splendid feast, Mr. Ellison raised his goblet high. Angel chimed in, I like Sister Granger too, adding her voice to the celebration. Indeed, Saul remarked with a smile, I share your sentiments. Ha ha. Furthermore, let's not linger on trivialities. I wish you well, take care, and see you tomorrow. Chapter 54, The Sudden Fever. Angel and Mrs. Ellison were utterly enchanted by the scarf and gloves gifted by Saul, particularly upon learning that the scarf was crafted from the hair of a unicorn. In Mrs. Ellison's words, encountering a unicorn is a dream cherished by women of all ages. And now her beloved son had fulfilled that dream for her, despite her already having found her knight. She donned a three-piece set made of unicorn hair daily, frolicking in the snow to build snowmen and engage in snowball fights. This marked her first illness since birth. Perhaps it was God's way of imparting a lesson. In any case, Mr. and Mrs. Ellison, along with Saul, took her to several hospitals, consulting numerous renowned doctors and administering ample medication. Yet the fever persistently recurred after the effects of the medicine wore off. Why not try the potion? Hermione suggested upon arriving to visit Angel. Saul, feeling somewhat disoriented, exclaimed, Yes, indeed, we still have the potion. What potion could possibly restore Angel to health? Do you recall the potion Professor Snape taught us before the holiday began? Hermione prompted. Cicada slew, white ash, daffodil, licorice. That's right. That's right. Saul's face lit up. The stimulant potion will surely cure Angel. Lacking the tools and materials for potion making here, we must make an immediate trip to Diagon Alley. Mrs. Ellison, listening to the conversation between the young wizards, hesitated. Her brow furrowed and her eyes glistened with concern. Would that potion truly be effective? We have no better alternatives, Sully. Mr. Ellison reassured his wife, grasping her hand. I shall drive. It's the same address as last time, correct? Yes, father. The car raced along the outskirts of London, kicking up a cloud of dust. Saul and Hermione sat in the back seat, quietly deliberating the precise measurements of each ingredient. Yet they found themselves at odds over whether to use the cicada, slew whole, or ground into powder. Ultimately, they resolved to test both methods when the car screeched to a halt outside the record store. We have arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. The two young wizards dashed ahead, first visiting the apothecary, where they spent 2 galleons acquiring several components for the stimulant potion, and then 3 galleons at the cauldron shop for a complete set of potion-making tools, including a cauldron, balance, mortar, and pestle. Fortunately, Hermione's small pouch, which she always carried, still contained a fair amount of galleons. Wait, Saul, Hermione said, gripping his arm as they passed Flourish and Blots. I believe we should verify our recipe in the bookstore. Indeed, that is a prudent suggestion, Saul agreed, acknowledging Hermione's wise counsel. The smile of the shop assistant at Flourish and Blots froze upon their arrival. Moments ago, 2 young wizards rushed into the shop like a gust of wind, frantically flipping through a book while murmuring incantations. Just as a shopkeeper approached to assist them with their purchases, the 2 hurriedly dashed back out, as swiftly as they had entered, taking with them my precious galleons. The young wizards sprinted away, creating a breeze that ruffled Old Tom's hair. Suddenly, the roar of a speeding car pierced the air, its engine emitting a low hum. Mr. Ellison, despite his urgency, maintained a steady hand, exhibiting all his driving prowess. Before the vehicle had come to a complete halt, Saul couldn't contain his impatience. Flinging open the car door and charging upstairs with a pile of materials and tools acquired from Diagon Alley. The sound of a door slamming echoed. Hermione, breathless, had just stepped into Saul's bedroom a heartbeat before the door shut. Let us begin, Saul declared, seizing his wand from the desk and with a delicate flick. A burst of blue flames ignited. You will receive a warning from the Ministry of Magic. Hermione cast a worried glance at him. Now is not the time for such thoughts, Saul replied, hastily tossing a cicada molt into the mortar and vigorously grinding it, urging Hermione to measure the other ingredients. The book on basic potion brewing resolved their earlier disagreement. As long as the measurements were precise, the integrity of the cicada malt would not hinder the concoction of the invigorating potion. In fact, grinding it into powder was more suitable for smaller doses. One ingredient after another was cast into the cauldron, and the bubbling potion released a purple mist accompanied by an unpleasant odor. "We've failed. The color is wrong," Hermione remarked, wrinkling her nose at the scent. The correct invigorating potion should exhibit a pale green hue, reminiscent of freshly cut grass after rain. "If we fail, we must try again." Saul's voice rose slightly, prompting Hermione to frown. "You are too hasty, Saul," she admonished, her voice rising to drown out his. "Do you remember Professor Snape's words? Potions is a precise discipline. It permits no errors from its practitioners. An excess or deficiency of any ingredient can lead to failure, potentially resulting in dire consequences. You must remain calm. We have only this one cauldron." Saul, momentarily dazed by Hermione's reprimand, managed to steady himself. However, thoughts of the burned, flushed face of Angel lying unconscious in bed ignited his anxiety. He trembled, adding a bit more cicada powder, and the potion's color shifted instantly. Unfailingly, they faced yet another failure. "Stand back." Hermione shot Saul an exasperated glare, pushing him aside. "Let me handle this," she commanded. "Hand it over." "Why are you just standing there? Do you not wish for Angel to recover?" With meticulous care, Hermione stirred the boiling potion in the cauldron clockwise for 2.5 turns, gripping the cauldron handle with heat-resistant gloves to remove it from the flame. She then decisively poured in the precisely measured cicada powder. As the cicada melded with the potion, its color transformed from brown to a soft green, and a delightful scent of fresh grass wafted from the cauldron. "We succeeded." Sewer took a deep breath, feeling elated. He opened the window, and the December chill instantly caused the temperature in the room to drop several degrees, hastening the cooling of the scalding potion. After carefully transferring the potion into slender glass vials, Sewer swiftly corked them with oak stoppers. Moments later, Mrs. Ellison, with a hint of hesitation, administered the stimulant to Angel. Sewer, Hermione, and Mr. Ellison stood anxiously by the bedside, eagerly awaiting the potion's effects. The potion's efficacy was astonishing, yet its side effects left Mrs. Ellison quite alarmed. Sewer and Hermione reassured her repeatedly that this was merely the potion working, expelling the internal heat as steam. Angel's steam engine operated for a full 3 hours, only ceasing when the night had fully descended. "Mom, Dad, go, Sister Hermione, what are you doing in my room?" Angel's frail voice resonated through the room, prompting the 4 individuals to collectively exhale the tension and unease that had settled in their chests. "How remarkable," Mr. Ellison mused, twisting the small vial in his hand, captivated by the pale green liquid within. "Thank you, Sewer." After soothing Angel to sleep, Mrs. Ellison, with red-rimmed eyes, expressed her gratitude to the 2 young wizards, including Hermione. "No need to thank us, Mother. We are family, are we not?" Sewer replied gently, embracing Mrs. Ellison. Chapter 55. Warnings and Return to School. The Ministry of Magic's warning letters may arrive late, but they are never absent. "Mr. Burns, we have received a report indicating that at 3:24 p.m. today, you used a fire spell at your residence. Underage wizards are prohibited from casting spells outside of school. And according to the Regulation for the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards, 1875, the first offense is merely a warning. Subsequent violations may result in expulsion from school. Furthermore, please remember that under Article 13 of the International Wizarding Federation's secrecy law, any magical activity that draws the attention of non-magical individuals is considered a severe offense. The letter was signed by a certain Eugene Hohen and dispatched from the Ministry's Office for the Prohibition of Magical Abuse. Strangely, the letter was dated December 25, 1991, at 3:26 p.m., yet today was the day before the end of the holiday. "You missed a letter, Sewer," Mrs. Ellison called out. What was labeled a letter resembled more of a casual note. Upon unfolding it, Sewer discovered it was elaborately inscribed. "This warning letter is sent to you to inform you that the Ministry of Magic maintains stringent control over underage magical use." "Ah, I see. So this is what they mean by having connections in high places?" The correspondence had been received, and it was thus that Sewer kept a fountain pen readily available at his desk, a gift from Mr. Ellison on his 10th birthday. "Thank you, Little Gray," he remarked. Cats can be exceedingly lazy at times, yet capable of boundless energy when spirited. Moreover, Crookshanks was already a sizable cat, and the youthful Little Gray, barely over half a year old, was no match for such a seasoned feline. The following 2 days are marked by gentle breezes and radiant sunshine. Although Angel's fever has subsided, she still appears somewhat lethargic. To be on the safe side, Sewer has left some extra invigorating potions at home. Hermione had only made a brief appearance in the first 2 days, then retreated into her home until the day of their return to school. On that morning, she appeared at Sewer's doorstep, wrapped in the scarf he had given her, wearing a hat that concealed her face, leaving only her eyes visible. Sewer had been prepared and was waiting for her, of course, adorned with the scarf Hermione had gifted him as well. Mrs. Ellison had packed a hearty lunch prepared early that morning and handed it to the two of them. She adjusted Sewer's clothing and then turned her gaze toward Hermione. "I leave him in your care. If he misbehaves, write to me, and I shall handle him," she said, despite Hermione being bundled in her scarf. Her eyes betrayed a hint of distraction. Sewer awkwardly stated, "We should be on our way now, Mom." The honking of a car horn sounded from outside. Mr. Ellison was ready. "I will," Hermione replied softly, then quickly turned and fled. Mrs. Ellison chuckled warmly, watching Hermione's retreating figure, and gently embraced Sewer. "Do your best, my son." There is no need to elaborate on the journey to the train station or boarding the train. The young wizards had become quite adept at it with experience. As the old steam train began to move, it signified the official end of the Christmas holiday. The temperature in the compartment rose, and Hermione finally allowed herself to remove her scarf and hat. Her cheeks were flushed red, resembling ripe apples. She took out a book she had prepared earlier, laid it on the table, and began to peruse it, muttering, "Where is Nicholas Flamel?" "Nicholas Flamel? Oh, right." Sewer cleared his throat, "If I heard correctly. Were you referring to Nicholas Flamel?" Hermione looked up abruptly, her tone filled with surprise. "You know him?" Sewer nodded. "Nicholas Flamel, the renowned alchemist from France. The progenitor of alchemy in Europe. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Hermione snapped the book shut. "I've been searching for ages. You never asked me." Sewer replied innocently, blinking. "Does he have any particular significance?" Hermione inquired, "Like any inventions or such?" "Indeed," Sewer responded. "Your parents must be familiar with him and his monumental achievements." "Oh, by the way, he has another name. I believe it's Nicholas Flamel." "Exactly," Sewer affirmed. "Who told you that the Philosopher's Stone can only turn stone into gold? It is also known in the magical realm as the Sorcerer's Stone." Sewer shook his head. "Sorcerer's Stone, Sorcerer's Stone," Hermione murmured as if in a trance. "Oh, I see now, I understand." She suddenly sprang from her seat and moved to the corner where the luggage was stored. With a thud, a thick, enormous old book landed on the table. "I borrowed this from the library weeks ago, intending to use it for leisure during the holiday, just as I expected from you." "Hermione," Sewer remarked, eyeing the hefty tome with curiosity. Hermione began to swiftly turn the pages of her book, reciting incantations under her breath. The Philosopher's Stone, a substance of astonishing magical properties, could transmute any metal into pure gold and create an elixir of immortality, granting eternal life. The only known Philosopher's Stone currently belongs to the renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year. No wonder I couldn't find him. A figure from over 600 years ago is hardly contemporary. Hermione's eyes sparkled with growing excitement, reminiscent of a detective who has uncovered the truth. Immortality, indeed. Who could resist the allure of eternal life? "Who?" asked Sewer. "Professor Snape." Harry and Ron claimed they saw him attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone in that corridor on the 4th floor. Hermione lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. "Is there a possibility that you might be mistaken?" Sewer looked at Hermione, pondering the thought. Before he could finish, Hermione interrupted. "But why would he try to cast a spell on Harry during the Quidditch match? That's an entirely different matter." Sewer opened his mouth, observing Hermione's unwavering conviction, realizing she had thoroughly entered a realm of misunderstanding. "Never mind, you'll understand in due course. I merely need to ensure you don't venture onto the 4th floor. I woke up this morning with a fever exceeding 39 degrees. I barely managed to finish writing, and now I must take medicine and sleep. See you tomorrow." Chapter 56. The Hufflepuff Common Room Alarm Clock Incident. Typically, on the first day back to school after a holiday, young wizards find it difficult to muster their spirits. Anyone who has played without the burden of homework for an extended period would feel this way. Furthermore, tardiness during the first lesson of the day would become a common occurrence, meaning that the standings of the 4 Hogwarts houses would depend on which house had the fewest latecomers. Sewer contributed to this phenomenon. He woke up early, dressed neatly, and upon glancing at his disheveled roommate, made a decisive choice. Taking Justin's alarm clock, he set it to ring an hour before class, brandished his wand, and murmured an incantation, amplifying its volume. Subsequently, he placed it in the corner of the common room. No tardiness allowed. Having accomplished this, Sewer quietly exited the common room. Since the Hufflepuff house had little hope of winning the House Cup, at the very least, today, we would strive to be first. When he stealthily arrived at the Great Hall, it was sparsely populated. The Hufflepuff table was unsurprisingly empty. In contrast, the Gryffindor table had a few scattered individuals, with yawning Ron starkly contrasting with a lively Harry and diligent Hermione of course, appeared early in the hall as well. The three of them were engaged in a hushed discussion. "Good morning," Sewer greeted as he sat beside Hermione, who shot him a fierce glare, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Oh, good morning, Sewer," Harry waved happily at him. "I truly like the gift." "And me," Ron raised his hand. "How did you know I had long wanted a new wizard chess set?" "No need for thanks," Sewer smiled. "What are you discussing?" Let me share." Ron raised his hand, and a gaze of death shot from one side, yet Ron remained oblivious. On Christmas Eve, a witch, while selling mulled wine in Diagon Alley, had laced her brew with a love potion and was subsequently imprisoned in Azkaban. Can you guess why? It was because she discovered her muggle husband with her witch friend in Diagon Alley and sought revenge by adding a copious amount of love potion to the mulled wine. Isn't that amusing? Sour's lips twitched slightly. What could possibly be funny about that? However, did the Daily Prophet mention which establishment it was? Let me think. I recall it was the Honeydukes. Indeed, Hermione's erratic behavior that day had its reasons. No wonder she shot me a glare earlier. Of course not, Ron asserted firmly. Harry and I explored the castle. Did you know? Harry discovered something extraordinary. Lowering his voice, Ron continued. He found a mirror in a secluded room deep within the library. Deep within the library? Hermione shivered. You ventured into the restricted section. You weren't caught, were you? As she spoke, she glanced at the hourglass in the Great Hall. The points remained unchanged. Invisibility cloak? Hermione's eyes widened again. What invisibility cloak? Is it the one from the story of the three brothers? But isn't that just a legend? Please, can you refrain from interrupting me? Ron said impatiently. I don't even know if it's the same cloak from the legend. Hermione, with a scowl, turned to angrily stab at the bread on her plate, as if it were her sworn enemy. The mirror is truly magical, Ron continued, a smile gracing his face. I saw myself as the head of the student council, and also as the captain of the Quidditch team, holding a magnificent golden trophy. I suspect this mirror might foretell the future, indicating that I could become the student council president and the Quidditch captain. Humph. Hermione scoffed disdainfully, though she turned away. Her ears still perked up, understanding, after all, that a lion is also a feline, and it is quite normal for them to be proud and curious. Ron, oblivious to Hermione's quiet derision, pressed on. However, Harry saw his parents in that mirror. If it reveals future scenarios, does that mean his parents will be? No, Harry shook his head. Later, I went to that room alone, where I encountered Professor Dumbledore. Didn't I mention it? Oh, sorry, let me share now. The professor told me that the mirror has a name, the Mirror of Arist. It allows us to see our deepest and most fervent desires, meaning that what appears in the mirror is a reflection of our most cherished longings. So, what appears in that mirror is all false, then? It is not a prophecy of the future at all, Ron said, visibly disheartened. Harry nodded. Hermione could not help but inquire, is that mirror still there? Could you take me to see it? Honestly, I am quite curious about what I desire most. It is no longer there. Harry shook his head. It had been moved by Professor Dumbledore, though the destination remained a mystery to him. You need not look in a mirror to realize it must have transformed into someone like Professor McGonagall, who enjoys overseeing everything, Ron remarked. Hermione shot him a glare. So, has our aspiring student council president found Nicodemus yet? Or have you simply forgotten about it? Ron fell silent, having indeed overlooked the matter amidst the myriad of activities he and Harry had engaged in over the holiday, with the library being conspicuously absent from their itinerary. Observing Ron's sheepish demeanor, Sir stifled a laugh. Well, I never expected much from you two anyway. Hermione lifted her chin, declaring, I already know who Nicodemus is. At that moment, a large group of students, both upper and lower years, entered the Great Hall, all sharing a common trait. Their faces were pale with fright. As they passed the Gryffindor table, Justin, seething with anger, grabbed Sewer by the neck. Is it you? Is it you? What is the matter? Sewer tilted his head, feigning ignorance. What happened? Justin looked at his bewildered roommate, suspicion etched on his face. Is it really not you? What are you talking about? Sewer replied, genuinely puzzled. Someone stole my alarm clock while I was asleep, Justin fumed, and then left it in the common room. We were all awakened by the alarm. We debated for ages, yet we couldn't figure out which despicable wizard had pulled this off. You're the only one who wakes up this early. Justin, still skeptical, pressed for confirmation. It's really not you. How could it possibly be me? Sewer insisted vehemently. It absolutely is not. Indeed, it was me, it was definitely me. But you shall never catch me. Hey, hey, hey. Chapter 57. Badger's Wrath. Sewer could never have anticipated that his actions inadvertently resulted in a decline in house points for both Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Indeed, Slytherin's score was only marginally higher than that of Hufflepuff, thanks in no small part to their head of house, Professor Snape, who awarded points without principle. The other two houses found great amusement in this situation, with a few students harboring animosity towards Slytherin taking the opportunity to deliver a few kicks. Following this day, the Ravenclaws and Gryffindors reached a unanimous consensus: never provoke a badger that has not yet fully awakened. The incident unfolded as follows. The fourth-year Hufflepuffs were scheduled to attend potions class alongside Slytherin, and one little badger, possibly due to still being half asleep, accidentally miscalculated an ingredient, earning a verbal reprimand from Professor Snape. As is well known, Snape typically seized such opportunities to award points to Slytherin. Over the years, everyone had become accustomed to his behavior. Typically, after class, the Slytherins would flaunt their superiority, performing ostentatious displays in front of the Hufflepuffs. However, they failed to notice that today's badgers were quite different from a norm. The badger, a carnivorous creature, typically prefers to remain in its den and slumber after satiating its hunger. No, that's not quite right. The correct sequence is to sleep first, then eat, and finally, return to slumber. In a state of sleep deprivation, they exhibit an unusual aggression, even towards adversaries such as snakes or larger animals. Not to mention, snakes do indeed feature in some badger diets. What began as a mere formality turned into an experience of unprecedented humiliation for a Slytherin student, who found a food platter crashing violently against his face. Observe, as he fell, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Saul, having witnessed the entire scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his own lips. Suddenly, a platter soared from the Slytherin table, hurtling towards a girl seated not far from Saul. Quick-witted, he pushed the young witch aside, just in time to avert a potential disfigurement. The clang of the platter striking the floor ignited the ire of the young badgers. A certain plant-like Gabriel discarded his silver fork with a sharp clatter. "Who threw that?" "It was I, your grandfather." "What of it?" boasted a Slytherin boy, standing atop a stool, brimming with pride. Saul recognized him, or rather, anyone who had attended a Slytherin Quidditch match would. Marcus Flint, the team captain notorious for his fondness for reasonable fouls during matches. Gabriel seethed, his teeth clenched, for a long-standing animosity had brewed between them. During a past Quidditch match, Marcus had collided with him on his broomstick, and had he not reacted swiftly, he might have spent a fortnight in the hospital wing. Now, he faced humiliation with berries. With eyes ablaze, Gabriel drew his wand, followed by the badgers who shared a camaraderie with him, all brandishing their wands in unison. Their earlier discontent had long been yearning for a target to unleash their frustrations upon. True to his nature, Marcus remained unfazed in the face of numerous wands, calmly drawing his own as the tension mounted. Remarkably, he even found time to converse with his friends amidst the brewing conflict. "Oh, do the cowards wish to engage me in a duel?" he taunted, his tone dripping with mockery. Saul couldn't help but think that this Marcus Flint might be somewhat intellectually challenged. Marcus's friend, trembling, glanced nervously towards the side of Marcus, where a torrent of food was surging forth. "What are you all doing? Freeze, all of you!" Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, arrived just in time to prevent Marcus from being overwhelmed by the deluge of food, her wand waving furiously. McGonagall's prowess was beyond question. A simple spell swiftly and accurately enveloped both the Slytherin and Hufflepuff tables. At midday, her furious roar nearly threatened to overturn the Great Hall. After understanding the complete circumstances, Professor McGonagall issued her final disciplinary decisions. Hufflepuff loses 150 points. Slytherin loses 150 points. I will explain the situation to Severus. Marcus Flint is to be confined for a month, and you too, Gabriel Dumbledore. The punishment was indeed just, with both sides receiving a thorough reprimand. Under Professor McGonagall's stern intervention, the situation appeared to have calmed. Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff, known for her amiable nature, could be quite formidable when provoked. A few Slytherin students found themselves in the infirmary due to mishaps. Though their injuries were not severe, the embarrassment was palpable. It was rumored that several upperclassmen were doused in a foul-smelling concoction, a repugnant blend of decay and excrement that was simply unbearable. Herbology, as is well known, is a perilous field of study, and accidents are not uncommon. Typically, Professor Sprout would not penalize students for such occurrences. However, the continuous decline of points in Slytherin's hourglass was telling. Gryffindor had ascended to second place, and tensions escalated between the two professors, with Hufflepuff badgers and Slytherin snakes subtly clashing. George and Fred seized the opportunity to profit, energetically marketing their prank products among the students of both houses. Altercations erupted in the corridors and on the lawns, while the deserted trophy room on the fourth floor became the most sought-after dueling venue. Ultimately, only the unfortunate Argus Filch suffered injuries, forced to scurry about daily with a mop in hand to clean up the magical duels and mischief left by the young sorcerers. The frequent magical disturbances and Filch's complaints eventually caught the attention of Professor Dumbledore, who summoned the two headmasters for a discussion. The details of their conversation remain unknown, but in the interest of unity within the castle, they publicly shook hands during dinner. As I recover, I will write more. If I have a fever, I will take medicine, and if I feel unwell, I shall rest. It's important not to push myself, especially when feeling cold and uncomfortable. Of course, if I can avoid trouble, I will. Wishing you well. See you tomorrow. Chapter 58. What issue could poor Professor Binns possibly have? 5 points deducted from Slytherin. In the following days, the situation seemed to have settled, and Professor Snape ceased his targeted antagonism towards Hufflepuff. However, the atmosphere in the Hufflepuff common room was rather unsettling that night. What a wonderful head of house we have. Gabrielle stood on the common room sofa, addressing everyone, lamenting that she had to bow to Snape for the sake of their house. Do you know what I saw while I was in the greenhouse serving my detention? A pained expression crossed Gabrielle's face as she recalled seeing Professor Sprout sitting alone, drinking, and weeping for a plant. Weeping? Surprised, Sully questioned, could that be true? I mean, are you perhaps overthinking this, Prefect? But, Prefect, even Dumbledore had made the headmistress and Snape shake hands publicly. A small badger chimed in. Exactly. Therefore, we cannot overtly oppose Slytherin. Gabrielle surveyed the group. But we Hufflepuffs must ensure that our kind and gentle Professor Sprout does not shed tears on our behalf. Since we have no hope of winning the House Cup this year, let it be known that Slytherin shall not claim it either. The Prefect, Hannah, raised her hand and spoke. Gabriel paused momentarily, then replied with fierce determination. Then let them fall to last place. What shall we do? Inquired a lanky student adjusting his glasses. Indeed, Prefect, we are eager to follow your lead, another chimed in. Huh. Listen closely, Gabriel declared, rising from the sofa as the young wizards instinctively formed a circle around him. Next up is the Quidditch match, and we have a plan. And what about us? Justin eagerly raised his hand. Gabriel observed the bright-eyed first and second-year students, pondering briefly before exclaiming, a brawl is out of the question. Even a sneak attack from a few of you would be futile. Our approach to suppress Slytherin must be comprehensive, since Snape will not grant us any points. We shall earn them from other professors instead. Remember, our goal is to ensure Slytherin receives no points, save for those awarded by their head of house. Those participating in the ambush must prioritize their safety, remain hidden, and abandon the mission if it becomes too risky. No one must be caught by Filch or any other professors. Even if Slytherin flees, we must ensure Hufflepuff doesn't lose any points. Do you all understand? He asked loudly. A resounding cheer erupted as the young wizards raised their arms in excitement. Among the crowd, a resigned sigh escaped from Saul, who could already envision the repercussions for the Slytherin snakes. A united badger is a formidable force. Indeed, they succeeded, aside from potions class. Slytherin received no points from any classes, and their lack of attention remained unnoticed. This was largely due to the numerous academic overachievers from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, who seized most opportunities to answer questions. Voldemort's Quirinus Quirrell donned his scarf once more. Yet not a single student dared to discuss the unfortunate Professor Quirrell any longer. Upon learning the reasons, no student could bear to trouble a balding man, especially one who had lost his hair at such a young age. Moreover, in Professor Quirrell's class, earning points was remarkably easy. Simply reviewing the textbook beforehand sufficed, as he never taught anything beyond theoretical knowledge during lessons. In addition, there was Professor Binns' history of magic course. Professor Binns was quite advanced in age, to the point where he struggled to remember the names of all his students. This was common knowledge, yet a few badgers discovered a novel approach. In my class, no questions allowed. Professor Binns, disturbed by the incessant hands raised, displayed a rare expression of annoyance on his otherwise placid face. What is your name? Never mind. Slytherin loses 5 points. Professor Binns proclaimed. Thank you, Professor. The triumphant badger sat down gleefully, leaving the young lions from Hufflepuff in a state of bewilderment. Gawain, what did you change your name? During the break, a familiar lion approached. Curious to know? Lean in closer, and I shall reveal a secret, Gravis said with a charming smile. After all, Gryffindor and Slytherin had never been on amicable terms. They could easily find common ground. As the wise have said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. 5 points deducted from Slytherin. 5 points. Professor Binns' furious shout echoed throughout the classroom. In a millennium, he had never been this incensed. An increasing number of false Slytherins joined the ranks of those losing points, leaving Professor Binns, the ghost, utterly bewildered. Were there truly that many students in Slytherin? The descent of points in the hourglass naturally caught the attention of the Slytherin students, prompting someone to report it to their head of house. Snape stormed over to Professor Binns, demanding an explanation, but Binns, with his notoriously poor memory, had already forgotten the names of the students he penalized. Thus, Snape could only return in frustration, resorting to overtly inflating his own house's points while simultaneously deducting from others, particularly targeting Harry, who suffered the most severe penalties. This blatant behavior incited complaints from both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students. Consequently, with the encouragement of well-meaning individuals, more of the Eagles and Lions eagerly joined in their efforts against Professor Binns. The three houses, intent on concealing their collaboration against Slytherin, secretly united, knowing that the hourglass recorded only the points lost, not the identity of the deductors. The enormous hourglass in the Great Hall fluctuated rhythmically, and at that moment, the Badgers wisely retreated from their masquerade, successfully hiding their true intentions. After all, their goal was merely to ensure Slytherin remained at the bottom of the rankings. Commander Gabriel expressed his approval of the strategic maneuvers of the younger students. Chapter 59. I'm feeling a bit full. How about you, Ron? The farcical fluctuations of points could not last indefinitely. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall had begun to notice the almost exaggerated changes. Then that man stepped forward. The castle has been quite lively lately, he remarked. This is splendid. You thought to exhibit some vigor. Yet I hope you will channel more of that energy into absorbing knowledge and applying it, rather than vexing an ancient professor who has endured here for a millennium. He has contributed immensely to the field of magical history and possesses a wealth of knowledge that should be your primary focus. The point changes have been too erratic over the past 2 weeks, and I hope to see a return to normalcy. Dumbledore surveyed the room, stating that he had no intention of pursuing the matter of who instigated it. His gaze lingered for a moment on the Hufflepuff table before swiftly moving on, drawing no attention. I also hope that professors can exercise restraint and judiciously wield their power. That'll be all. Sir at the long table noted that Snape's expression had become exceedingly grim. Oh, if Sir recalled correctly, it was 2 weeks prior when the Hufflepuff Badgers were particularly active in Professor Binns' class, meaning that Snape's recent point deduction antics had proven futile. Remarkable. A threefold achievement. Sir silently gave a thumbs up. This is an unprecedented occurrence in history, a profound disgrace. Well, let's commence our dinner. But is the matter truly resolved? Snape as the referee? Sir and Ron exchanged puzzled glances at Harry, who appeared to be rushing in like a whirlwind. Hermione furrowed her brow, contemplating the wizard's chess on the table, devising a strategy to counter Ron's relentless moves. This might be the only skill in which Ron could triumph over everyone. Don't participate in the match, Ron insisted. What could possibly be wrong with Snape officiating? It's a significant issue. Ron rambled on about how Snape was out to get Harry, exaggerating to the point where it seemed as if Snape were poised to wield a sharp knife, ready to chop Harry into bits and toss him into a cauldron. That might be a stretch, yet I advise you, Harry, it would be best to sit this one out, Hermione said sensibly, urging Harry to concoct an appropriate excuse. I have a splendid idea. What if I were to break my leg? I mean, truly break it. After all, Madame Pomfrey can heal any injury, Ron proposed. It's a simple task achievable with a single spell. Harry gazed at Ron in horror. Could he truly suggest such a thing? Moreover, I cannot do that. Harry shook his head, asserting that he was the only seeker for Gryffindor, with no substitutes available. Then you can only hope that Professor Snape will not make things difficult for you, Sir sighed dramatically, patting Harry on the shoulder. This is as absurd as a troll learning to eat with a fork, Ron interjected suddenly. Harry found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. At that moment, a figure bounded into the hall like a rabbit, making muffled sounds. It was Neville. Many young wizards in the hall erupted in laughter at the sight. Sir tightened his brow, drawing his wand to cast a countercharm on Neville. Instantly, Neville's legs fell apart, and he trembled as he sank to the ground, his face pale. Neville pointed to his mouth. Stupefied. After casting another countercharm, Sir stowed away his wand, and Hermione joined him as they helped Neville to his feet. Neville staggered to a bench, breathing heavily. It was Malfoy. He eventually said, I was returning books for Professor Sprout at the library when I ran into Malfoy. He mentioned he had been looking for someone to practice that spell on. Go find Professor McGonagall, Hermione urged. But Neville muttered a few words, shaking his head. I don't want to stir up any more trouble. Even if Malfoy is punished by Professor McGonagall, he'll figure out it was me. And that is precisely why people like Malfoy will continue to bully you, Sir said, patting Neville on the shoulder and offering him a piece of chocolate he had pulled from his pocket. Have a piece of chocolate, Sir said, and once you've eaten, I'll take you to seek justice. Perhaps I'm not cut out for Gryffindor. Malfoy says I am too timid to be one, Neville lamented. He's talking nonsense. Hermione exclaimed in indignation. You are stronger than a dozen Malfoys, The Sorting Hat placing you in Gryffindor speaks volumes. Sewer gazed at Neville's pale and despondent figure, furrowing his brow in silence. I shall seek out Professor McGonagall shortly, Hermione declared resentfully, insisting that McGonagall punish Malfoy appropriately. It's futile, Hermione. Complaining will only exacerbate the situation. Sewer interjected, unable to resist ruffling Hermione's fluffy hair. Unless Malfoy departs from this school, he added, though it was evidently implausible. And even if they informed Professor McGonagall, he would have 100 excuses to dismiss the matter. So we shall just watch Neville endure this bullying? Hermione's small face scrunched up as she swatted Sewer's hand away. Certainly not. Sewer shook his head. It ultimately depends on Neville's choice. What choice? Hermione queried, tilting her head in confusion. Do you wish to know? Sewer smiled at Hermione, beckoning her closer. Initially wary, Hermione took a half step back, scrutinizing Sewer for a moment before curiosity triumphed over her reason. Sewer leaned in closer to her ear, his breath warming her cheeks. I so wish to take a bite. Alas, that would be too cruel. It took great effort to suppress that demon with a long tail and sharp teeth. Here's the thing. I intend to not tell you. Sewer. Hermione shrieked, her face flushed. How many times must this happen? Why do I never learn? The girl playfully grasped the boy's neck, shaking him back and forth, her little fangs peeking out. Not far away, Harry glanced at the snacks on the table, then at Ron. Why do I suddenly feel full? Me too, Ron replied, eyeing his beloved chocolate frog, letting out a burp. It's like you stuffed me with 20 green plums. Today is over. See you tomorrow. Chapter 60, Merlin's Stinky Underpants. On the day of the match, Sewer joined Hermione and Ron at the entrance of the changing room to wish Harry good luck. Clad in his Quidditch robes and holding his Nimbus 2000, Harry wore a serious expression. I know what concerns you, Harry. Trust me, Gryffindor will surely win today, Sewer said, patting Harry's shoulder as he prepared to enter the players' waiting room. Oh, thank you, Sewer. Harry evidently took this as a form of comfort. I'm not merely comforting you. My dear Badger, vengeance is a dish best served cold, and debts must be repaid. The time for retribution is perhaps today. Whether the Slytherin captain would participate in the match remained uncertain. They had not concealed their plans at all. Sewer had heard a few words from the periphery. Marcus, Deathwater, Sack. Oh, that sounds thrilling, he mused. The spell is legs stiffen and cease to move. Remember it. Don't forget, Hermione whispered. Sewer. Huh? Sewer looked at Hermione in confusion. Did you hear what I said? If Professor Snape exhibits any intent to harm Harry, use this spell to stop him. They say Gryffindor is very brave, she continued. Indeed, it is quite courageous. Even the normally rational Hermione is transformed. Hermione, is there not a possibility that your spell might not even hit Snape? Sir whispered, and do you truly believe that, even if Snape intended to harm Harry, he would find the opportunity to do so in the presence of Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore? Hermione murmured, her gaze darting around the corridor in bewilderment. Is Dumbledore here as well? Good heavens, that unmistakable silver beard could belong to no one else. Hermione sighed in relief. The three of them found a spot in the stands, coincidentally right beside Neville. It seems something is amiss, Neville remarked. Snape just entered the Slytherin waiting room, and when he emerged, he looked rather unwell. Professor Dumbledore? Neville pondered, bewildered. What could this possibly have to do with him? The match commenced. The somewhat inconspicuous Ron finally spoke up. The players from both teams lined up, broomsticks in hand, exiting the waiting room. Oddly enough, the expressions on the faces of the Slytherin Quidditch players were peculiar, tinged with gloom and a hint of anxiety. They certainly had reason to be anxious, Sir observed through a borrowed telescope. Ah, it appears the head boy's plan has succeeded. Slytherin's esteemed captain, Marcus Flint, is conspicuously absent from the pitch. I wager to see how long Harry Potter can remain aloft on his broom this time. Malfoy shouted from short distance away. Care for a bet, Longbottom? Be quiet, Malfoy, Ron retorted angrily. Snape had just awarded Gryffindor a penalty because George had sent a bludger hurtling towards him. Yet anything could happen in Quidditch. The penalty seemed rather unjust. Oh, Weasley, my apologies, I didn't see you there, Malfoy cackled. Would you like to place a bet as well? Perhaps with your meager pocket change? Ron's face flushed crimson. Sir couldn't help but clear his ears, watching as Harry soared about the pitch on his broomstick. Quiet down, Malfoy. Malfoy did indeed remain silent for a time, but a few moments later, he could no longer contain himself, as Snape once again inexplicably awarded Slytherin a penalty, which they successfully converted. This decision incited discontent among the young witches and wizards in the stands, with Lee Jordan on the commentary platform resorting to personal attacks. However, Snape, mounted on his broom, remained unfazed, deftly dodging a bludger and awarding yet another penalty to Slytherin. In the Muggle world, referees like that would be unceremoniously removed from the pitch. Seward overheard an irate upperclassman exclaim. Such blatant bias, a corrupt referee. Meanwhile, Malfoy was on the verge of throwing punches at Neville and Ron, or rather, they had already begun to brawl, with Neville firmly pinned beneath the robust Crabbe and Goyle, while Ron was atop Malfoy, swinging his fists. It was utter chaos. Seward drew his wand, preparing to intervene with force. Harry, Hermione, who had been entirely engrossed in the match, suddenly shrieked, leaping to her feet. On the field, Harry was hurtling towards the ground like a bullet on his broomstick. Just feet from the ground, he halted his broom. A splendid feint from Longbottom. Slytherin's seeker has been thoroughly deceived. Lee Jordan exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Harry raised his hand, a broad smile illuminating his face. Oh no, no, it is none other than Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter, who has successfully caught the golden snitch. This is no ruse. The match is over. Gryffindor has triumphed. The stands erupted in jubilation. Without a doubt, this marks a new record, as never before has a Quidditch match concluded so swiftly. Hermione let out a scream, bouncing in her seat, and ultimately leapt into Seward's arms. What was happening? Seward was momentarily bewildered, cradling the girl in his embrace. Did she just fall from the sky? Though he was unaware of why Marcus Flint, the captain of Slytherin, had not made an appearance during this match, Lee Jordan continued to exultantly shout. But the game had already concluded. Harry had made history. Oh, I see him. Marcus is coming, dressed in, Lee Jordan interrupted with a chuckle. Am I mistaken? Is Marcus actually a lovely girl? Laughter erupted across the field, and Seward couldn't help but cover his face. He had assumed the head boy's grand plan was merely to put Marcus to sleep with a sack, causing him to miss the match. Little did he expect that the head boy had also dressed Marcus in women's clothing. Just look at Marcus, bewildered with a broom in hand. Surely he still believes he is adorned in Quidditch robes? Seward felt a pang of sympathy for Marcus Flint. Good heavens, this could lead to expulsion. Why provoke anyone else but the Badger? As Seward mused, a sudden shriek pierced the air, and he felt an emptiness in his arms, momentarily experiencing a sense of loss. Oh, overzealous Hermione had finally realized what she had done. Blushing fiercely, she sprang from Seward's embrace, seemingly drawing strength from an unknown source. Everyone is heading down. I must join in the celebration as well. The lingering fragrance remained, yet the essence had departed. In the arena, Marcus finally regained his senses. The match had concluded, and he became acutely aware of what he was wearing. Merlin's foul undergarments. Who dressed me in tights? Chapter 61. Who crafted the women's attire? And Easter. We made not a sound, having placed the sack over Flint's head while in a disillusionment charm state. Women's clothing? Gabriel shook his head. How could it possibly be us? We merely administered a small dose of the draft of living death to Flint, hoping he would miss the match. However, I miscalculated the dosage this time, causing Flint to awaken prematurely. Yet, that is inconsequential. The match is over, and the outcome is favorable. He still missed the game. After Seward and Hermione escorted the unconscious Neville to the hospital wing, they parted ways on the second floor. Just as he emerged from the wooden barrel passage, he overheard head boy Gabriel in the common room, animatedly discussing with a cup of pumpkin juice in hand. The women's attire was not crafted by the head boy. Seward pondered. It was rumored that Snape had sentenced him to 2 months of detention. He would likely be stuck in the potions classroom dealing with frog entrails until the end of the term. The Badger from Hufflepuff, having thoroughly avenged itself, relinquished its vengeful state in the following days and returned to a state of languid idleness. Professor Sprout's mood appeared to have improved as well. During Gabriel's detention, the headmaster would graciously offer him a box of coconut ice cream after his labors. In essence, everything seemed to have reverted to the tranquility and serenity reminiscent of the early days of the term. Oh, this was the case for Hufflepuff, but for Flint, the captain of Slytherin, the days were far from delightful. Many, especially those from Gryffindor, took great pleasure in calling him by his new moniker, Flinty. Flint was utterly incensed. Each day, as he passed the Great Hall, one could observe him shooting daggers with his reddened eyes at every passerby. It was evident that he attributed all the misfortunes befalling him to the individual who had dressed him in women's attire. Alas, he spared no one, even those from his own house. Yet, ultimately, this was a futile endeavor. Voldemort Quirrell had recently been in a dire state of health, his complexion visibly pale, and his robes had begun to hang loosely on his frame. Occasionally, Saul could see Ron imploring others not to mock Professor Quirrell's stutter, but ever since Quirrell's bald head had been exposed in public, no one dared to ridicule him anymore. However, one must ponder, as a minor antagonist, could Quirrell's presence be any less significant? Never mind, that was a concern for the protagonist. A badger should indulge in feasting and slumber, and find joy in its existence. A thick stack of parchment was placed before Saul, accompanied by Hermione, who settled beside him. If I am not mistaken, you are drafting a revision plan? Saul observed the familiar array of colorful handwriting, his brow twitching. Oh, she had brought her Muggle school methods to Hogwarts. By preparing a plan, one remains composed. You should join me, Saul, Hermione said, engrossed in her organization. The exams are still quite far off, aren't they? Saul raised his eyes and silently counted. There were still over 2 months remaining. To be precise, just a little over 10 weeks. Hermione retorted, that is merely the blink of an eye. For someone who had lived for over 600 years, like Nicholas Flamel, it indeed was just a fleeting moment. Saul blinked in response, but dear girl, you are merely 11 years old. Look at how splendid the weather is outside. Shall we not venture to Hagrid's for a cup of afternoon tea? I have no desire to consume that biscuit, which is as hard as a rock and could fell a cow, Hermione replied, glancing at the sky, grumbling. Yet, the weather outside was indeed rather pleasant. Hermione felt a slight temptation, but shook her head. I ought to have begun my revision a month in advance. If we fail our exams, it would mean we cannot progress to the second year. Next time for sure, Saul. He understands me. He knows what my favorite magical creatures are and what my greatest regrets entail. He is willing to assist me. He is my confidant. I am Sylvanus Kettleburn, and I aspire to present the most magnificent performance for Hogwarts Castle. Behold, Armando Dipet, the former headmaster with whom I have had my differences. The seemingly insignificant Ashwinder you so often deride is, in truth, a remarkable creature, reborn from death. The professors appear to have conspired together, assigning a plethora of homework. And returning home is merely a race against deadlines, with no resources for reference. Hurry, smash him, strike him. Oh, the cheers and lamentations rise and fall. Upon closer inspection, 2 vividly colored eggs sprout legs, testing and colliding with one another within a designated circle. Clearly, shattering signifies defeat. You have triumphed again, Saul. Huh, I knew from the outset that I possessed chocolate-covered nuts. Saul, chuckling, dispelled the transformation spell, brimming with pride. Quickly, if you lose. You must accept your penalty. Consume this Birdie Bot's every flavor bean. You are fortunate. Ugh, earwax flavor. However, the Wizarding World's games are evidently more magical. The activities of the first and second years are relatively simple, merely transforming legs to test and collide, while the upperclassmen engage in far more intricate maneuvers. Those proficient in transfiguration morph chocolate eggs into rabbits, commanding them to race around the arena, or wielding forks and knives to engage in combat. Hey, Saul, do you not find Professor Kettleburn somewhat peculiar today? Moore nudged Saul's arm and gestured discreetly towards the faculty podium. What seems odd? He merely appears a bit foolish. Grinning like a simpleton, Morn whispered, I am not alone in this sentiment. Several upperclassmen have expressed similar concerns about Professor Kettleburn's recent classroom demeanor. Speaking ill of a professor behind their back may result in severe penalties. Morn, Saul cautioned, then glanced back at the faculty seating. Perhaps the old professor is simply aging? I am aware that Muggles suffer from a condition known as Alzheimer's. The Wizarding World might very well have its equivalent. Yet, despite his words, visions of the peculiar old man with the iron bucket, emitting a strange laughter, surfaced in his mind, alongside unsettling thoughts of the troublemaker Voldemort Quirrell. An ominous premonition lingered. Could it be? The transition from 2019 to 2020 feels as if it were merely yesterday, and tomorrow marks the arrival of 2023. May illness and misfortune retreat with the chime of midnight. Away with doom. Away with doom. Until tomorrow. Chapter 62, A Night of Peace. From time to time, I cast a glance at the podium. The oddly behaving Professor Kettleburn merely chuckled intermittently, appearing more like a foolish old man than one with any nefarious intentions. The main figure, Voldemort Quirrell, sat upright, savoring roasted lamb, occasionally engaging in conversation with the professor beside him. Aside from his notably pallid complexion, nothing seemed amiss. Indeed, Harry, Ron, and their companions appeared to be engrossed in the egg-tapping game, while Hermione immersed herself in her book, and Neville seemed lost in thought. It appears that this evening may truly be one of peace. As he savored the last morsel of rich fruitcake, Seward nodded to himself, thinking that a peaceful night as sleep was achievable without causing any trouble. Nothing could deter the little badger from resting on the plush bed. With the final delicacy vanishing from the banquet table, Professor McGonagall rose to declare the end of the feast and the commencement of the holiday. Something felt amiss. Before Seward could fathom why it was Professor McGonagall who announced the banquet-esque conclusion, the young wizards began to exit in an orderly fashion. Only upon slipping into the wooden barrel did Seward realize that he had not seen Headmaster Dumbledore's presence throughout the entire evening within the castle. Y&T Dumbledore attended the feast. Oh, I heard he had to attend to matters concerning the International Confederation of Wizards, remarked a senior, which trailing behind Seward as she overheard his murmurs. Oddly enough, why were there so many eggs in the common room? Upon entering, Sewer noticed several gray eggs in the corner, resembling stone, yet adorned with vibrant splashes of color. You should seek out more. Sewer had no desire to engage in a game of chess with the poor player. It was utterly uninteresting to trample on the weak, wasn't it? I think I'll read a book and then sleep, feeling a bit weary. If you lose today and have to fetch a midnight snack from the kitchen, could you bring me a piece of rich fruitcake with extra strawberries? Thanks a lot. Fine, you false Hufflepuff. Justin mumbled as he departed to challenge Morn in a battle of wits. The outcome was uncertain. Who had the upper hand was anyone's guess. Sewer had succumbed to slumber long before Justin and Morn could determine a victor, utterly exhausted. Don't ask. It's all Hermione's fault. As the night deepened, both the small and large creatures succumbed to slumber. Oh, but not the owls or the diligent caretaker, Filch, along with his cat. Filch, lantern in hand, stumbled through the castle, his shadow stretching and contracting with each step. A sudden sound, akin to scales scraping against the stone floor, reached his ears with precision. Who is it? Filch halted, his bulging eyes, rimmed with red, peering through the narrow slits of his eyelids, a sharp glimmer flashing within. Which little wizard is there? Come out. Yet Filch found nothing. Damn it, you're quick on your feet, he muttered as he slowed his pace, only to unexpectedly encounter a figure clad in black robes around the corner. Hey, got you. Filch's claw-like hand seized the shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. Let me see who you are. He raised the lantern, squinting to get a better look. As the lantern clattered to the ground, a sound of astonishment escaped Filch's lips. Professor Kettleburn? Wait. The ever-observant Filch, having worked in the castle for countless years. Sensed something was off. The professor before him was decidedly unusual, as if he were frozen in that very moment, both in expression and movement. Magic? This is serious. I must inform Professor McGonagall immediately. Could it be that an outsider has infiltrated? Damn it, Dumbledore isn't in the castle today either. Although Furky was alarmed, he remained remarkably composed. Recognizing that he was ill-equipped to handle matters pertaining to magic, he knew he must urgently seek out the castle's sole current overseer. Yet, at the very moment he bent to lift the oil lamp, an incantation struck his frail body from an obscure angle. A look of bewildered joy flickered in Furky's eyes as he realized, oh, my task is complete. The castle is tranquil this evening. He vacantly lifted the oil lamp, swaying as he disappeared down the corridor. Fool! Why not eliminate him? In the darkness, a pair of crimson, slitted eyes suddenly opened. The dark-robed master immediately prostrated himself before the serpent slithering from the shadows, bowing low. I believe it is unwise to incite chaos. Any death before we achieve our objective would jeopardize our plans. Are you instructing me? Hissed the gray serpent, its voice laced with fury. No, I would never presume. My master. The gray serpent lunged, sinking its fangs into the dark-robed figure, who writhed in agony but stifled his cries to avoid attracting attention. The hood fell away, revealing a shiny bald head beneath the dim light of the wall sconces. A bald head? A touch of humor. It was Quirinus Chilo. Fortunately, compared to the excruciating curses of the past, this pain was somewhat bearable. The gray serpent, upon releasing its grip, instantly transformed into a pile of ashes, scattered on the ground. Hurry, Quirinus, retrieve that stone. Once I am resurrected, I shall grant you the power you desire and the long-coveted gift of immortality. Your time is running short. Chilo remained prostrate on the ground, pressing his head firmly against the floor in a most uncomfortable position. Yes, my master. Thanks to that old fool Ketterburn, we would not have this splendid opportunity so soon otherwise. I do not wish to know the details. I only care for the outcome. Yes, my master. On the 13th, be cautious. It is said that the current strain of diarrhea is quite potent. Stock up on remedies like Monchuo, and for the children, perhaps some mommy AI. Chapter 63, Fire. Wake up. Oh, is there something delicious to eat today? The aroma is exquisite, Hermione. Saul, in his dreams, joyfully grasped a fork, savoring the fragrant air. Hey, Hermione, do you smell that? Is there a burnt odor? Burnt? In the darkness, Saul abruptly opened his eyes, blinking in confusion. He was indeed still in the dormitory, not in a spacious and bright house, and Hermione was not there. What has happened? Saul tumbled out of bed, grasping his wand to light the wall sconce, which cast a gentle glow illuminating the path to the dormitory door. By Merlin's beard, Saul gaped at the charred walls of the common room, marred with blackened patches, and several gray serpents with glimmering red eyes slithering through the room. A wave of heat enveloping him. Is this a fire-ash serpent? The memories of the books he had read struck Saul like a stick against his head, suddenly connecting the entities he had never encountered before with the knowledge stored in his mind. In the corner, a gray stone unexpectedly emitted a white light, releasing warmth before turning to ashes. From those ashes, a slender snake emerged, twisting its body and leaving behind a gray mark. The carpet beneath the stone was scorched, forming a blackened hole. Who had allowed the fire ash snake to enter? There was no time for doubt. Saul needed to rouse all the little badgers in the lounge. After all, it would not do to wake up tomorrow to find the castle reduced to ashes. Ahem! His voice rang out with clarity. Saul pointed the tip of his wand to his throat, grateful for Hermione's insistence on reading together. The utility of books is often realized only in times of need. Ahem! There's a fire! Saul bellowed in alarm, awakening the others. The first sounds of commotion came from the dormitory behind him, where Justin and Morn tumbled out of bed in a state of panic. Is there a fire? Where? Justin asked, reflexively splashing the half-finished pumpkin juice in his hand outward. To his dismay, the flames grew fiercer. Merlin's beard. Is that a fire ash snake? Morn stood, dumbfounded behind the wooden door, watching the serpent writhe outside. Who on earth had let the fire ash snake in? With Justin and Morn's assistance, the little badgers were reluctantly dragged from their warm beds. Freeze it! The incantation is rapidly freeze. Damn it. If I find out who pulled this prank, I shall hang them and whip them with salt-soaked lashes. The older student, clad in a mourning robe, angrily waved his wand, sending beams of blue light that accurately struck the writhing gray snakes. The first was that infernal alarm clock. And now the fire ash snake. The disheveled older girl, her face marked, was equally irate, realizing there was yet another. This will not do. At last, a familiar figure emerged. Cedric Diggory spoke up. We must locate the snake eggs, or they will breed uncontrollably. I have already sent someone to find the headmaster. Gabriel shouted loudly. First years, stand back. Hiding in your dormitory will not spare you from burns. If you know the freezing charm, come help. If not, search your dorm for any fire ash snake eggs. They leave obvious gray traces, and we cannot overlook any ashes. If you find one, call us. Professor Sprout soon arrived, unaware that outside the lounge, chaos reigned. From a distant hillside, one could see flashes of white light intermittently illuminating the windows of Hogwarts Castle, resembling a firework display that erupted within. Following the trail, Professor Sprout held her wand firmly, uttering the spell and sweeping downwards with force, covering the path of the fire ash snake with a layer of gold, revealing both the visible and invisible traces under the influence of magic. Sewer gazed at the intricate golden threads that blanketed the lounge, drawing in a sharp breath. A wave of unease washed over him, as if he were afflicted by a profound fear of density. The freezing charm, children, Professor Sprout commanded. Eliminate them at the quickest pace. Now, take up your wands. This castle is teeming with these nuisances, and it requires our assistance. The sleep-deprived badgers jolted awake at the sound of Sprout's voice. Yes, Professor, they chorused in unison. Typically, the badgers were quite lethargic, spending their days indulging in feasting and resting, occasionally arriving late. Yet, their unity was undeniable. Gabriel, the ringleader, orchestrated the efforts to meticulously clear the traces within the lounge. First-year students who had yet to master the freezing charm were assigned their own tasks, donning dragonhide gloves to gather the frozen ash snakes and unhatched snake eggs. Each badger diligently fulfilled their role, swiftly expanding their efforts to the castle's lower level. In the corridors, encountered the Slytherin snakes. Ah, the tension of encountering rivals? Fear not. The matter at hand took precedence, and internal strife was unlikely among children, the eldest being no more than 15 years old. Students in the 6th and 7th years were usually preoccupied with preparing for the ultimate wizarding examinations. There was little room for deep-seated animosities. However, Sewer overheard them exchanging barbs and establishing a wager. Whoever discovered and dealt with the most ash snakes would emerge victorious, while the loser would don women's attire for a circuit during mealtime in the Great Hall. What triggered such extraordinary stakes? Ah, it was Marcus Flint's wager, thus. All was well. This was a matter of rivalry among upperclassmen, of which Sewer held little concern. His thoughts lingered on Hermione, who resided in the Gryffindor lounge at the topmost level. Yet, moments later, as the throng advanced to the 3rd floor of the castle, the lions from above and the badgers from below converged successfully. Sewer exhaled in relief upon spotting Hermione in her pink pajamas, energetically waving her wand. As for the eagles? Oh, there was no need for concern. They had already rushed to the library to extinguish flames, leaving behind a trail of gray ashes at the entrance. Though the library was safeguarded by fire protection charms, an excessive number of ignition points could render even the most durable spells ineffective. For Ravenclaw, knowledge equated to wealth, and wealth must be fiercely protected. Chapter 64. The Inauspicious Crisis of the Castle. The four heads of houses encountered a moment of collective silence, exchanging glances before dispersing once more. Children, pay heed to the castle's corridors, the deserted classrooms, and the corners. Vigilance is paramount. Now split up. But we must reconvene here in 2 hours, Professor McGonagall declared before departing. The students of Hogwarts were filled with exhilaration. This was perhaps the sole occasion in their academic careers where they could legally and legitimately roam the castle at such a late hour, exploring its mysteries. The ash snakes? Oh, merely a matter to be resolved with a single freezing charm. Once the four houses united, they ceased to act independently. Friendly male and female witches formed teams, departing from the ranks to commence their exploration. Saul was no exception. He abandoned his roommate and resolutely embraced Hermione. He pondered how delightful it would be without the 3 light bulbs: Ron, Harry, and Neville. "There's a fire ash snake, Saul," Ron shouted in alarm. A beam of blue light shot forth, freezing the fire ash snake, which had just laid its eggs and was preparing to ignite, along with its eggs, in place. "Neville, the snake eggs are now your responsibility. Be cautious when collecting them." Ron looked at Saul, who was already walking ahead alongside Hermione, his eyes filled with indignation. "If only I could perform the freezing charm." "Sir means no ill, Ron. Do not overthink it," Harry reassured, patting Ron's shoulder. Truth be told, he had no objections to Saul's allocation of tasks. After all, Ron had already crushed 3 fire ash snake eggs, which were surprisingly fragile. Such meticulous work suited Neville exceedingly well. As Saul pondered while clearing away the fire ash snakes, he was baffled. If this turmoil was Voldemort's scheme to create chaos and steal the Philosopher's Stone from the 4th floor, wouldn't it have been more prudent to simply sneak in invisibly? Why resort to such convoluted methods? The trolls and the fire ash snakes. Did the fragmentation of one's soul equate to a significant decline in intelligence? Or was Quirrell's mind limited to such simplistic plots? Professor Quirinus Quirrell? As if summoned by his thoughts, the fire-extinguishing team encountered Quirrell, pale and slightly trembling, at the corridor entrance of the castle's 4th floor. "Good evening, Miss Granger," Quirrell stammered, seemingly startled. "And you, Mr. Boggins." His stutter appeared even more pronounced. "What are you doing here so late?" "We are searching for traces of the fire ash snake, Professor," Saul replied, knowing Quirrell's stammer to be feigned. He had no patience to wait for him to finish. "Are you also here to eliminate the fire ash snakes?" Fire ash snakes?" Quirrell stammered, feigning composure as he nodded. "I have already cleared them here. Then Hermione and I shall proceed to the next floor, Professor," Saul said politely, bidding farewell to the Voldemort-possessed Quirrell. "Goodbye, Professor." "Goodbye." Quirrell's pale face bore a courteous smile as he watched Saul and Hermione's figures vanish. "Phew, I nearly lost my life," Saul exclaimed, grasping Hermione's hand as they hastily descended to the next level. Observing Quirrell's demeanor, he surmised that the professor had just visited the chamber, hiding the Philosopher's Stone, and had failed to retrieve what his master desired, leading to a severe reprimand. If Quirrell were to lose his grip on sanity and wield his wand to hold a young wizard hostage for the sake of the stone, it would be catastrophic. There was no doubt that Voldemort would demand a steep price for such treachery. A man so merciless to himself could harbor no compassion for others. As they reached the 5th floor, Hermione suddenly whispered, "Could you possibly let go of my hand?" Sir instinctively raised his hand, squeezing it unconsciously. "Oh, it feels quite soft." Hermione's ears instantly transformed from a delicate pink to a vibrant crimson. She forcefully extricated her hand from Sewer's grasp and promptly tucked it into the confines of her wizarding robe, ensuring it remained securely hidden. "Perverted rogue," Hermione muttered softly. Sewer chuckled awkwardly, his hands behind him instinctively rubbing together. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps and labored breaths approached from behind. "Harry?" Hermione exhaled lightly, turning to see 2 individuals racing towards her, their faces flushed. "Where have you 2 been?" "Don't even mention it, Hermione. You absolutely want to believe what Ron and I just saw downstairs," Harry exclaimed, his mouth slightly agape, a hand resting on his thigh, his expression rather grim. "Snape," he asked on the 4th floor, pressuring poor Professor Quirrell to hand over. "No need to elaborate, Harry," Hermione interjected, casting a glance at Sewer. "Isn't this something we already knew? Snape has figured out how to manipulate the situation and is aware of Quirrell's little tricks. With Professor Dumbledore absent tonight, it's the perfect opportunity, isn't it?" "Indeed, Snape may have already succeeded," Ron added. "Not necessarily. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen Snape pressuring Professor Quirrell just now," Harry countered. "Excuse me for interrupting," Sewer interjected, observing the trio engaged in their serious yet misguided analysis of the situation. "And Hermione, Was that little glance you just gave me a precaution against my potential betrayal? Can anyone tell me where Neville has gone? Neville? Harry hesitated. We didn't see him when we rushed up. Ron, did you see him? I didn't see him either, Ron replied, equally perplexed. Perhaps he couldn't find us and went to the Great Hall by himself? All right then, Sewell sighed, rubbing his forehead. I'll go look for him. Let us meet in the Great Hall later. With that, Sewell turned to retrace his steps, parting ways with the trio. He failed to notice Hermione baring her teeth at his retreating figure, stamping her foot in annoyance and glaring at him. Based on his understanding of the little ostrich that was Hermione, she would likely refrain from speaking to him until the next day, all because he had taken her hand. Leaving this place felt oddly liberating, yet compared to before, a mere day of silence from her was a positive change. It indicated that Hermione was beginning to lower her defenses regarding physical contact with him, slowly growing accustomed to it. Perhaps next time, it would be merely half a day of silence, gradually diminishing further. With this thought, it seemed inevitable that one day. Chapter 65. Squeeze the Face. Sewell found Neville in a shadowy corner of the left corridor on the third floor, a spot easily overlooked. The poor child, upon Sewell's arrival, was being coerced into a game of you touch me, I touch you with several red-eyed fire snakes. With a swift motion, he froze the fire snakes into solid blocks of ice before shattering them. Immobulous, Sewell frowned as he helped Neville to his feet. How did you end up here? And who cast the freezing spell on you? Heaven knows whether young Neville has succumbed to madness in a dimly lit corridor, beset by a few ash-gray snakes and incessant blasts of cold air. It is understandable. Any normal individual would be left with psychological scars after such an ordeal. Sewell let out a sigh and conjured a blue bellflower, bringing it closer to Neville in hopes of reviving him. If that failed, the only recourse would be to take him to Madame Pomfrey. After a considerable while, the warm azure flames of the flower finally rendered Neville's pallid face less corpse-like, restoring a hint of color to his cheeks. He mechanically turned his neck, resembling a malfunctioning automaton, and faced Sewell. Sewell, you've come, he stammered, managing a rather unsightly grin. I've been here for quite a while, Sewell replied, relieved as he helped Neville to his feet. Come, let us head to the infirmary to consult Madame Pomfrey. Sewell escorted him to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey muttered and fussed, forcing Neville to drink a tonic before shooing them away, all the while cursing the culprit responsible for scattering the ash-gray snakes throughout the castle and interrupting her research. What happened to Neville? Hermione inquired shortly after they arrived in the Great Hall, instantly noting Neville's petrified state, with steam billowing from his ears. Oh, this time, it hasn't even been a day before he was revived? Sewell recounted in detail the events following his discovery of Neville, mentioning that he had asked Neville several times, only to receive the same response. It must be Malfoy, Ron declared decisively. I just overheard him boasting in Slytherin about how many ash-gray snakes he caught. Speculation proved futile. They resolved to wait for Neville to awaken and disclose the truth himself. In any case, I'll leave Neville in your capable hands, Harry. Ron, Sewell yawned. I recall that he shares a dormitory with you? Harry nodded. I'm off to our queue. See you tomorrow, Hermione. Although Sewell said this, his gaze lingered on Hermione, his fingers itching with anticipation. Since Hermione had so readily moved past their hand-holding incident, did that not imply an opportunity for further intimacy? Perhaps a gentle squeeze of her collagen-rich visage? Children, Professor McGonagall appeared in the Great Hall, standing tall at the podium with a smile. I am pleased with your performance. The crisis has been averted. A collective sigh of relief swept through the young wizards. Moreover, I must congratulate you. The exemplary qualities you have displayed affirm the efficacy of Hogwarts education. Therefore, I shall award each of your houses 30 points. The young wizards erupted in cheers, and Professor McGonagall could not suppress a smile as she cast a sonorous charm to ensure her voice could be heard above their jubilations. Please ensure the collected snake eggs are handed over to your respective house prefects and remain in a frozen state. Moreover, I have instructed the kitchens of Hogwarts to prepare a selection of restorative delicacies in each common room for your enjoyment. Partake freely before retiring to your slumber, and leave the remnants to us. By the way, we shall witness the Slytherin team captain's attire tomorrow, will we not? Marcus appeared rather displeased moments ago. What a splendid spectacle, Saul murmured before surrendering to the depths of sleep. As the young wizards slumbered soundly, the heads of the 4 houses convened in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle, accompanied by a rigid figure standing ominously. With a resounding bang, flames ignited within the office, and Dumbledore appeared, adorned with his tall hat. His gentle gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately fixating on the stiff silhouette, lingering in contemplation for an extended moment. Please recount the events, Dumbledore prompted. Indeed, it is as follows, Professor McGonagall began. articulating with clarity and logic the occurrences that had transpired within the castle. Severus and I ventured to Sylvanus's cabin in the woods, where we discovered Flitwick, who, with a grave demeanor, waved his wand. It was exceedingly large, necessitating a spell to shrink it before we could transport it here. A fire snake? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, gazing at the serpentine creature encased in a block of ethereal blue ice. Moreover, Dumbledore, Flitwick continued earnestly, it appears capable of perpetually producing serpent eggs, given sufficient energy. If it were to be shrunk and left within the castle tonight, the consequences could be dire. It seems Sylvanus has conjured something of great magnitude, Dumbledore mused, raising his wand to manipulate the ice block, causing it to spin erratically. What is Sylvanus's current predicament? It is a form of unknown magic, Professor Sprout interjected. Severus and I have examined it. Standard countercharms seem ineffective. He appears to remain in this state, completely frozen, neither petrified nor dead. As far as I know, there exists no herb capable of reversing this condition, not even mandrake or moonshadow. Perhaps St. Mungo's may possess a viable solution. Dumbledore massaged his temples in exasperation. Very well. Please expedite Sylvanus's transfer to St. Mungo's. I appreciate your assistance, Filius Pomona. It is no trouble, Professor. We shall proceed to transport Sylvanus to the hospital. Professors Flitwick and Sprout exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before levitating Professor Kettleburn's body with their wands. Is there any further discovery, Severus? Once the two professors departed, Dumbledore turned his gaze to Snape. Snape nodded, retrieving a vial from his pocket containing soil saturated with a silvery liquid, emanating a moonlit glow. I see. Rest now. You have labored diligently today, Dumbledore concluded. Snape silently turned to leave, while McGonagall cast a worried glance at Dumbledore before she too withdrew her wand and exited. Dumbledore remained seated for a lengthy moment, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the forbidden forest, lost in thought, and uttered not a word. Chapter 66. Announcing the news and following. Everyone was soundly asleep in their beds, except for a few tireless Ravenclaw eaglets and the bewildered messengers, burdened with parcels yet unable to locate their intended recipients. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that the hungry young wizards began to trickle into the great hall one by one. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the hall, as the dais was filled to capacity with professors rarely seen together. Among them was none other than Headmaster Dumbledore. This extraordinary ambience captured the attention of the young wizards, including Sewer, who, having satisfied their appetites, fell into a mutual silence. As per tradition, Professor McGonagall gently tapped her silver spoon against her golden goblet. All eyes swiftly turned toward Dumbledore, who was seated majestically upon his golden throne. Professor McGonagall has conveyed to me your commendable performances, Dumbledore began, rising with evident satisfaction. Because of your actions, the castle has been spared from significant loss. For this, I believe you all deserve a round of applause. The young wizards, invigorated, began to clap enthusiastically. As the applause gradually waned, Dumbledore continued. However, I must also announce some somber news. Our esteemed Professor of Care of Magical Creatures, Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, must temporarily resign from his position due to health concerns. A soft murmur of speculation rippled through the gathering, primarily among third-year students and above who had enrolled in the Care of Magical Creatures course. So, it was indeed Professor Kettleburn who was responsible for yesterday's events? Sewer pondered silently, certain that such an incident had never occurred in the original narrative. Nonetheless, there is no cause for alarm. Dumbledore scanned the room. Professor Kettleburn had expressed to me some time ago that he was feeling overwhelmed. He has also recommended a successor. Thus, for the upcoming academic year, Professor Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank will take over the course, with our castle's caretaker, Mr. Rubeus Hagrid, assisting as a teaching aide. A brown-haired witch, clad in a cloak made from an unidentified magical creature's hide, rose to greet the young wizards, while the nearly ubiquitous Hagrid stood up, smiling shyly at the students. A round of applause erupted, particularly fervent from the Gryffindor table. Ah, it's Harry. That settles it, Dumbledore remarked before departing from the dais, visibly preoccupied with numerous responsibilities. The young wizards, having enjoyed a full day of rest, were now brimming with energy as they lingered in the great hall, clustering together to discuss the recent developments. Mr. Morn, the inquisitive gossip, was animatedly debating with a group of upperclassmen about whether curses in defense against the dark arts could be transmitted from one person to another. Sewer, disinterested in their discourse, found himself intrigued by Hagrid's troubled demeanor prior to Dumbledore's departure. Ah, that kind-hearted giant was almost wearing his worries on his sleeve. Hagrid's face was marked by a palpable unease, reminiscent of Hermione suddenly recalling her unfinished assignments while being compelled to remain outside to complete her current tasks. It was not that Sir did not wish to deliver both bottles to Hagrid. Rather, the little owl's stamina was insufficient for such a long flight, as it could only manage to carry one bottle. The train would take a considerable duration to reach the Scottish Highlands, and it seemed rather unreasonable to burden the owl with such a task. Conveniently, Hagrid had recently been appointed as a teaching assistant, and the remaining bottle of liquor would serve as a congratulatory gift. Additionally, it presented an opportunity to discern the source of Hagrid's disquiet. A dragon? Indeed, a dragon. With this thought in mind, Sir informed his roommate and rose from his seat to depart. Flint is about to don women's attire. Don't you want to see? Justin inquired, astonished. No, you go ahead. I have little interest in stockings adorned with leg hair. Once is sufficient for me, came the reply. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor long table, Hermione Granger was poking at the apple on her plate, listening with disinterest as Ron and Harry animatedly deliberated over Quidditch matches, analyzing the same game from countless angles. This was exceedingly dull, Hermione thought, rolling her eyes discreetly. At that moment, she noticed Sir hurrying out of the Great Hall. I must see what you were up to. How dare you pinch my face yesterday? Hermione's eyes darted, and she quietly rose, prepared to follow him. Where are you going, Hermione? Oh, right. The professors assigned a plethora of homework, and with the holiday being so brief, I am rather concerned about meeting the deadlines, she replied, handing a pair of sweets to Ron before hastily departing. Sir had already vacated the hall, and if she wished to follow him, now was the time to act swiftly. There was little time left for the young lioness. Hermione moved quickly, yet it seemed she had lost sight of him. Where had he gone? As she peered around the massive pillars in the entrance hall, she caught sight of Sir emerging from the staircase with a box in his arms. Relieved, she quickly retreated behind the pillar. As Sir passed by her concealed position, holding the box, he appeared blissfully unaware of her presence. The young girl placed a hand on her chest, unconsciously sticking out her little tongue in relief. That was close. She nearly revealed herself. To ensure her safety, she lingered for a moment before discreetly following him. As Sir walked along the path with the box, his back turned to Hermione. Did he truly notice nothing amiss? Adjacent to the dark forbidden forest, a small house illuminated by a perpetual light was Hagrid's longtime residence, while the daytime campus was a picturesque scene of spring splendor. With shimmering lake waters, the nighttime campus took on a different character, as the expansive house could evoke a sense of disorientation and even fear in the stillness of the night. As one ventures farther from the castle, the surrounding light diminishes, and soon, all that remains in Hermione's line of sight is a solitary blue flame, flickering in the air. The young girl, somewhat apprehensive, glanced around nervously and instinctively drew closer to the flame. Chapter 67. What is that? Hagrid. Where is he? A wave of fear washed over Hermione's eyes. She ultimately decided to abandon her pursuit and prepare to follow Saul. However, just as she took a few cautious steps towards the flame, Saul vanished. A living person, suddenly gone. The encroaching darkness nearly brought the young girl to tears as she turned helplessly in all directions. Saul? She called softly, her voice laced with a hint of sobbing. In truth, Saul had been nearby all along, concealed by the cloak of night. From the moment he had stepped out of the castle, he had been acutely aware of his surroundings. Saul's eyesight was far from poor. In fact, it was quite sharp. Any reasonable person would have noticed the oddity of a tuft of brown hair sprouting unexpectedly from the pristine white columns. Not to mention the sudden emergence of footsteps on the quiet path leading to Hagrid's hut. Following someone requires finesse, dear girl. Observing Hermione on the verge of tears, Saul sighed, I'm right here. You are a witch, Hermione. Had you merely drawn your wand and cast a Lumos charm, you wouldn't be in this predicament. The sudden voice startled Hermione, causing her to jump in place, nearly unleashing a high-pitched scream. Don't shout, it's really me. Saul stepped forward, cupping his hand over her mouth. We mustn't wake the slumbering Draco. With her mouth covered, Hermione could only emit muffled sounds through the gaps in his palm, her wide, frightened eyes reflecting her terror. She blinked rapidly, focusing on Saul's face, which had come into sharp relief before her. A flicker of indignation crossed her features. Illuminated by the blue flame, Saul inspected his hand, revealing a distinct bite mark, a clear impression of teeth, broad in the center and narrow at the edges. Are you part dog? Saul gasped, shaking his hand. Hermione shot him an annoyed glare and stamped her foot. Who told you to startle me like that? You were the one stealthily following me, and now you blame me for scaring you. Women, Saul muttered halfway through, only to be interrupted by a chilling glare directed at him. The little lioness puffed up her fur and bared her tiny fangs. Realizing the danger, he wisely fell silent, rubbing his sore arm against his robe. The pain would only last a moment, Saul turned his head to glance at the still, irate Hermione. I'm heading to Hagrid's hut to congratulate him on his new position as a teaching assistant. Are you coming? Before Hermione could express further anger, Saul quickened his pace to catch up with her. The glow flickered as he drew his wand, softly murmuring a spell while channeling a bit more magical energy to brighten their path. With Saul leading the way, holding the box, and Hermione following closely behind, they made their way along the path until they arrived at the dimly lit oil lamp. As the quiet footsteps of Hermione followed closely behind, she suddenly exclaimed, clutching Saul's neck with both hands while her legs expertly wrapped around him. She had just heard a panting sound and, due to the inadequate lighting, spotted a dark shadow. Just as Saul was about to knock on the door, he was unexpectedly thrown back by Hermione's body, but he quickly grasped the door handle to steady himself. Feeling the trembling body of the young girl against his back, Saul raised his hand to pat her leg reassuringly, assuring her that everything was fine. It was Fong, a large dog raised by Hagrid. Hermione then realized it was a black dog with a somewhat fierce appearance, adorned with a thick leather collar. Despite its intimidating look, this creature was quite gentle. Saul bent down with some difficulty and affectionately patted Fong's head as a form of greeting. I was startled the first time I saw him as well. Overcoming her own shyness, Hermione also bent down to stroke Fong's large head. Who is it? The commotion at the door startled the occupants within, and a muffled yet tense voice called out. It's me, Saul. The sound of footsteps echoed from inside, followed by the creaking of the heavy wooden door, which Hagrid cautiously opened a crack, seemingly verifying the identity of the visitor. Warm air wafted through the narrow opening, prompting Saul to take a couple of steps back. Oh, what brings you here at such a late hour? Hagrid grumbled as he swung the door wider. Come in. The small room was nearly sweltering from the warmth of a roaring fireplace, and Saul could feel the temperature inside was akin to the peak of summer heat. No wonder Fong had retreated several steps, shaking his head. For a creature like him, a simple nap could lead to suffocation. Saul quickly discerned the reason. Logically, such a wooden cabin should not retain heat so efficiently. It turned out Hagrid had draped thick curtains over all the windows, sealing every gap that could allow air exchange with the outside world with strips of torn fabric. Hagrid lifted a large iron kettle from beside the fireplace, preparing tea for both Saul and Hermione, and tossed 2 homemade rock cakes onto an empty plate with a clang. Hermione and I have come to congratulate you on becoming a teaching assistant in the care of magical creatures. Saul placed the box he had brought on the table. This is a gift. I finished the last bottle in one go, and honestly, it was far too small for me to savor its flavor. This time, I intend to truly appreciate it. Hagrid expressed his admiration with a few clicks of his tongue, gently placing the box in a basket filled with fur, then suspending it from a beam in the small cabin with a piece of rope. I'm glad you like it. Saul smiled, nodding. In comparison to the gift you gave me, this is nothing. To be honest, I don't quite understand why Professor Kettleburn suddenly resigned, Hagrid said, shaking his head in apparent regret. Dumbledore did not divulge to me the reason for my appointment as a teaching assistant. Nevertheless, we may now refer to you as Professor Hagrid, remarked Sewer with a smile, and indeed, you're the esteemed professor of care of magical creatures, your favorite subject. It is merely a position of assistant, Hagrid replied, his beard trembling with evident delight. As the two engaged in lively conversation, Hermione suddenly raised her delicate finger to point at a black, round stone nestled in the fireplace. What is that, Hagrid? Following Hermione's gesture, they beheld a large, dark egg lying in the center of the flames, beside the iron kettle that Hagrid had just lifted. Oh, Hagrid stiffened, instinctively glancing towards the door, his large hand twisting his beard. That is a dragon egg, isn't it, Hagrid? Sewer observed the conspicuously dark egg amidst the bright yellow flames with a grin. This was precisely what he had come for. He had noticed at the moment he entered the small cottage. With prior knowledge of the answer, Sewer promptly revealed the riddle solution. Oh, Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered, yet he found no other excuse, such as claiming it was a late-night snack he had prepared. Yes, he reluctantly admitted, it is a trophy I won at a card game. I was not at the castle last night. I went out for drinks, and a stranger challenged me to a game. Initially, I did not believe it was a dragon egg. Perhaps that person was eager to rid themselves of it. Sewer approached the roaring flames, scrutinizing the large egg more closely. You won't tell the professors about this, will you? Hagrid asked, a bitter expression crossing his face. Raising dragons is illegal, Hagrid. Upon hearing the repercussions of being discovered as an illegal dragon keeper, Hermione's face displayed astonishment, and she began reciting the legal statute she had encountered. I read that at the Wizarding Conference in 1709, a law was officially passed prohibiting the keeping of fire dragons. Hagrid's fear peaked as he learned that the punishment for being found guilty of privately raising dragons was a complimentary stay at Azkaban. Grasping his hair with both hands, he appeared rather despondent. While Hermione solemnly articulated the unfavorable consequences, Sewer, however, wore a look of excitement. "Oh, it's all right, Hagrid. We shall not disclose this to the professors. I certainly do not wish to visit you in Azkaban with a bottle of wine," Sewer said, standing beside Hagrid and patting his arm, which was thicker than Sewer's thighs. "Hermione is merely teasing you." A curious glance from a certain little lion immediately shot over. "Really? Is that true?" Hagrid's eyes sparkled as he gazed intently at Hermione. Under Hagrid's moist gaze, Hermione's breath caught, but she ultimately nodded with reluctant acquiescence. "Very well. I shan't inform the professors. But do remember, Hagrid, you reside in a wooden house. Dragons are known to breathe fire." Hagrid, evidently, only heard the first part of her statement, his eyes gleaming with joy. "That is wonderful. Thank you both," he exclaimed. Alas, this simple-hearted giant, Saul, shook his head knowingly. "Yet, I am truly eager to witness the hatching of this fire dragon. I wonder what kind it might be. In fact, I am preparing to visit the library tomorrow to thoroughly investigate the nature of this dragon egg." Hagrid excitedly rambled on, speculating that it could be a Welsh green, as a group of such dragons resides in the British Peninsula, although the color does raise some doubts. "I have nothing to do tomorrow and can assist you in researching," Saul responded with enthusiasm. On the way back to the castle, Hermione remained somewhat apprehensive. "Do not worry, Hermione. As long as we remain discreet, there shall be no trouble. Besides, did Hagrid not say he merely wishes to hatch it and then find a way to send it away?" Nevertheless, Hermione's concerns persisted. "Consider this, Hermione. We may never witness the extraordinary sight of a fire dragon emerging from its egg again. When we are older, we can regale this tale to our children, surely eliciting their envy and admiration." Saul employed various, albeit clumsy, persuasion techniques to reassure Hermione, yet they proved effective. "Someone wants to have children with you." Hermione immediately flared up, her earlobes glowing a bright red. "You rogue," she exclaimed, stamping her foot before dashing ahead, bypassing Saul. "Wait for me, Hermione." Saul jogged after her, insisting, "I meant no offense. Are you no longer afraid of the dark?" However, the little witch paid him no heed, and upon entering the castle, she ascended the staircase, disappearing swiftly under the astonished gazes of onlookers. "Oh, why is she so easily flustered?" Saul shrugged, sighing as he descended the stairs. The night passed in silence. On the following day, Saul found Hermione in the library. The moment she saw him, her cheeks flushed, and she huffed softly, tilting her chin toward a pile of books on the table. Types of fire dragons in Britain and Ireland, from dragon eggs to hell, guide to raising fire dragons. Oh, Hermione had already gathered all the necessary materials, awaiting Saul's arrival. "Thank you, Hermione. You are truly delightful," Saul complimented with a smile, settling down amidst the piercing glare of the little witch and began browsing through the tomes. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation, diving into her writing. She had already squandered a day of her holiday and needed to complete assignments for several courses within the remaining 13 days, although there were regulations against raising fire dragons. The literature on them remained diverse and plentiful, with some books featuring detailed illustrations of each dragon and its eggs. In the magical world, images in books are animated, allowing Saul to observe the dragon eggs from various perspectives clearly. "Oh, I found it," Saul exclaimed, joyously tapping the book. Hermione looked up in confusion. "I found the dragon egg." He turned the book around, pointing to an illustration that vividly depicted a fearsome dragon, silently roaring, with a black dragon egg beneath it. "Norwegian Ridgeback?" "Indeed," Saul declared eagerly, lifting the book triumphantly. "I shall go find Hagrid. Hey, have you decided not to do your homework?" Hermione tugged at his sleeve. "It's still possible to finish it on the last day." With that, Seward dashed away, having no intention of completing the assignment. He planned to merely draw inspiration from his previous experiences at his Muggle school. Notably, this was also a common practice among the Hufflepuff Badgers, who preferred to devote their intellect to the art of procrastination. In addition to the book at hand, there was another titled Raising Dragons for Fun and Profit, which contained extensive information on hatching dragon eggs from scratch. While the knowledge may have become somewhat antiquated over time, offering Hagrid some assistance should not pose a significant challenge. Chapter 69, There's no saving it, just await your fate. Occasionally, a mature female dragon might find herself unable to care for her eggs due to unforeseen circumstances. In such instances, if we come into possession of these eggs, what course of action should we take? Hagrid read all out, woord by woord. The female dragon typically breathes on her eggs, implying that to successfully hatch the eggs, we must first create a suitable environment that mimics what the female dragon provides. Female dragons do not nurse. Instead, they drain the blood of a prey animal and place the newly hatched dragon inside. Hence, we opt for fresh blood, preferably with a splash of brandy. As Hagrid read, he nodded enthusiastically, occasionally gesturing with his sturdy fingers on the table, as if taking notes. Sewer observed him, his expression a mix of disbelief and concern. Surely, even during his school days, Hagrid had never been this diligent. One could only wonder how the professors who had taught him would react to this scene. There's a question, Hagrid, Sewer interjected. The flames produced by dragons are not ordinary flames, are they? Huh. Hagrid looked up from the book, his eyes blinking in confusion. Dragons are creatures of immense magical prowess. Sewer explained patiently. The flames they emit are certainly not mere fire. This means they are either imbued with some magical properties or possess an extraordinarily high temperature. Ordinary flames have optimal temperatures only at their periphery. Placing something at the very center, as you have done, might not meet the necessary conditions for hatching. In other words, it is quite possible that the eggs will not hatch. What should we do then? Hagrid continued to blink. Magical flame should suffice, Sewer sighed, reminding him, perhaps you should visit Diagon Alley. There might be what you need. Sewer found himself at a loss for words, letting out a resigned sigh as he glanced at the room, filled with the various trinkets Hagrid had collected from the Forbidden Forest. After one last look at the egg roasting in the fire, he carefully closed the door and departed from the small cabin. Few possess a heart as expansive as Ruby as Hagrid's. He might even draw inspiration from this scenario. However, it was nearly lunchtime, and Sewer decided to head to the dining hall for a meal, allowing himself a brief respite before returning to his homework. It was time for Hermione's quill to dance across the parchment once more. In the afternoon, within the library, Harry and Ron were deeply engrossed in their writing, or rather, they were aimlessly scratching with quills on parchment. The appearance of Sewer invigorated the two. However, Sewer seemed oblivious to their presence. After a few casual words, she whisked Hermione away and, retrieving her wand, uttered a spell. With great satisfaction, she placed the parchment conjured by her magic aside. Oh, how are you? Ron, Harry. Ron and Harry were taken aback by Sewer's series of actions, and they could only nod in dazed agreement. Sewer hummed a little tune as she produced a blank piece of parchment and casually drew Hermione's history of magic closer, beginning to transcribe. After all, Professor Binns never scrutinized students' assignments, which was rather convenient. Tossing the book beside her, she continued with her unfinished homework. Ron glanced at the nonchalant Sewer, then at Hermione, opening his mouth, but hesitating to speak. Time seemed to vanish like a sudden gust of wind. The matter of the dragon egg in Hagrid's hut was discovered by Ron and Harry while they were distracted from their assignments. Sewer kindly enlightened them. It appears you've uncovered the secret of Hagrid's dragon egg, haven't you? She observed the two young wizards, visibly pained, and added, I knew about it long ago. You knew all along. Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide. If it weren't for Ron's brother working at a dragon sanctuary, he might not have recognized it as a dragon egg. Not just me, Hermione is aware too. We saw it the day after Hagrid acquired it, Sewer shrugged. Harry stared blankly at Hermione, pondering why she appeared so unfazed. Both she and I believe that raising a dragon is rather cool. Sewer stated in a tone that left Harry and Ron incredulous. Rather than concerning yourselves with that, it would be more prudent to finish your assignments, Ron, Harry. Hermione shot a glare at Sewer and addressed Harry and Ron, if you do not submit your assignments by the end of the break. Just imagine the expressions on Professor McGonagall's and Professor Snape's faces, especially yours, Harry. You are right, Hermione. Harry envisioned the chilling words that would emerge from Snape's mouth if he failed to complete his work, shuddering as he tightened his grip on the quill. Yet before long, the two were once again whispering to each other. Sewer and Hermione exchanged a glance and simultaneously shook their heads. Forget it. You are beyond saving. May as well wait for doom. Neville finally emerged from the dormitory, compelled to do so, as the professors treated all students' assignments with equal scrutiny. So, it was Malfoy who cast the freezing spell on you that day. Sewer twirled the quill in her hand. I knew it had to be Malfoy, Ron exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in indignation. Bang! Madame Pants rapped sharply on the bookshelf, casting a cold glare in their direction. Ron shrank back, muttering, I knew it was him. The Malfoys are notorious for such mischief. They are all of a vile breed. If you cannot maintain silence in the library, I shall have to ask you to leave. In Mrs. Pants's eyes flickered flames as she ominously approached. I apologize, Mrs. Pants, Ron conceded. This book is my first attempt at writing. I initially thought it would go unnoticed, yet to my surprise, many friends have expressed their approval, which has indeed provided me with considerable motivation. The story of Harry Potter is already established, and to create something distinct, one must delve into originality. How does one describe that feeling of originality? To put it less elegantly, It is akin to being on the verge of a breakthrough, yet unable to articulate it. I share this not to elicit sympathy. There is much more I wish to convey, but alas, I have you all. Today, I present 2 updates. With the new year approaching, we enter another peak period. Please take care and stay safe. Happy New Year! Chapter 70, The Hatching of the Dragon. During dinner, everyone continued to express their indignation on Neville's behalf. Why don't you resist, Neville? Hermione inquired. At that moment, if you had merely shouted, someone would have come to your aid. Neville lowered his head. I was too afraid. Then you will forever be bullied by Malfoy. Hermione exclaimed, her face fierce. If you cannot mount a tangible resistance, then bullying will shadow you relentlessly. Do you see Malfoy daring to bully Saul? Saul, munching away, responded Meow. How could a snake dare to bully a badger? If provoked, a badger can prepare a snake in hundreds of ways. For further details, one might reference Marcus Flint, who has already transformed into a rather feminine form. Under Hermione's watchful gaze, Saul swallowed a piece of meat and nodded. That is indeed the case, Neville. But I cannot fight him, Neville said, feeling somewhat dejected. Even now, I can barely manage a spell. I'm not as exceptional as you and Hermione. I've always felt I do not belong in Gryffindor. Do not say that, Neville, Ron interjected, his mouth full, clutching a chicken leg. You performed admirably in that match before the holidays. You bravely confronted Malfoy and his gang without a wand. That shows you have courage. Saul nodded in agreement. Aware of the situation that day, Neville simply lacked confidence in himself. Malfoy is not so fearsome. You are stronger than a dozen Malfoys, Harry declared emphatically. During the remainder of the meal, Harry and Ron continued to devise ideas for Neville, such as ensnaring Malfoy in a sack and tossing him into the three-headed dog's chamber. Yet Neville neither shook his head nor nodded in agreement. For Neville, the most pressing concern was to complete his heavy homework, even as he contemplated casting a powerful curse on Malfoy under a surge of fervor. Time quietly slipped away amidst the haze of assignments. It was not until the morning of the first day back from the holidays that an owl delivered a letter to Saul, hastily inscribed with the words that the egg would soon hatch. Professor, I may have upset my stomach, was the universally effective excuse. Hagrid welcomed Saul with a beaming face, and the cabin was finally less stifling. At Saul's suggestion, Hagrid arranged for a large crate to be constructed, and it was indeed quite sizable. Nobber expressed immense joy for its cozy abode, moving with vivacity. Nobber is the name bestowed upon this yet-to-hatch dragon by Hagrid, who had already embraced the role of a nurturing figure. With ample galleons at his disposal, Hagrid procured an extravagant assortment of items, including barrels of brandy and milk from unidentifiable magical creatures. Although Sewer was perplexed as to how Hagrid discerned the dragon's happiness from an egg, he decided to indulge Hagrid's delight. The black egg, which ought to have been engulfed in flames, was instead placed by Hagrid upon a cushion filled with feathers from various avian magical creatures. Sewer recognized a few of these, including the feathers of a bird snake and a diricawl. The dragon egg trembled gently on the cushion, emitting faint cracking sounds, and the pre-existing fissures widened slightly. Oh, come on, my darling, Hagrid urged, his hands clasped in a tight fist, anxiously gazing at the egg while fervently cheering it on. Your mother is outside. As time passed, the cracks on the egg's surface gradually expanded. Just as it was on the verge of hatching, Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived. Sewer, when did you arrive? Ron inquired, his expression one of surprise. Shoo, Sewer commanded, his gaze fixated on the dragon egg. At that moment, as Hagrid went to open the door, the egg shook violently. It was about to emerge. Harry and Ron hurriedly squeezed in, and the 5 of them crowded around the table, with Hagrid's substantial form taking up much of the space. With a series of delightful clicks followed by a sharp scraping sound, the egg finally split open. So, this is what a dragon looks like, Sewer thought, at a loss for words to describe the peculiar little creature that had just emerged and was now flailing on the table. It was slick with fluid, pitch black, with a few odd protrusions that could be described as horns pointing skyward. If one were to accurately liken it to something, it would be a rain-battered, wrinkled black umbrella, still dripping with water. The 4 young wizards exchanged glances, each bearing evident disdain. However, regardless of Sewer and Hermione's opinions, Hagrid's aesthetic appreciation diverged significantly from theirs. Merlin's pants. It is truly beautiful, Hagrid murmured, his eyes brimming with tender affection. Quick, eat the eggshell, my little darling. Fill your belly and grow big and strong. You may not live to see the day it grows up, Hagrid, Hermione stated solemnly. In just a week, it will grow significantly, and within a month, it will be large enough to break your house. Yet Hagrid seemed oblivious to her warning, gently caressing the little dragon's head with his robust fingers. Oh look, Hagrid exclaimed with delight. Nobber has bitten my finger. It knows me, it recognizes me as its mother. Oh, little darling. Suddenly, Harry's complexion turned pale as he sprang towards the window. Without needing to ask, Sewer understood what was transpiring. It could only be Malfoy, who had stealthily followed Harry and the others to the cabin, witnessing everything within. Indeed, this was an anticipated turn of events. Observing Ron and his companions conspiring loudly, Sewer began to suspect that perhaps others, aside from Malfoy, were somewhat hard of hearing. Hagrid had gone to prepare food for his little dragon, while the three young wizards engaged in fervent discussion, unanimously agreeing that after being discovered by Malfoy, sending away the dragon was an unavoidable course of action. Sewer refrained from joining their discourse, instead picking up a wooden stick that had fallen to the ground and bringing it close to the dragon. With a snap, the stick broke in two. Remarkably, even at birth, it displayed such impressive biting strength. He was curious to further test the dragon's bite. Just then, something on Hagrid's bedside table caught his eye. Of course, rock cakes. Which was harder, the newly hatched dragon or the rock cake? The outcome of the young wizard's discussion was conveyed by Hermione, while the other two nodded in agreement, playing their supportive roles as they began to persuade Hagrid. Yet, how could the anxious caretaker, whose heart was firmly attached to the baby dragon, be swayed at that moment? In the following week, Sewer seldom glimpsed Hermione and the others in the library. Undoubtedly, they were spending their free time at Hagrid's hut. Since the hatchling's arrival, Sewer had visited infrequently, primarily due to his recent busyness. The reason was straightforward. Professor McGonagall had discovered his reliance on borrowed assignments. He had to assure her that he would henceforth handle his own work while needing to resubmit an assignment to avoid further repercussions. Thus, the task of making up the assignment was conducted in Professor McGonagall's office. However, she was not so harsh as to deny him meals. And so mealtime became Sewer's opportunity to receive updates on the dragon's progress. Perhaps due to the altered hatching conditions and its nutritious diet, Norbert was growing rapidly and would occasionally let out a thunderous roar. Had Hagrid's abode not been so far from the castle, it would have likely been discovered by now. Hermione reassured them, stating that there was no need for concern, as it would soon be relocated. Harry interjected, suggesting they ask Ron to write to Charlie, his brother who raised dragons in Romania. He might assist in finding a new home for Norbert. Another week passed, and Sewer found himself even busier, as the amiable Professor Flitwick had also noticed irregularities in the paper he submitted. Sewer strongly suspected that Professor McGonagall had informed Flitwick. On Thursday, as Sewer walked past the Gryffindor table, he noticed Ron's hand wrapped in cloth. "What happened to your hand?" he inquired. "Bitten by Norbert," Ron replied, his head down, voice casual, while his other hand busily spread raspberry jam on a slice of bread. "It's nothing serious. Neville crushed some white flowers he grew in the dormitory, and I applied them. It's working well. The bleeding has stopped. I would advise you, Ron, to visit Madame Pomfrey immediately," Sewer insisted with a serious demeanor, "if you wish to avoid the loss of your hand or worse." "Is it really that serious?" "I feel fine right now." Ron stuffed a slice of bread smeared with jam into his mouth, mumbling as he peeled back the cloth wrapped around his wound. The injury was a vivid green, covered with somewhat blackened, tattered leaves, and a neat row of bite marks had swollen around it. "You better take a look for yourself," Sewer advised. Moments later, Harry and Hermione arrived. They spotted Sewer at the Gryffindor table, but Ron was nowhere to be found. "Good morning, Sewer. Have you seen Ron?" Harry inquired. "He was missing when I got up," he added. "He has gone to Madame Pomfrey. The teeth of a Norwegian ridgeback are venomous. So you'd best be cautious," Sewer warned. "I'll go check on him," Harry said, abandoning his meal and hurriedly exiting the hall. "Why haven't you visited Hagrid lately?" Hermione asked, taking a seat beside Sewer and grabbing a piece of bread, her curiosity piqued. "I was held back by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick," Sewer sighed. "I might be stuck there until the end of term." "Isn't that a good thing? You get one-on-one lessons from the professors, which most people can only dream of," Hermione remarked enviously as she spread jam on her bread. Sewer sighed despondently. He couldn't exactly confess that he was merely catching up on assignments. "I received it yesterday," he said. Hermione nodded, her tone brightening. "This Saturday at midnight, we can bid farewell to Norbert. Do you need my help?" "I should be in Professor McGonagall's office until curfew," Sewer winked. "That would be splendid." Time slipped away like parchment written by Sewer, each sheet vanishing one after another. Saturday arrived swiftly. "All right, Professor." Sewer gathered the parchment in his hands and neatly set it aside. When Sewer left the castle and arrived at Hagrid's hut, he found Harry and Hermione perplexedly facing a large crate while Hagrid muttered something to himself. "You arrived just in time," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "Help us think of a way to get this crate containing Norbert to the astronomy tower." Sewer looked at Hermione in surprise and playfully tapped her head. "Are you a wizard?" "Use the levitation charm," Do you think I had teeth thought of that? Hermione retorted, swatting Sewer's arm away. We need to be under Harry's invisibility cloak, and it's not long enough. If the crate floats too high, we'll be exposed. Then let S use the weight reduction charm. What is that? Hermione asked, a question mark appearing above her head. Did we learn that spell? Oh, I forgot. I learned it while discussing with the professor how wizards built the pyramids. Sewer tapped his head. It's quite simple. Its principle is similar to the levitation charm. Except it doesn't make things float. It merely temporarily reduces the weight of a heavy object. I think we'd better hurry. Harry interrupted, his anxiety palpable. Norbert seems to be waking up. After a brief moment, the trio lifted the box, rendered surprisingly light by a spell, and concealed beneath their invisibility cloak. Safely traversed the marble steps of the hall, passing through a pitch-black corridor before ascending the tower floor by floor. An unexpected incident caused them to hold their breath in silence. It was Malfoy, being escorted by Professor McGonagall, who had a firm grip on his ear as they passed along a torchlit hallway. Fortunately, apart from this occurrence, no other surprises arose. They did not even encounter the elusive Peeves. They successfully delivered Nobber to the empty platform atop the tower. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of joy, not only because Nobber was about to depart, but also due to Malfoy finally facing consequences for his actions. After waiting in the frigid air for 10 minutes, broomsticks descended from the sky, sent to retrieve Nobber. Eventually, guided by several ropes, Nobber vanished into the vast night. Chapter 72. A Journey into the Forbidden Forest. Fortune had drawn a conclusion to Sewer and his companion's nocturnal adventure. In his moment of triumph, Harry did not realize he had left the invisibility cloak atop the tower until they descended the stairs. As fate would have it, Filch appeared rather opportunely before Sewer and his companions. I can hardly believe it, she stammered, her lips trembling. It is already 1 o'clock, and you are still wandering about the castle. You concocted a ludicrous tale about a fire dragon to lure Draco Malfoy from his bed, leading to his unfortunate capture by me. How amusing it is. Sewer Bones, I had thought you were a well-behaved child, much like Miss Granger. Surely, you did not fall for such a clumsy ruse from Mr. Potter and his friends? A knock on the door interrupted Professor McGonagall's reprimand. She pursed her lips and approached to open it. Excuse me, Professor McGonagall, I have apprehended another young wizard, Filch said with a strange smile as he shoved someone into the office. Neville? Harry exclaimed. Harry, I heard Malfoy say he was coming to get you, Neville said urgently, only to be interrupted by Professor McGonagall. Very good, Mr. Longbottom, she said, her anger barely contained, another student deceived by your farcical lies. I presume you find this situation amusing, do you not? I have never heard of such a thing. 5 students awake throughout the night. And, Professor McGonagall closed her eyes, appearing profoundly pained. Gryffindor has consequently lost 50 points. Each and every one of you. The following day, many students instinctively rubbed their eyes as they passed the points hourglass. Gryffindor, having briefly ascended to first place after 2 Quidditch victories, had plummeted to 4th overnight. The little lions could not help but emit high-pitched cries of disbelief. What happened? My points? The new standings were as follows. Ravenclaw in 1st, Hufflepuff in 2nd, Slytherin in 3rd, and Gryffindor in 4th. This year, Gryffindor seemed poised to claim the House Cup, but due to the misadventures of Harry and his friends, that opportunity has been irrevocably lost. Consequently, many young lions have harbored a rather unfavorable disposition towards Harry upon discovering how points were deducted. The Badgers, however, remain unfazed, as Slytherin stands no chance of acquiring the House Cup this year. For the Eagles, this turn of events is nothing short of a delightful surprise. Do not worry, Hermione. Everyone will soon forget this incident, Sir reassured the despondent girl. Look at me. I once caused Hufflepuff to lose 50 points, and yet nothing came of it. Upon his return from recovery, Ron echoed this sentiment, mentioning that his brother had consistently deducted points from Gryffindor since their enrollment, yet they were still well-liked. However, they had never experienced the loss of 150 points all at once. Harry was deeply saddened and vowed to refrain from meddling in affairs henceforth. Let Professor Quirrell go to the devil, he muttered. Indeed, let Snape join him. Thankfully, the impending end-of-year examinations provided a distraction, alleviating their distress. Hermione devised a comprehensive study plan, and they diligently immersed themselves in their studies at the library each day. With undivided focus, everyone, save for the academically gifted Hermione, made rapid progress. Complex potion recipes, significant magical inventions, and the dates of goblin rebellions, which had once posed great challenges for Harry and Ron, were swiftly mastered. And what of our protagonist? Sewer? Oh, he was still in the professor's office, completing his assignments. Professor McGonagall paused, her quill hovering in midair, and addressed Sewer, who had just finished his last task and was preparing to leave. "Mr. Bones, please inform Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, and Miss Longbottom that their detention will commence tomorrow evening at 11 o'clock. They are to meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall." "Very well, Professor," Seward nodded in acknowledgement. Time seemed to flit by like Merlin's undergarments, changing in the blink of an eye. By Merlin's stockings. "Are we truly to serve detention in the Forbidden Forest tonight?" Harry asked, casting a worried glance at the dark woods in the distance. "We cannot venture in there at midnight. My grandmother warned me that all manner of things lurk within." Neville's voice trembled. "Werewolves?" Draco paused, his pallor reflecting his unease. "Ah, yes, Draco is among the unfortunate wizards assigned to detention as well. You have only yourselves to blame, haven't you?" Filch remarked ominously, lantern in hand. "When you stir up trouble, you ought to consider the werewolves lurking in the Forbidden Forest, should you not? I sincerely hope that, by the time I come to collect you tomorrow, you have not already become nourishment for them." At the rear of the procession, Seward heard Neville stifle a sob and turned to glance at Hermione, whose complexion had taken on a frightful pallor. In his mind, Seward cursed Filch's ancestors 1,000 times, reaching out to grasp Hermione's icy hand, hoping to soothe her fears a little. He himself harbored no particular dread of the Forbidden Forest. His time spent idling at Hagrid's hut had often been filled with tales of its denizens. Within that realm, there dwell a myriad of adorable creatures. As long as one refrains from venturing into perilous territories or deliberately exposing oneself, the experience is far less daunting. Naturally, abstaining from entering such places is the most prudent course of action. The Forbidden Forest is a harbinger of misfortune. Yet the silver lining lies in the fact that they need not enter it alone. Hagrid arrived, accompanied by his large canine companion. Time was of the essence. I had already waited for half an hour. "What of you, Harry and Sewell? You ought not to be so courteous to them," Filch interjected with displeasure. "For they are here to face punishment." An argument ensued between Filch and Hagrid, evidently prompted by Filch's earlier threats directed at them. After delivering his final retort, Filch ambled away into the darkness, lantern in hand. "If your father wishes for your expulsion from Hogwarts." Malfoy remained motionless, his face ashen, evidently. He had chosen to remain at Hogwarts, unable to fathom the wrath his father would unleash should he be expelled for this incident. "Look at Malfoy, so terrified. Fret not. Neville, with Hagrid here, we are safe," Sewell quietly reassured Neville from behind. At that moment, Hagrid raised his lantern, pointing toward the path that gradually disappeared into the dense, dark forest. They were finally poised to enter the Forbidden Forest. I acknowledge my tardiness and extend my apologies. In Chapter 73, the protagonist meets an untimely end. Could this be the conclusion of the tale? A unicorn appeared to have been attacked, with silvery blood staining the leaves of the trees and bushes lining the path. Hagrid informed them that their task for the evening was to locate it as best as they could. Harry, Hermione, and Sewell followed Hagrid, while Yaya led Neville and Malfoy down a different path, splitting their group due to the excessive and widespread bloodstains. The pitch-black Forbidden Forest was eerily silent, devoid of even the sounds of insects. In a glade, they encountered a centaur. It was Sewell's first encounter with one, and indeed, it resembled the descriptions in books. Hagrid inquired about the injured unicorn, but the centaur merely gazed at the sky before stating, "Tonight, Mars shines brightly." Regardless of Hagrid's persistent questioning, the centaur seemed only capable of repeating that phrase. Centaurs are indeed enigmatic beings. Eventually, Hagrid appeared somewhat vexed. The centaur's riddles were a torment to him, and thus, they resolved to continue their search independently. An incident arose that incensed Hagrid greatly. For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, Malfoy stealthily concealed himself behind Neville, remaining silent, and then unexpectedly seized Neville, who, startled, discharged a shower of red sparks from his wand. In a fit of exasperation, Hagrid rearranged their teams. Sewell, Hermione, and Malfoy formed one group, still under Yaya's guidance, while Neville and Harry continued to accompany Hagrid deeper into the forest. As they ventured further into the woodland, the trees grew increasingly dense, and the bloodstains multiplied. Suddenly, Hermione grasped Sewell's arm. Not far away, a pristine white figure lay shimmering in the moonlight upon a clearing. It was indeed the unicorn, albeit appearing lifeless. As they prepared to approach and investigate, a rustling sound from another direction halted their steps. 3 young wizards and a dog stood in stunned silence, watching as a shadow, resembling a beast, gradually advanced toward the still form of the unicorn. Then, a gurgling sound reached their ears. Some kind of plant, Saul cursed inwardly, while gesturing frantically behind his back to Hermione and Malfoy, simultaneously retreating quietly. Yet, fate had other plans. A piercing shriek erupted from Malfoy, who bolted away in terror. Damn it, run. Saul decisively turned and grabbed Hermione, fleeing with all his might. After all, it was Voldemort. Others might be oblivious, but Saul was not. He never expected to encounter what Harry had avoided. It seemed Lady Luck was playing a cruel joke on him. Unsure how long they ran, the dense branches stung his skin. Suddenly, a pull from behind forced Saul to halt. Hermione stumbled and fell. She bit her lip, struggling to rise and continue, but the shadow had already caught up. Merlin, protect me. Fragmented thoughts raced through his mind. Thunderous explosions. A cacophony of chaos. Regardless of their efficacy, Saul unleashed every spell he had learned. Colorful beams of magical energy shot toward the cloaked figure, but all was in vain. Despair washed over Saul as he observed its movements, struggling to harness the turbulent magic within him. Was he destined to perish here? I'm sorry, Hermione, I can no longer marry you. Indeed, before death. Memories flickered like a lantern in Saul's mind. Hogwarts truly was the most perilous place. The sound of pounding hooves echoed deep within the forest, accompanied by a chilling voice slicing through the air. An ominous green light flashed through the thicket. Too fast. Saul barely raised his wand in time to shield his chest. Buzz, are you awake? A spectral voice roused Saul from his stupor. He blinked, disoriented, and turned toward the source of the sound. He quickly realized where he was. Ah, long time no see. Ariana, Saul replied with a bittersweet smile. Are you dead? Ariana inquired, tilting her head as she sat on a stone bench by the path. Saul pushed himself up with one hand, brushing off non-existent dust, and joined her. This time, it seemed he was truly destined to meet Merlin. A wave of sadness washed over him. Ariana remained silent, turning her gaze away, her fingers gently caressing the drooping white branches as she softly hummed a tune, seemingly soothing Saul's troubled heart. Oh well, I suppose I am not surprised. Everyone must meet their end. I am merely a first-year wizard, and it is quite natural that I could not escape the clutches of Voldemort. I hope my family and friends do not mourn for too long. After all, he has already met his demise once before. Who is Voldemort? Ariana inquired. Is he the one who took your life? Indeed, he is a nefarious villain, Saul grinned. A truly wicked fiend. Very well, Ariana nodded. I have not heard of him. I must have been gone for quite some time. What is it like studying at Hogwarts? My two brothers seldom share tales of the school. Might you enlighten me? Of course, Saul lowered his gaze, pondering his words. Hogwarts is a marvelous place. We begin our journey aboard train, followed by a small boat across a vast lake. Professor McGonagall guides us for the sorting ceremony. Oh, Professor McGonagall is a wonderful witch. She possesses immense power and is the deputy headmistress. Our acceptance letters were delivered to us by Owl, courtesy of her. Though she often wears a stern expression, appearing quite formidable, she is, in truth, a warm-hearted individual. The sorting hat placed me in Hufflepuff, and the dormitory beds are spacious, soft and warm. The meals in the Great Hall are delightful, and everyone within is incredibly kind, with voices that are a pleasure to hear. How lovely, Ariana remarked after listening quietly to Saul's first-year experiences. And you, I have yet to inquire about your reason for being here. Saul gazed at Ariana with curiosity. Of course, if it brings you sorrow, you need not share. Wait, Saul straightened up. If I heard correctly, you just mentioned Albus? Yes, Ariana tilted her head. I have two brothers, one named Albus and the other Aberforth. They both care for me dearly. Saul was taken aback, stammering. The current headmaster of Hogwarts is named Albus. Albus Dumbledore. Oh, indeed. Ariana laughed. I seem to recall that I have a surname as well, Dumbledore. Saul swallowed nervously. Could the headmaster of Hogwarts be your brother? Perhaps. I have not seen him in quite some time. Ariana tilted her head, smiling gently. But that does not matter now, does it? Indeed, it is of little importance. Saul sighed. After all, I'm already deceased. Chapter 74, Awakening. Knock, knock. Come in. Miss Granger? In the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. Dumbledore, bearing a weary expression, sat before a grand desk, his gaze still kind as he looked upon Hermione, who stood before him. Headmaster, Hermione hesitated, her lips trembling. After a considerable pause, she bit her lip, seemingly summoning her courage. I heard from Harry that you have destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. Is that true? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly. Before we discuss whether the Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed, I must inquire, Miss Granger, what do you intend to do with it? Regardless of the nature of any exchange, the most arduous task is invariably the initial step of uttering a word. Should it not have been destroyed by you, I would wish to utilize it to save Saul. Hermione spoke. I have heard that the Philosopher's Stone possesses the power of immortality. Could it not also be employed to awaken Saul? That fateful day in the Forbidden Forest, had it not been for my stumble, we would not have been pursued. If we had managed to escape safely, Saul certainly would not. Her face betrayed her sorrow and weariness without reservation. If the stone remains intact in your possession, might we attempt to use it? I implore you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Do not blame yourself. Dear child, Dumbledore's voice was exceptionally gentle, as no one could have foreseen the situation would unfold in such a manner. Regrettably, the Philosopher's Stone has indeed been destroyed by me. It was part of my agreement with Nicholas Flamel. Mr. Bones is currently untroubled. He is merely unconscious. Trust us, child. We shall devise a means to awaken him, though it may require a bit more time. Very well, your friends must still be awaiting your return. It is no small feat for Gryffindor to have secured the House Cup after so many years. Yet, Hermione felt no inclination to celebrate. She nodded despondently and turned to leave the headmaster's office. As she vanished from view, Dumbledore sighed softly, rubbing his brow, and retrieved a small cloth-wrapped pouch from the drawer of his desk. With a mere thought, the pouch unfurled layer by layer, revealing a somewhat dull red, irregular gemstone at its center. It was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. It had not yet been destroyed. Is it truly effective? He murmured. If it were, so many would not have perished under the unforgivable curse. Yet why did this child? Dumbledore pondered. Having previously collaborated with several professors to scrutinize the curse that had rendered Saul unconscious, it was undoubtedly the killing curse. Although somewhat weakened for certain reasons, it was still beyond the capacity of a first-year student to withstand. The scene shifted to the infirmary on the second floor of the castle, where Hermione had pleaded with Madame Pomfrey for quite some time before being granted permission to enter the ward. The room was stark and empty, save for a bed illuminated by a warm yellow glow, with various candies and flowers adorning the nearby cabinet, most left by visitors. Hermione dragged her feet to the bedside, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Saul's sleeping visage, gazing, until a mist of tears obscured her vision. When will you awaken? Hermione whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Do you know? We have long misunderstood Professor Snape. He sought to protect the Philosopher's Stone, while it was actually Professor Quirrell who desired to steal it. Hermione murmured, recounting the recent events to Saul. The scene before her grew hazy as droplets of tears fell upon Saul's hand. If Angel sees you crying like this, she will surely blame me for bullying her sister Hermione. A voice, tinged with mirth, resonated through the air. Wipe away your tears. They have transformed into little flowers. When I have truly departed from this world, there will still be time for you to weep. Hermione stared wide-eyed, watching as a hand brushed against her face. Su-ya. What is happening? Sue Eyre smiled gently, her bright gaze fixed upon the weeping girl. Am I dreaming? Hermione murmured in a daze. Suddenly, she gasped, feeling a sharp sting on her face, a sensation relayed from her cheek to her brain. It hurts. This is not a dream. Hermione shook her head in disbelief, and in the next moment, she sobbed and flung herself onto the bed. Hey, don't wipe your nose on my blanket. Footsteps hurriedly approached from outside the ward. What is going on? Patients require tranquility. Professor Pomfrey appeared at the door with a stern expression. You are awake. Goodness. As Hermione departed, a small bubble of mucus lingered at her nose. Yes, she was sent away by Madame Pomfrey, who needed to conduct a thorough examination of Sue Eyre. The patient, who had been in a coma for over 10 days, had awakened without warning. A miracle in the realm of magical medicine. How peculiar, how extraordinary. By Merlin-esque grace, there seems to be nothing amiss. Despite such a prolonged period without food or water, the body remains remarkably vigorous. Mr. Bournes, do you feel any unusual sensations? No, madam, I feel well, Sue Eyre replied, shaking his head as he glanced at Dumbledore, who had just appeared at the bedside. All right, Bobby, Dumbledore said, stepping forward. May I speak with Mr. Bournes privately? Madame Pomfrey shot a disapproving glance at Dumbledore, yet kindly posed one last question to Sue Eyre before grumbling her way out of the ward. The patient needs rest. You have only 15 minutes, Dumbledore. Silence returned to the room as Sue Eyre quietly regarded Dumbledore. Memories of stories told by Ariana in that strange space surfacing in his mind. He could not ascertain whether this Albus Dumbledore was indeed the brother Ariana had spoken of. How do you feel, Mr. Bournes? Dumbledore inquired, taking a seat on the chair beside the bed with a smile. Quite well, Professor, Sue Eyre nodded. You know, Dumbledore began, unwrapping a piece of candy with familiarity and savoring its sweetness. Very few survive under that dark magic. You are a fortunate child, and I would like to know precisely what transpired that day. I do not know, Professor, Sue Eyre replied, shaking his head. I only had time to raise my wand. Dumbledore blinked his cerulean eyes. To be honest, I am quite astonished. I learned about that day from the centaurs. Very few dare to raise their wands in that man's presence. He is not frightening, is he? Sue Eyre blinked back. You appear to possess considerable knowledge, Mr. Bournes. Dumbledore chuckled. I am pleased that you do not fear him despite being aware of the heinous acts he has committed. Indeed, he is not frightening. Sue blinked again, remaining silent. "This is for you, Mr. Bournes," Dumbledore said, retrieving a small cloth pouch from his pocket. "Do not disclose this to anyone." "What is it?" Sue took the small cloth bag, refraining from opening it immediately. It contained something that many desired. I had promised a friend to destroy it at some point. Yet I might have to renege on that promise, chuckling softly. "Well, I can hear Boppy's footsteps now." Dumbledore rose, noting that it was getting late. "Remember to consult your professors to make up your final exams after your discharge. Otherwise, you might find yourself repeating your first year. Some rules cannot be bent, even by me as the headmaster. Wishing you a pleasant summer break, Mr. Bournes." Chapter 75. The summer holiday commences. Despite her reluctance to part with Sue, the ever-busy Madame Pomfrey had no choice but to release him from the infirmary. Since the news of Sue's awakening had spread, various young wizards visited daily. Heaven knows where this first-year badger found so many friends. A certain girl, who stayed from morning till bedtime, was understandable. After all, companionship is beneficial for a patient's mental and physical well-being. Though Madame Pomfrey was somewhat taken aback by the maturity displayed by first years. As long as it did not hinder her examinations, research, she bore no objections. However, what truly vexed Madame Pomfrey was the presence of the youngest member of the Weasley family, who arrived bearing a chicken leg for the ailing student. In any case, Sue was released. The first order of business post-discharge was to visit the offices of various professors to make up his final exams. The potions exam involved the concoction of a forgetfulness potion. Despite feeling severe as Snape's breath on the back of his neck throughout the assessment, Sue submitted a flawless paper. The practical assessment for transfiguration proved even simpler, requiring the transformation of a mouse into an exquisitely crafted snuff box. This posed no challenge for Sue, who had already mastered the transformation spells taught in higher years. Upon inscribing the final answer regarding the inventor of the self-stirring cauldron with a quill, his solitary final assessment came to a close. Now, he awaited the commencement of the holiday 2 days hence. However, there was one last matter at hand. "Who are you? Who are you really?" "My father is a school governor." After a considerable pause, in the first-floor auditorium, Ron burst into laughter, striking the table. "Did you hear? I can hardly breathe from laughing. Someone bagged Malfoy, tied him up, and stuffed him into the lavatory toilet. The entire Slytherin house is in an uproar, with many searching for the culprit. Though I don't know who did it, I must say, well done." Harry cast a peculiar glance at Sue, recalling that earlier that afternoon, Sue had borrowed his invisibility cloak, leading to the incident. The identity of the perpetrator was now evident. Sue, unfazed, picked up an apple from the table and took a bite, ignoring Harry's gaze. "Was it you?" Hermione noticed Harry's look and quietly inquired. "Well done," she remarked. With the summer holiday underway, Sue quietly sat on the sofa in the living room, perusing a book, while Hermione stared in disbelief at the parchment in her hands. Just moments ago, an owl delivered a letter containing Sue's final grades. Hermione perused it repeatedly, ultimately feeling despondent. "How can your score surpass mine? Isn't that a rather ordinary occurrence?" Sue raised an eyebrow. "Ordinary?" Hermione exclaimed sharply. "I also received an O in History of Magic, and my scores in Charms were identical." "Oh, I see, it must be potions. How on earth did Snape grant you an O? That is utterly unjust. Snape always targets us Gryffindors. Isn't that also rather commonplace?" Sue blinked innocently. This is so unfair." Hermione fumed, tossing the letter onto the sofa and lunging toward Sue. "Hey, don't take action," Sue exclaimed in surprise. Just then, the door swung open and Mrs. Ellison stood, her mouth agape at the scene before her. Following closely behind her was little Angel, who covered his eyes with his hands, though the gaps between his fingers were rather large, and his light blue eyes darted about curiously. The night at number 4 Privet Drive was anything but tranquil, primarily due to the chilling, eerie cries emanating from Harry's room in the dead of night. Bang, bang, bang. Mr. Dursley, clad in his pajamas, rapped forcefully on the bedroom door, his flushed, plump face betraying his displeasure. Indeed, anyone roused from a deep slumber by a cacophony of bizarre sounds would hardly be in a pleasant mood. The bedroom door creaked open a crack, revealing a shadowy figure adorned with spectacles. This is the third time this week. Mr. Dursley kicked the door in frustration, the chain on the door straining tightly. He let out a roar towards the figure behind the door. "If you cannot manage that wretched owl, I swear I will take a shotgun to it." "It's just a bit restless," Harry explained. "It's accustomed to flying outside, and if I could let it out at night." "Do you take me for a fool?" Mr. Dursley kicked the door again, the poor wooden structure emitting a dreadful sound as dust fell from it. "I know precisely what happens when you let an owl out. I assure you, Hedwig will not cause any trouble," Harry attempted to counter. "In your dreams, Mr. Dudley hissed angrily. I warn you once more, Potter, control your owl. Crash bang. Mr. Dudley intended to continue his threats, but a series of thuds from the adjacent room, his precious son Dudley's domain, interrupted him. Instantly, Mr. Dudley stifled his voice, leaning closer to the door crack and glaring at Harry. Either find a way to silence it, or let it go, he warned in a low tone before staggering off. The door closed, and Harry sighed, gradually making his way to the cage containing the owl. He removed the latch. He could not set Hedwig free, but he could allow her to circle within the confines of the small room for a few moments. The last time Hedwig was let out, Mr. Dudley nearly took aim with a shotgun to kill her, had it not been for the spell Harry used to threaten him. Clearly, Hedwig was unsatisfied with her limited freedom within the confines of the room. She fluttered over to Harry, brushing her wings against him a few times before perching beside one of the few pieces of furniture in the room, a table with a missing leg, gazing at him with round, wide eyes. I'm sorry, Hedwig. I'll find a way to let you fly around a bit, Harry said. Just as he had expressed to his friends during their farewells, he was indeed quite miserable at the Dursleys. He missed Hogwarts Castle, the lessons there, and his friends, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and others. Although the summer had dragged on for several days, Harry felt as though he had been forgotten by them. Why haven't you all written to me yet? Chapter 76, The Dursleys of Privet Drive. Time passed quietly, with Merlin's socks changing one after another. That day, when Harry awoke, he wished himself a happy birthday and, clad in his mismatched pajamas, made his way downstairs. At the dining table, he received some news. He was about to leave with the Dursleys for the first time since the holiday began, escaping this exceedingly tedious place. Do we really have to take this freak with us? Dudley grumbled, wearing a look of utter reluctance. Harry felt a surge of joy at the comment. Within moments, he imagined himself alone at home, perhaps taking out his Firebolt 2000 for a spin or browsing through his beloved spellbooks. Oh, how he and T realized how delightful they were at school. I won T. Harry responded immediately. I'll behave and stay at home. I want to use magic on the house at all. Shut up. Mr. Dursley barked angrily. Such words are not permitted in our home. What were you just? Mr. Dursley slammed his hand on the table, spitting fragments of his words onto the plate in front of Harry. If it weren't for Mrs. Figg being in the hospital, you would not be leaving this house even for a moment. And I've warned you. I cannot tolerate you mentioning your peculiar abilities in my house. All right, Harry said, all right. Mr. Dursley huffed and puffed like a short-winded rhinoceros, finally calming down as he turned to his wife and child. Dear, have you brought your formal attire? Mrs. Dursley shook her head. You see, where we're going is a gathering of upper-class individuals, all very polite. I've worked hard to secure this opportunity for a visit. If I can manage to close a deal, we can consider our travel plans for the future. Of course, Dad. I've already thought it through, Dudley chimed in, setting down his fork and clearing his throat. I'll politely approach the door, and then, using the etiquette I learned at Smeltings, I'll respectfully greet them like this. Dudley leapt down from the table, taking Mrs. Dursley's hand. Good afternoon, Mrs. Ellison. I hope you don't mind my unannounced visit. You truly are youthful and lovely. Harry couldn't help but splutter his mouthful of bread, coughing repeatedly. Dudley's demeanor made Harry question whether they would be ejected from the premises. Mr. Dursley shot Harry an irate glance before lavishing praise upon his beloved son. Splendid, Dudley. He clapped gently, then furrowed his brow. I recall they have a boy and a girl. I have prepared gifts for them. Mrs. Dursley sniffed and remarked, I believe no girl would refuse a complete set of princess dolls. As for young Mr. Ellison's gift, I purchased a fountain pen. At this, Mrs. Dursley frowned, a fleeting expression of concern crossing her face. It cost £600. You are so thoughtful. Mr. Dursley nodded with satisfaction. Don't mention £600. If I secure this contract, I stand to earn many times that amount. This could be the most significant deal of my career. Now, Potter, Mr. Dursley turned to glare at Harry. I expect you to remain utterly silent throughout. Not a single word. You are to be mute, understood? Harry pursed his lips and nodded. If you ruin this visit. Mr. Dursley's tone was laden with menace. He waited for Harry's nod before contentedly stuffing a piece of bread into his mouth. All right. Next, we need to express some compliments at the dinner table. Petunia, do you have any suggestions? Mrs. Dursley pondered. Mr. Ellison, Vernon, and I were saying how splendid your golf game is. Mrs. Ellison, may I ask where you purchased that dress? It suits you perfectly, or rather, it hardly does justice to your elegant demeanor. Splendid. Mr. Dursley nodded happily. Dudley, would this suffice? I could say that our teacher at Mousting asked us to write about someone we admire, and I wrote about you. Dudley grinned. Harry buried his head beneath the table, striving to suppress the upward twitch of his lips, fearful that they might witness his amusement. After a lengthy rehearsal, Mr. Dursley finally clapped his hands in satisfaction. Now let us depart. First, we'll drive to fetch your formal attire. and then we shall head to their residence. They live in a suburb of London, quite a distance away. Mr. Dursley shot a final menacing glare at Harry. Potter, you had better remain silent, as you promised. You are mute. Do you understand? Meanwhile, as the Dursleys busied themselves preparing for their visit, Sir awoke early to learn from Mr. Ellison about the impending guests. Thus, Sir coaxed Angel into helping him tidy up everything related to Hogwarts, while also cleaning the mess that Angel had created in their home. It is merely a matter of basic politeness, and items from the magical world should not be carelessly exposed to outsiders. However, there was hardly anything to tidy up, merely a collection of spellbooks and a few animal-shaped cookies that danced about, alongside some chocolate frogs that would leap from their boxes upon being opened, confections favored by Angel. On the day when Hermione and Seward were at home, she took Angel to the Granger family dental clinic. It is worth mentioning the aftermath of that day. After emitting a high-pitched scream akin to that of a groundhog, Hermione fled from the Ellison residence, her cheeks aflame. Can Angel keep these candies in her room? Angel asked, clutching several boxes with sparkling eyes. No, Seward replied, shaking her head at the sight of Angel's disappointment, gently poking the little girl's forehead. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. You can keep them in my room, and when you wish to have one, you may take a piece. Mother has said you cannot indulge in sweets any longer. All right. Angel sighed, shaking her head in a manner that belied her youthful age. Chapter 77. Harry. At 6:30 in the evening, on Lily Street, a car sputtered in, exhaling clouds of exhaust. The occupants of the vehicle were, of course, the visiting Dursleys. In the driver's seat, Mr. Dursley held a note, his foot gently pressing the accelerator as he surveyed the surroundings through the car window. In the back seat, Harry overheard his cousin muttering, "Do wealthy people actually live in places like this?" "You are mistaken, Dudley," Mr. Dursley replied while searching for their destination. "This is discreet, and many affluent individuals prefer tranquility. It is quite serene here, which lends a certain elegance to their existence. Found it. This is the place." With great effort, Mr. Dursley extricated himself from the compact car in an odd manner, ensuring that his expensive suit would not wrinkle, though it appeared as though he were a human-shaped pig. "Remember what I said. Be polite, and uphold the decorum of the Dursley family. Dudley, check that your bow tie is straight, and if your hair is disheveled, smooth it down. And you, Potter. I understand. Uncle, I want to say a word," Harry interjected hastily before Mr. Dursley could finish his warning. Although he could not revel in freedom alone, the prospect of dining out was a consolation he clung to. At the door, Mr. Dursley took a deep breath, rubbed his face to enhance his smile's amiability, and nodded at his precious son, Dudley. Just as Harry worried that Dudley's buttons might burst, the door swung open, revealing a little girl with two adorable pigtails. "Mrs. Ellison," Dudley recited according to the rehearsed script, speaking before the door had fully opened. Upon seeing the girl, however, the remainder of his words lodged in his throat. Then, an amusing incident unfolded before Harry's eyes. The charming little girl gasped, exclaiming, "Mommy," their S.A. pig that turned into a man knocking at the door. And with that, she dashed away, her footsteps echoing. "Well done," Harry silently commended, stifling laughter as he observed the Dursley family standing rigidly at the open door, their smiles frozen in place. As the Dursleys hesitated at the threshold, a melodious female voice intervened. "Oh, how rude of me, Angel." So her name was Angel? Harry mused, indeed fitting for one so ethereal. Mrs. Ellison hurried to the door, apologizing to Mr. Dursley. "I presume you are the guest my husband arranged to meet? Please come in. I must apologize. Angel and her brother have been quite spoiled, and I deeply regret their impoliteness." "Oh, it's quite all right, madam," Mr. Dursley replied with a broad smile, finding her charming. "I took the liberty of bringing my family for a visit. I had previously arranged this with Mr. Ellison. I am Vernon Dursley, and this is my wife." "Oh, you are quite youthful, madam," Mrs. Dursley chimed in, stepping forward, though slightly miffed by the girl's remark about her son. She still dutifully introduced herself as her husband had done. Harry followed closely behind, noting that Mr. Dursley did not introduce himself to the lady before them. But he was accustomed to such disregard. "Do you like sweets?" Harry was momentarily taken aback, turning to see the little girl who had opened the door for the Dursleys. Tilting her head in curiosity, her delicate alabaster hand outstretched, cradling a round candy in her palm. Glancing at the Dursleys seated on the sofa, and observing that they were oblivious to him, he instinctively reached out and accepted the candy, murmuring a soft thank you. "No need to thank me." Angel beamed, skipping away. The candy was exceptionally sweet, imbued with a citrus aroma, and for some inexplicable reason, Harry found the taste strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the lemon drops he had savored at Hogwarts. Shaking his head, he dispelled the absurd thoughts swirling in his mind. Clearly, he was in a Muggle household, and it was improbable that wizarding confections would be present. Outside, Mr. Ellison was parking in the driveway, and faint sounds of laughter drifted from within the house. "Ah, the guests have arrived," Mr. Ellison remarked. "Who is it, Dad?" Saul inquired, curiosity piqued. "A potential partner with whom we have yet to solidify an agreement." "Oh," Saul nodded. But as he opened the car door, a frown crossed his face. He felt an unsettling gaze upon him. Indeed, a pair of eyes scrutinized him from the shrubbery outside. Yet, just as Saul met its gaze, it vanished without a trace. Perhaps it was merely a stray cat, he thought. "Come now, our guests have arrived." Tardiness would be quite impolite, Mr. Ellison called out as he exited the vehicle. "All right, Dad." Meanwhile, Angel, perched on a stool, idly played with a complete set of princess dolls that Mrs. Dursley had just gifted her. Having already collected the entire series, these dolls held little allure for her. Instead, she was more intrigued by the commotion outside. As Mr. Ellison parked the car, Angel perked up, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Everyone in the room was drawn to her animated expression. The Dursley family stood up, closely observing the direction in which Angel had vanished. "Good day, Mr. Ellison. I hope I'm not intruding," Mr. Dursley's voice soon echoed. Harry sat in the corner, lost in thought, fixated on the swirling steam rising from his teacup. "This is my wife and my son. That is my nephew." Good heavens, Mr. Dursley actually thought of himself. Oh, after all, it would seem quite impolite not to greet the guests in their own home. So Harry lifted his head. "Saul!" Harry exclaimed in astonishment as he spotted his friend from Hogwarts next to Mr. Dursley's important client. "Well, Harry," Saul raised an eyebrow. Having noticed Harry sitting on the sofa when he entered, he did not expect that the guests visiting would be the Dursley family. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley were equally astonished, their gazes flitting between Saul and Harry. Let us make way for the protagonists, shall we? Chapter 78, An Unexpected Encounter. On the living room sofa, Mr. Ellison looked at Vernon Dursley with a smile, his demeanor gentle. "I never anticipated that your nephew would be friends with my son." "Ha ha," Mr. Dursley laughed awkwardly. "Neither did I, Mr. Ellison." As he spoke, Mr. Dursley subtly glanced towards Saul and Harry, who sat in another corner, an absurd thought suddenly leaping into his mind. Harry was thrilled. He never imagined that a visit with the Dursleys would lead him to encounter a friend from Hogwarts. "What are you doing here?" he whispered. "Is it strange?" Saul blinked. "I've lived here all along. This is my home." While Saul and Harry were engaged in hushed conversation, a box was thrust towards Saul. "Hello, I'm Dudley Dursley," the chubby Dudley beamed, standing before Saul. "This is a gift to welcome you." "Thank you." Saul was taken aback, but accepted the box Dudley offered. "May I open it?" "Of course, my mom and I picked it out after much deliberation." "I hope you like it," Dudley replied. Inside was a pen, a rather ordinary gift. "Thank you, I truly like it," Saul replied, nodding modestly and placing the gift on the tea table. Observing Saul's amiable demeanor, Dudley mustered the courage to ask a question that had piqued his curiosity since earlier. "Do you know this freak?" "Freak?" Saul subtly furrowed his brow. "Oh, you don't know this freak, is it?" Dudley paused, whispering a wizard. "Someone who performs tricks with a stick. You should keep your distance from him." Harry shot a bewildered glance at Dudley. Then a peculiar smile appeared on his face. "If by freak you mean a wizard," Saul similarly smiled, "then, unfortunately for you, I am too. Moreover, what you refer to as tricks actually has a name. Magic." Saul's words left Dudley momentarily dazed, terror creeping into his already small eyes. "You're a wizard too?" Dudley exclaimed. "What's wrong with him?" "I have no idea." Harry stifled a laugh and shrugged his shoulders. Mr. Dursley, upon hearing Dudley's exclamation, found his smile frozen on his face. "Mr. Ellison, your son," he gulped. "Is he a wizard?" "You mean Saul?" "Oh, indeed, he is a wizard." Mr. Ellison, puzzled by Mr. Dursley's reaction, replied, "Isn't your nephew also a wizard?" "It's quite astonishing. My wife and I were utterly surprised when we discovered this." "Uh-huh." Mr. Dursley, at a loss for words, awkwardly chuckled. Angel saved Mr. Dursley from his embarrassment as Mrs. Ellison announced that dinner was ready. "Come on, Vernon, sample my finest wine. I recall your expertise in the matter." "Ha ha, splendid." Throughout the dinner, Mr. Dursley felt dazed, grappling with the revelation that the affluent son before him was, like his own chaotic nephew, a wizard. Mrs. Dursley, equally befuddled by the shocking news from Dudley, occasionally cast terrified glances at Saul, unable to respond promptly to Mrs. Ellison's greetings. How to describe it? It was simply dreadful. "Try this, Harry." As a gracious host, Saul added a generous chicken leg to Harry's plate. "Oh, thank you," Harry replied with a smile. "By the way," Saul suddenly recalled something Hermione had previously mentioned. "Haven't you received any letters from Hermione at home? She sent you quite a few." "What?" Harry exclaimed, clearly astonished. "I haven't received anything. I thought you all had forgotten about me." "Oh, perhaps the letters were misdelivered." "No worries. After dinner, you can accompany me to Hermione's house." "Well, it's just next door to mine." Harry realized that if he was here, it was highly likely that the house elf named Dobby was also nearby, which meant that the gaze from the bushes. Hermione lives here too? Harry asked excitedly. Ah, yes, didn't I mention that? No, Harry shook his head. But it was never too late to learn. This was marvelous. You have no idea how I've been at the Dursleys. Before Harry could finish his sentence, Mr. Dursley, who had been focused on Saul, suddenly coughed a few times and loudly praised Mrs. Ellison's culinary skills. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the kitchen. All actions in the dining room came to a halt, and Saul froze, suddenly recalling the house elf named Dobby. No way. I must check this out. Saul exclaimed as he dashed toward the kitchen, with Harry quickly following in his footsteps. The kitchen was a chaotic mess, resembling a scene struck by a whirlwind. Pristine white porcelain plates lay shattered across the floor, and cutting boards and knives were strewn haphazardly across the countertop. Saul furrowed his brow intensely. What happened? Harry followed closely behind, his eyes widening at the disarray in the kitchen. The cabinets were entirely empty, pristine clean. Then, shrieks from Mrs. Ellison and Mrs. Dursley echoed from the direction of the dining room. Seward immediately turned and dashed towards the dining room. The dining area, much like the kitchen, resembled a scene ravaged by a tempest, chaotic and disordered. Dudley sat in a daze on a chair, his head and body drenched in gravy, while the table was a disarray of uneaten food, with a roast chicken rolling unceremoniously onto the floor. Mr. Ellison furrowed his brow tightly, and Angel was nestled in Mrs. Ellison's arms, her face a mask of terror. Dobby. Seward seethed through gritted teeth, uttering the name. In the next moment, the sound of flapping wings wafted through the open window. With a thud, an owl swooped in, dropped 2 letters, circled the room, and then exited through the window once more. By sheer coincidence, one of the letters landed right in front of Mr. Dursley. He opened it, and his expression quickly darkened, his small eyes glowering at Harry, as if they might burst into flames at any moment. The planned discussion with Mr. Ellison regarding the order of machinery after dinner was abruptly cancelled, and the Dursley family hurried away, dragging along their disheveled son and a bewildered Harry. Chapter 79. Who else should I help? Seward learned from Mr. Ellison about the earlier commotion in the dining room. A plate brimming with gravy suddenly levitated and poured its contents over the unfortunate Dudley Dursley. Following that, the dishes on the table floated upwards and crashed onto the floor. And what of this letter? Can you not speak of it? Mr. Ellison inquired with concern. I saw the contents of the letter. It seems you have violated the Underage Wizarding Act? Sir silently shook his head. Very well. Mr. Ellison swiftly accepted the established reality, having witnessed the wonders of magic. His worldview had been compelled to undergo a rapid reconstruction. I do not comprehend the affairs of your magical realm. Mr. Ellison glanced around the dining room, sighed, and said, Go assist your mother in tidying up. This is an utter mess. A shame to waste your mother's splendid cooking. I am sorry, Father. Sir apologized once more, rising from the sofa to approach Mrs. Ellison, as Sir silently began to help clean the chaos Dobby had created. The first thing he did upon returning home was to toss the now crumpled letter in front of Harry. Read this. Read it, he bellowed in a hoarse voice. Harry picked up the letter, unfolded the envelope, and as he read, his face grew increasingly pale. You didn't tell us you couldn't use magic outside of school. Mr. Dursley's eyes gleamed with a frenzied light. You ruined my big deal with your damned magic. It wasn't me. Harry felt himself teetering. It wasn't tea. What wasn't tea? Mr. Dursley pressed closer, his teeth bared. Forgotten? Cast aside, I presume. It matters not. He laughed in a fit of rage. I have good news to share with you, immediately. Right now. As a result, he nearly shouted, for at that moment, in his room, on his small bed, a creature with bat-like ears was staring at him with its prominent green eyes. Good evening, sir. Dobby has long wished to meet you. If Saul were present, he would undoubtedly brandish his wand and cast a powerful spell, disregarding any underage magic regulations. Harry felt similarly. After conversing with a house elf named Dobby, he had come to understand the entirety of what had transpired, and he was now aware of the true culprit behind the events at Saul's home. Exhausted, Harry collapsed onto the ground. It was over. Everything was over. The following day, Hermione, having received news from Angel, arrived. So, Harry came to your house the day before yesterday? Yes, Saul nodded, offering a wry smile. I had intended to bring him to see you after dinner. Who could have anticipated that such a calamity would unfold at home? It's simply dreadful. In any case, let's wish him well, Saul sighed. And what will you do? Hermione inquired, holding the warning letter with a hint of concern. This is clearly not a spell you cast, and if I'm not mistaken, this is your second warning letter? Surely, you're not about to be taken away? Pish-posh, don't be a harbinger of doom, Saul retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Hermione. I'm uncertain, but I penned a letter to my aunt this morning. She works at the Ministry of Magic. Your aunt? You have a relative in the magical world? Hermione asked curiously. Amelia will be here shortly. Dust from the fireplace clung to Amelia as she arrived directly to Saul. I wasn't at the ministry yesterday. Did you cast magic yesterday? Saul recounted the entire ordeal in detail. Amelia furrowed her brow. Are you certain you did not cast a hover charm? I'm certain, Aunt Saul affirmed. Very well. Amelia contemplated for a moment. Hand me your wand. In principle, the warning letter has been sent, and the entire matter has already entered the records. However, if you truly did not cast magic outside of school, then this is merely a misunderstanding. Is it very troublesome? Saul asked quietly. It's not overly complicated to address, Amelia replied. But if this leaks, many will come knocking. You do not know Fudge. You are unaware of his character. In any case, give me your wand. I will assist you. Following her instructions, Saul ascended the stairs to retrieve his wand. All right, the matter has been resolved, and the record has been expunged. Who else knows of this besides you? That young witch from earlier? She knows, Saul nodded. But she won't disclose it. Amelia nodded. Do not let this information circulate. You will be wise to inform her. You cannot imagine the repercussions if the Daily Prophetess reporters were to catch wind of this and publish it. It would impact the ministry. I understand. I will speak with Hermione, Saul nodded. And Harry? Amelia shook her head. Dumbledore has been keeping an eye on Harry. He will manage things well. Now, I must attend a meeting at the ministry. There are numerous issues in the magical community recently. If you encounter anything insurmountable, just write to me. Saul nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Aunt. Amelia smiled and affectionately ruffled Saul's hair. No need for thanks. After all, I am your aunt. Who else would I assist? Chapter 80, Vault 777. Ever since she was caught frolicking with Sewer, Hermione only dared to visit him when Mrs. Ellison was away. However, today she found herself at the Ellison residence during breakfast. A month into the summer vacation, Hermione received a letter delivered by an owl that appeared to be quite elderly. Harry has been rescued. Hermione hurriedly entered through the door, clutching a piece of parchment. He is now at the Weasley household. This is utterly chaotic. I hope Ron and the others haven't engaged in any unlawful activities. Harry must have received a warning letter just like you, right? Sewer, are you listening to me? Huh? Sewer pulled himself away from his book, looked up at Hermione, and blinked. I already knew. He mumbled, a flying car. What flying car? Harry sent me a letter the day before yesterday. Sewer retrieved an envelope from the other side and handed it to Hermione. Ron and the others flew a car to rescue Harry from his aunt and uncle's house. He apologized in the letter for what happened at my place that day. He didn't elaborate, just said we should meet and talk. This is quite reckless. Hermione took the letter, read it, and shook her head helplessly. Are all Gryffindors such brutes? If they were seen by muggles with the car flying in the sky while rescuing Harry, it would create quite a mess, wouldn't it? This could bring trouble to their families. Little did she know, Hermione's words would prove prophetic at the start of the second school year. I hope you remember that you are also a Gryffindor when saying this. Sewer couldn't help but retort. Sewer understood Hermione's meaning and nodded nonchalantly. All right, finally. Merlin has changed out of his tie attire, and the day has arrived on this Wednesday. Angel, with tear-filled eyes, tugged at Sewer's sleeve. She wished to accompany her brother to the enchanting magical street, but today she must attend class. Mrs. Ellison enrolled her in a piano beginner's course, a prior arrangement. I will bring you a gift. Sewer crouched down, playfully pinching the little girl's adorable braids, promising gently. After soothing her for a while, he finally managed to depart and boarded Mr. Granger's car, with the Granger couple, who were on leave, taking them to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley was as bustling as ever, the sounds of laughter and merriment seemingly lingering in the air of this ancient street. The first order of business upon arrival was, of course, to visit Gringotts to exchange for wizarding currency. Shall we meet later at Flourish and Blots? Good. Long before arriving at Diagon Alley, Sewer had planned to visit the vault, not merely to see what his biological parents had left for him, but also to place the Philosopher's Stone that Dumbledore had given him inside. The vault left by his late parents was situated beneath Gringotts, numbered 777, an auspicious figure. Gringotts, the vault of the wizarding world, stands as the most secure location, guarded by a fierce dragon. In addition, we have ancient goblins to guide the way, making the decision to store possessions within Gringotts a prudent choice. However, if it were truly safe, it would not have been robbed last year, Saul could not help but think. Yet he had no alternative. Keeping his valuables in a muggle bank or vault would be even less secure, as a simple confundus charm could easily allow one to retrieve their belongings, rendering it virtually defenseless for a wizard. With a genuine smile, Saul acknowledged the goblin's reasoning, and then, under the goblin's guidance, boarded a trackless cart reminiscent of those used for transporting cement, an artifact from an indeterminate age. They sped along the labyrinthine, winding passages, the cart moving at a brisk pace, perhaps to thwart any wizard from memorizing the route. The cart frequently came to abrupt halts, making sharp turns left and right. Left and left again. The howling cold wind stung Saul's face. At last, they came to a stop. "Please hand me the key, sir," the goblin said with a smile, extending its grayish hand with elongated nails capable of inflicting harm. Saul relinquished the key, and the goblin placed its hand against the stone wall. To Saul's astonishment, without any apparent incantation, its palms sank into the wall, along with the key. Then Saul heard a series of clicking sounds as the stone wall gradually vanished, revealing a small opening. "You may enter." The goblin returned the key to Saul, bowing slightly at the entrance, clearly unable to proceed further. "Thank you," Saul replied, then bent down to enter the vault. The vault, bequeathed to him by his biological parents, was modest in size. Apart from a few chests, it contained little else. As Saul had predicted, it held a substantial amount of galleons, filling 3 chests to the brim. He opened the innermost chest, atop which lay a picture frame, its glass shattered in several places, obscuring the image within. Saul held the frame for a moment before drawing his wand. "Reparo," he incanted, and with a flash from the tip of the wand, the broken glass was restored to its original state. Saul could now discern the photograph beneath the glass. A handsome young man smiled, one arm draped over the shoulder of a brown-haired woman seated beside him, who cradled a small infant in her arms. "Is that me? So this is what my parents looked like," Saul pondered, standing in the vault for what felt like an eternity, clutching the frame. Ultimately, he placed it into the small satchel he had brought, the only photograph that might remain of his family. Aside from this treasured image, the chest contained various garments, some infant-sized, and a diary alongside a small, lifelike badger figurine. Saul flipped through the diary, which was not entirely filled. The elegant handwriting brimmed with hopes for the future. "The weather today is unexpectedly lovely. At breakfast, we decided upon the child's name, Saulborn. We hope little Saul will come to love this name. Amelia visited our home today, and she took a great liking to little Saul. She brought an array of delightful toys for him, one of which was particularly special, a small badger figurine that clearly originated from Hufflepuff House. It's uncertain which house Saul will belong to when he grows older." The more he gazed upon it, the more his nose inexplicably tinged with sorrow as he felt the profound love of his mother, whom he had never met, emanating from the very essence of the moment. A tear cascaded down his cheek, landing softly on his notebook, revealing that, unbeknownst to him, Saul had been weeping profusely. Chapter 81. The Leaky Cauldron and the Pet Shop Next Door. As Saul exited the Leaky Cauldron, the entrance remained bustling with activity, with fairies occasionally calling out. This esteemed guest is heading to the vault. After securely placing the key in his possession, Saul took a moment to orient himself before descending the marble staircase towards the Leaky Cauldron, where he had arranged to meet Hermione. The exterior of the Leaky Cauldron was packed with wizards, predominantly middle-aged women, their animated conversations and intermittent shrieks assailing Saul's eardrums, prompting him to frown in discomfort. Gilderoy Lockhart, signing copies of his autobiography, Me, the Magical, he read from a banner unfurled before the shop's upper windows. Saul sighed, clearly. Locating someone in such a crowded venue within a short span was an unrealistic endeavor. Perhaps he should find a place to wait until the crowd dispersed. He glanced at the small print on the banner, which read this afternoon from 12:30 to 16:30. The establishment adjacent to the Leaky Cauldron had seemingly changed ownership without notice. The ice cream shop that once occupied the space had transformed into a pet store. This shop appeared to specialize solely in a particular type of small, fluffy creature, which Saul recognized from last year, when he had used their fur to craft a scarf. "This is a new breed we have cultivated. While they remain fluffy, there are distinctions among them," the enthusiastic shopkeeper explained as he followed Saul, eager to introduce the animals. "Under our care and training, they will no longer extend their tongues into your nostrils. Look at them, gentle and adorable, perfect for gifting to your girlfriend. Just observe this one. In pink. I wager no young lady could resist it. How much is this one?" Saul inquired curiously. The shopkeeper beamed with renewed enthusiasm. "Not expensive at all. Only 2 galleons and 6 sickles. We'll even include a cozy little nest for you." "That is rather pricey," Saul remarked, furrowing his brow. "Not at all, sir. You must understand, these are a specially bred variety, and such colors are exceedingly rare," the shopkeeper insisted. "Make it cheaper, and I shall buy it." Saul teased, gently playing with the pink creature, which extended its long tongue to wrap around his finger. 1 galleon, Saul proposed. The shopkeeper's expression morphed into one of disbelief, as if struck by a colossal hammer. "Absolutely impossible, sir. Do realize that we invested considerable time in breeding them. The cost of this one alone far exceeds a galleon. 1 galleon, Saul reiterated firmly. Impossible, impossible. The shopkeeper shook his head vigorously before biting his lip, finally conceding. The best I can do is 2 galleons, sir. This has already been the utmost sincerity from our shop. 1 galleon, Sewer shook his head. I can offer no more than that. The shopkeeper began to evade the topic of pricing, instead extolling the virtues of owning such a fluffy creature, such as the assurance that no pests would ever invade one's home. Sewer continued to tease the pink fluff ball, stating, as a student of Hogwarts, "You must be aware that we have a forest there." "Well, I'm quite familiar with the forest caretaker. I believe he would be more than willing to assist me in finding one." "Oh, very well, very well." The shopkeeper, with a face marked by deep consternation, attempted to negotiate once more, but ultimately, with gritted teeth, acquiesced to Sewer's offer of 1 galleon, considering he was the first customer of the day. "All right, I also require a nest, as you previously promised." "Oh, that's not possible." The shopkeeper shook his head, and Sewer immediately feigned an intent to leave. Wait, would it suffice if I personally gifted you one?" The shopkeeper, with a sense of resignation, halted Sewer and swiftly wrapped up the pink fluff ball, then retrieved a nest to accompany it. "Here you go, 1 galleon," he declared, as though he bore a great grievance, handing over the packaged fluff ball to Sewer. After completing the transaction, Sewer exited the shop, oblivious to the fact that as he departed, the shopkeeper transformed his expression, humming a tune softly, and then retrieved a purple fluff ball from beneath the counter. A wise adage states that while one may profit, I shall never incur a loss. Sewer was well aware that no merchant is without guile. The mere act of selling indicates a potential for profit. Nevertheless, Sewer deemed the creature worth 1 galleon, as it was a spontaneous gift for Angel, and he recognized the truth in the shopkeeper's assertion that no young girl would ever reject a fluffy, adorable little thing. Beat him, kick him where it hurts, tug at his hair, father. Sewer prepared to visit another beverage shop for a juice while awaiting Hermione. However, as he approached the leaky cauldron, he was met with a cacophony of shouts and commotion from within. It was Fred and George. Curiosity piqued. He endeavored to enter and ascertain the situation, but the throngs of people obstructed his path. Soon, however, a tall figure emerged into Sewer's view. It was Hagrid, his expression somewhat grim. The crowd, wary of Hagrid's imposing stature, parted to create a passage. Thus, Sewer caught sight of the individual being grasped by Hagrid's arm, a slender, bespectacled middle-aged man exhibiting signs of a receding hairline, with blood trickling from his cracked lips. Beside him was another man with dark circles around his eyes and long, flowing golden hair. Sewer did not recognize him, but he did recognize the young wizard following closely behind the golden-haired man. It was Draco Malfoy. Draco, oblivious to Sewer at the entrance, kept his head bowed as he followed the man, who bore a striking resemblance to his father, out of the leaky cauldron, disappearing from sight. "You shouldn't concern yourself with him, Arthur." Hagrid extended his hand to smooth out the wrinkles on the robe of the slender man, incessantly murmuring complaints about the fellow, declaring him utterly despicable, and suggesting that there was not a single decent person in his entire family. A fact that I believe you should be well aware of. "Good afternoon, Hagrid," said Sewer, approaching him. "What transpired inside?" "Long time no see, Sewer." Hagrid paused his grievances, embracing Sewer warmly. "Nothing much, just a bit of a ruckus inside. Are you here to purchase books for the upcoming semester?" "Indeed, I have arranged to meet Hermione here." Sewer nodded, his gaze drifting past Hagrid, where he spotted Hermione with Harry, alongside the visibly pale Granger couple, evidently startled by the recent turmoil. "I see her." Sewer waved towards Hermione and made his way over, clutching a freshly purchased plush toy. As he approached, he overheard a plump, brown-haired witch beside the Grangers lamenting about how their children had publicly engaged in a scuffle, pondering what Gilderoy Lockhart would think of such a display. "He will be delighted. I just heard him ask that fellow from the Daily Prophet if he could include the fight in his report." "How are you, Sewer?" A red-haired boy grinned, noticing Sewer's arrival. "I'm well, but you seem a bit worse for wear," Sewer chuckled. "You have dust all over your hair." "Oh, it's nothing." The boy, either Fred or George, casually brushed the dust from his head and introduced Sewer to his sister. "This is my sister, Ginny, who will also be starting at Hogwarts this year. Our family came to buy books today." "Hello, Ginny." Sewer nodded in greeting, his eyes drawn to the cauldron tightly clutched in her hands, beneath which lay a tattered book with a faded black cover. "My parents and I waited for you for quite a while, but when we didn't TC you, we happened to bump into Harry at the bank. So I came along with him to buy books," Hermione explained as she stepped forward. "I was delayed by a minor issue," Sewer replied apologetically with a smile. "Have you purchased everything?" "Of course, I got yours as well," Hermione confirmed. "That is splendid." Sewer surveyed the chaotic scene in the bookstore, realizing that without Hermione, he might have had to wait considerably longer to procure his books. As a token of gratitude, allow me to treat you to some snacks. Harry, Ron, and little Ginny, you should join us as well. Let us add some motivation. Chapter 82. The End of the Vacation. Sewer bought some juice for himself, Harry, and the others, while Ginny shyly uttered a thank you. Ron was grumbling throughout the journey, still fixated on the earlier altercation in the bookstore. Meanwhile, Harry bore a pallor that suggested he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Sewer held no particular thoughts regarding their encounter at Flourish and Blots. Rather, his attention was captivated by Ginny, or more specifically, the battered notebook nestled within her cauldron. He pondered how to discreetly acquire that book without drawing attention, hoping to seize an opportunity to examine it later, thereby ensuring a pleasantly uneventful year ahead. Sewer, I'm talking to you. Hermione chattered beside Sewer. But at that moment, Sewer's spirit was entirely elsewhere, rendering him oblivious to her words. Frustrated, the young girl gave Sewer a light smack on the arm. What are you saying, Hermione? Sewer inquired. Hermione, turning her head away, sulkily ignored him. With no other option, Sewer resolved to seek opportunities within the school. Before parting ways, the Weasley family invited Sewer to their home for a few days, yet he declined, despite his curiosity about the uniquely shaped Weasley residence. I still need to review next year's lessons and complete my assignments. Goodness, you should be in Ravenclaw instead of Hufflepuff, Fred exclaimed dramatically. Isn't summer meant for carefree enjoyment? Assignments can be handled at school. Before he could finish, Mrs. Weasley delivered a light smack to the back of his head. You should take a lesson from Sewer and not spend all your time tinkering with your ridiculous inventions. Sorry, Mum, Fred immediately apologized, adopting a compliant demeanor, though he secretly winked at Sewer. See you at school, Harry said to Sewer and Hermione. I'll explain the whole house elf situation on the train. It's utterly dreadful. See you at school. Sewer nodded as he left the leaky cauldron with the Granger family. During the ride, Mr. Granger appeared somewhat shaken. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to utter, wild, isn't it? Sewer chuckled awkwardly. That was merely an accident. We generally don't behave like that. As the car neared their home, Hermione set her book down, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. The small package Sewer had brought onto the vehicle was stirring beside him. I was just about to ask you, what did you buy? What? Sewer replied, lowering his copy of Wandering with Werewolves, although Lockhart was a fraud. His stories were indeed quite vivid, if only he and T elaborated so excessively on how charming his smile was. Sewer noticed Hermione's gaze fixated on the small parcel he had brought. Oh, you mean this, he said, gently patting the package, which immediately fell silent. It's a fluffy little gift for Angel. Oh, Hermione quieted instantly, returning to her book. Just then, the car turned onto Lily Street. As they approached their destination, Sewer called out to Hermione, how about we work on our assignments together tomorrow? I'm afraid not, Hermione replied, casting a wary glance at Sewer. I want to be home for at least a week. Oh, Sewer nodded, realizing that this was not his primary intention. Then, could you lend me your assignments? What do you think? Hermione narrowed her eyes. You should do your own work. The following day, Hermione departed Lily Street with her parents, heading to their countryside farm, though she left Crookshanks behind. How infuriating, Sewer muttered indignantly. Why must she take her assignments to the countryside? Sir immersed himself in the depths of forgetfulness, completely oblivious to the fact that he had been caught by the professor's last academic year for plagiarizing assignments and subsequently punished with confinement and make-up work. Had he known, he would have readily accepted Ron's invitation to visit the burrow. Bored, he idly twirled the pen in his hand, wearing an expression of profound disillusionment. The raucous sounds of Angel's exuberant laughter wafted up from downstairs, where Crookshanks was playfully chasing the fluffy toy that Sir had gifted to Angel. She was utterly enamored with the pink little ball of fluff, and Crookshanks, too, seemed to possess an undeniable attraction to anything furry. Each day, Angel's greatest delight was witnessing the fluffy toy dart about while Crookshanks pursued it, only to have her chase after both of them in blissful merriment. At times, he couldn't help but envy the carefree innocence of childhood, while he was burdened with the weight of assignments, despite knowing full well how to cast the spells required. Glancing at the task set forth by Professor Flitwick, which demanded a thorough exploration of enhancing spell accuracy, 3 feet in length and substantial in content, Sir let out a resigned sigh and reluctantly picked up his pen. Due to strict regulations prohibiting underage wizards from performing magic outside of school, much of the homework consisted of theoretical consolidation and summaries of the previous year's learning, alongside preparatory work for the upcoming second year. He doubted that the young wizards would diligently engage in preparatory studies after completing their written assignments, with the exception of Hermione. Every morning at 8 o'clock, she would promptly arrive at the Arizons' residence, and, under Mrs. Arizon's amused gaze, she would ascend the stairs to rouse Sir from his slumber, dragging him into reading Gilderoy Lockhart's illustrious works, occasionally sparking discussions about the spells Lockhart employed against a horde of vampires. This routine became so familiar that Sir developed a conditioned response to the mere mention of Lockhart's name. Yet, he could not bluntly inform Hermione that Lockhart was merely a charlatan, a pretentious fool devoid of true substance. Hermione was evidently infatuated with Lockhart's charm, eagerly anticipating his upcoming defense against the dark arts course. "You should temper your expectations. I doubt Lockhart will prove to be an effective teacher," he cautioned. "You ought to refer to him as Professor Lockhart." Hermione corrected him. "Look, in this book, his methods for dealing with trolls are quite effective, aren't they? And consider this one. What a clever idea." "Well then," Sir raised his hands in surrender, "I suppose I can understand that you've reached the age of idolization." Chapter 83. Where has Harry gone? The ancient steam train belched forth a plume of white smoke, emitting a dull, yet resounding whistle. The train, laden with the future of the British wizarding world, began its journey. Hermione sat quietly in the carriage, engrossed in traveling with ghouls. Having read it for the second time this summer, Crookshanks obediently lounged upon Sir's lap, the ginger cat now thoroughly submissive to Sir's adept petting, purring contentedly. The sunlight, no longer scorching, streamed through the glass window, enveloping the two in warmth. Soon, the carriage door swung open with a clatter. "Have you seen our little Roro?" A red-haired boy poked his head in. "Hello, sir." Sir found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to recognize him. "I'm Fred," the red-haired boy exclaimed, shortly followed by one of the twins who entered, declaring, "I am Fred." Almost immediately, a rosy-cheeked little girl squeezed in as well. It was Ginny. "Are you looking for Ron?" Hermione closed her book. "I haven't seen Ron or Harry." "Aren't they with you?" "We did come together," Fred replied. "But Harry and Ron arrived last at the platform, and we haven't been able to find them. My mother is quite worried." Fred shrugged. "Little Rollo always manages to surprise us unexpectedly. Have you checked all the compartments?" Hermione inquired further. "We're searching. We just reached you," George chimed in. "Percy vanished as soon as he came in." "Then I shall accompany you in the search," Hermione announced, rising from her seat. A group of them swiftly disappeared into the compartment. "We haven't found Harry and Ron. It's as if they have evaporated," someone remarked. "Do you think they might be stuck in the wall of the platform?" "Not stuck in the wall. They likely didn't make it through the platform at all," Seward reassured, shaking his head. "It's all right. Perhaps they missed the train. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley will find a way to get them to Hogwarts, as long as they stay put at the station." However, it was feared that at that moment, Harry and Ron were soaring through the clouds in the enchanted car, trailing the train. "I hope so," Hermione said, her concern for her friends overshadowing her desire to continue reading. She cradled Crookshanks in her arms, gently stroking him. Seward's gaze drifted out the window, squinting in search of anything within sight, but aside from some oddly shaped clouds, there was nothing to behold. It was, of course, futile, as Ron had activated the car's invisibility feature and was animatedly discussing with Harry how remarkable their entrance in the vehicle would be. Perhaps the professors would award them points for it. "Dear, would you care for a glass of chill pumpkin juice?" The plump witch inquired, pushing a snack-laden cart and tapping on the compartment door. Seward purchased some cauldron cakes and filling biscuits, along with 2 cups of chilled pumpkin juice, using a levitation charm to stack them on the table in the center. Regardless, before arriving at Hogwarts, they needed to satisfy their hunger, as they would remain on the train until nightfall. It was possible that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had already delivered Harry and Ron to the school before their arrival. The Hogwarts Express was anything but express. It leisurely transported the young wizards safely to their destination as twilight descended. The second-year students returned to school distinctly from the first-year newcomers. Seward and Hermione followed the upperclassmen off the train in the opposite direction, making their way to an area filled with waiting carriages. The older students were uniformly drawn by thestrals to the castle. The grand iron gates of Hogwarts were already wide open, and the enchanted boarhound circled the marble columns, spreading its wings in the night. As in past years, the new students were led into the Great Hall by Professor McGonagall. However, this year, Seward and the others found themselves seated at the long tables, observing the sorting ceremony. As the new students entered, Seward cast a glance towards the Gryffindor long table and noted, indeed, that Ron and Harry were absent. The sorting hat, as customary, began to sing its meticulously prepared song, albeit still devoid of melody. Seward clapped half-heartedly along. Professor McGonagall unfurled a parchment and commenced the sorting ceremony, with the first contestant being a boy with gray hair, who approached the chair with evident trepidation, tightly shutting his eyes. After a brief moment of deliberation, the sorting hat proclaimed the boy's house with a loud voice. Where had Snape gone? Seward observed an empty seat among the faculty. "Ah, They must have arrived, Harry and Ron. How delightful. The sorting ceremony proceeded smoothly, and soon it was Ginny Weasley's turn, to which the sorting hat exuberantly declared Gryffindor. As applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, Professor Snape entered through the side door of the hall, his expression ominously dark. He walked directly to Professor Dumbledore's side and murmured something. Sewer noticed a fleeting stiffness in Dumbledore's smile. The sorting ceremony concluded after 10 minutes, and at Dumbledore's signal, McGonagall hastily departed the hall alongside Snape. Another academic year commenced. Dumbledore rose and proclaimed, "I must remind the new students present that the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students." He concluded, "Now, let's enjoy our dinner." At his words, an empty plate erupted with an abundance of food, prompting excited cheers from the nearby first years. However, Sewer sensed something amiss. Professor Dumbledore had preempted the usual post-dinner announcements. Indeed, upon glancing back at the head table, he could see the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, in a sea-green robe, pestering Professor Sprout with a glass of wine. It seemed this former Ravenclaw was not particularly favored among the faculty. How peculiar it was to witness the usually amiable Professor Sprout displaying such disdain. Chapter 84. The Howler. Harry and Ron had not been expelled. Upon awakening and joining the feast in the Hogwarts Hall, Sewer observed a cluster of little lions gathered around Harry and Ron. The latter blushing profusely as he animatedly recounted how he and Harry had driven across half of England to arrive at Hogwarts. Ron appeared to revel in this moment of attention. Many were attentively listening to his tales of adventure, save for Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, who sulked alone, shoveling mashed potatoes into his mouth. Hermione was also present, although she seemed quite displeased, her expression darker than Percy's. She appeared to be in need of consolation. Sewer decided to offer his support, taking a seat beside Hermione and gently patting her shoulder. At least there was good news. They had not encountered any mishaps. Sir glanced at Harry and Ron, who were encircled by the crowd, unharmed. A cause for celebration, indeed. Hermione shot him a glare, remarking that she could only be thankful the term had not yet commenced. Professor McGonagall was unable to deduct points from Gryffindor. She did not believe there was anything to be proud of. Indeed, Sir nodded, anticipating an entertaining spectacle soon to unfold. Just as he reached for a bowl of oatmeal to add sugar, a sudden commotion erupted above him. Hundreds of owls swooped in, circling the hall and dropping letters and parcels among the throng. A large, gray owl plummeted, landing headfirst into the milk jug beside Hermione. Sir grasped its talons, rescuing the unfortunate creature, which revealed a crimson letter in the process. "Good heavens, Errol!" Ron exclaimed, and then he spotted the red envelope clutched in Errol's beak. "Oh no!" Ron's expression was one of sheer terror. "It's fine. He's still alive," Hermione remarked, poking the upside-down Errol with her fingertip. However, Ron's concern lay with the Howler. As Neville dryly stated, "My grandmother sent me one before. If you don't open it in time, something dreadful will happen." As Neville spoke, smoke began to emanate from the four corners of the envelope. "Hurry, only a few minutes left." Trembling, Ron reached out, while Sir swiftly covered Hermione's ears. Hermione turned to look at him, a question mark hovering above her head. A tremendous noise filled the hall, and Sir's head buzzed. Having protected Hermione's ears, he momentarily forgot his own. "How infuriating! Your father will be scrutinized at work. This is all your fault." Sir stared blankly as the red letter finished its last word with a deafening shout before turning to ashes, allowing him to finally remove his hands from Hermione's ears. As his eardrums throbbed, Sir sighed, forcefully pressing his ears shut and rubbing them vigorously, hoping to dispel the buzzing sound as quickly as possible. He glanced at Ron, who was nearly burying himself under the table. If only he had patiently waited outside the wall for his parents to take them to school, none of this would have occurred. Thus, sometimes it is truly vital to pause and reflect. "Are your ears all right? You seem a bit uncomfortable." Hermione nodded, clutching her copy of Traveling with Vampires, and stood up. "I'm fine." Sir rubbed his ears once more. "I'm coming with you." Neville hurriedly gathered the items sent by his grandmother. "Wait for me." While Neville was slow, Harry and Ron had quickly adjusted and finished their meal. No matter what happened, it could not interfere with their dining, which made Sir shake his head in disbelief. The five of them exited the castle, traversing the vegetable patch towards the greenhouse. As they approached, they spotted Professor Sprout striding across the lawn, accompanied by Gilderoy Lockhart, who was clad in a flowing aquamarine robe. His golden hair styled into a multitude of curls, shimmering in the sunlight, adorned with an aquamarine hat trimmed in gold. "How fond are you of green?" Sewer couldn't help but comment. "Oh, greetings to you all." Lockhart beamed a standard 8-tooth grin and waved to the students. "I just demonstrated to you all how to treat a venomous tentacula with Professor Sprout. During my travels, I fortuitously encountered a few of these peculiar plants. Strange, isn't it? Isn't there only one venomous tentacula left in the entire world, right here at Hogwarts? Hermione whispered to Sewer, recalling what she had read in a book on endangered flora. The young wizards, observing the evident displeasure on Professor Sprout's face, silently proceeded towards the third greenhouse. At that moment, Harry was called by Lockhart. Is this the third greenhouse? The five were reduced to 4 as they followed the crowd into the greenhouse, having no intention of waiting for Harry. I've been here before, Neville remarked. There are many dangerous and deadly plants. If I'm not mistaken, today Professor Sprout intends for us to repot some mandrakes. There are quite a number of seedlings. Mandrakes? Sewer's ears perked up. If memory served him right, one of the materials required for the special transfiguration course on Animagus that he planned to complete in his second year was a single leaf of mandrake. He pondered whether he might have the opportunity to procure a few leaves, assuming they were mature. In a nearby corner, several pots of mandrakes with yellow-green flowers stood quietly, though the space for their class was somewhat distant from there. Take your time. There is much preparation still to be done. He also needed to devise a way to visit the restricted section, as the ordinary library only mentioned Animagus in passing, merely outlining what it entailed and the materials required. The detailed accounts of methods and recipes were likely confined to the restricted section. In any case, this year was exceedingly busy. It wasn't solely about Animagus. He also had to learn how to conjure a Patronus. Sewer would not forget that in their third year in the original timeline, they would be in contact with Dementors for an entire year. Time was of the essence, and the tasks were daunting. However, he certainly would not be so arrogant as to practice Animagus alone. A minor error could lead to dire consequences. The tragedy of the five-legged beast was still fresh in his mind. Chapter 85, Mandrake. Can anyone tell me the characteristics of mandrakes? This question posed no challenge to Hermione, who had memorized the necessary textbook for second-year herbology. Sewer was aware of the answer as well, yet he chose to give Hermione the opportunity to shine. Why don't you raise your hand if you know the answer? Sewer inquired, but Neville merely offered a shy smile. The roots of the mandrake are humanoid, with leaves sprouting from its apex. As it is still a seedling, it resembles an infant more closely, prompting many first-time observers to emit silent gasps of awe. Of course, a few among them were more composed. Sewer was one of them. Thanks to Neville, he easily transferred the mandrake into its new pot. They possess a peculiar trait. They are extremely ticklish. A mere gentle scratch on their foot will compel them to comply obediently, yet one must exercise caution with their hands. Such knowledge is not found in any book. Hermione gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide, inquiring about the source of this discovery. Neville, removing his dragon-hide gloves, sheepishly scratched his head. I often come here to assist with the care of the plants. It was a serendipitous revelation. I told you. You're remarkable, Neville, said Sewer, patting Neville's shoulder in jest. Next time, be a bit bolder. You can't always let Hermione steal the spotlight. Hermione, miffed, playfully swatted Sewer, only to forget that she hadn't removed her gloves. A vivid handprint was left on Sewer's arm. Well, now I'm not spotless either, Sewer remarked helplessly. The second lesson of the morning was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. The young wizards from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff entered the classroom, their clothes smeared with soil from the flower pots. The pungent odor of dragon dung compost caused Professor McGonagall to wrinkle her nose. Clean slate, she muttered, casting a spell to maintain the cleanliness of her classroom. The other young wizards failed to notice anything extraordinary about the incantation. After all, it was merely a simple cleaning charm. However, Sewer was struck by its brilliance. The cleaning spell he had only attempted in a singular form, or rather, it was essentially a singular charm. Yet, with just one wave of her wand, Professor McGonagall had cleansed the dirt and odors from everyone in the classroom. I shall inquire about it during the break, he thought. This lesson served as a continuation from the previous academic year. Sewer recalled that the final examination had entailed transforming a mouse into a snuff box, albeit that mouse was considerably larger than a beetle and lacked the latter's propensity for erratic movement. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for Sewer and Hermione, the top scholars of their respective houses, as they effortlessly accomplished the course objectives. What happened to your wand? Sewer inquired, waving away the acrid smoke that wafted towards his nose, emanating from Ron's battered wand. It was ruined by a whomping willow, Ron exclaimed, raising his elbow in frustration. I was flailing about and accidentally crushed the beetle needed for the transformation. What a fool, this worthless thing. Ron's wand seemed to have developed a temper, crackling with sparks, exacerbating his anger and inadvertently destroying Harry's beetle as well. The two were left with no choice but to request another from Professor McGonagall. After class, the group proceeded to the Great Hall for lunch. Along the way, Harry suggested that Ron write home for a new wand. No way. I do not wish to receive another howler, Ron retorted, angrily jamming the adhesive wand into his belt. I can already guess what it would say. Your wand broke. It's entirely your fault. Sewer, overhearing, shook his head. Upon reaching the Great Hall, they parted ways, as Justin seemed to be beckoning him for some reason. In the afternoon, Sewer and his roommates attended Professor Bin's class on the history of magic. Alongside the Slytherins, he peacefully dozed off on the thick history textbook, waking only after the class had concluded. Indeed, it was a friendly nap shared during the lesson. Hogwarts does not impose strict seating arrangements for students, and after a year of study, Sewer had become quite familiar with many from Gryffindor. Good evening, Sewer greeted a voice. Good evening, he replied with a smile, naturally taking a seat at the long Gryffindor table. The first years did not recognize Sewer, though they knew of the Hufflepuff emblem on his robe, whispering curiously about why a Hufflepuff would sit at their table. Ginny provided the answer. I know him. He's a really nice person. I ran into him in Diagon Alley. Sewer was indeed there to wait for Hermione to have dinner together, while chatting with George and Fred to pass the time. A throng of students surged through the hall's entrance. It was the Ravenclaws and Gryffindors who had just finished their defense against the Dark Arts class. However, their expressions were far from pleasant, as some rubbed their ears with a look of discontent. What happened? Sewer inquired with curiosity. Harry nodded in agreement, his face slightly pale. If a wizard can't even handle a bunch of Cornish pixies, do they truly deserve to be a professor? Ron exclaimed angrily, continuing to rub his ears. Hermione remained silent, finding it difficult to counter Ron's words. Apart from Harry and a few others, many young witches and wizards were discussing the events that had transpired in the defense against the Dark Arts class, and Sewer quickly grasped the situation. TSK. He couldn't help but shake his head. Even Dumbledore could misjudge a situation. Perhaps the Oldby had some deeper meaning behind it. However, it might be possible to persuade Lockhart to sign his book list. A little flattery could suffice. Sewer mused to himself. In this light, Lockhart wasn't entirely useless after all. Borrowing books? What do you wish to borrow? Hermione suddenly lifted her head, her ears perked up. Chapter 86. Thanks to Professor Lockhart for opening the restricted section for me. Harry had garnered a little fan named Colin Creevey, who seemed to have memorized Harry's class schedule. Whenever Hufflepuff and Gryffindor finished class, the corridors would echo with the sound of his camera shutter. Sewer had encountered him outside the classroom several times. The boy was almost bold enough to barge into the dormitory to wake Harry. Ron found this quite amusing. Come on, let's not talk about him, Ron. Harry groaned, resting his head on the table. Isn't having an extra fan a good thing? Just look around Hogwarts. Who else has a personal photographer? Sewer remarked casually while organizing his textbooks. You can take that honor if you wish, Sewer, Harry replied, rolling his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the small boy with a camera appearing around the entrance of the hall. Startled, he quickly shielded his face with his hand and fled. He's back again. If Colin asks where I am, just say you haven't seen me, Harry lamented. Has he been like this for days? As he observed Harry's frantic retreat, Sewer turned his gaze toward Hermione. Indeed, Hermione shook her head. The dormitory and the library were undoubtedly the safest havens. Recently, after classes, what had kept you so preoccupied? It's been quite some time since I've seen you. Huh? Hermione raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Sewer was indeed out of sorts. He harbored his own intentions. In comparison to other professors, Lockhart was remarkably easy to persuade. A few well-placed compliments and a gentle alignment with Lockhart's thoughts would prompt him to willingly sign off on the book borrowing list. Professor, I have always harbored a query. With a quill in hand, Sewer made a mark on his assignment before looking up at Gilderoy Lockhart, who was engrossed in fan mail. Oh. Lockhart immediately set aside the envelope and flashed a smile at Sewer, who he found to be an astute and considerate young wizard, well-versed in his past adventures. Do not hesitate to inquire. I believe my extensive experiences can provide you with an appropriate answer. Of course, I have no doubt that your vast experiences can yield a definitive response. Sewer managed a somewhat awkward compliment. I am merely curious. Do proceed, Mr. Bournes, Lockhart nodded encouragingly. In your book Wandering with Werewolves, you mentioned a particular spell that piqued my curiosity, and I wish to delve deeper into it. Oh, I employed numerous spells within that narrative. Which one do you specifically refer to? It is the transfiguration spell you used while accompanying your werewolf companion during his transformation. I sought this particular magic in the library. It was unable to locate the book that elaborates on it. Ah, yes, indeed. That is a rather intricate spell, Lockhart replied, completely oblivious to which magic Sewer was referencing, his expression reflecting pride while his mind was muddled. Its complexity is quite high. As a second-year student, I would advise against engaging with it prematurely. Sewer noted Lockhart's reaction with keen interest, suppressing a smirk within while maintaining a facade of respect. I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of your past adventures. You are my idol. In truth, I am aware of the book that contains that particular incantation, but as you know, young wizards cannot access that area without a professor's permission. Of course not. Lockhart beamed, his gaze towards Sewer softening, though he inwardly sighed with relief. Unable to recall any spells mentioned in that book. What would you like me to do? Sewer swiftly produced a prepared note. I doubt anyone would oppose offering a diligent student a bit of additional assistance. Lockhart withdrew a grand peacock quill, not even glancing at the note, as he swiftly inscribed a flourish of his name. I typically reserve this quill for signing books. Is there anything else you require my help with? Oh, it would be splendid if you could provide me with a few autographs, Sewer encouraged, producing a stack of blank notes. You know, you have many admirers within the castle. Several young witches from Hufflepuff are quite infatuated with you. If I could procure some signatures for them, I believe they would be exceedingly delighted. Certainly. Lockhart nodded repeatedly, overwhelmed with honor. He signed all the blank slips that Sewer had presented and then scrutinized them, seemingly admiring the elegance of his own handwriting, ultimately revealing his well-maintained, gleaming white teeth. With his objective accomplished, Sewer diligently graded the remaining defense against the dark arts assignments according to Hermione's standard answers, casually marking Ron's work as unsatisfactory, before politely bidding farewell to Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart had a fondness for Sewer, even personally escorting him out of the professor's office. To his surprise, it went remarkably smoothly. As Sewer turned a corner and escaped Lockhart's gaze, he shook the slips in his hand, realizing they were merely worthless. However, it mattered little. There should not be another opportunity. With Lockhart's signature, Madame Pants would likely not refuse to retrieve the book from the restricted section, provided it wasn't overly dangerous. The most pressing matter now was to find Madame Pants and borrow the desired book, while Lockhart's note still held its credibility. Human transfiguration? Madame Pants scrutinized the slip Sewer handed her, casting a doubtful glance over the seemingly obedient boy. She squinted at the note against the light, confirming multiple times before appearing unable to find any faults. Please wait, Madame Pants instructed Sewer. He cradled the book in his arms, thanked her, and hastily made his way back to the dormitory. Once he had carefully hidden it away, Sewer began to fret over the second matter: how to discreetly retrieve that notebook from Ginny without attracting attention. Surely, he couldn't don Harry's invisibility cloak and sneak into the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. That would be far too burdensome. Chapter 87, A Rare Early Rise. Time swiftly passed, and soon the weekend arrived. Sewer awoke to find himself squinting out the window at a sky tinged with soft pink and gold, enveloped in a thin veil of mist. The birds chirping melodiously. The dawn had merely broken. Justin and Morn were sleeping soundly, the morning calls of the birds seemingly serving as a lullaby for them. The morning at Hogwarts was indeed quite lovely. Sewer stepped out of the castle, intending to stroll around the Black Lake. Due to his early rise, breakfast had not yet commenced. By the time he meandered over to the grassy area by the lake, there were already others present. Good morning, Sewer, greeted a boy practicing magic on the lawn, waving his wand. Yes, Professor Flitwick has prepared to teach me some new spells this year. I'm just getting a head start, Cedric Diggory replied cheerfully. That doesn't sound very Hufflepuff, Sewer remarked. Haha, aren't you up early as well? Cedric laughed. I just don't enjoy sleeping in. The more Sewer conversed with Cedric, the more respect he garnered for him. It was clear that Cedric's position as the top student in his fourth year across all four houses was not merely due to talent. After all, who else could witness Hogwarts at 5 in the morning? By the way, upperclassmen, have you learned about animagi? Sewer suddenly inquired. Why the sudden interest in that? Cedric asked. Intrigued, Cedric felt a sense of confusion, for this was not content typically taught in the second grade. It's nothing, really. I merely came across this transfiguration in the library and found it rather intriguing. Saul shook his head. This is material reserved for the 6th grade, delving into human transfiguration. However, there's no harm in discussing it with you. Cedric explained that last year, Professor McGonagall had briefly mentioned animagi during their classes. This is a magical ability allowing wizards to transform freely into animals, a branch of transfiguration. You will encounter this in your transfiguration textbook next year. However, Professor McGonagall introduced us to the necessary magical components: the pupa of the boggart moth, a wizard's saliva, and the leaves of the mandrake. Beyond that, I'm uncertain about the specifics. Professor McGonagall strictly forbids us from attempting a Nimigus transformation on our own. If one is unprepared, it is all too easy to end up as a creature that is neither fully human nor animal, like a quintaped. Speaking of which, you must have already seen Professor McGonagall in her Animagus form, right? Indeed, a tabby cat, Saul nodded. That is the Animagus form. Cedric chuckled. Every year, During the first class for newcomers, Professor McGonagall loves to transform into a cat and sit at the lectern. Cedric had read about this in a book borrowed from the restricted section. It seemed that Saul could not glean more effective information from Cedric, so he swiftly shifted the topic to spells. During their conversation, Saul noticed a group of wizards clad in red team robes, flying broomsticks in hand, crossing the lawn towards the Quidditch pitch. Among them was Harry, wearing glasses. Cedric was indeed exceptional. His academic progress surpassed that of his peers, and his knowledge of spells was extensive. It was evident that he had perused numerous books and absorbed their contents thoroughly, which proved beneficial for Saul. Additionally, he was so impressed by Saul's adeptness at the switching spell that he later sought Saul's guidance. "This is the only skill I can truly showcase," Saul said shyly, scratching his head. The two conversed by the Black Lake until the sun hung high in the sky. A gurgling sound from deep within their stomachs roused them from their discussion. "See you tomorrow, Senior. See you tomorrow." Cedric had to visit Professor Flitwick that morning, so after breakfast, he parted ways with Saul. From him, Saul learned that professors would extend invitations to outstanding students during their free time, essentially providing them with additional guidance. Just then, Hermione jumped out nearby, attempting to startle Saul. However, her efforts were in vain. It was Saul who remained unfazed, while Hermione was startled. For when Saul turned around, she beheld a rather unremarkable face. Quite unremarkable, a face devoid of eyes, nose, eyebrows, and mouth. Hermione leapt back in fright. "Hey, still trying to scare me?" Saul chuckled triumphantly, shaking his wand at himself, causing his familiar features to reappear. Hermione gently smoothed the surface of her unremarkable chest, annoyed, and pounced on Saul, delivering a few playful slaps. "Are we still going to watch Harry practice?" Ron interrupted the flirtatious exchange between the two with a burp. With remarkable agility, Sewer seized the hand that Hermione had extended towards his waist, glancing at Ron. "I just saw Harry heading to the Quidditch pitch. Are you going to watch him practice?" Hermione struggled to free herself, casting an annoyed glance at Sewer. "We initially intended to visit Hagrid, but Harry was called away by Wood early this morning. So, we plan to wait at the pitch until his practice concludes. You can release my hand. I won't pinch you." It became evident that a woman's words should never be trusted. Sewer gasped, rubbing his waist where Hermione had pinched him, and proceeded to follow the triumphant Hermione towards the Quidditch pitch. "What was that magic you just performed?" Hermione asked curiously after they had walked a short distance, noticing Sewer's peculiar expression. "A prank spell, actually. It doesn't make one's face disappear, but covers it instead. Besides scaring people, it serves no other purpose." Sewer explained. "I came across it in a book titled Prank Magic." "Where's this book?" Hermione inquired. "Let me think. I believe it's on the shelf with the charms. I'm not sure if it's been checked out, but I can accompany you to search for it this afternoon. Even if it's unavailable, I've memorized it." "You wouldn't have been transformed by Fred, would you?" Sewer replied in horror, as the old Hermione would never have uttered such words. "You're the one who has been transformed by Fred." Ron, trailing behind with a bag of bread and jam for Harry, observed the two chatting and laughing, occasionally smirking and rolling his eyes. It was the first time he felt that the journey from the castle to the pitch seemed extraordinarily long. Chapter 88. Conflict at the Quidditch pitch. Finally, they arrived at the Quidditch pitch, and Ron dashed towards the stands, appearing as though he had been liberated. Harry and his teammates seemed still ensconced in the locker room. Ron struggled to comprehend the academic discussions between the two geniuses, opting instead to sit with Colin Creevey, whom he had encountered numerous times before. Indeed, this boy embodied the spirit of a paparazzo. Wherever Harry was, Colin's presence was sure to follow. Fortunately, Colin had a keen interest in Quidditch, allowing Ron to enthusiastically discuss his favorite sport and promote his beloved Chudley cannons. Harry emerged, accompanied by his teammates, all sporting a uniform look of drowsiness, save for Wood, who appeared invigorated. The brisk morning breeze whipped against their faces, dispelling Harry's sleepiness as he mounted his broom and soared around the stadium at breakneck speed. At that moment, he noticed Hermione and Sewer in the stands, as well as Ron and Colin, who were animatedly conversing not far from them. "Good morning," Harry exclaimed, coming to a sudden halt before them. "Harry, look here," Colin shouted, waving his camera excitedly. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Harry muttered under his breath, giving a perfunctory wave to Colin, greeting Hermione and Sewer before speeding off. "Hey, what are the Slytherins doing here?" Hermione suddenly remarked, pointing towards the entrance not far from the pitch. Not only did Hermione notice, but the Gryffindor players on the field also became aware. Wood soared down on his broom, followed closely by his teammates. Soon, Wood found himself red-faced and embroiled in an argument with the Slytherin players. "Saul, let's go see," Hermione declared, rising to her feet and calling out to the others. "Ron, stop chatting. Something's happened." Oh look, the three of them are coming over to see what's going on. Flint shouted, someone has invaded the pitch. What's wrong? Why aren't you playing? I was just explaining the rules of Quidditch to Colin, Ron inquired of Harry, puzzled by their presence, particularly Draco S. I'm a new seeker for Slytherin, Weasley, Malfoy proclaimed with an air of superiority, clad in his team robes. We were just showcasing the new Nimbus 2000 that my father purchased for our team. Ron stared blankly as Malfoy waved the pristine broom in front of him. Impressive. Isn't it? Malfoy said with a smirk. Perhaps Gryffindor could scrape together some gold for a few new brooms. Though it's unlikely given that the Weasley family is notoriously impoverished, what with so many mouths to feed. Laughter erupted from several Slytherin members, cruel and derisive. Oh, by the way, I've devised a plan for you, Malfoy continued. You could sell those old shooting stars. Perhaps some gullible museum would be willing to take them off your hands. You might even consider a second-hand upgrade, like Potter's Firebolt 2000. I can help you contact the museum to see if they're interested. One of my uncle's deals in antiques, a tall, lanky Slytherin chimed in, his voice dripping with mockery. The Slytherin team erupted into laughter, with Malfoy's mirth ringing the loudest. At least no Gryffindor player had to pay to join the team. Hermione retorted sharply. They all earned their spots through merit. The laughter abruptly ceased, and Malfoy's expression darkened as he glared venomously at Hermione. Nobody asked you, you filthy little mudblood. Saul, standing behind Hermione, turned a terrifying shade of anger, drawing his wand almost instantaneously as Malfoy's words hung in the air. All petrify. Malfoy's smile froze, and he collapsed face first on the ground. The Slytherin team was caught off guard, helplessly watching their leader meet the turf. How dare you? Flint stepped forward, drawing his wand in fury. They glared at Saul, wands raised in unison. Just then, the Gryffindor players surged forward. How dare you? A girl in a red robe shrieked. Fred and George shielded Saul and Hermione behind them. Harry blinked in confusion, still oblivious to the term mudblood. Ron, his face flushed, also drew his wand, aiming it at the prostrate Malfoy. The scene descended into chaos as the two factions faced off on the pitch. The upperclassmen of Slytherin released the spell on Malfoy, who rose from the ground, shaking off the hands of his teammates. His expression was ominously dark as he drew his wand. Soulborns. This was the second time. The humiliation on the train from the previous school year felt like it had just transpired yesterday. The flames in Malfoy's eyes seemed ready to burst forth as he glared menacingly at Saul. Come out. I'm here, and what of it? Saul casually patted either Fred or George on the shoulder and stepped forward, regarding Malfoy with an air of indifference. Hermione stood behind him, her eyes filled with concern for Saul. Malfoy, now even more enraged, raised his wand. What are you doing? A voice bellowed from across the lawn, and the towering figure of Hagrid hurriedly strode over. None of your business, big bloke. Malfoy spat angrily at Hagrid. Is this how old Malfoy taught you? Hagrid glared ferociously. Perhaps Hagrid's imposing stature was too intimidating. Malfoy moved his lips, but remained silent, casting a venomous glance at Saul. You'll pay for this. He then shoved past Colin, who was holding a camera. Get out of the way, kid. Colin stumbled as he was knocked aside. With one less player, the Slytherin team could not proceed with their practice and followed Malfoy away. Watching Malfoy's retreating figure, Saul narrowed his eyes. With the departure of Slytherin, there was no longer any competition for the training grounds, and Harry, glancing anxiously at Saul and the others, eventually mounted his broom at Wood's beckoning. Fred and George each patted Saul on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. If you need our help, just call us. If Slytherin is unhappy, we are delighted. At least we have plenty of dung bombs. George and I made a lot over the summer. Hith hith. After a moment, Hagrid joined them once more in the stands, occupying a large space. Who was he planning to curse? He inquired of Saul and the others. Malfoy had hurled a particularly vile insult at Hermione, calling her a mudblood. Hagrid, is that true? Hagrid exclaimed, looking at Hermione with indignation. It is, Hermione nodded, but I don't know what it means. Everyone was quite upset. Saul suddenly cast a spell at Malfoy, and it startled me. That is the most insulting term, Ron said furiously. Mudblood is a derogatory term for those of Muggle descent, meaning their parents cannot perform magic. Some wizards consider themselves superior because they are purebloods and look down upon those from Muggle bloodlines. Ron took a breath. It's a very offensive term, implying dirty, inferior blood. Their entire family is like that. Ron nodded in agreement, recalling how Malfoy's father had treated them in Diagon Alley. It's all nonsense. In truth, most wizards are mixed blood. If we didn't intermarry with Muggles, we would have gone extinct long ago. At this moment, Saul was chatting with Colin, who had nearly dropped his camera, asking if he had captured the embarrassing moment of Malfoy's face in the grass. Chapter 89. Hagrid's Hut and the 10 points for Hufflepuff. The question arises, How could Colin possibly miss the opportunity to capture a photograph with Harry present? He meticulously documented the scene from various angles. The young child was exceedingly irate about Malfoy's rude behavior and readily acquiesced to Sewer's request. After reluctantly snapping a few soaring shots of Harry, he hurriedly departed. Hermione had been attentively observing Sewer's direction. Why hadn't he taken any photos of Harry? I had asked him to lend me a hand. Sewer squinted at the castle's spires, determined that Malfoy must pay for his transgressions. For one who values appearances, social disgrace would serve as the most fitting punishment. Oh, Hermione nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and softly expressed her gratitude to Sewer. Thank you for your help just now. No need for thanks. I shall always protect our Hermione. A smile graced Sewer's lips as he gazed into Hermione's sparkling eyes. Who is this Hermione with her rosy cheeks? She belongs to you all. The group remained in the stands until Harry, breathless, concluded his training. As per their original plan, they intended to visit Hagrid's little wooden hut, which he welcomed with great enthusiasm. I hear you've been handing out signed photographs? Harry, why haven't I received one? On the way. Hagrid suddenly recalled something and spoke to Harry. This was met with Harry's vehement denial. I haven't distributed any signed photographs. If Lockhart is still spreading such rumors. I was merely jesting, Harry. Hagrid gave Harry a hearty pat on the shoulder, nearly causing him to topple over. I know you haven't. Lockhart visited me earlier, and I told him you didn't need to do such things, for you are far more renowned than he is. I dare say he must be quite displeased. Harry clutched Ron's cloak to steady himself, avoiding a face-first encounter with the ground akin to Malfoy's. He is indeed not very pleased. Hagrid chuckled heartily. I told him I had never read his books, and he departed in a huff. What did Professor Lockhart come to see you about? Hagrid. Hermione, not fond of disparaging her idol in front of others, interjected. Oh, he came to instruct me on how to prevent mermaids from infiltrating wells. Hagrid shushed, as if I were unaware, boasting about how he dispelled banshees with a smile. I wager that if any of his claims were true. However, Professor Dumbledore evidently believes he is well suited to teach us. Otherwise, Hermione said with a slightly elevated tone, it would be unfair to say so, as his methods in the book are indeed quite clever. He is the sole candidate. Hagrid emphasized, it is currently quite challenging to find a defense against the dark arts instructor. Few wish to undertake the role, deeming it ominous. Just think of last year's quarrel. Well, here we are. Would you care for some tea and snacks? By the time he finished speaking, they had arrived at the hut's entrance, and Hagrid swung the door open, revealing Fong's eager face. This large creature appeared somewhat unattractive at first glance. But the more one looked, the more endearing he became, a curious blend of awkward yet adorable. Sewer scratched Fong's ears and pointed to a field behind the hut, where an excessively large yellow object was partially visible. That is a pumpkin I planted. It's growing quite nicely. I assenti it, Hagrid said with delight. Come, let me show you. In the vegetable garden behind the cottage, there were 12 enormous pumpkins. Just how large were they? They were about the height of Hagrid's chest. Normal pumpkins do not grow to such sizes. Harry exclaimed, the largest pumpkin I've ever seen was just about this size, as he gestured with his hands to indicate the dimensions. Well, I gave them a little bit of help, Hagrid remarked, comparing with his sturdy fingers. It must be the enlargement charm, Hermione replied, somewhat skeptically yet intrigued. You've done quite well. Hagrid scratched his head, chuckling, then turned to the inconspicuous Ron and said, I saw your little sister yesterday, Ron. She mentioned just wandering around. I think she was hoping to see someone here. With that, Hagrid winked at Harry. Don't be ridiculous, Harry exclaimed, prompting the other three to burst into laughter. All right, let's go have a cup of tea. Hagrid led the way toward the cottage. I made some treacle toffee. I dare say it tastes delightful. Indeed, it was quite good, though a bit overly sticky. Sewer struggled to separate his teeth, ultimately failing, and could only wait for it to dissolve slowly in his mouth. Such an experience should not be endured alone. Discreetly, he offered a piece to Hermione as well. The young girl, annoyed, gave Sewer a few playful slaps. Hagrid looked at Sewer and Hermione with a maternal grin, exclaiming, quite delightful. Both wore expressions as if they had consumed something unpleasant. Mr. Bournes, follow me, Professor McGonagall announced their punishment before addressing Sewer. Very well, Professor. Sewer nodded and followed her, while Hermione cast a worried glance at his back. Ron, looking pale, complained about the evening's punishment. Filch will be watching me the entire time. Over 100 trophies. Without magic, it's simply unbearable. I would gladly trade places with you, Harry said glumly. But you did break the school rules, Hermione remarked, casting one last look in Sewer's direction before turning to enter the Great Hall. Sewer was taken aback to find Snape in Professor McGonagall's office. My student informs me that you cast a petrifying charm on Malfoy in the Quidditch pitch, Snape's gaze was icy and unyielding as he fixed his eyes on Sewer. There was a reason for that, Professor, Sewer replied, unflinching. I consulted Wood. Professor McGonagall stated that Malfoy made derogatory remarks towards Miss Granger on the pitch. Indeed, Professor. Sewer acknowledged. Draco Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood. The atmosphere in the office turned suddenly tense at those words. Snape remained impassive, though his expression darkened slightly. Nevertheless, using magic against a fellow student is still a violation of school regulations, Professor McGonagall stated, nodding knowingly. Therefore, Hufflepuff loses 10 points. You have no objections, do you, Mr. Bournes? None, Professor. Sewer lowered his gaze, a cold smile forming within him. Silently, Snape cast a final glance at Sewer before striding out of Professor McGonagall's office. Mr. Malfoy will also face punishment, Professor McGonagall informed Sewer after Snape's departure. We adhere strictly to school regulations and show no favoritism. Thank you, Professor, Sewer nodded, internally condemning Malfoy to a fate worse than death. Initially, he had merely intended to humiliate Malfoy socially, but now it seemed he could experiment with some minor spells he had observed, conveniently in need of a test subject. Professor McGonagall, unaware of Sewer's thoughts, nodded in satisfaction. Let us proceed to dinner, Mr. Bournes. Chapter 90. Consulting Professor McGonagall, Snape's movements were swift, and during dinner, Sewer observed a significant drop in the points of the Slytherin House Cup, approximately 50 points. Clearly, the term mudblood had incensed Snape. As Sewer passed the Slytherin table, Malfoy shot him a menacing, throat-slitting gesture. After dinner, Sewer received a note delivered by a first-year Hufflepuff student. Let us engage in a fair duel, Sewer Bournes. If you possess sufficient courage, I await you at midnight in the second-floor charms classroom. Draco Malfoy. Sewer scoffed at the note, dismissing it as a feeble provocation. He crumpled the note and tossed it into the fireplace, retrieving the book he had borrowed from the library and settled onto the sofa to read intently. The night passed uneventfully. The English Highland weather is notoriously fickle. It was sunny when he left the castle in the morning, but an hour later, dark clouds loomed overhead. Come on, Sewer, breakfast should be nearly ready, one of his companions urged. Sewer nodded, stowing away his wand. The two walked jovially toward the castle. And it must be said that Cedric was indeed an excellent upperclassman, generously sharing the results of his private study sessions from the previous day. Hey, what happened to the Slytherin points? Cedric exclaimed as they entered the Great Hall. Who knows? Sewer shrugged nonchalantly, though he was somewhat surprised, so Malfoy truly had waited for him. Serves him right, Sewer thought disdainfully, then expertly greeted a few diligent Gryffindors who had risen early and found a vacant spot at the Gryffindor table. Before long, heavy rain began to pour, clearly visible through the enchanted ceiling of the hall. Harry entered, looking disheveled and soaked, dragging his broomstick behind him. Freshen up, Sewer said, waving his wand. Thank you, Sewer, Harry replied weakly, the shadows under his eyes deepening. Did you not sleep well? Hermione, who arrived just after Sewer, inquired curiously. Indeed, Harry sighed, gulping down a large mug of hot pumpkin juice. I had nightmares all night. In the afternoon, Hermione diligently supervised her two friends as they completed their assigned work from the professors. Meanwhile, Sewer, filled with questions, knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door. He had discussed the technique of single spell casting versus group casting with Cedric that morning, but regrettably, Cedric had no better insights to offer. Mr. Bournes? As Sewer entered the office, Professor McGonagall was engrossed in a book. Is there something you wish to discuss? She inquired. Indeed, Professor, Sewer replied. I have a question I would like to pose to you. Oh. Professor McGonagall closed her book and turned her gaze to Sewer, who was attempting to appear particularly earnest. Please proceed. Is it possible for a single target spell to be dispersed and accurately affect multiple targets? Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly taken aback that a second-year student could formulate such a query. Yes, Professor, Sewer continued. I noticed during our Transfiguration class that you cast a group cleansing charm. Yet I recall that the cleansing charm is designed for a single target. At this juncture, a hint of embarrassment crossed Sewer's face. I have attempted to replicate it, but I've consistently failed to apply the spell to multiple targets. Professor McGonagall was genuinely astonished, not expecting that a casual spellcasting would attract the attention of a second-year wizard. Mr. Sewer, she said, her expression turning more serious, in truth, this is a highly advanced magical technique. The spells you currently learn suffice for your level, and few venture into such complexities. Moreover, this is far beyond what a second-year student should engage with. Your physical form and inherent magical capacity do not permit premature exposure to such intricacies. I do not advocate for students to practice privately without the guidance of a mentor. Magic is profoundly intricate and perilous, and many wizards have lost their lives in the pursuit of such knowledge. I understand, Professor McGonagall, Sewer said, his gaze cast downward in a mix of disappointment and humility, realizing he had unwittingly invited a lecture rather than a simple inquiry. It appeared that Professor McGonagall would not be imparting this technique to him. However, upon observing the unmistakable disappointment in Sewer's demeanor, a smile crept into the corners of McGonagall's eyes. I do not mind students acquiring some preliminary knowledge in this area as a foundation. One was committed to teaching, the other to learning. Although Professor McGonagall's explanations were sufficiently clear, certain concepts still eluded Sewer, given that he was merely a second-year student with limited exposure to complex magical theories. Nevertheless, it is often said that a poor memory is no match for a diligent pen. Thus, he resolved to jot down what he could not comprehend. With a scroll filled with notes and a book list in hand, Sewer exited the office, his expression brimming with excitement. For Professor McGonagall had recommended several foundational texts and agreed to reconvene once he had perused them for further study. To Sewer's astonishment, his initial conjecture was validated. Theoretically, this magical technique could be applied to all spells, indeed, all of them. During the instructional process, Professor McGonagall demonstrated to Sewer how to disperse a spell while maintaining precision in targeting. However, as she elucidated, the more targets a spell engages, the weaker its potency becomes. This implies that to achieve the efficacy of a standard single-target spell, one requires greater magical energy and must maintain a focused and stable control over their own power. While this magical technique may appear to lack immediate utility, one must not forget that many spells can induce fatal consequences, such as the Killing Curse or various enchantments that enhance negative conditions. In the coming years, Hogwarts Castle is destined to face unrest, with a band of terrorists and dark forces threatening its very foundation. Thus, it is prudent to cultivate the means of self-defense. However, Saul dared not broach the subject of dark magic in the presence of the formidable Professor McGonagall. He harbored a desire to become acquainted with her friend. Yet from McGonagall's sorrowful demeanor, it became apparent that this individual may have departed from this world. Brimming with knowledge, Saul joyfully made his way to the library. And upon turning a corner, he encountered a fellow Gryffindor of the same year, who appeared to be afflicted by a curse, bounding towards the common room with a visage of despair. As a member of the Helpful Badger, Saul promptly drew his wand to assist him. After expressing gratitude, the Gryffindor revealed that the perpetrator was none other than Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his two lackeys. Chapter 91, A Lesson from Malfoy. Indeed, Harry was in the library, engaged in a battle of woes alongside Ron. With the deadline approaching on Monday for the submission of assignments across subjects, they found themselves in a desperate situation. In stark contrast to the frenzied scribbling of Ron and Harry, Hermione appeared quite at ease, leisurely perusing a book. Saul, clutching a stack of tomes, settled beside her. Having completed his own homework, he reasoned that collaborating with Hermione would not constitute plagiarism, but rather a discussion of ideas. "What books are these?" Hermione inquired. As she picked up a tome titled The Fundamentals of Spell Theory, her curiosity piqued. "What spell is it?" she asked, her interest ignited. "A technique for releasing spells," Saul replied, pushing a piece of papyrus filled with his notes towards her. "If you're intrigued, feel free to have a look. The adage holds true. 2 heads are better than 1, and Saul welcomed the opportunity to study alongside Hermione, especially since Professor McGonagall had not explicitly forbidden him from sharing such knowledge. He also intended to share it with Cedric, the brilliant 4th-year student who would surely provide invaluable assistance. Harry and Ron, however, showed little interest in the hushed exchange between Saul and Hermione. They exchanged glances, shrugged their shoulders, and returned to their arduous efforts. At precisely 8 o'clock, Madame Pants rapped the bookshelves with her feather duster, prompting Saul to realize that the library was closing for the evening. "Harry, wait," Saul whispered, tugging at Harry's arm as he clutched his assignments, trailing behind him. "What is it, Saul?" Harry inquired. "May I borrow your invisibility cloak again?" "Of course," Harry replied readily, nodding. "I can bring it to you at breakfast tomorrow." "Thank you. I'll only need it for a day. I'll return it to you on Tuesday," Saul assured him. "There's no rush." A peaceful night ensued, and at breakfast, Harry delivered the invisibility cloak, while Colin Creevey, who delighted in capturing moments with his camera, presented him with the developed photographs. As Hogwarts forbade the use of electronic devices, Colin's camera was mechanical, necessitating considerable time for film development. Furthermore, he had thoughtfully applied a developing potion to the photos. Gazing at the vivid image of Malfoy and the lawn in the photograph, Sewer couldn't help but commend Colin for his photographic skills. With all the props in place, the plan could commence. This time, Sewer resolved to impart a profound lesson to Malfoy, who delighted in broadcasting that his father was a member of the board. The scheme was straightforward. However, it required luring Malfoy out before curfew. This was easily achievable with a simple note. No young wizard would refuse an invitation for a midnight rendezvous from a young witch. That evening, Sewer crafted an ambiguous invitation and stealthily slipped it into Malfoy's pocket during dinner. Then, donning the invisibility cloak, Sewer quietly slipped out while other young badgers were entering and exiting the common room, all the while ensuring not to forget the upgraded dung bomb procured from George and Fred. The upgraded version was notably different from the original. George and Fred referred to it as the ultimate dung bomb and demonstrated its effects to Sewer. It could be said that while the damage was not significant, the humiliation it caused was quite profound. Of course, a wand was essential. Fortunately, Sewer recalled a room within the room of requirement that housed many discarded wands. During the day, he made a trip to the 8th floor of the castle and found an old wand. Although the magical effects it produced were somewhat lacking, it would suffice to prevent any subsequent troubles. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Sewer, cloaked in invisibility, made his way to an empty classroom located in the corridor on the 1st floor of the castle, the agreed-upon meeting spot with Malfoy. The door was slightly ajar, and Sewer quietly peered through the window. Malfoy had already arrived, his hair meticulously slicked back and adorned in expensive attire. Sewer could ascertain this, as the school robes bore no golden thread. Alas, that garment was destined for destruction tonight. Let me teach you, young man, to maintain a sense of vigilance, no matter where you are, Sewer thought silently, drawing his wand and advancing toward the classroom door. The creaky old door swung open, and Malfoy, facing away from the entrance, turned around. However, what met his gaze was not a charming young witch, but a beam of light. Caught off guard, he stumbled backward in bewilderment. The door was gently closed, followed by a faint creak, plunging the room into silence. Only the ceiling of the classroom was visible to Malfoy, who felt a rising panic within him. Draco Malfoy? A hoarse voice echoed in the empty classroom, causing Malfoy's pupils to constrict in alarm. He could almost ascertain that the intruder bore ill intentions. It was, of course, Sewer concealed beneath the invisibility cloak casting the spell, and the raspy voice was a result of a voice-altering charm, an incantation Sewer had learned purely for amusement. Should he find himself unemployed in the future, he could always pursue a career as a voice actor in the Muggle world. He chuckled internally. "Let me teach you a lesson, Draco Malfoy." With a light chuckle, Sewer remarked, "In your next life, do refrain from venturing out alone based solely on a scrap of parchment. If you had obediently remained in the lounge, I would indeed have been a loss." From beneath his invisibility cloak, Sewer's arm emerged, the tip of his wand poised menacingly before Malfoy's eyes. The sheer terror caused Malfoy's eyes to roll back, his mind blank. As a scion of a pure-blood family, he was all too aware of the curse that loomed. Fainted? Sewer had not come to this place with the intent of humanely extinguishing Malfoy, for such an act would surely lead to his being dragged into Azkaban by the Old Bee the very next day. The laws of the wizarding world did not include capital punishment, with the most severe sentence being the kiss of a Dementor. How dull. However, if he were to faint, that would suffice. Let him enjoy it, Sewer murmured to himself, lightly flicking his wand to conjure a few dung bombs beneath Malfoy, ensuring that upon waking, he would inevitably encounter them. Content with his handiwork, Sewer stealthily exited the classroom. Yet, there remained one more task on his meticulously crafted agenda: to locate Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist who thrived on chaos within the castle, an ideal scapegoat. Fortuitously, he found Peeves near Filch's office, preparing to launch some dung bombs into the very space. After imparting the news of Malfoy's location in the classroom on the 1st floor, Sewer detached himself from the ensuing chaos, confident that Peeves would orchestrate a night for Malfoy that was both unforgettable and thoroughly delightful. He eagerly anticipated the morrow. Chapter 92. Aftermath Investigation. Have you heard? Is it about that incident? I've known for ages. Well, you must not have witnessed the scene. It was utterly disastrous. I only heard that a young wizard was played a trick by Peeves yesterday. What happened? What happened? A third voice interjected, clearly belonging to a less informed young wizard. As Sewer made his way to the Great Hall, he observed small clusters of young wizards huddled together, their whispers falling uncontrollably into his ears. It seemed the castle had been quite lively the previous night. A subtle smile graced Sewer's lips as he continued his path. Upon taking a seat at the Gryffindor table, Ron approached, his face flushed with excitement, eager to share the latest gossip he had just received. Goodness, the rumors are more ferocious than a tiger. In Ron's retelling, the tale had morphed into an entirely different version. When Harry accepted the invisibility cloak that Sewer had returned to him, his gaze was particularly peculiar. Harry, being an astute young wizard, had borrowed the cloak twice, and coincidentally heard of Malfoy's predicament the very next day. He could easily deduce the identity of the perpetrator. Sewer had no intention of concealing the truth, raising an eyebrow at Harry, the implication unmistakable. That morning, Professor Flitwick's Charms class coincidentally featured a joint session with Hufflepuff. After class, Harry could no longer contain his curiosity. "Sewer, was that your doing?" "MHM," Sewer nodded. Harry looked at Sewer incredulously. The tale he had heard echoed Ron's version. "Did you really use that?" Harry glanced around, lowering his voice. "Dark magic?" "Of course not." Sewer chuckled, remarking on the absurdity of the notion that he would resort to dark magic. Throughout the incident, he had merely employed a petrification spell and had only slightly intimidated Malfoy. Harry exhaled in relief, knowing that Ron's claims were utterly ridiculous. "However, you executed it beautifully," he said, giving Sewer a discreet thumbs up. Sewer raised an eyebrow, glancing at Hermione, who was seated nearby with Hannah, and let out a soft huff. After all, it was Malfoy who had insulted Hermione with that term. During the break following lunch, Professor McGonagall summoned Sewer once more to her office, or rather, gathered a group of individuals, including Sewer, to her office. Sewer couldn't help but marvel at Malfoy's knack for stirring trouble. In just 2 short years, he had managed to offend nearly every house apart from Slytherin. Additionally, the head of Slytherin and a long-haired man Sewer had encountered in Diagon Alley were present. Draco Malfoy as father, Lucius Malfoy. Sewer was not among the last to arrive at Professor McGonagall's office. Several others trickled in after him, all of whom had either been oppressed by young Malfoy or had participated in the collective oppression. Lucius Malfoy couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ultimately, the office was filled with approximately 20 young witches and wizards, predominantly from the same year or lower years. Given the lesser magical prowess of the first years, Professor McGonagall merely asked a few questions before allowing them to leave. Soon, it was Sewer's turn. "Mr. Bournes, do not be anxious. May I ask where you were at 8 o'clock last night?" Professor McGonagall inquired gently. "In the dormitory, Professor," Sewer replied, making a conscious effort not to glance in Snape's direction, as he suddenly recalled an oversight. In the original narrative, Snape was indeed a master of the dark arts. "Is there anyone who can vouch for you?" Professor McGonagall continued. "Yes, after 7 o'clock last night, I was quite fatigued from practicing magic during the day and retired early. My roommates, Justin and Morn, can attest to that." "Very well. I shall confirm this with Mr. Fenwick shortly." Professor McGonagall nodded, preparing to let Sewer go. "Wait," Lucius interjected abruptly, causing Sewer's heart to leap. "Let me see your wand." As expected, Sewer had placed his wand beside his bed the night before and had not taken it with him during the incident. "That is against the rules, Mr. Malfoy." Professor McGonagall interjected firmly before Sewer could speak. "I have inquired with my son, and just days ago, he had a confrontation with Mr. Bournes. I have reason to suspect that last night's incident was orchestrated by him." "Students are not criminals." Professor McGonagall shook her head in refusal. "It's all right, Professor." Sewer interjected, extracting his wand from the case Hermione had gifted him. "Feel free to inspect it. If you can ascertain that I used a spell last night, I will call you father on the spot." Though Lucius would likely not relish the notion of suddenly acquiring another son, Professor McGonagall's expression hardened considerably, her gaze tinged with anger, as she stiffly accepted Sewer's wand. Of course, Lucius, emboldened by his audacity, had seemingly reconciled himself to the direst of outcomes. Yet, should Mr. Bones fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he must inevitably face retribution, Lucius intoned ominously, implying he had narrowed his suspicions to the perpetrator. Indeed, the shadow of suspicion loomed largest over Saul, especially given the readily apparent nature of his association with Hermione. Though Lucius seethed at his son's indiscretion, he found himself powerless in the face of the situation. His son had suffered a grievous indignity and now languished dazed in the infirmary. "I remain steadfast in my belief that my student is innocent," Professor McGonagall asserted with a huff, retrieving her wand. As the incantation prior incantato echoed through the air, Saul's wand emitted a beam of white light, which swiftly coalesced into a swirling mist, revealing images within. "You will apologize, Malfoy," Professor McGonagall returned Saul's wand, her tone icy and unyielding. Lucius's previously impassive demeanor betrayed a flicker of astonishment. "That does not prove Mr. Bones's innocence," he retorted defiantly. "Apologize," McGonagall reiterated, the chill in her voice palpable to all present. Lucius faltered, a flush of crimson breaking through his pallor. He hesitated, then begrudgingly uttered an apology to Saul. "You may leave now, Mr. Bones," came the voice of Severus Snape, who had been an unblinking observer throughout. The weight of Snape's gaze compelled Saul to ponder whether he had already discerned the truth of the matter. What was the countercharm against the soul-sucking curse? Chapter 93. The Social Death of Malfoy, a Heartfelt Blow. Malfoy reappeared in the Great Hall after an entire day's absence, enduring the peculiar gazes of others as he silently partook of breakfast at the long table. The faint stench that clung to him caused the Slytherin snakes to keep their distance, save for Crabbe and Goyle, his ever-loyal henchmen, who remained steadfastly by his side. At that moment, Malfoy was in utter despair. Fully aware of the source of his humiliation, the vile concoction that had been deployed against him could only have originated from the impoverished Weasley family. What unsavory additions those insufferable redheads had included in their foul creation, he could only speculate, as the noxious odor clung to him relentlessly. Even more disheartening was the fact that his father, a member of the board, had failed to unmask the perpetrator. Not only had he been chastised twice, in fact, but even the head of his own house had cast reproachful glances his way, which Malfoy recognized all too well. As the culprit entered the Great Hall, Malfoy's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently upon him, as if he could discern the glaring words, "I am the culprit," emblazoned above his head. Saul, too, noted Malfoy's piercing stare. Ah, Malfoy is not without intellect, he mused. Yet this was far from the conclusion of their encounter. Malfoy continued to fixate on Saul. Just as a multitude of owls swept into the Great Hall, far exceeding the usual number. Ah, they have arrived, he thought. Sewer nodded with satisfaction. The school's owl was remarkably punctual, and for such a short distance, it could be easily hired with an ample supply of nuts. All the young wizards dining in the hall received this letter, which contained nothing but a collection of photographs developed by Colin. The copying charm proved to be quite effective, though regrettably, its duration was fleeting. Nonetheless, it sufficed to deliver a blow to Malfoy. Just as Sewer had anticipated, the young wizards in the hall erupted in laughter upon opening the envelope. Occasionally engaging in light banter with friends, they shared amused glances toward the Slytherin table. Unbeknownst to Malfoy, who remained fixated on Sewer, he overlooked the letter that had fallen before him. "Draco, you ought to take a look at this." Crabbe gently prodded his unusually perturbed leader. Malfoy took the envelope, his face flushing crimson. The photographer's skills were commendable. The photograph vividly captured him under the spell. Laughing heartily while in close contact with the soil. From this angle, one could even discern mud within his mouth, truly a mouthful of dirt. "You are indeed the culprit," Malfoy exclaimed, abruptly standing and glaring at Sewer across the Hufflepuff table before silently departing the hall. Why linger and be ridiculed like a monkey? Sewer certainly noticed Malfoy's glance before his exit, yet he merely smiled and tossed the photograph aside, returning to his breakfast. After all, without tangible evidence, the adults would never lower themselves to confront him, unless Lucius were to kidnap him and force-feed him truth serum in front of Dumbledore. Unless, of course, he was willing to face the wrath of the Hogwarts professors. As for Malfoy, a mere 12-year-old child, Sewer had no reason to fear him. However, to Sewer's surprise, Malfoy approached him alone that afternoon, speaking with assuredness that his recent misfortunes were orchestrated by Sewer. Yet Sewer feigned ignorance, responding, "What are you talking about? I have no idea. I sympathize with you." Who knew whether Malfoy had some sort of recording charm or alchemical device? Sewer was wise enough not to reveal any weaknesses. Clearly, someone had advised Malfoy. Sewer suspected it was his board member father. Congratulations were in order. Cedric had also joined Sewer and Hermione's study group, collaboratively exploring the feasibility of transforming individual spells into collective ones. The results were promising. At least Sewer had mastered the ability to levitate 4 feathers simultaneously. Cedric, benefiting from 2 additional years of growth, excelled slightly more, though his proficiency was limited to the levitation charm. Sewer dubbed this magical technique diffusion. Professor McGonagall was exceedingly pleased with Sewer's progress. After he passed her assessment, she generously penned a lengthy list of book titles. As Sewer busied himself, like a squirrel, diligently transporting knowledge into his mind, October arrived, bringing with it a damp chill that permeated the grasslands and seeped into the castle. A sudden outbreak of cold swept through the staff and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a state of fluster. Professor Snape's recent lessons naturally transformed into sessions on concocting invigorating potions. Hermione, too, succumbed to the illness, after consuming her homemade brew. Smoke began to rise from her ears and hair. "What are you laughing at?" She glared fiercely at Sewer, her small hand poised, ready to deliver a swift reprimand to the one who mocked her. Fearful of the little lioness's murderous gaze, Sewer struggled to suppress his laughter. Yet, upon glancing at Hermione's smoking ears, he could not contain himself any longer. It was simply too adorable. Hermione, however, did not share this sentiment, extending her small hand. Teeth clenched tightly. Sewer. Harry inexplicably let out a hiccup, exchanging a glance with Ron, and they both sighed in unison. The weather worsened over the next few days, with raindrops as large as bullets pelting the castle windows relentlessly. The lake swelled, the flower beds turned to mud, and Hagrid's pumpkins expanded to impressive sizes, one of which, in Sewer's eyes, was large enough to be fashioned into a pumpkin carriage. The thought was rather exciting. Imagine attaching 4 wheels and having Night King pull the pumpkin coach. The symbolism of death in Night King's role seemed to twist the fairy tale's narrative slightly. The Chamber of Secrets was about to be opened, and the first victim was set to appear. The new year was approaching, and it was time to extend early greetings to the gentlemen and ladies of the manor. Chapter 94. Nick's Ghostly Gathering Invitation. Sewer was not particularly inclined to attend a soiree crowded with ghosts. He was, however, curious about what Hagrid's pumpkins might become at the event. Yet, Hermione was immensely enthusiastic about the ghostly gathering. No, it wasn't remarkable, Sewer sighed, hoping to dissuade Hermione from her eagerness. Why would anyone celebrate the day of their death? Ron shared the same sentiment, expressing that the notion felt rather ominous. Nevertheless, Hermione gazed at Sewer with her sparkling eyes, full of longing. I promised nearly headless Nick, Harry said sheepishly. I truly do not comprehend why anyone would celebrate the anniversary of their demise. It feels rather morbid to me, Ron muttered in discontent. During this time, Sewer had been subtly inquiring about Ginny from Ron, but had yet to find an opportune moment to meet her alone. Ultimately, he had to choose to temporarily abandon his quest. The topics of conversation among the young wizards shifted like trending topics on social media, and soon, the matter of Malfoy faded into the background. A significant void appeared in the Great Hall, lending credence to the rumors that Dumbledore had indeed invited a performing troupe to Hogwarts Castle. I regret this, Harry said with a grimace. So are we not going? Ron said cheerfully, look, today promises to be a delightful feast, along with a performance. Sewer nodded in agreement, but Harry hesitated, wavering as he said, shall we not go? No, that won't do. Hermione emerged with her hands on her hips, asserting that a wizard must honor their word. Having promised Nick, they must indeed go. But Hermione, think of the pumpkin pie tonight and the toffee apples, macarons, Saul urged. I have heard from the kitchen that there will be a plethora of dishes not usually available, supposedly from France. You know, the Hufflepuff common room is quite close to the kitchen. Hermione hesitated, prompting Saul to press his advantage. Consider this. The food of ghosts is something we could never partake in. There are wizards who have studied how ghosts manage their diets. Let me think. Saul was not speaking idly. He had indeed seen a book on ghost studies in the library, authored by someone who had apparently attended ghost gatherings. The dietary preferences of ghosts are utterly dissimilar to ours. They eschew warm, fragrant food in favor of decayed items, such as dead mice, rotten meat, spoiled fruit, and cheese covered in green mold. Stop, Hermione exclaimed, her face contorting in disgust at the thought. Is it truly like that? She had never encountered that book, and the Hogwarts library was so vast it could be described as an ocean of tomes. Hermione felt a pang of fear. She was reluctant to miss this rare and enchanting experience, though it was largely her imagination at play. At the very least, Saul had found the author's words unremarkable. I would not deceive you, Hermione, Saul declared earnestly. If you doubt, we can visit Nick right now. But Harry has already promised him. Then we shall leave Harry behind. Saul replied without hesitation. Harry interjected. I am right here. Do you think I cannot hear your conspiring? Hermione glanced at Harry, feeling uneasy. If Saul's claims were true, leaving Harry alone there seemed rather unkind. Just joking, Saul remarked, noticing Harry's darkening expression. Nick invited Harry for the blessing, though, it seems inappropriate to celebrate a death day with a blessing. Hermione considered this a fair compromise. Thus, at 6 o'clock, the four of them strode through the crowded entrance to the Great Hall, where some young wizards had already arrived. As they navigated through the aisles, they encountered Neville, who was shyly chatting with a young witch beside him, oblivious to Saul and the others. Susan? When did Neville start conversing with Susan? Saul inquired of Hermione, given that she typically associated with Hannah, and Susan was Hannah's close friend. Notably, Susan was also Saul's cousin, yet their interactions have been limited to mere nods, neither familiar nor unfamiliar. I have no idea, Hermione replied, shaking her head. Perhaps they became acquainted while assisting Professor Sprout with herbology. Hannah mentioned that Susan has a knack for herbology. Nick's death day party was set in a subterranean classroom, and the corridor leading there was already adorned with black candles, slender and unlike those in the Great Hall. Their flickering glow cast an eerie ambience in the dimly lit space. The perfect filming location for a ghost story, the Slytherin dungeon. Oh wait, they were indeed attending a ghost memorial gathering. The temperature in the corridor of the underground classroom had dropped significantly, the chilling atmosphere causing the four to tighten their wizard robes around themselves. At that moment, they heard a sound reminiscent of 1,000 fingernails scraping across a vast blackboard. Goosebumps erupted on Ron's skin. "Is this what they call music?" he muttered. As they turned the corner, they caught sight of nearly headless Nick, draped in a black velvet shroud, almost headless. "Welcome, my dear friends," Nick said sadly. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Bones. I am genuinely delighted that you could come." He removed his hat adorned with black swan feathers and bowed to the four, inviting them inside. Chapter 95. The Gathering in the Underground Classroom. "I regret coming." "You were right," one of them murmured. Once inside, they cautiously seated themselves on a bench, Hermione pressing tightly against Slytherin's arm, as if seeking warmth. The underground classroom was spacious yet densely packed, for by now, hundreds of milky, translucent figures had gathered. The desks and chairs that once occupied the center had been moved aside and covered with black velvet tablecloths, while the ghosts floated languidly across the crowded dance floor. The 30 musical saws emitted a terrifying and trembling sound. What a spectacle! The sight of hundreds of ghosts waltzing together to the haunting music was utterly breathtaking, Slytherin remarked, his breath forming a conspicuous white mist before him. The temperature here was exceedingly low. Even the trolls were aware that the ghosts exuded a chill. Harry, shivering, rubbed his hands together and suggested, "Shall we take a look around?" He was freezing and wished to walk a bit to warm his feet. "Be careful not to pass through anyone," Ron shivered. "You wouldn't want to experience that sensation." They strolled slowly around the dance floor, passing a group of glum nuns and a ragged man adorned with chains. Slytherin also spotted the ghostly figure of the fat friar from their house, who was chatting cheerfully with a knight bearing an arrow lodged in his forehead. Most of the ghosts retained their appearances from life, and the various bizarre manners of their deaths left Slytherin in awe. The one dressed in black, it seemed, had perished in flames, while the bare-chested man was clearly a victim of hanging, as evidenced by his multitude of scars. "Oh dear!" Hermione suddenly clutched Slytherin's arm, burying her head on his shoulder. "Let us go. I don't want to converse with the weeping, moaning Myrtle." How could I have forgotten about Myrtle? Slytherin felt a fleeting image flash through his mind. But before he could ponder it further, Hermione hurried him past the aimlessly drifting ghost known as Moaning Myrtle. "Who?" Harry inquired as they distanced themselves from Myrtle and merged into another cluster of ghosts. "She resides in a toilet on the second floor." Hermione glanced around, noticing Myrtle's absence before responding. "In a toilet?" "Yes. The toilet has been malfunctioning throughout the year, largely due to Moaning Myrtle's incessant outbursts. Many are aware of this predicament, as she often cries out, lamenting that everyone looks down on her, though no one has ever uttered such words." Hermione grumbled that during her visits to the lavatory, Myrtle would suddenly materialize before her, shrieking in terror. "Look over there." Ron suddenly pointed toward the direction. At the far end of the underground classroom stood a long table, similar to the one in the Great Hall, adorned with a black velvet cloth. The stark white plates atop it stood out ominously. Their food. This revelation was met with hope from Harry, who wished fervently for a warm cup of pumpkin juice to warm his spirits. Yet, Sewell's words left them hesitant. "Let us take a look," Sewell urged, advocating for first-hand experience. The stench was unbearable, and Hermione swore she would never attend another ghostly gathering again. Upon closer inspection, the beautiful white plates bore charred, blackened cakes and a copious amount of food that barely resembled meat-filled tripe, infested with writhing maggots. Hermione couldn't suppress a gag. The only seemingly edible item was a gravestone-shaped gray cake, inscribed with an unknown silver substance. "Congratulations on the 500th anniversary of Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington's death. Departed on October 31st, 1492. At that moment, a rotund ghost floated towards the table, submerging its lower half into the velvet drapery. Its mouth agape as it glided past a plate of foul-smelling salmon. "Can you taste anything?" Harry couldn't help but inquire as the unfamiliar ghost passed by. "Living beings?" The plump ghost glanced at them before sorrowfully replying, "Pretty much. The flavor is rather pleasant." Then it drifted away. "Only some ghosts can taste food," Sewell explained. "They deliberately let the food rot to intensify the flavor." "Enough of this. I feel nauseous," Ron said, his face turning pale as he pinched his nose, struggling to breathe. "Let us go." Hermione, equally distressed, whispered to Sewell as she grasped his arm. The four turned and retraced their steps, encountering a throng of chatting ghosts who parted to grant them passage. As they maneuvered by, Sewell inadvertently brushed against a ghost dodging in the same direction, sending a chill coursing through his body. "Oh, I'm sorry," Sewell apologized to the ghost. Not at all, the ghost replied melancholically. Are you students from Hogwarts? How rare. The ghost became chatty, saying, I once wished to attend Hogwarts, but alas, my home was too far, and I never had that opportunity. That is indeed unfortunate, Saul expressed with sympathy. Just then, a plump female ghost glided towards the wall beside them, closely followed by a diminutive figure clad in clown attire. Peeves the poltergeist. It was Moaning Myrtle. Hermione clung to Sewer's arm, seeking refuge behind him. Moaning Myrtle, indifferent to the four, wept loudly as she passed through the wall. Leaving the underground classroom, Peeves, in hot pursuit, hurled a moldy peanut at Myrtle, shrieking, Pockmarked! Pockmarked! Oh dear! Hermione lifted her head, a tinge of sympathy for Myrtle in her gaze. Meanwhile, Ron crouched on the ground, fiddling with a peanut, deep in thought. Nearly headless Nick floated gracefully through the throng of ghosts. Are you enjoying yourselves? He inquired of the group. The attendance is quite satisfactory, he proudly announced. The Weeping Widow has traveled all the way from Kent. How do you fare, Sir Macon? Quite well, Sir Nicholas, replied the ghost, engaged in conversation with Sewer, placing a hand upon his chest and bowing in a noble manner. Thank you for inviting me. May you live eternally. Of course, I would be honored to invite you. Observing the disjointed dialogue between the two apparitions, Sewer felt a twinge of embarrassment, though it seemed a customary exchange for them. After a brief conversation, Nick turned to Sewer and the others, saying, Oh, my speech time approaches. I should inform the band. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable. All right, the four nodded. Splendid. I've long wished to leave, Ron muttered. I can hardly bear it any longer. Chapter 96, The Assault. The band shifted to a mournful tune. The musical saw screeching as it invoked a lament. Nick called out loudly as he made his way to the podium, illuminated by a chilling blue spotlight. My late lords, ladies and gentlemen, I address you with profound sorrow at that moment. A hunting horn sounded, accompanied by a mournful note, as 12 ghostly horses burst through the wall, each bearing a headless rider. Their heads dangled from their waists. Are you well, Nick? Is your head still attached? The lead robust spirit dismounted, retrieving his head from his waist and hoisting it aloft, laughing heartily. Chaos ensued, with cheers, gasps, and applause echoing around them. This is truly macabre, Sewer remarked. We should leave. Ron's teeth chattered, as the sudden guests and the ghost's exuberance plunged the temperature of the underground classroom to frigid levels. They hastily retreated towards the exit, awkwardly nodding and forcing smiles at the ghosts who watched them. Within a minute, they found themselves hastily traversing the dimly lit corridor adorned with flickering black candles. I shall never attend a ghost gathering again, Hermione whispered to Sewer, her countenance pale and somewhat blue. I should have heeded your counsel. Sewer nodded in reassurance. Having finally escaped the cold corridor, Harry suddenly halted, his expression one of terror. Did you hear that? He asked. Hear what? Ron queried, puzzled, while Sewer also paused, maintaining an impassive facade, a chill running through him as he thought, here it comes. Do you remember I mentioned a voice I heard in Lockhart's office? Harry whispered in panic. It said it has been starved for a very long time. Ron appeared anxious, somewhat dismissive, speculating it might be a prank by some mischievous ghost. We should hurry to the auditorium. I can hear the band playing, Harry urged, his voice tinged with urgency. However, no one else seemed to hear anything beyond the crackling of the fire. It's definitely a prank, Ron interrupted, stepping forward. Let us move, or the chicken legs will be gone. Harry glanced up at the ceiling, discerning the direction of the sound emanating from the stone walls. Yet, Ron had already ventured ahead, leaving Harry to quell his mix of fear and excitement as he hurried to catch up. Come on, don't just stand there. Hermione surveyed their surroundings, noting the stillness with a hint of trepidation, tugging at Saul's sleeve. Doesn't Tia feel a bit eerie here? Where have you been? The performance has already concluded. Justin inquired curiously of Saul, who sat beside him. I was at a ghost gathering in the basement, Saul replied, taking a sip of warm pumpkin juice, the comforting warmth spreading through him as he exhaled contentedly. A ghost gathering? Justin's interest piqued. He pressed for details. As Saul described the scene, particularly the ghostly food, Morn, seated nearby, grimaced and interrupted. Stop it, I'm losing my appetite. Ignore Morn, continue, Justin urged, his eyes gleaming. I once encountered something foul while dining out with my father, but it turned out to be quite delicious. I wonder if ghostly cuisine is similar. Saul shot Justin a strange look. Rotten food and foul-smelling food are two entirely different matters. Is this child all right? Observing Saul's intent to elaborate, Morn quickly distanced himself. Plate in hand, before long, the final pudding was served, and Professor Dumbledore rose from the head table to announce the conclusion of the feast. As they departed the auditorium, Saul discreetly glanced towards the Gryffindor table, spotting Ginny with her pale complexion, chatting and laughing with friends. A sense of confusion washed over Saul. Had the narrative shifted? No, that couldn't be right. Harry had clearly heard the creature's voice moments ago. Saul turned his gaze back towards the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables before retracing his steps with his roommates in the opposite direction. Hey, where are you going? Morn asked. Is it on the 4th floor? Or the 3rd? Saul hurried through the spacious corridor, clutching his wand, which he had somehow drawn. Though anxious, he recognized the necessity of vigilance. Should he encounter the creature, he would stand no chance in a physical confrontation. However, with his wand in hand, he could at least cast a spell for warning, perhaps securing his own safety. A second-year wizard could hardly be expected to vanquish a monster unprepared. Saul was aware of his limitations. After all, he was no sword-wielding Gryffindor. It was entirely reasonable. He also noticed an object hanging on the wall at the crossroads, accompanied by a line of shimmering silver letters above it. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir. In the crowd, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood with mouths agape, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. A profound silence enveloped the area, as everyone was struck by the horrific sight. Saul, with great effort, maneuvered through the throng to reach Hermione and her companions. Positioned closer to the front, they afforded Saul a clearer view of the object suspended on the wall, flickering ominously under the erratic glow of the torches. Disheveled gray fur and vacant eyes revealed it to be Mr. Filch's cat. True to the course of the original narrative, the first victim was none other than Mrs. Norris. Malfoy's composure shattered upon seeing Harry. His face flushed crimson, and his cold eyes sparkled with fury as he pushed through the crowd, shouting, "Ha! Beware of those who oppose the heir. You shall be next." Before he could utter more, a dangerous gaze caught his attention, and he found himself staring into the narrowed eyes of Saul beside Hermione. He abruptly stifled the remainder of his words. Chapter 97. Professor Bin's Extra Lessons. What has happened? What is going on? Filch's voice pierced through as he squeezed through the crowd, only to be met with the sight of Mrs. Norris hanging on the wall. Stumbling backward in shock, he clutched his face in terror. "My cat!" he shrieked. "How could this happen, my cat?" His bloodshot eyes bore into everyone present, with Malfoy in the forefront, clearly his primary target. "It was you," he accused, extending a vulture-like hand. "You killed my cat. I will kill you." Faced with Filch's wrath, Malfoy recoiled in fear. "Not me, not me," he protested, shaking his head fervently. Argus. Dumbledore arrived at the scene, followed by several other teachers. As students parted to grant him passage, Dumbledore approached the wall with caution, scrutinizing it for a moment before drawing his wand and performing a series of movements. He gently lowered Mrs. Norris from the torch holder, glancing at the inscription above. Placing her on the ground, he incanted a spell and tapped her lightly with his wand. Yet there was no response. She remained stiff, resembling a freshly prepared specimen. Dumbledore furrowed his brow lightly and turned his gaze toward the cluster of young wizards gathered nearby. Who was the first to discover this? He inquired. However, the young wizards exchanged glances, none daring to respond. It was certainly him. "He killed my cat," Filch cried, pointing accusatorily at Malfoy, who desperately shook his head and waved his hands. "Not me, I arrived last, headmaster." Filch, increasingly unhinged, insisted, "She is not dead, Argus." Dumbledore spoke softly. "Come with me. We need to find a proper place to examine her." "Follow me to my office," Lockhart interjected, stepping forward. "It is the nearest. Just upstairs." Indeed, during my travels, I once witnessed a semblance of such magic, likely a transfiguration or torture spell, and I am familiar with the incantation to reverse it. Saul could distinctly feel Dumbledore's gaze linger momentarily in his direction. The professors escorted Madame Loris away, and the young wizards fell silent for a moment before commencing a hushed discussion. This was monumental news. Who had slain Madame Loris? This question dominated the headlines for days on end. What is the Chamber of Secrets? Does Hogwarts Castle harbor such a chamber? This became the second most talked about topic. Malfoy had become increasingly vocal, spreading rumors far and wide. It was said that Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, had left behind a secret chamber that would one day be opened, unleashing a monster to cleanse the castle of those deemed unworthy. Filch was nearly beside himself. Ron grumbled as he entered the library, recounting how Filch had startled them, insisting they were making too much noise and had threatened to impose a detention. "What are you searching for?" Harry noticed Saul and Hermione rummaging through the shelves. "What do you need it for?" Harry pressed. "For the same reason as anyone else who wishes to see it," Hermione retorted, making her way to her usual spot to research the legends surrounding the chamber. "The chamber?" Harry questioned, puzzled. "Surely you don't believe Malfoy's ridiculous tales?" He had heard the story circulating from Slytherin as well. "I cannot assert its veracity, But there must be some truth to the existence of such a place, Hermione replied, tugging at her hair in frustration as she glanced at Saul. Have you found anything? Right? Hermione exclaimed suddenly, drawing a warning glance from Madame Pants, which she completely disregarded. Instead of poring over books, why don't we inquire with Professor Binns? He has been in the castle for so long. He must know whether the chamber truly exists. With newfound excitement, Hermione departed the library. Harry followed closely, while Saul grasped Ron's shoulder, and, amid Ron's bewildered expression, they slowed their pace. How's your sister been lately? I see, Saul nodded. Let's go to class. Ron glanced at Saul, feeling perplexed, uncertain of his thoughts, when suddenly his expression shifted. You can't. You have Hermione. Professor Binns was notoriously reluctant to discuss matters unrelated to the curriculum, particularly topics he deemed historically inaccurate or ludicrous. Yet every face in the classroom turned toward him, eyes filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Very well, Professor Binns began slowly. Let me ponder the Chamber of Secrets. Everyone knows that Hogwarts Castle was established over 1,000 years ago. I need not elaborate on the names of its founders. They collectively built this fortress, distancing it from the prying eyes of muggles who, in that era, feared the power of magic and sought to persecute the witches and wizards of the time. Professor Binns paused, casting his murky gaze over the classroom before continuing. In the initial years, the four founders collaborated harmoniously, yet as numerous wizards began to flock to them, their philosophies began to diverge. What divergences? Inquired a curious young wizard, raising his hand, though the rest of the class regarded him with indignation. Ignoring the inquisitive student, Professor Binns persisted with his narrative, for the answer lay within his forthcoming words. The rift between them widened. Slytherin advocated for a more stringent admission policy at Hogwarts, believing that magical education should be reserved for those of pure wizarding lineage, a notion not shared by Gryffindor. Initially, they were able to work together, but as their ideologies increasingly clashed, they ultimately engaged in a fervent dispute, leading to Slytherin's departure from the castle. Reliable historical sources provide us with these details, but as for whether Slytherin left anything behind upon his exit, I deem that a ludicrous tale, overshadowed by this absurd narrative. Professor Binns paused once more, pursing his lips. According to legend, Slytherin sealed the Chamber of Secrets, ensuring that none could access it until the true heir arrived at the school. Only that heir could pass his trials to unlock the chamber, releasing its contents to transform the entire institution and purge all unworthy of magical study. Chapter 98, Is Harry the Heir of Slytherin? With Professor Binns concluding his tale, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. The students were absorbed in the professor's account. Preferring to believe the fantastical legend, he recounted over the stark reality of history. Many yearned for Professor Binns to continue his narration. However, the old ghost appeared somewhat irked. This whole affair is utter nonsense, he exclaimed. If such a chamber truly existed, the successive headmasters would have discovered and eradicated it long ago. Only the simple-minded would be intimidated by it. Hermione raised her fair arm high, her voice ringing out. Sir, you mentioned the terrifying entity within the chamber. What precisely do you refer to? It is believed to be some sort of monster, controllable only by Slytherin's heir, Professor Binns replied in his dry, feeble voice. It is a basilisk, thought Harry, fully aware of this due to his unique insights. Yet, Professor Binns seemed reluctant to elaborate further. I assure you, that creature does not exist. There is no chamber, nor any monster, he asserted. Another young wizard raised his hand. But sir, since only Slytherin's heir can unlock this chamber, others might never even discover it, correct? Preposterous. Professor Binns retorted with irritation. If such a thing existed, the multitude of headmasters would have uncovered it by now. But Professor, a young witch piped up, it may require dark magic. Just because past headmasters did not employ dark magic does not mean they were incapable of it. Professor Binns replied impatiently. Even someone like Dumbledore, perhaps only those with a connection to Slytherin, can enough. Professor Binns interjected sharply, his tone laced with severity and his expression tinged with ire. Saul could almost perceive flames flickering in his eyes. This is merely a legend. It does not exist. I truly regret having shared this absurd tale with you. If history asserts that it is non-existent, then it is non-existent. With that, Professor Binns resumed his original lecture. Within 5 minutes, Justin began to gape vacantly out of the window. Neville had buried his head in his arms, and the little witch nearby had propped her head up, nodding off. Even Saul himself succumbed to a drowsy slumber. No matter how severe the insomnia, a single session in Professor Binns' class could cure it. Truly remarkable. Bang! Saul's head collided painfully with the desk. Professor Binns confirmed the veracity of the rumored chamber, vehemently denying the fact. yet the young wizards hardly paid heed to his dismissal. Meanwhile, a whisper of rumor began to circulate. The reason Harry Potter was able to vanquish the Dark Lord was that he was, in fact, the heir of Slytherin, inherently endowed with formidable magic. I've also heard that Slytherin never perished. He is hidden within Harry, and when Harry encounters a life-threatening situation, he manifests, defeating the Dark Lord in a single blow. Saul regarded his roommate with incredulity. Justin was utterly convinced of Harry's status as the heir of Slytherin and was nervously urging Saul to keep his distance from Harry. What if one day Harry unleashes the basilisk and purges the entire castle? I'm thinking of leaving the school early. What do you think? I don't think that's a good idea, Saul replied, rolling his eyes. What's wrong with him? Harry wondered, bemused, as he watched Justin scurry away from Saul. Nothing, Saul shrugged, turning to Harry with a grave expression. Oh, great heir of Slytherin, should you decide to unleash a monster, kindly inform me in advance so I can escort Hermione out of here. Harry's expression faltered. Don't say that, Saul. Hermione stifled a laugh. They had all heard the rumor, yet none believed it. Haha, Saul chuckled at Harry's embarrassment, realizing that Justin was merely frightened by the gossip. However, Harry did not share in the amusement. A sense of heaviness enveloped him. For no matter how he explained to the young witches and wizards in the common room that he was not the heir of Slytherin, no one was convinced. In the afternoon, another incident further dampened Harry's spirits. Saul, encountering them, inquired with curiosity. So, even the little fans have taken this rumor to heart? Don't say that, Saul. Harry donned a mask of anguish. Colin is not my fan. Everyone here believes anything, Ron muttered. As they spoke, a few young witches and wizards passed by, whispering and pointing in Harry's direction. I can't take this anymore, Harry sighed, shaking his head. Can you accompany me for a walk? Somewhere less crowded? Thus, the four emerged from the library, evading the throngs of people, and turned a corner, only to discover they had arrived at the corridor where the attack had occurred. The scene before them was reminiscent of that fateful night. The inscriptions on the walls glimmered with an ethereal light. The petrified cat had been removed by Dumbledore, yet beside the wall adorned with the inscriptions stood an empty stool. Stark in its solitude. Filch often watches over this spot, Ron whispered. Let's search. Perhaps we might uncover a clue, Harry suggested, kneeling down to meticulously scour the ground. The three exchanged glances, placed their bags against the wall, and joined Harry in the quest for evidence. There are scorch marks here, Harry noted, and over there as well. Perhaps a dark wizard infiltrated the castle and was discovered by Mrs. Norris, forcing the dark wizard to eliminate her, Ron speculated, allowing his imagination to run wild. That is quite plausible. Let us not forget what transpired last year, Harry remarked. You mean, the Dark Lord? Ron stammered softly, surprisingly uninterested in their wild conjectures. Sewer and Hermione huddled together, both reluctant to crouch and inspect the ground, instead scanning their surroundings aimlessly. Look over there, Hermione pointed towards the window adjacent to the inscriptions. Intrigued, Harry, thinking Hermione had stumbled upon a clue, quickly rose from the ground, only to be disappointed to find a mere cluster of spiders. Approximately 20 of them were climbing up a silken thread that extended from a crevice by the window. What is so interesting? Ron ambled over, only to recoil a few steps, muttering, just some spiders, I detest those little creatures. What is wrong? Harry inquired. You've used dead spiders countless times in potions class. Hermione exclaimed, slightly taken aback. I am aware of that. Sewer chuckled, his amusement at Ron's grim expression barely contained. Fred once told me they transformed one of Ron's toys into a giant spider. Ugh, don't remind me, Ron exclaimed loudly. If you were holding your teddy bear, and suddenly it sprouted numerous legs. A series of hurried footsteps echoed ominously. Ron's words trailed off abruptly. Oh no, it must be Filch. We're doomed if he catches us. The four hurriedly twisted open the nearest door and, clutching their bags, slipped inside.